The moment the traveler Ren Hawk became a lieutenant colonel in the Navy branch, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Justice system activated. Either practice justice to earn value, or be subjected to the system's justice. Facing this dilemma, Ryan's lips curled into a cold arc. Of course, they'll trade your lives for mine. As the corrupt Colonel Mouse and the evil dragon pirate crew, led by Arlong, were successively dealt with, when the deserter King Koby was also judged as affecting morale and eliminated, the entire East Sea began to tremble in this man's scale of justice. Evil must be redeemed with blood. Chapter 1. Understanding destruction better than pirates. Is this called the Navy? Throw away your brain. Throw away your worries. In the year 1519 of the Sea Circle, East Sea, offshore of Navy Branch 16. Do you want to live? The questioner's voice was calm, as if asking what's for dinner. The nearby sea was empty. The pirate crew that had just been flaunting their power, along with nearly 100 crew members, had all sunk to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Only their captain, Blade, was soaked and in a sorry state, kneeling on the deck of the Navy warship, trembling like a sieve. Yes, I want to live, Blade almost shouted, his voice hoarse and with a hint of crying. He kept his head down, not daring to look at the young Navy officer standing in front of him. It was too fast, everything was too fast. It was this lieutenant colonel in his early 20s who single-handedly and unarmed wiped out nearly 100 members of his Blade pirate crew. Lieutenant Colonel Ren Hawk of the East Sea Branch 16, known as Blood Eagle. Rumor had it that he would see blood whenever he struck, treating pirates like hawks hunting prey, thus earning the title of Blood Eagle. But now, Blade's mind was blank, with only the thought of survive remaining. Very good, Hawk said lightly, the sea breeze tousling his black hair. Who told you I'm a merciful person? He slightly raised his chin to the side. Lieutenant Dane of Branch 16 immediately stepped forward and took out a document from his pocket. According to Article 1 of the Pirate Management Regulations of Navy Branch 16, if a pirate voluntarily surrenders all illegal wealth obtained during their wrongdoing, they can be exempted from punishment after verification. Blade suddenly raised his head. Voluntarily surrendering can exempt. Punishment? Yes, exempt from punishment. Hawk reached out and gently patted Blade's shoulder, even brushing off a few water droplets for him. Don't worry, we are the Navy. Naturally, we uphold justice and rules. You feel free to speak. Okay, I will. The treasure is hidden in. Blade seemed to finally breathe air like a drowning person. Without any doubt, he hurriedly spilled everything out, fearing he would miss half a berry. The total is: wealth can be stolen again. If life is lost, then truly nothing remains. Before long, after a series of Gruber sounds, Dane hung up the phone bug and saluted Hawk. Report, Colonel, all the hidden treasures have been found. They have been counted, and the amount is consistent with the information held by the branch. Hawk, Colonel. The flame of survival reignited in Blade's eyes, staring at Hawk, waiting for that word of pardon. Huh. Hawk smiled non-committally. He took the document from Dane's hand and lightly tapped the bottom of the paper with his fingertip. There, in a line of small print no bigger than an ant, it read, all interpretation rights of these regulations belong to Ren Hawk. Hawk raised his eyes to look at Blade, whose expression was gradually stiffening, still smiling kindly. You see, the regulations are very clear. He paused, as for exemption from punishment, how much is exempted, how to exempt, is up to me to decide. You can voluntarily surrender your wealth. I'm very happy. So, I've decided to exempt you from living punishment and grant you the most pleasant way to die. Before his words fell, Hawk raised his fist. The pitch-black armament hockey instantly covered it. You're lying? Blade screamed, his face drained of color, leaving only extreme fear. Humans? Are the wicked on the sea considered humans? What about your Navy's justice? What about the rules? What I believe in is the justice of slaughter. Rules? Sorry, my rule is just a rule. Bang! The black iron fist suddenly fell, and the air let out a dull sound. Blade flew backward like a rag doll, crashing heavily onto the deck, no longer making a sound. Ding! Killed all crew members of the Blade pirate crew, earning 500 points of justice value. Huh! Hawk lit a cigarette and took a fierce puff. Dane, the old rule. The confiscated treasure, 70% goes to the people, 20% is divided among the brothers, and the remaining 10% put on my tab. Yes, Colonel. Lieutenant Dane stood at attention, saluting with standard motions. The Navy soldiers behind him also instinctively straightened their chests, their eyes filled with undisguised trust and admiration for Hawk. This distribution plan had long been accustomed to by the grassroots soldiers of Branch 16. This was also one of the reasons why, despite the higher-ups having corrupt elements, the grassroots combat power remained strong. As for the highest commander, Colonel Mouse of Navy Branch 16, that greedy rat only had berries in his eyes, tightly clutching the appropriated funds of the branch while relying on his position to amass wealth. He was indifferent to the development and affairs of the branch, gladly delegating command to Lieutenant Colonel Hawk, who had fought his way up from the bottom. But the soldiers were not fools. Whoever treated them as cannon fodder and who truly led them to kill pirates, everyone had a scale in their hearts. Colonel Mouse would only hide behind and shout charge. Lieutenant Colonel Hawk was always the one to lead the charge with "Follow me." This batch of confiscated goods was supposed to be submitted to the branch for distribution according to regulations. But everyone knew that once the money entered Mouse's pocket, not a single cent would flow out again. However, if the colonel doesn't take it, how could the others dare to take it? So, the colonel takes 10%, and they feel justified in dividing the remaining 20%. Ignoring the reverent gazes around him, Hawk stood on the deck, gazing at the boundless sea, lost in memories. 6 months ago, he had crossed into the pirate world. When he woke up, he was already wearing a Navy uniform, a third-class soldier of Navy Branch 16. Accompanying his awakening was the justice system. The host can earn justice value by killing evil and upholding justice. If the host does not execute justice, they will be subjected to justice execution by the system. Remaining survival days. 1 day. What does that mean? To execute justice on oneself? In this world, either he or the evil must die. Then, there's no other way. I didn't want this slaughter. But if you don't die, must I die? Soon, he figured out the rules of the system. The amount of justice value was directly linked to the bounty and evil deeds of the killed. For example, the recently killed Blade with a bounty of 5 million berries. Killing him earns 500 points of justice value. Justice value has 2 uses. First, to directly enhance one's combat power. Observation hockey, armament hockey, physique, martial arts, conqueror's hockey. Each item is divided into 5 levels. Junior Branch Colonel, Intermediate Branch Rear Admiral, Advanced Branch Vice Admiral, Top Branch Admiral, and Sealing World's Top. The required justice value for the first 4 levels is Junior 100 points, Intermediate 1,000, Advanced 10,000, Top 100,000, Sealing 1 million points. The Conqueror's Hockey requires 10 times the points of other abilities, starting at 1,000 points for the initial level, and so on. Secondly, buying survival days essentially delays the countdown for justice execution. Within 10 years, 1 point of justice value can be exchanged for 1 day. Beyond 10 years, 10 points of justice value can be exchanged for 1 day. With this in mind, Hawk glanced at the system panel. Current remaining justice value, 1,025 points. Remaining survival days, 3,649 days. I forgot to increase my survival days today. Hawk silently thought. Exchange for 1 day. Ding, deducted 1 point of justice value. Increase survival days by 1 day. Remaining justice value, 1,024 points. Remaining survival days, 3,650 days. Exactly 10 years. Perfect. A smirk appeared at the corner of Hawk's mouth. Why not continue to add more? Because beyond 10 years, adding 1 day requires 10 points of justice value. But justice value can be accumulated infinitely. So, I just need to crazily accumulate justice value, holding on to the 10-year mark, and slowly add more. What? You say I'm not following the martial ethics? Exploiting a bug? You can execute justice and raise prices. I am using my wisdom to play within the rules to the utmost. That's very reasonable. Moreover, even if I add more than 1,000 days, it's only over 4,000 days. Is that a lot? Not at all. It's just over 10 years. There's no sense of security. Too little sense of security. Before the number behind the justice value turns into 999, 999, 9999. I, Ren Hawk, will never coexist with evil. Phew. The sea breeze brushed against Hawk's cheek, carrying the salty smell of the sea. Outside, they call him Blood Eagle, Marine Killer, Pirate Annihilator. But who knows? He's just trying hard to live. Do you really think I enjoy killing? Colonel. At this moment, Dane's voice sounded, filled with obvious excitement. The location where the rat hid the treasure has been found by the brothers. He quickly stepped forward, handing over a messy but astonishing list. Just at a preliminary count, the amount is extremely huge. It can basically be confirmed that it is all the money he has extorted from the people since taking office. Oh, Hawk took the list, his mouth curling into a cold arc. Very good. In the entire Navy's 16th branch, apart from the rat's few loyal followers, most others have already been controlled by him, either openly or secretly. The main reason he hadn't moved against the rat until now was his concern over this huge amount of stolen money. This was money extorted from countless civilians in the EC, and he could not give the rat a chance to destroy it. Now that the money has been found and is under his control, where's that dead rat? Trading with Arlong in Kokuyashi village. Let's go, it's time to clean up this gathered garbage all at once. Yes, the three admirals of the headquarters. Chapter 2, Marine Roll King. You finished the work? Then let me slack off, Buzz. The Navy warship that Hawk was on quickly adjusted its course, heading straight for Kokuyashi village. At the same time, an order was transmitted back to the Navy's 16th branch base through specific channels. All Navy soldiers in the base received the order at the same time. Everyone's gaze met in the air. In each other's eyes, they saw determination and excitement. The 16th branch, the suffering Colonel Rat, has long been overdue. This greedy pest has not allowed the branch to have a good day since taking office. The funds allocated by the headquarters on time were pocketed by him. The training equipment in the training ground is rusted, and he turns a blind eye. The food in the cafeteria is tasteless, and he turns a deaf ear. What's worse, he even has to cut the soldiers' pay. Everyone is risking their lives against pirates. But the money sent home every month is so little it's disheartening. However, all of this gradually changed since Colonel Hawk began to emerge and step by step took control of the branch's actual power. Although the funds allocated by the headquarters are still in the rat's hands, the colonel always has a way. He used gray income to improve the food for everyone. Privately organizing extra meals is common. He spent his own money to build a secret training base outside the base, equipped with advanced training facilities. More importantly, every time treasure was seized, the colonel would always take out 20 to share with the brothers to improve their lives. This kindness and responsibility formed a sharp contrast with the rat's stinginess and greed. Human hearts are made of flesh that a plan to overthrow the rat and support Colonel Hawk has long been brewing silently in the hearts of the Navy soldiers. Everyone has reached a consensus that once Colonel Hawk decides to take action, they will follow without hesitation. Even if they might face the headquarters reprimand afterward, they would not care. Quick, move faster. Weapons and ammunition checked. Target, Kokuyashi village. Support Colonel Hawk. Low and urgent orders and responses echoed within the base. Navy soldiers quickly geared up, with teams orderly gathering towards the port, boarding ships to set sail. They will meet up with Colonel Hawk in Kokuyashi village to carry out a long overdue reckoning. For Colonel Hawk, we offer our loyalty. Splash. The warship broke through the waves. Hawk stood at the bow, the sea breeze gently blowing through his short black hair. His gaze was calm, but his mind was rapidly calculating. The rat is not to be feared. A colonel of a branch, his strength is comparable to that of a captain in the headquarters, and he himself is already at the level of a rear admiral in the headquarters. Killing him only takes one punch. What I need to pay attention to is that the real big fish in this operation is the Arlong pirates lurking in Kokuyashi village. The Arlong pirates were once part of the Sun Pirates. Due to disagreements with the current Sun Pirates captain, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Swordsman Jinbei, they left and came to the EC. Captain Arlong is the half-brother of the Fishman Island fortune teller, Shirahoshi. After coming to the EC, he colluded with the rat and has been exploiting the villagers of Kokuyashi village. Now, it's a perfect opportunity to eliminate them along with the rat. However, once Arlong is dead, along with the other pirate crews I've wiped out before, the entire EC region will almost be cleaned by me. There are few pirates in the EC to begin with, and from time to time, they are wiped out when Admiral Carp comes back from vacation. Once the EC is peaceful, where will my justice value come from? It seems I must also start planning for the next step. Should I head to the Grand Line, face stronger enemies and a broader world? Or should I find a way to be transferred to the Navy headquarters, seeking a higher status and influence at the center of power? No matter which path, stronger strength is needed as support. This world ultimately respects power. Hawk's mind moved, calling up his system panel. Ren Hawk. Observation Haki, beginner. Armament Haki, intermediate. Physique, intermediate. Martial arts fist, intermediate. Conqueror's Haki, unawakened. Remaining justice value, 1,024 points. If I want to enhance my strength, I have two options. Spend 1,000 points to awaken the beginner level of Conqueror's Haki, or spend 1,000 points to upgrade Observation Haki to intermediate level. Conqueror's Haki, the qualities of a king, sounds very impressive. However, the beginner level of Conqueror's Haki can only be released unconsciously, has a small range, weak power, and may even affect allies. At this stage, its effectiveness is low and cost-ineffective. It would be better to wait until the justice points are sufficient and upgrade to intermediate or advanced level at once. If Observation Haki is upgraded to intermediate level, reaching the level of a major in the headquarters, the perception range will expand, accuracy will improve, allowing for sharper detection of hostility, predicting attack trajectories, and even vaguely sensing the emotions of others. This can enhance overall combat capability by a level. Currently, my armament Haki, physique, and martial arts are all at intermediate level, major level. If I can fill in this gap in Observation Haki, my overall strength will become more balanced, reaching the elite major level of the headquarters, facing a pirate like Arlong with a bounty of 20 million berries. An elite major from the headquarters can easily crush him. So the choice is clear. Consume 1,000 points of justice to upgrade Observation Haki to intermediate level. Ding. Consumed 1,000 points of justice. Observation Haki upgraded. Intermediate. Remaining justice points, 24 points. A feeling that is hard to describe instantly spread throughout my body, as if my five senses have been infinitely extended and sharpened. Every rise and fall of the surrounding waves, every hint of saltiness in the wind, the sound of wings flapping as distant seabirds passed. Everything became unprecedentedly clear. Is this the intermediate level of Observation Haki? Not bad. Phew. Hawk slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, looking towards Cocoa West Village, his gaze becoming increasingly cold. With only 24 points of justice left, I urgently need to replenish. Arlong Mouse. No, justice points, I'm coming. Meanwhile, a large warship is slowly entering the sea area under the jurisdiction of the Navy's 16th branch. On the deck at the bow, a silver-haired man with 2 cigars in his mouth, his brows knotted, exuding a low pressure all around. Smoker. Colonel Smoker. Next to him, a young female Navy with red-rimmed glasses and blue short hair, her face showing a bit of hesitation and worry, said, "Lowtown is the gateway to the Grand Line. Tashiji, is it really okay for us to leave with the main force like this?" Lieutenant Tashiji of the Navy headquarters looked at her superior, Colonel Smoker, the White Hunter, feeling a bit anxious. This colonel always acted on his own whims, and this time he directly abandoned Lowtown to come to the East Blue Branch's territory. Huh. Tashiji. Smoker exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. Ever since that guy Hawk appeared in the East Blue, Lowtown has been so quiet you can hear seagulls taking a dump. 3 months. A whole 3 months. I haven't seen a single pirate with a bounty over 100,000 berries. 100,000 berries. Tashiji, do you know what that means? It means that those who have a bit of courage and want to venture into the Grand Line have all been intercepted by that bastard halfway. 2 days ago, someone reported that their neighbor's cat stole the dried fish they hung out to dry. I am a colonel of the Navy headquarters, not a patrol officer dealing with trivial matters. But this is a good thing, Colonel. Tashiji pushed her glasses and argued quietly. It shows that the security in the East Blue has indeed improved. Pirates don't dare to approach Lowtown, and the lives of the civilians are more stable. A good thing. Smoker suddenly turned his head, his eyes seeming to spit fire. My duty is to capture the pirates entering the Grand Line. Now that the pirates have all been wiped out by that bastard, not even a single hair is drifting towards Lowtown. I'm about to finish my cigars, and the sea prism stone is almost polished to a shine. If this continues, I suspect I will really go after that cat stealing dried fish. Tashiji looked at her boss, who seemed about to explode, and instinctively took half a step back, but her heart was clear. Got it, completely understood. Colonel Smoker is feeling off because there are no pirates to catch. This time, He came to the 16th branch's sea area under the pretense of inspection just to find something to do. And to see with his own eyes what kind of ruthless character that Hawk who has stirred the East Blue into too much peace really is, sigh. It really is something that Colonel Smoker can do. Tashigi, what are you mumbling about there? Ah, nothing at all. 2 years later, Smoker. 2 years later, Tashigi. Chapter 3. Mouse, you really could be greedy. East Blue, Cocoa West Village. Arlong Park, inside the Central Tower. Chirp chirp. A man dressed in a Navy colonel's uniform, with rat-like eyes and a lewd little mustache, is rubbing his hands and laughing. Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th branch. Opposite him, casually sitting, is a large, muscular sawshark fisherman, Arlong. Arlong. His bare upper body has a sun tattoo on his left chest, and his saw-like long nose is particularly striking. Ha ha ha. Arlong extended his webbed large hand and pushed a thick stack of berries on the table towards Mouse. Mouse, count this month's management fee. Arlong is generous. Mouse's eyes lit up, his fingers wet with saliva, and then he began to quickly count the money. He counted carefully twice, confirmed the amount was correct, and his face broke into a smile, handing the money to his confidant behind him to keep safe. When it comes to friends, I've always been generous. Ha ha ha. Arlong grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, picked up a wine glass next to him, gently swirling the liquid inside, and casually asked, but Mouse, I recently heard that your 16th branch has quite a capable guy. Apparently, he has cleaned up quite a bit of the East Blue small fry. Even some pirate crews with bounties over 10 million have fallen to him. Your subordinate is quite capable, Mouse. Arlong's tone carried a hint of playfulness, as if weighing whether this would affect their cooperation. Are you talking about that kid Hawk? Upon hearing this, Mouse's face showed a proud smile, and he spoke in a high-pitched voice. That kid. His success today is all thanks to my support. He was just a private back then. It was I, the great Colonel Mouse. With a discerning eye, I promoted him. The pirates he killed, if it weren't for me, his superior, helping him properly handle the reports to headquarters, could he have climbed to the rank of lieutenant colonel? Mouse puffed out his chest, striking a pose of without me, there would be no Hawk. Oh, is that so? Arlong's smile remained unchanged. Then what about the bounties of those pirates? Bounties? Chirp chirp. Mouse rubbed his hands together, letting out a lewd laugh. The bounties naturally went into his own pockets. Huh. Mouse, keep a good eye on your good dog. Arlong's tone darkened. Don't let him bark recklessly, and even more so, don't let him bite anyone he shouldn't. Understood? Colonel Mouse. Understood. Mouse shivered at Arlong's gaze, quickly thumping his chest to assure, Arlong, don't worry. The entire 16th branch is under my control. That kid Hawk is loyal to me. If I tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. Ha ha. Looking at Mouse's appearance, Arlong let out a low chuckle and raised his wine glass to Tio the Mouse. It was a greedy and obedient good dog. Thanks to this dog's cover, he could enjoy his power in Cocoa West Village of the East Sea for so long without attracting the attention of the Navy headquarters after leaving the Grand Line.AS for the so-called Blood Eagle. If he dared to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind dealing with him personally. Let him know the insurmountable gap between fishmen and humans. Ha ha. Arlong drained his cup of wine. Here's to our pleasant cooperation. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. The mouse quickly raised his glass, his face full of flattering smiles. He was secretly calculating how to give Hawk a good talking to when he returned, making him realize who the real boss was and to stop causing trouble outside all day. Just as the two exchanged hypocritical smiles and prepared to raise their cups again, a loud bang sounded. The heavy wooden door of Arlong Park burst inward, splintering into pieces. The two fishermen sentries guarding the door didn't even have time to react before being blasted back by the immense force and crashing into the wall, lifeless on the spot. Immediately after, a group of fully armed Navy soldiers streamed in, instantly surrounding Arlong Park so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. What's going on? Navy? How'd they get in? The officers of the Arlong pirates in the tower all changed their expressions drastically and hastily grabbed their weapons. What about the guards outside? Little 8 exclaimed in shock. Where's Momo? Momo? How could this be possible? The perimeter of Arlong Park not only had numerous fishermen warriors patrolling, but the entrance also had the giant sea beast Momo from the Grand Line guarding it. How could there have been no noise at all, allowing the Navy to directly storm the core tower? Mouse, you betrayed me. Arlong slowly turned his head, his cold eyes fixed on a mouse beside him, his gaze filled with undisguised killing intent. Surrounded by the Navy, the fisherman warriors outside, the carefully arranged sentries, even Mumu had been silently dealt with. This level of strength could only be achieved by the elite of the Navy headquarters. And the timing just happened to coincide with a secret deal he had with the mouse. Could it be that the mouse's deal with him was to gather evidence? In an instant, Arlong's suspicion grew. No, it's not me. The mouse, terrified, trembled uncontrollably, his whiskers shaking as he screamed in defense. I don't know anything. Just then, a clear and steady sound of footsteps came from outside the door, slow and unhurried. The incoming Navy soldiers automatically parted to the sides, creating a passageway. A tall, young Navy lieutenant commander appeared in everyone's sight. He wore a neatly fitted Navy uniform. His face was stern and handsome, with features as sharp as a knife. His black eyes were deep and penetrating. Following closely behind him was the expressionless Major Dane. Hawk did not stop his steps, his gaze quickly sweeping over the entire scene before finally locking onto Arlong and the mouse. A cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everyone is here. Very good. Excellent. Today, he would surely return with a full load. Hawk. The mouse recognized the newcomer, momentarily stunned. Then his face twisted in shock and anger like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He put on an authoritative air, shouting, "Lieutenant Commander Ren Hawk, what are you doing here? Who told you to bring troops in here? This is outrageous. Too outrageous. This is none of your business. Quickly take your men and withdraw. Did you hear me?" However, Hawk seemed to completely ignore the mouse's shouting and walk straight past him. Thud. Hawk walked to the main seat that originally belonged to Arlong and sat down without any courtesy. He leaned back slightly in the chair, then leisurely lit a cigarette, taking a deep puff before slowly speaking. The basement of the abandoned manor, 135,490,000 berries. Hawk looked up at the mouse. Mouse, you really can be greedy. The color drained from the mouse's face in an instant, cold sweat pouring down as he nearly collapsed to the ground. How do you? Chapter 4. Playing with fists, I'm a professional. The mouse's voice was sharp and piercing, as if being choked by an invisible hand. His small eyes were fixed on Hawk, filled only with terror and disbelief. How is this possible? 135,490,000 berries. Hawk, how could he accurately state this number? He could clearly remember this number because he had to go to the basement of the abandoned manor every week to count it himself. Not to mention smelling the intoxicating scent of the berries. What have you done with my money? The mouse's sanity was overwhelmed by overwhelming anger and panic. Pointing at Hawk, get someone here. Arrest this bastard for disrespecting authority. He dares to embezzle the Navy's property. This is treason. This is blatant treason. A few of the mouse's loyal subordinates instinctively drew their guns upon hearing this. But before they could act, they were swiftly subdued by the Navy soldiers Hawk had brought. What are you doing? What do you want? The mouse was even more frantic at this scene. I am the highest commander of the 16th Division. Are you planning to rebel? However, the only response he received was a dead silence. The surrounding Navy soldiers, those he usually treated like dirt and exploited their pay, were now looking at him with a mix of coldness and disdain. It was as if they were watching a clown performing poorly on stage. The highest commander? When you withheld pay, ignored the aging equipment, and left the brothers starving and injured without medical care, did you ever think about being the highest commander? Now, the massive embezzled funds you scraped from the people have been found by Colonel Hawk. The colonel said that 70% will be returned to the people who have been impoverished and ruined by you and Aaron, and the remaining 30% will be given to the brothers who fought bravely. This money not only goes back to the people, but also to ourselves. How many brothers in the 16th Division have their homes in this sea area? Which family hasn't been harmed by you and Aaron, the scum? Returning this money is like flowing into the pockets of our own families. At this moment, you still expect us to support you? If it weren't for Colonel Hawk not saying anything, the brothers would have already moved to smash your face and kick your ass. Aaron didn't move. He was observing Hawk. This young Navy colonel was able to silently eliminate the outer guards. Not even a moo was heard. This was not something an ordinary division colonel could do. This matter might not be that simple. The mouse's eyes caught sight of Aaron, instantly grasping at the last straw. He crawled desperately towards Aaron, screaming, "Aaron, Eren, help me. This bastard is planning to rebel. Help me kill him. Kill all these disobedient Navy men. Eren still ignored the mouse. To him, the mouse was just a dog begging for berries. Now that his leash had broken, he could only bark ineffectively. Seeing that Eren was unmoved, the mouse's panic grew. He gritted his teeth, a flash of pain crossed his face, and he shouted, "Money! 135,490,000 berries. This bastard embezzled that money. Help me kill him. We'll split the money in half." Upon hearing this number, Eren's eyes finally changed. 60 million berries is not a small sum. His creed was, berries are the best thing, the most reliable thing. Moreover, he also wanted to see what kind of ability this young Navy man had, who dared to break into Eren's paradise and sit in his chair. A Navy division colonel actually dared to be so arrogant? Ha ha ha. Eren slowly stood up, his massive body exuding a sense of oppression. He turned his gaze to Hawk. "Kid." Eren's voice was low and filled with threat. "Humans are always so greedy and foolish. Your time of death has come." Whoosh. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pushed off the ground. His entire body shot towards Hawk like an arrow. The speed was astonishing. His massive palm, slicing through the air like a sharp shark fin, aimed directly at Hawk's head. The innate power of the fishman was fully displayed at this moment. Hawk looked at the rapidly approaching Eren. His eyes showed no sign of wavering. When he initially chose the direction of physical techniques, the training provided swordsmanship and other combat techniques as options. The three types of haki and physical strength were foundational and could not be chosen. But for physical techniques, he could choose freely. In the end, he chose boxing. As for the reason, as a man, fighting with fists was the most refreshing. The sound of bones shattering was the most pleasant symphony. He slowly stood up, gently extinguishing the cigarette in his fingers in the ashtray. "Kulme." Hawk uttered a single word. The pitch-black armed haki rapidly spread and covered his fists like ink, the color deep and solid. His body sank slightly, his left leg forward, right leg back. He took a bow stance, steady as a rock. Then, his right fist gathered strength at his waist, muscles instantly tensed, and then he explosively launched forward like a cannonball. Bow stance punch. Bang! The solid iron fist collided squarely with Eren's face. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Eren's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils reflecting Hawk's indifferent face. This is impossible. He was punched by this young Navy man, breaking his nasal bone and teeth. Whoosh! Eren had no time to feel the intense pain. His body was sent flying backward at a speed faster than when he charged in. As if hit by a speeding train. Boom! He crashed heavily into the wall behind him, debris and with splinters flying everywhere. His entire body was deeply embedded in the courtyard wall, dust swirling, and he fell silent. Inside the tower, it instantly fell into a dead silence. The mouse's sharp shouts were stuck in his throat, his face left blank. He rubbed his eyes, incredulously staring at Eren's corpse. No! How is this possible? Get up! That powerful Eren, who could do as he pleased in the East Sea. Get up. What will I do if you die? The cadres of the Eren pirates were all frozen in place, forgetting to raise their weapons. The boss Eren was a strong man who came from the Grand Line. He was killed by a single punch from a human Navy man. The Navy soldiers who rushed in with Hawk had an indescribable light burst in their eyes. Each of them instinctively straightened their chests, their breathing becoming heavier. They previously only knew that the colonel was strong and never showed mercy when killing pirates. But who would have thought that the colonel was this powerful? Facing the overlord of the East Sea, Eren, he crushed him with a single blow. This is the strength of Colonel Hawk. This is the blood eagle, Ren Hawk, who makes all pirates in the East Sea tremble in fear. The Navy immediately took action, beginning to capture the still dazed Eren pirates. Ding! Killed the pirate Eren with a bounty of 20 million berries. Gained 2,000 justice points. Current remaining justice points, 24 points, 2,000 points, 24 points. Hawk glanced at the system panel. The addition of justice points made him feel pleased. He turned around. His gaze once again focused on the mouse, who was collapsed on the ground, pale-faced. Hawk! The mouse crawled towards Hawk, his face filled with fear and flattery. I was the one who promoted you. Have you forgotten? Back then, you were just a third-class soldier. Chapter 5. Mouse. You don't treat me like a human. Do you want to kill me? Hawk, don't you remember? Back then, you were just a third-class soldier. It was me. You were the one I promoted with my discerning eye. It's me. The mouse spoke incoherently, spitting as he tried to evoke a non-existent favor. Eren is dead, and the Eren pirate crew is finished. Now, he is isolated and helpless. If Hawk doesn't show any mercy, he is doomed. Ha! Hawk let out a light laugh, filled with unabashed mockery. Mouse, you promoted me? I've long studied the Navy's promotion system. The military achievements I've accumulated over the past 6 months are enough for me to be promoted to branch colonel. And even aiming for branch brigadier general isn't impossible. But thanks to you, greedy mouse, I'm still just a branch lieutenant colonel. And the military funds you embezzled, the bounty you pocketed, every single cent is stained with the sweat and blood of me and my brothers. Now you come begging for mercy? It's too late. Hawk leisurely pulled out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. Seeing this action, the mouse seemed to grasp at a lifeline, crawling over desperately. Trembling, he pulled out a golden lighter from his pocket, humbly leaning forward in an attempt to light Hawk's cigarette. Hawk did not refuse. He lowered his eyes slightly, looking at the mouse's face, twisted with fear and flattery. The flame of the lighter flickered and ignited the tip of the cigarette. Hawk took a puff and said, "Mouse, your sincerity isn't enough." The mouse trembled all over, his eyes bursting with a strong desire to survive. There's a chance. He no longer cared about dignity. Throwing himself to the ground, banging his head towards Hawk. Bang, bang, bang. Hawk, I was wrong. I really was wrong. His forehead collided with the hard deck, making a dull sound, and soon blood appeared. Hawk watched the scene, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. How ugly, mouse. If I had known this day would come, why did I bother in the first place? You're not wrong. You just know you're about to die. Mouse. Hawk slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the mist swirling and obscuring his expression. Who told me I'm a merciful person? The mouse suddenly raised his head, a twisted ecstasy blooming on his blood-stained and dirty face. Hawk, you're gonna let me go? Really? That's great. I can avoid taking action. But Hawk lifted his hand, still holding the cigarette, and casually waved it toward the mouse. Step, as if receiving a silent command. The silent Navy soldiers surrounding them suddenly stepped forward. Their footsteps were uniform, heavy with suppressed anger, pounding on the ground and striking at the mouse's heart. They surrounded the mouse at the center. Mouse, do you remember the military pay you owe the brothers? Do you remember the meals in the cafeteria that had fly legs? Do you remember the rusty junk on the training ground? You all. The mouse looked in horror at the soldiers closing in, drained of color, and desperately turned to Hawk. Hawk, you can't go back on your word. You said you wouldn't take action. Hawk leaned back comfortably in his chair, watching the mouse surrounded by angry soldiers, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, shrugged innocently. I really haven't taken any action. You see, my hands have been right here. Hawk even deliberately shook his hand, holding the cigarette, showing it to the mouse. The soldiers, hearing this, revealed knowing cold smiles. Yes, the lieutenant colonel indeed had taken action, but they never promised anything. You can't do this. The mouse completely broke down, trying to retreat, but bumping into the hard chest of a soldier behind him. The Navy has discipline. You're mutinying. This is a coup. Hawk, control them. I'm a colonel. However, Hawk simply watched everything with calm eyes. Bang! It was unclear who struck first. A tightly clenched fist, accompanied by the sound of wind, slammed hard into the mouse's face. This punch ignited a powder keg. The soldiers could no longer hold back. Countless fists filled with rage rained down on the mouse's face. Countless military boots ruthlessly kicked at some part of the mouse's body. Stop. I was wrong. Spare me. No, please. The mouse rolled on the ground, dodging, wailing. He was beaten to a pulp, blood and dirt covering his face. Hawk, you're ruthless. Overwhelmed by pain and despair, the mouse's remaining sanity was finally ignited. A trace of mad resentment flashed in his eyes. Hawk, since you don't treat me as a person and want to kill me, then let us perish together. No one will have it easy. With his last ounce of strength, he reached into the torn Navy uniform. Fumbling, he pressed a special small telephone bug. Beep, beep. The special communication sound of the telephone bug rang out. This is an emergency phone bug that only the highest-ranking officers of each branch can hold, allowing direct contact with the Navy headquarters at Marineford. The mouse had never dared to use this before. He feared that his embezzlement and collusion with pirates would be exposed, leading to his immediate dismissal and investigation by the headquarters. If that happened, everything he owned would turn to ashes. But now, he couldn't care less. A sinister smile appeared on the mouse's blood-stained face as he fixed his gaze on Hawk. Hawk, just wait. Wait to face the headquarters inquiry. Violating orders. Allowing soldiers to beat a direct superior. Even if I embezzled. Even if I'm guilty. There are Navy regulations to judge. There are higher departments to handle it. It's not up to you. You can report me. You can disobey me. But you can't take action directly. That's breaking the rules. The Navy's rules. The mouse's voice was hoarse and sharp, filled with the pleasure of revenge. He seemed to already see Hawk being held accountable by the headquarters, dismissed, and even sent to a military court. Hawk leisurely puffed on his cigarette, showing no sign of surprise. The mouse's little tricks could not possibly escape his intermediate observation hockey. You think this is a last-ditch counterattack? No, this is exactly what I need. The EC had already been mostly cleaned up by him. Staying any longer would result in inefficient justice points. So it was time to leave. This telephone bug was the opportunity to leave the EC. According to Navy regulations, killing a superior without authorization was indeed a violation. But the mouse's embezzlement and collusion were also facts. The worst-case scenario would be his dismissal and reassignment to another C branch, starting over. With his current elite major-level strength, it wouldn't take long to kill his way back to lieutenant colonel. A better outcome would be if someone in the headquarters who detested evil like a vengeful spirit learned of this incident. He might even retain his position and perhaps gain the opportunity to enter the headquarters site. No matter the outcome, it was better than being trapped in the EC. So it was time to squeeze the last bit of value out of the mouse, the worm. Hawk stood up, walked over to the mouse, then lifted his right leg, clad in military boots. I haven't taken action, you know. As soon as the words fell, his foot came down. Bang! The heavy sound of a kick. The mouse was kicked away like a broken sack. His body slammed against the distant wall with a dull thud, then slid down softly, losing all motion. On the wall, a human-shaped bloodstain was left. Ding! Killed corrupt Navy branch Colonel Mouse. Gained 1,000 justice points. Current host remaining justice points. 2,024 points, 1,000 points, 3,024 points. Hawk retracted his foot, his movements natural and smooth, as if he had merely kicked aside an obstructive stone. Just then, the steady and powerful sound of footsteps echoed from the broken door. Amidst the swirling smoke, a silver-haired man, wearing a justice cloak and holding 2 cigars in his mouth, appeared at the entrance. He was Smoker, a colonel from the Navy headquarters, followed by Tashiji and soldiers from Lowtown. A lieutenant colonel from the Navy branch killed his direct superior? Chapter 6. Why does Smoker always have a stern face? The urgent ringing of a transponder snail resonated through the Navy headquarters communications room. Colonel Rat from the East Blue 16th Branch confirmed dead. The murderer, the branch's Lieutenant Colonel, Hawk. The news spread like thunder throughout the headquarters. The death of a branch colonel was not uncommon, but being killed by a subordinate was undoubtedly a serious violation of Navy discipline. The intelligence department quickly operated, and the details of the incident were soon organized and presented to the highest leader of the Navy, Admiral Sengoku. Bang! Current Admiral Sengoku slammed his fist on the hard desk, causing the documents to rustle. Damn it! Insurrection! Disregarding the law. Immediately, dismiss that Lieutenant Colonel Hawk and bring him back to headquarters. Hand him over to the military court for prosecution. Sengoku's voice echoed like a bell in the office. On the other side of the office, an elderly woman with graying hair and a calm demeanor held a cup of hot tea. She was Vice Admiral Tsuru, a strategic advisor and a user of the wash-wash fruit. Tsuru gently blew on the steam rising from the tea, her tone calm, yet carrying an insightful strength. Sengoku, calm down. According to the preliminary investigation report, this rat was corrupt and colluding with pirates, with solid evidence. Such internal pests in the Navy should be eliminated. The era of great pirates is turbulent. If we strictly adhere to rules all the time, How can the soldiers below carry out justice freely? Sometimes, overly rigid rules can bind those who truly want to act. Sengoku furrowed his brow, his anger slightly subsiding, but his expression remained grave. He understood Tsuru's reasoning, but Navy discipline was equally important. Insurrection, regardless of the reason, was a challenge to Navy order. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. This matter is serious. Immediately convene a high-level meeting. Kizaru is patrolling the New World and cannot return. Notify Akainu and Akiji to gather in the conference room immediately. The orders were swiftly communicated. Soon, the atmosphere in the highest-level conference room of the Navy headquarters became solemn. The heavy conference room door was pushed open. Dressed in a bright red suit, with a stern expression and exuding a fiery aura, Akainu was the first to walk in. Following closely was Akiji, tall and wearing an eye patch, moving with a slightly lazy gait. The two highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji, took their seats on either side of the long table. Sengoku sat at the head, with Tsuru beside him. The meeting began. East Blue, Arlong Park. Smoker looked at Hawk with great interest. A lieutenant colonel from the Navy branch killed his direct superior? He already dismissed the rules, but he didn't expect that in this corner of the East Blue, there were even more ruthless individuals. Although he didn't know the specifics, looking at the corpses of fishmen scattered on the ground, the human-shaped bloodstain on the wall, and the colonel's uniform on the floor, along with what he heard about the 16th branch, Smoker had a rough idea. A corrupt superior colluding with pirates, directly cleaned up by a capable and decisive subordinate? Well done. This was definitely not in line with the rules set by the old men in the Navy. But I am Smoker, the man who dares to confront even the admiral. Navy rules? In my eyes, they are worthless. Hawk, you did well, but I didn't come here to applaud you. Just because you clean up the pirates in the East Blue, I've spent 3 months watching the sea in Lowtown, feeling the wind, and ponder my strategies. Today, I must cut down your arrogance. Thinking of this, Smoker's expression darkened, holding the cigar tighter, his gaze sharpening as he fixedly stared at Hawk. Colonel Smoker. It's Colonel Smoker, the White Hunter of Lowtown. The soldiers of the 16th branch recognized him and immediately became agitated, their faces showing tension and vigilance. A colonel from the headquarters. The officers from the headquarters and those from the branch are completely different concepts. His strength, status, and power far exceed that of the branch. Not to mention this man is known for his toughness and unpredictability. Oh no, Hawk personally killed Rat, and now Smoker has caught him red-handed. This is a serious problem. Insurrection is a crime that could send someone to a military court. No, even if he is a colonel from the headquarters, he cannot just take Hawk away. Rat was killed by the lieutenant colonel, but everyone here tacitly allowed it and even participated. If there is punishment, we all bear it together. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Major Dane stepped forward without hesitation, blocking Hawk. He straightened his chest, placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword, looking firmly into Smoker's eyes. As if receiving a silent command, the soldiers of the 16th branch almost simultaneously stepped forward. They gathered behind Dane, forming a human wall to protect Hawk. Their movements were coordinated, exuding a resolute momentum. The atmosphere instantly became heavy and tense. What do you want? Tashiji shouted sternly, gripping her sword hilt tightly, her eyes filled with anxiety under her glasses. The soldiers from Lowtown, who followed Smoker, also raised their weapons, warily eyeing the obviously hostile colleagues in front of them. Step by step, Hawk moved forward, his gaze calmly landing on Smoker's face. Smoker, the Navy's chief instructor, Zephyr's disciple, a friend of Admiral Akiji from the headquarters, the guardian of Lowtown, the gatekeeper from the East Blue to the Grand Line. Aside from being a bit weak, Smoker is a good Navy officer. Why is this guy, who should be in Lowtown, here in the waters of the 16th branch? Moreover, given his character, he should be too lazy to intervene in cleaning up a pest like Rat. But why does he have a stern face? Smoker looked at Hawk, then glanced at the soldiers behind him. United in their cause, his mouth twitched as if he wanted to say something. Just then, a rustling sound and muffled gasps came from the periphery of the park. Look, it's the Navy. Arlong Park has been destroyed. Is that Arlong? The villagers of Cocoa West Village, hearing the huge commotion from the park, gathered their courage and approached. When they saw the flattened Arlong Park, the scattered corpses of fishmen, and especially the lifeless Arlong on the wall, everyone was dumbfounded. After the shock, there was an incredible joy and excitement. Arlong is dead. We are saved. The nightmare that has loomed over them for years has finally shattered. Some brave villagers even cried out in excitement. Soon, the villagers' attention turned to the standoff between the two Navy factions. They saw the symbol of the headquarters, Smoker, and the soldiers of the 16th branch surrounding Hawk. Protect Lieutenant Colonel Hawk. Chapter 7. Smoker. What the hell, am I the bad guy now? The villagers of Cocoa West Village couldn't distinguish between the headquarters and the branch, nor could they recognize who the White Hunter was. But they know who treats them well. That young and cold face belongs to Colonel Hawk of the 16th Division. It was he who cleared this sea area of the evil pirates and returned the treasures stolen from them. It was he who maintained the peace of this sea. They once wondered why Colonel Hawk had not taken action against Arlong for so long, but when they witnessed the tense standoff before them, they understood the pressure from above that prevented Colonel Hawk from acting. Now, Colonel Hawk paid a great price, withstanding the pressure from above. To eliminate the root of the disaster, Arlong, for the villagers. Colonel Hawk. It was Colonel Hawk who killed Arlong. Colonel Hawk is a good Navy. The crowd erupted with grateful shouts, their eyes filled with trust and respect for Hawk. But in the next moment, the villagers' gaze turned towards Smoker and his crew, instantly filled with vigilance and even hostility. Where you Navy from? Don't touch Colonel Hawk. Colonel Hawk is our benefactor. Protect Colonel Hawk. The villagers surged forward with the simplest and most resolute will, using their bodies to shield Hawk and his soldiers behind them. Thud. Smoker watched the scene before him, his cigar dropping to the ground. He was stunned. This scene is not right. After being in the Navy for so many years, from headquarters to the East Blue, what kind of scenes had he not seen? He had encountered pirates who burned, killed, and looted, encountered vicious criminals, and seen Navy officers who were cowardly. But being pointed at by a group of people and treated as the bad guy, persecuting their benefactor, this was the first time. He had a reputation as the well-known, tough Navy officer, Mr. Smoker, in Logtown. Now, in the territory of the 16th Division, he had turned into the villain, a bad guy. Is this right? Is this right? Colonel. Next to him, Tashigi was also completely stunned, her mouth slightly open, her eyes wide behind her glasses. Her little head was struggling to comprehend. What was going on? She had never seen or heard of such a scene. The villagers actually took the initiative to confront another group of Navy to protect a Navy officer. Moreover, they had no weapons at all. They were the ones with real weapons. The consequences would be unimaginable if they started fighting. Tashigi instinctively looked at Hawk, who was protected behind the villagers. She heard very clearly that the villagers were shouting to protect Colonel Hawk. What on earth had this young Colonel Hawk done for these villagers? What kind of grace could make these simple people risk their lives to confront the Navy? Smoker bent down to pick up the cigar from the ground, too lazy to brush off the ash, and put it back in his mouth, taking a hard puff. He looked at the excited, angry, yet determined villagers before him. He watched them form a not-so-strong, easily breakable human wall with their bodies. He watched as they shielded the young colonel who had killed their superior behind them. No matter what methods Hawk used to gain the support of these people, the people cannot be wrong. If it were a few individuals who were deceived, that could be a trick. But now, the entire village had spontaneously stepped forward to defend him, which meant that from the villagers' perspective, what Hawk did was right. It was just. This scene of being wholeheartedly trusted and protected by the people was precisely what Kazan had always mentioned. Damn it, this kid really did a great job. Put down your weapons. Smoker raised his hand. We are not here to fight. The Navy from Logtown was taken aback and lowered their weapons. Colonel Hawk, let us talk. Smoker took a step forward, spreading his hands to show he meant no harm. Good. Hawk gently pushed aside the villagers in front of him, signaling them to be at ease. The villagers hesitated a bit, but seeing Hawk's calm eyes, they slowly parted to make a way. Hawk stepped out, standing in front of Smoker. The two were of similar height, but their auras were completely different. One was an experienced colonel from headquarters, exuding the aura of elite troops. The other was a rising star from the division, who had just completed a bloody purge with a restrained sharpness. Smoker extended his hand first. Navy Headquarters Colonel, Smoker. Hawk reached out to shake his hand, 16th Division Colonel, Ren Hawk. The two hands firmly clasped together. Oomph. The moment they shook hands, Smoker's eyes suddenly sharpened. The muscles in his arm quietly tensed. A heavy force was transmitted through their clasped hands to Hawk. You kid, decisive in killing. Able to win the hearts of the people, you've got some skills. But you shouldn't have stolen all the spotlight. I also need to save some face. Being pointed at by the people is a bad guy. I can't hit the people. Can I teach you a lesson? Prepare to receive some friendly guidance from your senior. Smoker snorted coldly in his heart, the pressure in his hand steadily increasing, like an iron hoop tightening. Hawk's brow moved slightly. He could clearly feel the pressure coming from Smoker's palm, like a vice grip. For an ordinary person, or even a typical Navy officer, this would be enough to make them grimace and bend over. Unfortunately, his current strength was that of a genuine elite, a rear admiral level. And Smoker could only reach the level of a headquarters colonel with the enhancement of his Logia smoke fruit. This level of strength was not enough to compare. Hawk's expression remained unchanged, gripping Smoker's hand with a bit more force. Not too much, just enough to offset Smoker's pressure. We are colleagues, and it wouldn't look good to make it too ugly. Smoker's expression changed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. His strength was like a cow sinking into the sea, failing to budge Hawk even a bit. Interesting. However, pure brute force is not enough. Smoker's unyielding determination surged. Almost instantly, he pushed the strength in his arm to the limit. The veins on his arm slightly bulged, like writhing earthworms. However, Hawk stood firm, easily neutralizing Smoker's explosive power. Smoker's brow furrowed even tighter. This kid has strength is unfathomable. With a thought, the edges of Smoker's palm began to blur, transforming into wispy, rising white smoke. The power of the smoke fruit activated. You think you can suppress a Logia with pure strength? Naive. Let your senior teach you what elementalization of a Logia fruit is. Hawk's eye sharpened. He actually used his fruit ability? Then I won't be polite either. With a thought, a jet black hue instantly spread from Hawk's palm, covering his entire hand. Deep, hard. Armament hockey. Hiss. Smoker's face changed drastically. His elementalized smoke hand seemed to hit an invisible steel wall. Not only could it not penetrate, but it was also firmly gripped by a more domineering force. A violent sense of compression and pain came instantly. This is impossible. Smoker's pupils contracted sharply, staring hard at the pitch-black metallic hue on Hawk's hand. Armament hockey. Chapter 8. Insulting authority. I still need to learn more from you, Smoker. Armament hockey. Smoker looked at Hawk's black arm, his face filled with shock. He came from the headquarters training camp and was too familiar with this kind of power. Armament hockey is a type of hockey that can enhance one's defensive and offensive power, and it can capture the flowing body of Logia users. This is one of the very effective means to deal with Logia users. This kind of strength is not uncommon in the Grand Line. But this is the East Blue, the so-called weakest sea, the East Blue. Hawk's grip was already astonishing, and he possessed such a refined and solid hockey. The color and intensity of this hockey are definitely not at a beginner's level. Is this really a lieutenant colonel from the 16th branch of the East Blue? Or is it some monster from the headquarters disguised as one? If every lieutenant colonel in the Navy branches had this kind of strength, the entire sea would have been completely conquered by the Navy long ago. Dasky was also stunned, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide under her glasses. Hockey? Lieutenant Colonel Hawk has mastered a level of hockey that even many officers at headquarters struggle to reach. Moreover, judging by Smoker's reaction, the strength of this hockey is not low. This is incredible. After collectively gasping in shock, the Navy soldiers of the 16th branch stood taller. They knew their lieutenant colonel was strong, but they had only heard of the term hockey in rumors. That was a power possessed only by the elite at headquarters. Lieutenant Colonel Hawk actually possesses such power. In an instant, the way the soldiers looked at Hawk could no longer be described as mere respect. It was a kind of almost fanatical trust and pride. No wonder the lieutenant colonel could kill the fishman Arlong with a single punch. It's an honor to follow such a commander. Ugh, the sharp pain in Smoker's wrist made the muscles in his face twitch. His elementalized arm, under the suppression of hockey, felt pain that pierced to the bone. He gritted his teeth against the pain and, with his other empty hand, struggled to pull out a cigar from his chest, offering it to Hawk. Want to try? A special cigar for the officers at headquarters. It's strong. Smoker took the initiative to be friendly, hoping to end this embarrassing situation. Thank you. Hawk politely accepted, taking the cigar with his free hand and putting it in his mouth. But the grip remained unchanged, steady and solid. Hey, just one? Ugh, Smoker gasped, feeling the bones in his wrist groan. He reached for another cigar and handed it to Hawk. Smoking two together is even stronger. Thank you. Hawk politely accepted the second cigar, placing both in his mouth. His pitch-black palm still held a firm grip. The taste in his mouth was indeed top-notch. But Smoker, this was initiated by you. I'm just retaliating passively. Is the fee for your actions and mental distress worth 2 cigars? Smoker felt like his hand was about to give out. He gritted his teeth, a clear look of pain on his face, and pulled out an entire box of cigars from his pocket, stuffing it into Hawk's arms. Here, take it all. It's all for the Navy brothers. No need to be polite. Thank you. Hawk finally showed a hint of a smile. The cigars were indeed quite nice. The pressure in his hand eased slightly. Smoker steeled himself, looking at Hawk's friendly smile, as if he saw the whisper of a devil. It couldn't stay like this any longer. Everyone was watching. It was he who felt embarrassed and pained. 1 box is too little, 5 boxes. He almost spat it out through clenched teeth. I don't have that many on me. I'll have someone bring them to you later. Don't be polite. Good brothers share blessings. Smoker's heart bled. 5 boxes. 5 boxes of specially supplied cigars from headquarters. That was a share for a month. It's all his fault for being impulsive and wanting to teach someone a lesson. Now, he had kicked a metal plate. This guy is not just a branch lieutenant colonel. He is clearly a monster disguised as one. It's better to lose money than to have a disaster. He could only accept defeat. Smoker, good brother. Hawk finally released his grip, smiling broadly, very grateful. He accepted the entire box of cigars that Smoker handed over, weighing it in his hand, satisfied as he tucked it into his pocket. Not bad, quite a harvest. These are specially supplied cigars for officers at headquarters, which cannot be bought on the market. Today, he had just had a friendly exchange with a colleague and got 5 boxes for free. Comfortable. Ugh. Smoker shook his numb and painful wrist, moving his fingers, and fished out a lighter from his pocket. Click. He lit his own cigar first, taking a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. Then he leaned over to light the 2 cigars in Hawk's mouth. Hoo-hoo. For a moment, the 2 old smokers simultaneously exhaled smoke. The rich cigar smoke swirling and rising between them. The previously tense atmosphere, almost ready for a fight, was instantly diluted. Folks, it's all good. Hawk turned to the still, tense villagers behind him, his voice calm and powerful. We're all Navy, brothers. There was just a bit of a misunderstanding earlier, but it's all cleared up now. Let us all head back to the village. We'll handle the situation here. The things that Arlong has plundered over the years will be returned to everyone as soon as the branch finishes counting and sorting. Everyone, don't worry. The villagers watched as Lieutenant Colonel Hawk and the imposing silver-haired Navy seemed to reach a truce, their worries gradually dissipating, turning into gratitude and relief. As long as Lieutenant Colonel Hawk was fine, everything was good. Good. We believe in Lieutenant Colonel Hawk. If Lieutenant Colonel Hawk says it's fine, it must be fine. Let us go back. Don't crowd around here and make things difficult for the Lieutenant Colonel. Go home, tell the villagers about Arlong's death, and then hold a banquet. Let us go. The villagers chattered and gradually dispersed, each returning home. Smoker silently watched this scene. He walked over to Hawk, his tone friendly. The death of a branch lieutenant colonel isn't a big deal in this sea. But the headquarters is likely to send someone to understand the situation and decide how to handle it. Moreover, Smoker pointed to the nearby cold corpse of the rat. Did you see the thing that fell out of him? A uniquely shaped den mushi lay quietly beside the pool of blood. An emergency den mushi, with a direct line to Marine headquarters. The headquarters might already know the specifics. Violating orders and murdering a direct superior, no matter how deserving of death the rat was. Once this crime was confirmed, there would be no escape from the military court. Thank you for the reminder. Hawk turned his head, meeting Smoker's gaze. However, Smoker, how many times have you violated orders? Chapter 9. The rat and Arlong died in a conflict over the distribution of spoils. I saw it with my own eyes. How many times have you violated orders? Hawk calmly countered, the meaning of his words crystal clear. Haven TU, Smoker, clashed with superiors and ignored rules many times? Have you ever gotten into trouble? Have you ever faced a military court? The corner of Smoker's mouth, holding the cigar, twitched. How many times have I violated orders? Indeed, I can't count them on both hands. Clashing with senior officials at headquarters, openly defying orders, even directly quitting. But I'm different. First, I haven't killed anyone. Second, I'm a disciple of Zifa, a friend of Kazan. I have a background. Heh, Smoker suddenly chuckled. No wonder. He figured it out. Rules? In this chaotic sea, while rules are indeed important, what is even more important? It's strength. This young guy at such a young age, in the weakest East Blue, can cultivate hockey. He killed the fishman Arlong, who had a bounty of 20 million, with a single punch. Facing a talent like Hawk, that old stubborn Sengoku might explode with rage over the disruption of rules. But he will ultimately prioritize the bigger picture. As long as the headquarters confirms this kid's strength and value, the punishment for this matter will likely be more noise than substance. Transferring him away from the East Blue is certain, but the punishment will probably be just SOSO. Moreover, a figure involuntarily surfaced in Smoker's mind. The man who emanated the heat of magma, with a cold gaze, who regarded absolute justice as his only creed. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, one of the 3 admirals and the highest combat power of the Navy. If Admiral Akainu knew about this matter, a young Navy officer who despises evil and is ruthless in his methods, killing a corrupt superior who colluded with pirates, this would simply be to the Admiral's taste. Damn it, Smoker cursed inwardly. Hawk, you brat, seemingly reckless and impulsive, directly killed your superior. In reality, have you already figured out the ropes within the Navy? Relying on your own formidable strength. Fearless. No wonder you aren't even a bit nervous. Smoker looked at Hawk's face, which had been overly calm from beginning to end, and muttered, so you were prepared all along. Hawk smiled slightly, which was a tacit acknowledgement. The Navy's rules? He certainly knew them. Violating the chain of command is indeed a serious crime. But the fact that a rat colluded with pirates, embezzled funds, is also true. Weighing both sides, the headquarters would not really bury a potential star for the sake of a mere pest. His own value was far beyond what a corrupt rat could tarnish. All right, now that I understand the situation. Smoker nodded, his gaze towards Hawk filled with much more recognition. This kid, despite his young age, is ruthless and yet extraordinarily strong. But his attitude towards the people is commendable. He witnessed the villagers defending him just now, and it was clear to him. A Navy officer who can win the hearts of the people is very to his liking. As for his attitude towards pirates and pests, he also has no fondness for those scum. I should leave now. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke, turned around, and prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at Hawk. Hawk, I'm curious. What is your justice? My justice? Hawk met Smoker's probing gaze, his eyes slightly narrowed. In his mind, the cold, prompt sound of the justice system seemed to still echo. The constantly decreasing countdown of survival had once been the sword hanging over his head. Justice? Initially, it was merely a bargaining chip for his survival. Killing evil, gaining justice points, exchanging them for survival days, and then living on. That was all. But in these 6 months, the Navy brothers who fought alongside him, their smiles when sharing spoils, the figures that stood in front of him without hesitation during conflicts, those who had everything taken away but regained it, filled with gratitude and caution in their eyes, and just now, the villagers of Cocoa West who, unarmed, formed a human wall, glaring angrily at the colonel of the headquarters just to protect their own people. When these simple faces stood in front of him, he had already been deeply moved. The corners of Hawk's mouth slightly rose. The thoughts in his heart were clearer and more resolute than ever. The justice of slaughter. Each word was deliberate, the voice steady yet resounding. My justice is the justice of slaughter. To slaughter and eradicate all evil. To uphold justice and ensure all goodness is upheld. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Smoker fell silent for a few seconds, then burst into hearty laughter. He looked deeply at Hawk, as if wanting to engrave this young, yet determined face into his mind. Then he said no more. Accompanied by the complex-faced Tashiji and the Navy from Roadtown, he turned and left the ruins of Arlong Park. Watching Smoker's departing figure, the tense nerves of the soldiers from the 16th branch finally relaxed. Many let out long sighs, their backs already soaked with cold sweat. Just now, they were truly prepared to confront the colonel of the headquarters head-on. Thankfully, no conflict occurred. Hawk watched Smoker and his group completely disappear from view before slowly turning around. Dane, yes, Major, clean up the scene and handle bodies. Notify the branch logistics to quickly tally the treasures plundered from Arlong, returning 70% to the people of Cocoa West and nearby islands. The remaining 20% should be distributed to the brothers who participated in the operation as soon as possible. Yes, Major. Major Dane took the orders and immediately turned to command the soldiers, cleaning up the bodies and transporting the goods. The Navy soldiers began to work busily and orderly across the ruins of Arlong Park. Hawk lit a cigar sponsored by Smoker. He glanced at the system panel. Current host remaining justice points, 3,024 points. Remaining survival days, 3,650 days. Killing Arlong and the rat earned him 3,000 justice points. Not bad. Next, it's time to wait for the headquarters reaction. Hopefully, nothing unexpected will occur. Swish. On the Navy warship leaving the waters of the 16th branch, Smoker stood at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his silver hair, the words justice on his cape fluttering. He took out a din-din mushy and directly dialed. Beep beep. This is the headquarters communications department. Please state your identity and reason. Admiral Smoker. Reporting the death of Colonel Rat from the East Sea 16th branch. The details are as follows. Smoker paused. When I arrived at Cocoa West, the scene was already a mess. Colonel Rat of the East Sea 16th branch and the fisherman pirate Arlong had a fierce clash over the distribution of embezzled funds from their long-term cooperation. The signs of battle were evident, with heavy casualties on both sides. The final result was that both Rat and Arlong suffered mutual destruction. Major Ren Hawk of the 16th branch arrived promptly after the battle ended, quickly took control of the situation, and exterminated the remaining members of the Arlong pirates. He timely protected the safety of local civilians and upheld the justice of the Navy. Report complete. There was silence on the other end of the din-din mushy for a while, seemingly digesting the report that was completely different from the content of the emergency call. Colonel Smoker, this greatly differs from the urgent message we received. Shut up. Smoker emphasized his tone. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Tell Kazan. What I saw is the truth. Chapter 10, I want to see for myself what kind of justice he practices. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Communications Department. Tell Kazan. What I saw is the truth. Click. The din-din mushy was hung up roughly. The communications officer, holding the receiver, had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Colonel Smoker's report differed greatly from the content of the previous emergency call. One claimed a major below the colonel killed a superior. The other stated the superior colluded with pirates, leading to a violent internal conflict. And the major cleaned up the mess, turning the tide. Which one is true? Forget it. Just submit it to the higher-ups. Let the marshal and those bigwigs worry about it. In the high-level conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Sengoku sat in the main seat, his face dark. Vice Admiral Tsuru sat beside him, looking calm. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki and Admiral Kazan Akiji each took their seats. Sengoku surveyed the Navy High Command present, suppressing his anger. The situation, I believe, is already clear. Colonel Ren Hawk of the East Sea 16th branch openly killed his direct superior. Rat was corrupt, colluded with pirates, and exploited civilians. With irrefutable evidence, such a pest must be eliminated. However, the method of elimination was wrong. The Navy has rules and regulations. There are inspection departments. When did it become the responsibility of a branch major to impose private punishment? If that is the case, where is the Navy's discipline? At this moment, Sakazuki, who had been silently reviewing the report, slowly raised his head. Marshal Sengoku. His voice was cold and hard, like solidified lava. I don't think that the young man named Hawk has any fault. The Navy, which colludes with pirates like rats, has long tarnished the name of justice and is not worth mourning. Hawk eliminated the internal evil in the most direct and effective way. This itself is a manifestation of justice. Sakazuki's gaze became fiery, and his tone was resolute. Complete justice means burning all evil, whether it comes from within or without, to ashes. I appreciate Hawk's approach. This is the decisiveness that the Navy should have. Sakazuki. Sengoku glared at Akainu, staring at him. Are you condoning insubordination? If everyone is like this, where is the command system of the Navy? Sakazuki met Sengoku's gaze unwaveringly. If the Navy's command system is filled with pests like rats, then it's better not to have such a command system. Sakazuki. Sengoku was furious. You are too extreme. The two faced off, and the air in the conference room was instantly ignited, the temperature rising sharply. Talp. Admiral Tsuru, who had been sitting quietly, gently tapped the tabletop. The crisp sound interrupted the intense argument between the two men. All right, both of you say less. Her gaze did not linger on the arguing men, but slowly shifted to the other end of the conference table. There, an unusually tall figure was slumped against the back of his chair. Admiral Akiji Kazan. He had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, with a steady and long breath, as if he had already entered dreamland. Kazan sensed Tsuru's gaze. His head moved slightly, and his eyelids fluttered. Asleep? What a joke. He's not like that lazy guy, Borisolino. He was just too lazy to get involved. The O'Hara incident changed too many things, including the burning justice he once upheld. Now this laid-back justice is quite good. Just then, knock. The door of the conference room was gently knocked on, and a soldier from the communications department quickly entered. Report. The soldier saluted. Regarding the death of Colonel Rat from the East Sea Branch 16, Colonel Smoker has just sent his on-site investigation report. Sengoku said in a deep voice, Speak. The soldier did not dare to slack off and reported at a rapid pace. Colonel Smoker reported that when he arrived at the scene, he found Colonel Rat engaged in a fierce fight with the pirate Arlong over the distribution of stolen money. Ultimately, both Rat and Arlong perished together. Lieutenant Commander Ren Hawk from Branch 16 arrived in time to lead a team to eliminate the remnants of the pirate crew, ensuring the safety of the people and upholding justice. Report concluded. The soldier's voice fell, and a brief, eerie silence enveloped the conference room. The veins on Sengoku's forehead throbbed violently. Smoker, that bastard. How dare he so boldly fabricate facts? Sakazuki's originally cold facial lines softened slightly for a moment. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, then quickly disappeared. Kazan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. His gaze fixed on the communications soldier, clearly interested in what Smoker had said. Admiral Akiji. The communications soldier felt Kazan's gaze and recalled Smoker's last words, stammering slightly. Kazan saw his difficulty and gestured for him to continue. The communications soldier took a deep breath and succinctly repeated. Colonel Smoker said to tell Kazan, what I saw is the truth. Kazan's mouth curled up in a low chuckle, muttering, Smoker, you guy. This is getting interesting. Ren Hawk, huh? What could a lieutenant commander of a branch have done to make Smoker go out of his way to pass a message? You have to know that this old friend of mine is quite proud and doesn't speak easily. Since Smoker has spoken up, then I should help. Tsuru, holding a teacup, glanced at Kazan from the corner of her eye. Everyone in the higher echelons of the Navy knows that Smoker has been Kazan's friend for many years. He can repeatedly confront superiors, causing a lot of trouble, and ultimately only be sent to the East Sea's gate town of Logtown, not without Kazan's subtle influence in the background. This obviously biased report is likely to sway Kazan's attitude. Sure enough, Kazan stood up, looking at Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Well, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it seems this matter is not so simple. Although that guy Smoker is a bit of a jerk, his perspective on things is quite good. He says Lieutenant Commander Hawk was the one who came in to clean up the mess. Perhaps that's really the case? Kazan. Sengoku looked at this admiral, who always lacked motivation, and now he was also speaking up, causing the veins on his forehead to throb even more. One Sakazuki was already enough to give him a headache, and now even Kazan was getting involved. He scanned the conference room. Sakazuki had a clear appreciation. Kazan was also obviously biased, and even Tsuru inclined towards clarifying the facts rather than immediately condemning. As the fleet admiral, even if he was furious, he could not ignore the opinions of the two admirals and the staff. Huh. Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressing his boiling anger, and said in a deep voice, "Since Smoker has presented a different report, we cannot convict based on one-sided words. The headquarters will send personnel to East C Branch 16 to thoroughly investigate this matter. We must uncover all the truths." As soon as he finished speaking, Admiral Sakazuki's voice rang out. He looked at Sengoku, his eyes fiery. "I want to go. I'm very interested in this young man named Ren Hawk. I want to see for myself what kind of justice he upholds." Chapter 11. Marine Hawk applies to join the war at Marineford. The morning light broke through the night's cover in the East Sea. East Sea Branch 16. The headquarters orders had arrived. Lieutenant Commander Ren Hawk of East Sea Branch 16 is to be suspended and must not leave the branch. Special personnel from the headquarters will arrive to thoroughly investigate the matter of Colonel Rat's death. All matters of Branch 16 are temporarily entrusted to Major Dane. The cold orders cast an invisible shadow over the branch. A sense of unease lingered in the air. However, on the training grounds, the Navy soldiers continued their daily morning exercises. This was a habit that Hawk had instilled in them. Everyone had experienced the benefits of morning training. Casualties in the pursuit of pirates had decreased, and the trust of the people had increased. In an office within the branch, Hawk stood by the window, calmly watching outside. On the training grounds, uniform drills were underway. At the front of the training team was Major Dane, who was temporarily in charge of Branch 16's affairs. He seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head, making eye contact with Hawk by the window. Dane's movement halted abruptly. Snap! He straightened his body and, with a standard military salute, solemnly saluted the direction of Hawk. Sunlight streamed onto his face, and the young face was filled with determination and admiration. Dane's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to a few months ago. At that time, he was just an ordinary young man from a fishing village, living a peaceful and monotonous life. Until the pirates came, the Black Skull flag tore apart the tranquility of the fishing village. Flames, cries, despair. Everything he was familiar with was ruthlessly destroyed that day. His parents fell in a pool of blood, and he almost got buried in the sea of flames. It was Brother Hawk who arrived in time and saved him. After that massacre-like battle ended, everything Dane had was gone. His home was lost, and his loved ones were gone. All that remained was the lonely him, standing amidst the ruins, looking around in confusion. With no one to rely on, he ultimately chose to follow his savior and join the Navy. He sought revenge, but more importantly, he wanted to repay his debt of gratitude. From that day on, he silently vowed to follow in Brother Hawk's footsteps and send all the scum ravaging the seas straight to hell. During the subsequent training, he gradually revealed his talent for swordsmanship. The cold blade seemed to become an extension of his body. Dane fell in love with swordsmanship, with that ultimate focus and power. Hawk saw his passion and potential. After a mission to eradicate pirates, Hawk used his rightful share of the spoils to obtain a real famous sword for him. Done, eh? This is a good sword, a good quality sword with 50 craftsmanship, Nightcom. Although it's just a good quality sword now. The sword's power comes from the person who wields it. I believe that in the future, it will be elevated to one of the supreme great swords with 12 craftsmanship because of you. From that day on, Nightcom never left Dane's side. The sword is here, and so is the person. The glaring sunlight pulled Dane back from his memories. He saw Hawk nod slightly at him before turning and walking away from the window. Dane silently retracted his hand from the salute, the light in his eyes becoming even more resolute, and he turned to continue his training. The collective shout of all present grew louder. Hawk returned to his office chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. His gaze unintentionally caught a glimpse of the calendar on the table. In the blink of an eye, it had been 6 months. In the blink of an eye, it had been 6 months since he crossed into the pirate world. At first, every day he opened his eyes, he worried about his survival days. Slowly, the days of survival began to accumulate. To enhance his strength and kill pirates more efficiently, he started using justice points to grow stronger. For the past 6 months, he had either been killing pirates or on his way to kill pirates. There was almost no time to sit down and think quietly like this. It was time to properly plan for his future. Hawk picked up a pen and began to write, filtering his thoughts as he wrote. He wrote down 3 words: survival, strengthening, goals. Survival was no longer an imminent issue for him. Accumulate enough justice points, stick to the 10-year plan, and steadily increase the days. Strengthening. He was clear about his own talent. He had a bit, but not much. Compared to true super monsters, he was far behind. Therefore, for strengthening, he needed the system to enhance his power. Hawk continued to write, organizing his current abilities. Ren Hawk, observation hockey, intermediate, armament hockey, intermediate, physical strength, intermediate, martial arts, fist intermediate, conqueror's hockey, unawakened. Remaining justice points, 3,024 points. Remaining survival days, 3,650 days. Observation hockey, armament hockey, physical strength, martial arts, conqueror's hockey. 5 abilities. Now, apart from conqueror's hockey, the other 4 abilities were all at the intermediate level. To upgrade these 4 abilities from intermediate to advanced requires 10,000 justice points. From advanced to top level requires 100,000 points. From top level to ceiling requires 1,000,000 points. Conqueror's hockey, as a king's qualification, requires 10 times the justice points for promotion compared to other abilities. After accumulating enough justice points, he must enhance his conqueror's hockey. After all, as Kaido said, only hockey surpasses everything. Therefore, both survival and strengthening require justice points. One is to increase survival days, and the other is to enhance strength. If he wanted to become a 5-dimensional ceiling and immortal in this sea, he would need a massive amount of justice points. Fortunately, there were enough evils in this sea. As long as he stabilized his development and took his time, justice points would not be lacking. He had calculated that the justice points provided by the justice system were closely tied to the bounties currently offered by the Navy. For example, Arlong's bounty was 20 million berries, which could yield 2,000 justice points. If it weren't for being a pirate, it was linked to the evil he had committed. Therefore, the acquisition of justice points could be divided into pirates and non-pirates. For non-pirates, the true evil in this sea was the world government. They were the true source of all suffering and chaos in this world, acting in the name of order and justice while committing vile acts. The so-called order is the privilege of the celestial dragons riding on the heads of the masses, wantonly depriving others of life and dignity. The so-called justice is the violent justice that maintains this rotten rule and suppresses all voices of resistance. Thus, the world government and its loyal lackeys, institutions, celestial dragons, god knights, Gorosei, and Emu. Killing them would yield justice points. However, his current strength and influence were still insufficient. He needed to wait a bit longer. As for pirates, it was now the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar. The pattern of the 4 emperors in the New World had already solidified. And a year later, in 1520, a world-shaking war that would change the pattern of the sea would erupt. The Marineford War. Hawk's gaze turned to the window, where a flame named Slaughter ignited deep within his pitch-black eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. I absolutely cannot miss this. Chapter 12. Sorry, Whitebeard. This amount of justice points is just too much. Marineford War. Hawk looked out the window. In his mind, the details of that war surfaced. The fuse of the war stemmed from the defeat and capture of man. Port Gas D. Ace. Ace was the biological son of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. At the same time, he was also one of the 4 emperors in the New World, the captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The incident began when the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Thatch, was killed by his subordinate Marshal D. Teach. After obtaining the dark fruit, Teach betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates. This violated the Whitebeard Pirates' only ironclad rule against killing comrades. As Thatch's friend, Ace pursued Teach. A fateful chase thus began. Ultimately, on Bonero Island, the two engaged in a fierce battle. The result, as everyone knows, was Ace's defeat and capture. Subsequently, Teach handed Ace over to the Navy headquarters as a bargaining chip to gain the position of a warlord of the sea. After obtaining Ace, the bloodline of the Pirate King, the headquarters quickly made a decision. They would publicly execute Ace in Marineford. The purpose, first, to demonstrate the Navy's majesty and power to the world, deterring the increasingly rampant pirates. Second, and most importantly, to lure Whitebeard to the headquarters. At that time, the Navy would exert all its efforts to completely destroy the Whitebeard pirates, the colossal force that had occupied the New World for decades. Hawk retracted his distant gaze and lit a cigar. He had to participate in this war. First, the Navy headquarters would issue a draft order. The elite forces from the headquarters and various branches would be dispatched to Marineford, with his current status as an elite rear admiral. Unless he laid down his weapons and returned to civilian life, he would definitely be among those drafted. Second, even if the headquarters did not draft him, he would still go to the headquarters, because this was his best opportunity to soar to great heights. The Marineford War was a feast for him to harvest massive justice points. It should be known that in the Marineford War, the Navy's opponent is the entire Whitebeard pirates. The man once known as the strongest in the world, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Whitebeard's bounty is a staggering 5,460,000 berries. 5 billion berries equate to 500,000 points of justice. Just Whitebeard alone is worth 500,000 points of justice. And under his command are those captains of the divisions who dominate the New World. The 1st Division Captain, Marco the Phoenix. The 2nd Division Captain, Portgas the Ace. The 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jozu. And the 5th Division Captain, Bista the Flower Sword. Each of these individuals is a top-tier pirate with bounties starting in the hundreds of millions of berries. The total bounty of all members of the Whitebeard pirates is roughly estimated to be no less than 10 billion berries. This means over 1 million points of justice. As long as I can seize the opportunity during the Marineford War and operate cleverly, I can take off right from where I am. This enormous amount of justice points is enough to elevate one of my abilities to the ceiling level of this world. Alternatively, I could also enhance multiple abilities to top tier, resulting in a qualitative leap in my overall combat power. Even if I don't use these justice points to enhance my strength, 1 million points of justice translates to 1 million days of survival. An ordinary person's life is merely around 30,000 days. 1 million days is nearly eternal life. Who? Whitebeard. Hawk muttered softly, "You are indeed one of the relatively less evil among these ruthless pirates. Loyalty and family above all. These qualities are commendable in ordinary people. But I'm sorry, evil is ultimately evil. Pirates are ultimately pirates. And this amount of justice points is simply too much." He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The white smoke curled up, obscuring the hard contours of his face. "At most, I will ensure that all of you from the Whitebeard pirates go down together, reunited in hell, continuing to be the harmonious family you are." The smoke spilled from his lips, carrying a hint of playfulness. "If you find it boring down there, I will use the justice points you contributed to send Shanks and Kaido down as well. By then, the 4 emperors of hell will be gathered together. Just perfect for a game of mahjong." Bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Hawk's voice was flat. Major Dane pushed the door open, his expression serious. There were only the 2 of them in the office, and Dane directly addressed him. "Brother, the officer sent from headquarters has confirmed." Who is it?" Dane took a deep breath and replied in a low voice, "It's Admiral Akainu." Upon hearing this, Hawk was initially taken aback. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a grin, which grew larger until it transformed into a satisfied smile. "Good. If it's Admiral Akainu," he said loudly, his tone carrying a hint of ease and certainty. "It's settled. If it's Akainu Sakazuki who has come, then the worst-case scenario, such as being escorted to a military court for severe punishment, definitely won't happen. The rats, those pests colluding with pirates and preying on the villages, will undoubtedly get what they deserve in the eyes of Admiral Akainu, who enforces absolute justice. Cleaning up the house with my own hands, although the means might be somewhat overstepping and against the rules, undoubtedly aligns with the justice that Akainu recognizes. There's a high probability that I can retain my position as a lieutenant colonel in the branch. There's a small chance I might even seize the opportunity to get promoted and transferred to another sea as a colonel." "Very good." Hawk looked at Dane, his smile fading slightly, and his tone returning to its usual calmness. "Then we will wait for Admiral Akainu's arrival." He paused and added, "The daily training in the branch must not be slackened in the slightest." "Yes, brother." Dane turned and left to carry out his orders. Although he is now the nominal highest officer of the 16th branch, In his heart, his brother will always be his brother. Whatever Hawk says, he will do. A regular Navy warship from headquarters was cutting through the calm sea, slowly sailing into this weakest of seas. The ship was ordinary, but the man standing at the bow made this warship extremely extraordinary. He stood with his arms crossed, his figure as steady as a mountain, despite the cool sea breeze. He exuded a visible scorching heat. One of the Navy's top combat powers, Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, has arrived in the East Sea, the weakest of seas. Akainu turned and ordered, "Take down the Navy's flag. I want to see just how weak the pirates of the East Sea can be." Yes. Chapter 13, Akainu. I think the branch in the East Sea can be withdrawn. Bang. The office door was gently closed, and Dane returned to the training ground to continue training. Hawk resumed the line of thought that had been interrupted earlier. Interesting. He had just been plotting to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates during the Marineford War. Now, the Marineford War was about to begin. During the Marineford War, the Navy gathered all its elite from both headquarters and branches. The reason it was still such a tough battle in the original work was ultimately due to the three top combat powers of the Navy. One was slacking off. One had let a vast ocean go, and only Admiral Akainu fought with full force. But this time, it will be different. I will be participating in the battle. Sorry, Admiral Akainu. This time, the Marineford War is not just your stage. Therefore, I must ensure that the Marineford War happens. Hawk pondered, actually, the Marineford War is bound to happen. Blackbeard killed Thatch and took the dark fruit. Ace, as Thatch's friend, would never give up the pursuit. Whitebeard himself would not allow such trampling of his iron rules. This point has already been demonstrated in the original work. Shanks, another emperor of the sea and a user of the face fruit, personally went to Whitebeard's ship to persuade him, but it ended in failure. If the face fruit was ineffective, then I need not go out of my way. I should focus on enhancing my strength. Once Admiral Akainu arrives, I will first apply for a transfer away from the East Sea, whether to the North Sea, South Sea, or even to a branch in the first half of the Grand Line is fine. The key is to leave this newbie village of the East Sea and go to a broader stage to accumulate strength and continue to grow stronger. Then, quietly wait for the arrival of the grand stage of the Marineford War. Who? Hawk extinguished the burnt-out cigar in the ashtray with his fingers. His gaze returned to the paper on the desk that outlined his plans. The last word was goal. To be honest, when I first arrived in this pirate world, I had no clear goals. My only thought at that time was to survive. I desperately killed pirates to obtain justice points in exchange for survival days. After surviving, the instinct to survive drove me to become stronger, because only by becoming stronger could I live more safely and comfortably and live better. And now, when survival is no longer an imminent threat, and when my strength is steadily improving as I begin to have the capacity to observe this world, my goals have gradually become clearer. The experiences of these 6 months have made me deeply realize that most of the people in this world are quite simple. They know clearly and distinctly who treats them well and who is genuinely protecting them. When Colonel Smoker from headquarters appeared with inexplicable hostility, the villagers of Cocoa West would unhesitatingly stand in front of me. Those angry and determined faces, those heartfelt cries of "Protect Lieutenant Colonel Hawk," still echo in my ears. As they eradicate evil, gain justice points, and continuously grow stronger, perhaps they can start to change this twisted world little by little, beginning with those around them. Let the oppressed good people truly stand tall and bask in the sunlight. Let the wicked tyrants be exposed wherever they go, completely vanquished. Hawk slowly stood up and walked to the window, looking at the playground once again. Under the sunlight, the Navy soldiers of the 16th Division stood in neat rows, their shouts echoing through the air. Watching these brothers, who had gradually transformed under his leadership, Hawk recalled not long ago when they not only stood in front of him, but also took on the blame for killing the rat together. A strong sense of confidence surged in his heart. He was certain that as long as he raised his arm and shouted, "I'm done with this. Are there any brothers willing to follow me?" These brothers, who had fought bloodily alongside him, would undoubtedly hesitate not to take off their Navy uniforms. Then, they would follow him, carving a bloody path across the sea, just like in the original story, where the revered instructor Zephyr, who refused to kill generals, ultimately betrayed the Navy out of despair. His students chose to follow their teacher, and his subordinates would follow him, their commander. This is the bond of passionate blood. Hawk slowly clenched his fists, the joints making a slight cracking sound. It felt really good. Meanwhile, a ship without a Navy flag was cutting through the waves of the East Sea. The ship's body was disguised, erasing all obvious markings of the Navy headquarters, sailing silently like an ordinary armed merchant vessel. On the ship's deck, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Akainu stood with his arms crossed, his face as grim as water. He was deep in confusion. It had already been half a day. Not a single suspicious ship had appeared on the sea. Where had the pirates of the East Sea gone? Where are they? Come out, and let me see your strength. The elite Navy officers accompanying him all held their breaths, consciously softening the sound of their footsteps on the deck, afraid of attracting Akainu's attention. Look at how angry Admiral Akainu is. East Sea pirates, hurry up and come out. Please come out. Come out and calm the Admiral's anger. Otherwise, today's training will be doubled. Finally, Akainu couldn't hold back any longer. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, investigate. Yes. Soon, the encrypted communication lines connected to the Navy headquarters. The transmission of information was efficient and rapid. When the messenger returned to the deck, his face bore a strange seriousness. He carefully handed a summary of intelligence to Sakazuki. Admiral Akainu, the headquarters intelligence department has compiled the recent anti-piracy reports from all divisions in the East Sea while investigating the case of Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division. The intelligence shows that all recorded, somewhat organized pirate groups in the East Sea, including those with bounties exceeding 10 million berries, have been eradicated by Colonel Ren Hawk of the 16th Division. It can be said that there are almost no organized pirate activities left in the entire East Sea. What? On the deck, the elite Navy officers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. The East Sea is the hometown of Vice Admiral Garp. That naval hero clears out emerging pirates every time he returns to the East Sea on vacation. This is a well-known secret within the Navy. Therefore, the pirates in the East Sea are the least threatening among the four seas. But the problem is that Vice Admiral Garp hasn't taken a vacation recently. The East Sea has been cleared. Moreover, the executor is the very subject of this review, Colonel Ren Hawk. A division colonel leading a division's forces has completely cleared the East Sea. Is that reasonable? Are you sure you're not a headquarters colonel? No. Even a headquarters colonel couldn't do that. Smoker is a headquarters colonel, and he hasn't been reported to have completely cleared the East Sea. Akainu turned around and took the intelligence summary, all of his previous anger dissipating. Ren Hawk has cleaned up the entire East Sea? Interesting. Very interesting. Chapter 14. Admiral. We're here for an inspection, not for recruitment. Akainu flipped open the intelligence summary sent from headquarters. The intelligence showed that in just 6 months, Colonel Ren Hawk had stirred up a bloody storm in the East Sea. The report listed a long string of pirate group names, from those with bounties in the millions to pirate leaders with bounties of 10 million berries. Every name was followed by a cleared label, with no exceptions. The report mentioned that the name Blood Eagle came from Colonel Hawk's thunderous methods. Any pirate group targeted by him faced only one outcome: annihilation. No survivors, no accepting surrenders. His brutal style and ruthless means made all pirates in the East Sea tremble in fear. Indeed, Akainu's fingertips lingered on the words annihilation. He nodded slightly in agreement. Complete justice. This is the justice he upholds, leaving no room for error, uprooting all evil. He didn't care what methods Hawk used, nor did he care whether he adhered to the Navy's regulations. What he cared about was the result. The result was that the pirates of the East Sea had been eradicated. The result was that the corrupt colonel colluding with pirates had been eliminated. The result was that the East Sea had been cleaned up once again under Hawk's iron-fisted rule. This approach was rough, direct, and somewhat against the rules, but effective, very effective. A faint sound of dissatisfaction escaped from Akainu's throat. This is the era of great pirates. Pirates are rampant, and evil is rampant. To think that such an excellent naval officer as Hawk had to be reviewed for the sake of tedious Navy regulations? Ridiculous. What he needed was not some damn review. What he needed was a promotion, a raise, to be granted greater power and more forces. Then, to go to a broader stage and continue his righteous cause of eradicating pirates. Review? Nonsense. The review has already passed. During Colonel Ren Hawk's tenure at the 16th Division, he strictly implemented the Navy's justice beliefs. This admiral suggests a direct promotion. Ren Hawk, I kinda chewed on this name again. Very good. You kid have done very well. If there were more decisive people like you in the Navy, how could this chaotic sea not be swept clean? This trip to the East Sea has not been in vain. Akainu turned around and issued orders to the soldiers behind him. Rehang the Navy flag. Full speed ahead. Destination, the 16th Division. Yes. Also, prepare the documents for my special promotion recommendation. Yes. The Navy flag was once again fluttering in the wind. The warship cut through the sea surface, heading at full speed towards the 16th Division. At the 16th Division's training ground, the sun scorched the earth, and the air was filled with heat. Soldiers were conducting their routine afternoon training, their shouts shaking the sky. Suddenly, in the distant horizon, a tiny black dot, almost imperceptible, was rapidly approaching at an astonishing speed. Akainu, stepping lightly, hovered above the 16th Division. He crossed his arms and looked down at the Navy soldiers still training below. The morale of these soldiers below is quite good. The ranks are neat, the movement's fierce, and there's a faint aura of battle-hardened killing intent. Are these the soldiers of the division? Are you sure they are not the elite from headquarters? Interesting. Akainu's mouth curled into a smirk, his mood quite good. Then, let me personally test the caliber of this 16th branch and see how it truly is. Boom! Akainu's right arm suddenly swelled without warning. Deep red, scalding magma quickly covered his entire arm, making bubbling sounds. The air distorted due to the extreme heat, and a blinding light burst from the center of his fist. Great eruption. Without hesitation, Akainu punched out a mini lava fist, 3 meters in diameter, trailed by long black smoke. Ruthlessly smashed down towards the center of the 16th branch's training ground. Wherever the lava giant fist passed, the air ignited, producing a violent explosion. Hearing the sound, Dane suddenly looked up and saw the incoming lava fist. Enemy attack. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he shouted loudly. Almost simultaneously, the Navy soldiers of the 16th branch displayed astonishing reaction speed and ironclad discipline. No panique, no retreat. First squad, defensive stance. Brace for impact. Second and third squads, disperse to the sides. Prepare for fire suppression. Medical team, fall back and stand by. Command after command quickly issued from the mouths of the officers, and the soldiers moved like the wind, orderly and efficient. Charge! The frontline soldiers roared, slamming their specially made alloy shields down. They sank their bodies, forming a steel defense line. The lava giant fist, with its destructive momentum, crashed down. Bang! The shield formation of the first squad melted and deformed upon contact with the extreme heat. Several soldiers groaned, blood oozing from their mouths and noses, sliding backward from the massive impact. But they gritted their teeth and held their ground. Not a single person retreated a step. The might of the lava fist diminished slightly, but it still bore terrifying heat and impact, continuing to press down. Just then, clang! A clear sound of a blade echoed through the training ground. Dane's figure flashed out, and his famous sword, Yagami, drew a cold arc in the air. One sword style Iato. The bright blade flashed and accurately struck the already weakened lava giant fist. Sizzle, like a hot knife through butter. The lava fist, under Dane's slash, was split in two and exploded. Fiery magma chunks flew everywhere, creating scorched pits on the ground, billowing thick smoke. Thud! A figure descended from the sky, landing steadily on the edge of the training ground. Akainu calmly looked at the 16th branch soldiers before him, who, although somewhat disheveled, maintained their formation and vigilance. And Dane, who stood holding his sword, his breath slightly unsteady. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Very good. This is... When the soldiers saw the face of the newcomer and the admiral's insignia on his shoulder, representing one of the Navy's highest combat powers, everyone was struck with shock. It's Admiral Akainu. Dane took a deep breath, sheathing his sword, and quickly stepped forward, standing at attention before Akainu. Admiral Akainu, Major Dane, under Colonel Hawk of the East Sea 16th Branch. Saluting you. He performed a standard naval salute. Saluting you. Behind him, all the Navy soldiers of the 16th Branch saluted in unison, their voices loud. Do you want to come under my command? Huh? Dane suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. The expressions of the 16th Branch soldiers also froze in an instant. The elite Navy that had just arrived from headquarters were collectively dumbfounded, jaws dropping. No, Admiral, weren't we here for inspection? How did it turn into a recruitment? Chapter 15 Hawk. I still have a direct promotion slot to Brigadier General of the headquarters in my hands. For a moment, the training ground was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Dane and the soldiers of the 16th Branch were completely stunned. Admiral Akainu was not here to inspect Colonel Hawk. How did the conversation shift to recruiting them under the Admiral? What about Colonel Hawk? In an instant, countless thoughts swirled in the soldiers' minds. On one side was the direct recruitment from the highest combat power of the Navy's headquarters, representing supreme glory and a bright future. On the other side was Colonel Hawk, who led them out of difficulties, gave them dignity and power, and was deeply loved and followed by them. If Colonel Hawk doesn't go, they don't want to go either. Akainu captured the unmasked hesitation on Dane and the others' faces. His interest in meeting Hawk increased. This kid not only cleared pirates with a thunderous method, but also trained a group of branch soldiers to be so excellent. What is more, this power to unite people is rare. After all, he is an admiral of the Navy headquarters, promising favorable treatment and status from the headquarters. These branch soldiers are actually hesitating? The Navy from headquarters accompanying Akainu also dared not breathe loudly, eyes fixed on the ground. The Admiral's personal recruitment. And the branch soldiers are still hesitating. If it were them, they wouldn't hesitate at all. A second of hesitation would be disrespectful to the treatment and status of the headquarters. Where's Colonel Hawk? Akainu's gaze swept over the branch soldiers before him. Although these soldiers' strength could not compare to the elite of the headquarters, they did not scatter or flee in the face of his casual mini-meteor volcano attack. Instead, they instinctively formed a formation, attempting to resist. This response, when faced with absolute power, their fearless courage, and the discipline ingrained in their bones. Very good. Strength can be gradually improved over time. Armament haki, observation haki, all can be mastered and refined through hard training. But discipline and military ethics, this is what the Navy currently lacks the most. Look at those two guys at headquarters. One is always slacking off, truly terrifying, never putting in effort if he can avoid it. The other is even worse, saying, "Oh, what a great weather for a nap," completely losing his fighting spirit. The future of the Navy cannot rely on those two useless people. If this group of kids joins the headquarters, they will surely inject a new vitality into the lethargic headquarters. This is the main reason he spoke to recruit them. Although you kids are hesitant, but it's okay. As long as I can get that kid named Hawk, by then, every single one of you will have to obediently follow me. Admiral Akainu. Colonel Hawk has been waiting in the office for a long time. Please follow me. Dane jolted back to his senses and respectfully led the way ahead. Akainu followed the headquarters Navy. Inside the office, Hawk was flipping through a book about the Grand Line's current flow charts. Thud! Heavy and orderly footsteps sounded outside the door. Then, the door was pushed open. A lava-like scorching aura surged in first. Akainu's tall figure appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing the visitor, Hawk immediately stood up and performed a standard naval salute. Admiral Akainu. Akainu slightly nodded, showing no extra expression, and walked straight to the main seat, sitting down imposingly. Colonel Hawk, I have a basic understanding of the situation on the way here. The so-called inspection is just a formality. He leaned forward slightly, staring at Hawk now. Colonel Hawk, tell me, what is your justice? He wanted to use this to judge the young man who had stirred up the winds and clouds of the East Sea. Justice is the creed of the Navy. Every Navy has their own sense of justice. Hawk wanted to see what kind of justice Akainu was advocating. Report to Admiral Akainu, he said, facing Akainu's gaze, which seemed capable of burning through one's heart. Hawk calmly stated, "My justice is the justice of slaughter." Oh, Akainu raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of ambiguous meaning flashing in his eyes. The justice of slaughter? Huh? Not bad. He slowly leaned back in his chair, his tone meaningful. The justice of slaughter. He was satisfied with this answer. On this sea, filth is everywhere, and evil runs rampant. A thorough and merciless slaughter is indeed necessary. Only by burning all decay to ashes can true purity be achieved. However, anyone can talk about ideals. In the headquarters, there are those who only know how to talk, with rhetoric even more grandiose than this. But in this sea, those without strength will only be killed. Before he finished speaking, boom, a wave of scorching heat suddenly erupted from Akainu. Do you have the strength to execute the justice of slaughter? The temperature in the office suddenly soared. The surface of the wooden desk began to warp slightly, emitting fine wisps of white smoke. The papers on the wall ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes. Done. Standing at the door, and the naval officers who followed Akainu felt a suffocating burn instantly. Their faces changed drastically as they awkwardly retreated, escaping the office. Tick! Only Hawk stood straight in place. Sweat streamed down his forehead, cheeks, and neck like a small creek, only to be instantly evaporated by the high temperature. Yet he remained motionless. A pitch-black hue seeped from under his skin, quickly covering his entire body. Armament hockey, full power in operation. His intermediate physique was also frantically resisting the terrifying might coming from Akainu. No wonder he is from the Marines' top war. While gritting his teeth to endure, Hawk's thoughts raced. This was not Conqueror's hockey, just the accumulated killing intent, merged with the abilities of the magma fruit, naturally exuding such terrifying intensity. The pressure was overwhelming. Oh, interesting. Armament hockey? Akainu looked at Hawk, covered in black hockey, with an increasingly satisfied expression. Without the careful guidance of the elite instructors from headquarters, he had awakened armament hockey solely through his own exploration. Moreover, this level of refinement could not be achieved through short-term training. It required hard work far beyond ordinary people, as well as talent. In an instant, Akainu changed his mind. He initially thought this trip to the East Sea was merely a formality, to see this young man in person and confirm his determination to eradicate evil. Then, he would smoothly recommend him for promotion to colonel, and the matter would conclude satisfactorily. After all, from the death of the rat to the near extinction of pirates in the East Sea and the dramatic improvement in the discipline of the branch soldiers, every single event made him very satisfied. But now, a strong impulse suddenly arose in Akainu's heart. He wanted to personally test how capable this young man named Ren Hawk truly was. Perhaps the position of a colonel in the headquarters was still far from enough. Hawk, I have a direct promotion slot to the rank of Rear Admiral in headquarters. However, you need to prove to me that you are worthy of this slot. Chapter 16. The loser washes a month's worth of biohazard level stinky socks. Boom! Akainu's momentum suddenly retracted. His eyes, as hot as lava, locked tightly on a Hawk. Hawk, I have a direct promotion slot to the rank of Rear Admiral in the headquarters. This slot does not require the consent of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I can submit the application myself. However, you need to prove to me that you are worthy of this slot. Hawk breathed heavily as the armament hockey covering his body gradually faded, revealing his sweat-soaked skin. His pupils shrank sharply at the moment he heard the words Rear Admiral in the headquarters. Rear Admiral? He was just a colonel in a branch. There was a gap between the branch colonel and the headquarters Rear Admiral, which included the rank of branch colonel and the official ranks in the headquarters. This span was too great. Akainu's sincerity was overwhelming. Once he became a Rear Admiral in the headquarters, it meant he would officially step into the threshold of naval generals. The resources he could mobilize, the intelligence he could access, and the authority he would gain would all undergo earth-shattering changes. He would no longer be a commander of a branch, but one of the core members directly involved in the decision-making and actions of the Marine headquarters. Who? Hawk took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. He raised his head and stared directly at Akainu. Admiral Akainu, what do I need to do to earn this slot? Akainu slowly stood up. He walked to the window of the office, gazing down at the training ground below. Use your full strength. Fight me. Hawk's heart raced. Fight Admiral Akainu? Is this how I prove myself? His brain raced. Akainu, one of the highest combat powers in the Marine headquarters, a natural-type magma fruit user. His strength was undoubtedly one of the monsters standing at the pinnacle of this world. With his current strength, it was impossible to defeat him. However, it was clear that Akainu's intention was not for him to defeat him, but rather to see just how capable he truly was, to see if he really qualified to be promoted to Rear Admiral in the headquarters. What level of comprehensive strength would the Rear Admiral level strength evaluated by the justice system exhibit in front of a real Marine Admiral? He was also curious. After all, the previous battles, whether against the Scimitar, the Rat, or Arlong, were all too weak. They could not allow him to truly unleash his full power. And before him, Admiral Akainu was undoubtedly the best touchstone. Being able to spar with such a strong opponent was a rare opportunity in itself. It would test his own strength and also fight for a promotion slot. Killing two birds with one stone. Hawk's gaze gradually sharpened, and the fighting spirit began to rise in his chest. Good. Marine Branch 16, training ground. Soon, everything was ready. Dane, along with the branch soldiers, surrounded the large training ground with the headquarters soldiers brought by Akainu, making it impossible for even a drop of water to leak through. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two standing opposite each other in the arena. Hey, no way. The Admiral is really going to take action personally? The headquarters soldiers whispered, their voices filled with disbelief. This is no joke. This is definitely not some sort of disguised punishment, is it? Someone murmured quietly, clearly worried about Hawk's situation. Did you forget? The magma fist that the Admiral casually struck before was blocked by the soldiers of Branch 16 working together. Colonel Hawk, as our commander, how could his strength be lacking? I have faith in him. What good is your faith? The Admiral is one of the highest combat powers in the headquarters. No matter how strong Colonel Hawk is, he will undoubtedly lose. Indeed, he will undoubtedly lose. But I bet Colonel Hawk can last 5 breaths. 5 breaths? Too many. I bet 3. 1. Hey, you guys are getting more and more ridiculous. Since the Admiral took the initiative to invite a spar, he definitely wants to see Colonel Hawk's full strength. Betting on breaths is meaningless. Colonel Hawk stands still to gather strength for 10 breaths. The Admiral will also patiently wait. By then, you will lose your shorts. That makes sense. The crowd nodded in agreement. Then let us bet on strength. After all, we all came from the headquarters. We still have some insight. Okay. Everyone responded enthusiastically. I bet Colonel Hawk has the strength of a headquarters colonel. A soldier wearing glasses, looking quite refined, suddenly adjusted his glasses with an unusually firm tone. Are you crazy? The person next to him exclaimed. Hawk is just a lieutenant colonel from a branch in the EC. You're betting that he has the strength of a colonel from headquarters, just because he can sweep the entire East Sea. I bet he has the strength of a colonel from headquarters, even a brigadier general. Not necessarily. The ability to clear the East Sea might be, because the pirates in this batch are simply too weak. I bet he doesn't have the strength of a colonel from headquarters. Soon, the bet was set. The wager was whether Hawk had the strength of a colonel from headquarters, with the stake being to wash a month's worth of stinky socks. You have to know, after a day of high-intensity training, the smell of those socks is practically biochemical weapon level. For the soldiers from headquarters, this was already the ultimate bet. Hawk quietly listened to the bets around him, his lips twitching slightly. He looked at Akainu, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Is this appropriate, Admiral Akainu? In a soldier's life, there should always be some fun to spice things up. Akainu revealed a rare smile, his voice deep. Moreover, I am also very curious about your strength. Hawk took a deep breath, nodded, and began to gather his aura. Akainu glanced at him and asked, Where's your weapon? Hawk raised his right hand, his fingers slowly curling into a hard fist. This is my weapon. Good. Akainu's appreciation for him deepened. I used to use a sword, but later I found that these iron fists are more useful. Come on, Hawk. Hawk no longer spoke. He tightened his right fist, and his aura suddenly changed. A pitch-black hue seeped out from beneath the skin of his right fist at a visible speed, quickly covering the entire fist and part of his forearm. That blackness was deep and concentrated, seemingly able to swallow all light, exuding a chilling hardness. Armament Haki, fully covering the right fist. In the next moment, Hawk's toes suddenly pushed off the ground. Boom! The hard training ground cracked instantly beneath him. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, a blurred afterimage rushing towards Akainu. The speed was so fast that it created a strong airflow, causing the clothes of the surrounding soldiers watching the battle to flutter. During the sprint, he pulled back his right arm, exerting force from his waist and abdomen, his body taut like a bowstring pulled to its limit. All his strength, all his momentum, poured unreservedly into that pitch-black iron fist. Strong punch. Chapter 17, Admiral. You should comment on this. Huh. Hawk's right arm suddenly stretched back, muscles bulging. In the next moment, he twisted his waist and abdomen. An explosive force surged through his spine, then through his shoulder, elbow, wrist, and violently erupted out. The pitch-black iron fist, accompanied by a shrill sound that tore through the air, smashed towards Akainu. This punch condensed all his strength, momentum, and the armament haki of his entire body. This is the strongest punch he could deliver at the moment. Strong punch. Akainu's observation haki had already captured the trajectory of this punch. But he did not dodge, nor did he even use his armament haki. He wanted to use his well-tempered body to take this punch head-on and personally feel its intensity. Boom! A huge sound erupted, like a heavy hammer striking a giant drum. Hawk's iron fist smashed hard against Akainu's shoulder. A violent shockwave erupted from the two of them, sweeping crazily in all directions. The soldiers watching from the edge of the training ground felt a strong wind hit them, causing their clothes to flutter wildly. My God, was this punch serious? Such immense power. Akainu's pupils slightly constricted at the moment the fist reached him. A clear pain shot through his shoulder, penetrating his nerves. His physical strength could not withstand the impact of Hawk's punch. As the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Akainu's perception of strength was extremely keen. In just a moment of contact, he accurately judged the power level of Hawk's strong punch through the direct feedback of his body. The intensity of this punch surpassed the full power strike of an ordinary rear admiral. It had already faintly touched the threshold of a vice admiral. This kid Hawk actually has such terrifying explosive power. As the thought flashed through his mind, Akainu's gaze sharpened. Sizzle. The pitch-black armament haki instantly spread throughout Akainu's body. Hawk's follow-up punch was like a mud cow entering the sea, unable to make any further progress. He used the momentum to retreat slightly, creating some distance. Hawk. Not bad. Akainu moved his shoulder that had been hit. The fabric there had turned to dust, revealing his bronze skin. There was a faint fist mark on it, which quickly faded under the coverage of the armament haki, but was enough to prove the force of Hawk's punch just now. Very strong fist. Akainu nodded, his voice filled with unabashed praise. To refine your body and armament haki to this level. Very good. Koby. Akainu called out in a low voice, mobilizing the power within him. He precisely controlled his muscle strength and armament haki at the level of a vice admiral. Since Hawk's attack power had touched the edge of a vice admiral, then let's measure him in other aspects with the same level of strength. Whoosh! Akainu's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, a fist wrapped in pitch-black haki appeared right in front of Hawk. Boom! Hawk's pupils constricted as he swung his fist to meet it. The two instantly engaged in a fierce counterattack. Boom! 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 Each collision created visible shockwaves, causing the surrounding watching soldiers to feel their blood boiling and their faces turning pale. No way, is this the level of counterattacks? Hawk can actually fight back against an admiral? A soldier from headquarters spoke with a trembling voice, hardly believing what he was seeing. The admiral definitely isn't using full power. Of course, if the admiral were using full power, Hawk would have been defeated long ago. But even so, this is too exaggerated. Is this really just a lieutenant colonel from a branch? The elite colonels from headquarters don't even have this strength. The soldiers from headquarters who had participated in the bet earlier were now sweating coldly from their foreheads. Hawk, you kid, you actually hid this deep. With this strength, why not show it and raise your rank? What are you doing as a lieutenant colonel in a branch? Is the treatment from headquarters, the status of headquarters, and the military sisters from headquarters not appealing? It's over. This time I'm definitely going to lose. Washing a month's worth of biochemical weapon level stinky socks. Tired, exhausted. Lieutenant Colonel. The Navy soldiers from the 16th branch were now boiling with excitement, feeling proud. They looked at Hawk, who was fighting fiercely with the admiral, their eyes filled with fervent admiration and pride. Truly the man they vowed to follow to the death. Lieutenant Colonel Hawk. Strong, too strong. Big brother, Dean, tightly gripped the night comm at his waist, his palms sweaty, both nervous and excited. He knew his big brother was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. In the arena, the more Akainu fought, the more his surprise deepened. This kid Hawk is not normal. His observation hockey covers a wide range, with precise predictions. His physique is tough, with an astonishing ability to take hits. The refinement and application of his armament hockey are quite seasoned, with seamless transitions between offense and defense. What is even more rare is that his boxing technique is bold and powerful. His combat intuition is sharp, able to subtly keep up with his rhythm. If one were to evaluate this young man Hawk, one word would suffice to summarize everything. Extremely comprehensive. Like a carefully polished raw jade, every aspect is solid, with no obvious weaknesses. Genius. Monster. Applying these terms to Hawk is completely justified. Call. Akainu has already seen an absolute leader rising in the new generation of Navy. He has decided the position of this brigadier general for himself. Bang, bang, bang. The intense sounds of collision continue. Hawk exerts himself with every punch and every block. This kind of encounter with a true top-tier powerhouse, this unparalleled pressure, this exhilarating battle makes every cell in his body tremble with excitement and cheer. So refreshing. The feeling of integrating his own strength and skills is truly exhilarating. In the future, he must seek more sparring sessions with Admiral Akainu. Boom! Akainu sends Hawk back several steps with a punch. He looks at Hawk, whose young face is covered in sweat, and his chest is slightly heaving. The training ground beneath their feet is already in a state of disarray. That's enough. Akainu's voice is low. Hawk. The armament hockey surrounding Hawk slowly fades away. He takes a deep breath and exhales slowly, dissipating a bit of the fatigue from the battle. His tense muscles also relax. At the edge of the training ground, all the Navy soldiers hold their breath. Their gazes, like searchlights, are fixed on the two figures in the center of the arena. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Colonel Hawk's strength is absolutely not something an ordinary headquarters colonel can compare to. Perhaps he truly has the level of a brigadier general, or even higher. But the final conclusion still depends on what Admiral Akainu says. Admiral, please give your comments. Hawk, your overall strength. Chapter 18. Admiral, smoking too much of this thing isn't good. Let me smoke for you. Hawk, not bad. Akainu retracts his hand. Your armament hockey, observation hockey, physique, and martial arts have all reached the level of an elite rear admiral of the headquarters. In terms of overall strength, you have surpassed many elite rear admirals of the headquarters. He pauses, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This position of brigadier general is yours. Akainu's gaze carries a hint of expectation. With your strength, accumulate military achievements, and it won't be long before you can be promoted to rear admiral again. As for the vice admiral, that requires more time to accumulate military achievements and qualifications. After all, in the Navy's military merit system, qualifications are also an important aspect. Huh, Admiral, that's enough. Hawk lets out a long sigh of relief and walks up to Akainu. Successfully being promoted to Brigadier General has already far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, there is still a year until the Marineford War. There is enough time for him to continue improving his strength and position, making better preparations for this grand event. He takes out 2 cigars from his pocket and hands one to Akainu. Admiral, how about a cigar after the duel? Akainu looks at the cigar handed over by Hawk, glances at his calm face, and accepts it. This kid hasn't shown any dissatisfaction with the position of Brigadier General just because he possesses strength beyond that of an elite rear admiral of the headquarters. Not bad. Good mindset. Crack. Akainu extends his finger, a small cluster of orange-red flames flickering at his fingertip, lighting both cigars. One gave his all and fought fiercely, while the other warmed up slightly, gauging the capabilities of his junior. 2 men, both holding a kill-or-be-killed belief against pirates, silently smoke their cigars in the center of the training ground. Puff, puff. Smoke fills the air. Outside the training ground, the Navy soldiers are anything but calm. Brigadier General Hawk. The soldiers of the 16th Division are flushed with excitement, tightly clenching their fists. They have personally witnessed their colonel, no, their brigadier general, engage in combat with an admiral, and receive the admiral's personal recognition. What an honor! With Hawk's personality as a brigadier general, he would never enjoy this glory alone. This means that those soldiers who have always followed the brigadier general will be promoted. Salary increase. It's just around the corner. Brigadier General, if you don't abandon us, we will surely follow you to the death. The headquarters navy is even more restless. No way. Strength surpassing that of an elite rear admiral of the headquarters. Impossible, it must be fake. Although I'm shocked too, but wait a minute. A soldier from the headquarters speaks with a tremor in his voice. There's no way the words of Admiral Akainu could be wrong. The soldiers who had previously sworn that Hawk's strength could never surpass that of a headquarters colonel now all have ashen faces. If it were Admiral Kazuru saying this, everyone might still doubt it. After all, that old man is known for his wild claims. He is scary to anyone. But this is what Admiral Akainu himself said. It's over. It's completely over. A month's worth of stinky socks. There's no escaping this time. Those sailors who won the bet are also filled with shock. We won. Is it really possible that a colonel from a branch in the East Sea has such strength? The leap from elite rear admiral to this level is just outrageous. However, shock aside, the joy of winning the bet quickly dispels their doubts. Who cares? Winning is what matters. A soldier who won the bet grins widely, laughing uncontrollably. I've never missed running so much. He proudly pats his big foot. My size 45 stinky foot. After running, the smell will be extraordinary. I must make those losers faint. Ha ha. The soldiers who won the bet burst into wild laughter, already looking forward to the scene of punishing the losers. Oof. Akainu hears the raucous laughter coming from the edge of the training ground, and a barely noticeable smile curves his lips. He turns his head and commands, "All station personnel, begin today's running training." Yes, Admiral. The soldiers from the headquarters who won the bet, fueled by excitement, run with an extra vigor. Today, I'm doing 5 more laps. I'll do 10 laps. Whatever, I want to have to wash my socks. No matter how we run today, it's all for face. Damn it. The soldiers who lost the bet all let out a strange cry. These ungrateful guys. They all wear gloomy expressions, watching their jubilant colleagues, their hearts filled with despair. In the coming days, not only will they have to face grueling training, but when they return at night, they will also have to endure socks that smell like biochemical weapons. This life is unbearable. Splash! The soldiers from the headquarters begin to run wildly on the training ground. Hiss! Akainu's cigar burns down to the end, and he turns to look at Hawk. The young man before him is handsome, with sharply defined facial features exuding the unique resolve of a soldier, bright and sharp. Akainu recalls what he has seen and heard since stepping into the East Sea. The calm seas, without pirate disturbances, the well-trained, disciplined soldiers of the branch, and the young man before him, who upholds the justice of killing and possesses strength far exceeding that of an elite rear admiral of the headquarters, Ren Hawk. All of this is an unexpected delight. This trip was worth it. In a great mood, he suddenly wants another cigar. Since being promoted to admiral and with the former Admiral Sengoku promoted to fleet admiral, he has smoked less often. With the legendary Buddha Sengoku managing the overall affairs of the Navy, he only needs to focus on eliminating those pirates who threaten the sea. With fewer worries, life has become much clearer. One could say that he is very satisfied with the position of admiral of the headquarters. With this in mind, Akainu pulls out a deep red wooden cigar box engraved with the Navy emblem from his pocket. The box is polished to a glossy shine, emitting a faint aroma of wood. He takes out 2 cigars from it and hands one to Hawk. Try this cigar, specially supplied for the admirals of the headquarters. Hawk gently accepts the cigar and brings it to his nose to take a whiff. A rich, deep tobacco aroma mixed with a rare wood fragrance instantly fills his nostrils. Like a fine-aged wine, just the smell invigorates him. As expected of the cigars specially provided for the admiral, this quality is definitely a notch above the cigars provided for the colonel. Good. Hawk watched as Akainu prepared to put the large box of cigars into his arms, his eyes flickering slightly. He paused. Admiral, I think. Akainu stopped his action of collecting the cigar box and looked at him, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Cigars, after all, are quite strong. Hawk continued earnestly. It's not good to smoke too much. Akainu's hand holding the cigar box froze in midair. No, after we finished fighting just now, you were the one who actively handed me the cigar, right? Now you're trying to persuade me to quit smoking. Chapter 19. Admiral, these 5 boxes of cigars are too hot for me to handle. Akainu looked at Hawk's eyes, which seemed almost glued to the cigar box, and instantly understood. This kid is pretending to advise me to quit smoking. But he is really after the cigars. Take it. He threw the cigar box at Hawk with annoyance. You brat, stop beating around the bush. If you want it next time, just say it directly. It's just a box of Admiral Special cigars. I have plenty. That would be too embarrassing, Admiral. Hawk caught the cigar box and beamed with a bright smile. Admiral's Special cigars. It feels heavy, at least 20 sticks. Wonderful. What is there to be embarrassed about? Akainu snorted, saying, a soldier should speak plainly. No need for unnecessary fuss. Yes. Hawk straightened his back, his voice booming. For cigars of this level, let us make it 20 boxes. A vein on Akainu's forehead throbbed violently. He glared at Hawk, his voice carrying a hint of volcanic heat. You little brat, do you think special cigars are like cabbages? I only get 1 box a month, and you want 20 boxes just like that. What am I supposed to smoke? Air. Admiral, you said to speak plainly. Hawk feigned innocence, feeling wronged. Look, I'm being straightforward, and you're not happy about it. I told you to speak plainly, not to make a lion's demand. Akainu's right fist began to gather searing magma, the air becoming tense. Admiral, how about 15 boxes? Heh, Akainu sneered, the magma on his fist growing even more intense. 10 boxes. 10 boxes will do. Hawk had no doubt that in the next second, this fist would come crashing into his face. Flame burst. 5 boxes. Just 5 boxes. Hawk insisted. Akainu's magma fist gradually retracted, eventually extinguishing. He looked at Hawk with a complicated expression. However, there are conditions. Hawk noticed the magma fist retracting and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although his current strength was no longer what it used to be, if you were to take a serious punch from Admiral Akainu, he wouldn't just be lightly injured. After all, the one throwing the punch was the man who had nearly disfigured Whitebeard. Admiral, what are the conditions? Akainu did not answer immediately, but gave Hawk a deep look. After his promotion to Admiral, the burden on his shoulders had grown heavier. He was busy every day hunting down pirates, hardly having a moment to breathe. His daughter had also chosen the thorny path of justice in the Navy. She has spirit, just like her father. Like Peacock, the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, who was already an elite at a young age in the Navy headquarters. However, he truly lacked the time and energy to guide and accompany his daughter. He needed someone trustworthy to manage her training. Hawk was a good candidate. After a moment of silence, Akainu slowly spoke before that. Hawk, I want to confirm one thing with you. Do you want to be my aide? As soon as Akainu's words fell, the soldiers in the training ground, who were sweating and running vigorously, suddenly froze in place. They perked up their ears, straining to hear every word, fearing they might miss a single syllable. Wow, Brigadier General Hawk, this is a leap to the top. Directly becoming Admiral Akainu's aide. This is Admiral Akainu, an absolute iron-fisted figure in the Navy headquarters. The position of aide has been vacant since the Admiral's promotion. How many elite members of the headquarters have tried to squeeze in, but couldn't even find a crack in the door? Who in the Navy headquarters doesn't know how strict Admiral Akainu's requirements for aides are? It's almost nitpicky. Now, the Admiral is actually taking the initiative to invite Hawk. This level of regard and treatment is shocking. So envious, truly envious, it's so frustrating. Countless envious and jealous gazes focused on Hawk. Hawk was silent as well. Being the aide to Admiral Akainu, the benefits are simply too many. He would directly step into the core power circle of the Navy headquarters, and from then on, the Navy would be at his command. Moreover, after the Marineford War, Admiral Akainu would take over the position of Fleet Admiral. At that time, as his most trusted aide, his position, power, and promotion speed, just thinking about it makes one's heart surge. Power, status, all within reach. In the future, who would dare to disrespect Hawk? But Hawk's brow furrowed slightly. Following Akainu would indeed mean a bright future, but the problem is, if he takes action, will there still be a share for those pirates? The answer is no. Then where would his justice points come from? Justice points are the foundation of his existence in this world. They are the cornerstone of his continuous growth and survival. Without justice points, how can he buy survival time? How can he enhance his strength? Staying by Akainu's side, cheering him on as he slaughters enemies? No, absolutely not. Glory is temporary. Strength is eternal. Weighing the pros and cons took only a moment, and Hawk had already made his decision in his heart. Sorry, Admiral. Hawk raised his head, showing no hesitation. He slowly shook his head at Akainu, but his tone was exceptionally firm. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept this aide position. Akainu raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect this young man he held in such high regard to refuse the offer. Why, Admiral, following you would certainly allow me to learn a lot and achieve better development. Hawk met Akainu's scrutinizing gaze with sincerity, neither servile nor overbearing. But I would prefer to personally go to those places where evil breeds, using my fist to eliminate those scum one by one. The East Blue is just the beginning. The Four Seas, the Grand Line, the New World, and even more vicious pirates are waiting for me to uphold justice. If I follow you, those pirates probably won't even give me a chance to warm up. My fists are still hungry. Akainu listened quietly, letting out a soft laugh as a look of approval appeared on his face. This kid understands quite well. Indeed, if he follows me, he won't have the opportunity to strike. However, this also allows me to see Hawk's sense of justice more clearly. Perhaps only this kind of pure determination can enable a person to shine the brightest in this chaotic sea. Having Hawk by my side would only bind his hands and feet, dulling his brilliance. Good. Akainu spoke, I understand. In that case, let us not mention the aide position anymore. However, we still need to discuss the conditions for those 5 boxes of cigars. He looked at Hawk, his tone carrying a hint of unyielding insistence. I have a daughter named Yunk. She is 14 years old, has good talent, and has already joined the Navy. Lark, suspected to be Akainu's daughter in the original work, has a wild personality and needs to be controlled. I'm planning to place her under your command for training and discipline. Akainu's gaze carried a sense of determination that this was settled. You, I trust. Hawk's forehead was adorned with 3 large question marks. No, Admiral, training here is really tough. Your precious daughter, a Gemma girl. How can I train her? How can I discipline her? Can I hit her? Can I scold her? If she gets hurt, won't you mow me down? Admiral, these 5 boxes of cigars are burning my hands. How about we discuss this further? Although there is no actual evidence proving that Lark is Akainu's daughter, not even mentioned in the latest life card, this inference from netizens is something Xiao Yang decided to use. After all, she's a cute girl. We can't let the Traitor King get away. Chapter 20 Sengoku. Sakazuki. This is nonsense. Lark Hawk muttered to himself, a figure automatically appearing in his mind. Lark, full body image, golden ponytail, wearing headphones, a tight midriff-bearing short sleeve on top. On the bottom, she wore 2 layers of pants, the outer layer camouflage with only 1 pant leg on the left, and the inner layer was striped leggings. With boots on her feet, she carried a small backpack decorated with a teddy bear. TSK, this delicate girl who blushes after saying just a couple of words, is actually Admiral Akainu's daughter? Hawk blinked hard, unable to connect the fierce-looking Admiral Akainu with a kawaii Lark. This feels a bit off. Akainu, being sharp, immediately noticed Hawk's somewhat strange expression and lightly hummed, showing a hint of inquiry. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Hawk jolted and quickly lowered his head to start thinking seriously. 3 years later in the original work, Lark is a lieutenant commander and a member of a special confidential unit. The unit, also known as the Blade Unit, consists of free agents in the Navy. They have already submitted their resignations to the Navy, returned their numbers, are not bound by orders, and can engage in battles with the 4 emperors without permission. In the original work, this unit is mostly composed of second-generation officers, making it one of the strongest background teams within the Navy. Captain Drake, whose father was also a naval officer. Traitor King Koby, the beloved student of Marine Vice Admiral Carp, known as the man who works 200 times harder. Baramaber, the son of Colonel Morgan from the 153rd branch of the Navy. Peacock, the granddaughter of Marine Headquarters Chief of Staff Crane. And then there's Lark, the apple of Admiral Akainu's eye. Wow, all connections. But why is Admiral Akainu putting a little princess under his command? His unit is full of rough and tough men. Admiral this. Hawk's expression clearly showed some difficulty. Very difficult? Akainu's voice was flat, revealing no emotions. But Hawk felt that the temperature in the training ground seemed to rise a few degrees. Indeed, Hawk nodded. 4 or 5 boxes of cigars. Do I really have to turn into a babysitter? This deal is a loss. Zila. Akainu stared intently at Hawk, his right fist igniting once again. Just right. I just warmed up and feel a bit itchy to have a good fight. Admiral, this isn't too difficult. Akainu's magma-covered fist quickly retracted. As for training, you can use your own methods. I won't interfere. He looked at Hawk, his eyes filled with appreciation. To train a group of East Sea branch soldiers to possess the discipline and bravery of the headquarters in just a few months, your training methods are top-notch. I trust you with that girl, Lark. Akainu changed the subject and dropped a bombshell. The branch chief of the Great Route's 3rd branch was just recently transferred to the headquarters. The 3rd branch has always been under my personal responsibility. In principle, the position of chief of the Great Route's branch must be held by a headquarters vice admiral level officer. Akainu stared deeply at Hawk. But I can make an exception for you. I will allow you, Brigadier General Ren Hawk, to transfer all your subordinates from the 16th branch to the Great Route's 3rd branch. You will serve as the chief of the 3rd branch. Hawk's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the 3rd branch chief. From being a vice admiral of the headquarters, he would directly become the chief of the Great Route's branch. This is a branch of the Navy located in the Great Route. It's not comparable to the remote branches of the East Sea. In the Great Route branch, whether it's the average strength of pirates, bounty amounts, the degree of viciousness, or the level of branch missions, the opportunities for meritorious deeds are worlds apart. More importantly, the Great Route means more crime, more pirates, more justice points. What are we waiting for? This babysitter role is beneath me. Admiral, I guarantee I will complete the task. Hawk patted his chest, his voice resolute. Miss Lark will become an outstanding Navy officer under my care. Akainu's tall figure subtly moved a bit closer to Hawk. He slightly turned his head, lowering his voice to a level only the two of them could hear. Hawk, that girl Lark has some small hobbies. She likes to take pictures everywhere and collect various small bags. Akainu's voice carried complex emotions, a mix of helplessness and guilt. As a father, I often busy myself with eradicating pirates and owe her a lot. So, I hope you can be a bit lenient with her harmless little hobbies. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. In the future, every 2 months, I will privately give you a box of Admiral-level special cigars. How about that? Upon hearing this, Hawk's mind raced. A box of special cigars every 2 months. Admiral Akainu just mentioned that his monthly quota is only 1 box. This is equivalent to giving half of his quota to himself. This sincerity is quite ample. Of course, my agreement isn't because these cigars are so precious, but because the iron-blooded Admiral Akainu actually has such a tender side. Admiral, no problem. Hawk's tone was sincere. I truly admire your deep love for your daughter. I will keep everything in moderation. You brat. Akainu cracked a smile, his mood very good. This trip to the East Sea has exceeded expectations. Not only did I discover Hawk, a leading figure of the new generation of the Navy's hawkish faction, but even Lark's training issue has been resolved. With this, I can completely unleash myself and clean up the trash that has been lurking in the new world. Let's go. Akainu reached out and gently patted Hawk's shoulder. Tell me about your training methods. He took the lead and gestured for Hawk to follow. Just in time, let's have lunch together. Yes, Admiral. Hawk felt a shiver in his heart and hurriedly followed. Soon, a report titled Conclusion on Hawk's Handling was transmitted from the East Sea's 16th branch to the Navy Headquarters Information Processing Center. The duty information officer, a major, was stunned when he saw the report sender at the beginning. A report authorized by Admiral Akainu. He opened the report's content, and after just glancing at the summary, his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Quick, hurry. His voice changed pitch, filled with suppressed shock. Immediately, right now, present this report to the Marshal. There must be no delay. The contents of this report are terrifying. Therefore, this report, capable of causing a huge uproar at the Navy headquarters, was sent at the fastest speed to Admiral Sengoku's desk. Soon, Sakazuki. A deafening roar echoed from the Admiral's office, resonating throughout the entire Navy headquarters building. Nonsense. Chapter 21. The nonsense is yours, Sengoku. Inside the Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office. Sakazuki. Nonsense. An enraged Sengoku slammed the report onto his desk. Nonsense. Utterly absurd. Sakazuki went to the East Sea personally for Hawk's matter. And what happened? He directly promoted Hawk to a brigadier general. Fine. A brigadier general is one thing. That was his own special quota. He can give it to whoever he wants. And I, as the admiral, have no right to interfere. But what about letting Hawk serve as the head of the 3 branches of the Grand Line? What kind of situation is that? The heads of the branches in the Grand Line, aren't they all experienced and accomplished vice admirals? Sengoku's anger boiled, the veins on his forehead bulging. This is no longer just about that kid Hawk. Now, it's about this guy Sakazuki. He, as a general of the Navy headquarters, is openly challenging my authority, although I have always been personally responsible for the 3 branches. Such personnel changes at the level of branch heads should at least be discussed in advance with me, the admiral, right? Promising the position of branch head without informing me is an overstep, a violation of hierarchy. ISNT it? But what can I do? Send Sakazuki to a military court? The Navy would immediately lose a general's combat power. Who will fill that gap? Sengoku took a deep breath, sat back in the admiral's chair, and huffed in frustration. Sakazuki, you bastard, you must be doing this on purpose. Can someone tell this admiral what kind of spell Hawk has cast on Sakazuki to make him so assured? Sengoku felt his blood pressure rising. He was in a state of impotent rage. Sengoku, calm down. Sitting opposite him, Vice Admiral Tsuru slowly picked up the report Sengoku had slammed on the table and began to read it carefully. Oh, soon, Tsuru's gaze halted. She noticed a detail that Sengoku had overlooked. Sakazuki actually plans to transfer the kid Yunhul to Hawk's command? Tsuru gently stroked her chin, her eyes revealing contemplation. It is reasonable for Sakazuki to use his precious brigadier general quota to keep Hawk. Everything Hawk did in the East Sea exuded a strong hawkish style. Sakazuki has always appreciated such decisive and justice-oriented young people. However, transferring that kid Yunhul to Hawk's command is something that requires serious thought. What exactly about this kid Ren Hawk has touched Sakazuki's nerves? As the chief staff officer of the headquarters, Tsuru's mind quickly turned. Strength? Hawk's strength must be considerable. Otherwise, Sakazuki wouldn't trust him with his daughter. But just having strength is not enough. This is about Sakazuki's only daughter. Although Yunhul is quite talented and has chosen the path of the Navy, she is still young and a bit headstrong. Sakazuki must hope that his daughter can receive the best guidance and training to grow into a truly excellent Navy officer. And he chose Hawk. This indicates that in Sakazuki's judgment, having Yunhul follow Hawk can achieve this goal. This means that Hawk's ability to manage and educate subordinates is very strong. Extremely strong. In an instant, Tsuru reached a conclusion. This kid Hawk not only has strong strength, but also excellent abilities in commanding and nurturing talent. She couldn't help but think of her granddaughter Peacock. Peacock, let us see. That girl is already 23 this year and is also serving in the Navy. Speaking of which, she doesn't really make me worry. Tsuru's eyes flickered slightly. It seems necessary to wait for Sakazuki to return from the East Sea and ask about the specifics. At this moment, Tsuru's gaze fell on the end of the report. There a passage was written clearly and powerfully. Her expression gradually became serious as she looked toward the still furious Sengoku. Tsuru's tone was solemn. Sengoku, wake up. Sengoku sensed the gravity in Tsuru's tone and forcibly pulled himself out of his furious emotions. The era of great pirates is surging. Tsuru crossed her arms. Her voice not loud but clear. 3 years ago, the 33-year-old red-haired Shanks rose to the ranks of the 4 emperors, becoming the youngest of them. The red-haired pirates have an average bounty that is extremely high, with balanced strength posing a great threat. 2 years ago, Fire Fist Ace emerged, defeating one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the king of lizards, Hanafusa. He then refused the world government's invitation to become a warlord and resolutely joined the Whitebeard Pirates as the 2nd Division commander. Additionally, in recent years, the Revolutionary Army has begun to operate in the shadows. Sengoku. Tsuru's eyes were sharp as a knife, piercing Sengoku. Tell me, when our generation of the Navy gradually ages and has to retire, when Sakazuki and their generation of the Navy also reach retirement age. Who will lead the future of the Navy and the new generation of the Navy? Smoker, Tina, Gion, or Kaji? The Navy headquarters candidate, General Peach Rabbit, Gion. Hearing this, Sengoku fell silent. Among the Navy, the older generation like himself, Garp, Tsuru, and Zephyr are already in the twilight of their years. The middle generation, the three admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, along with elite vice admirals like Weasel, Spider, and Fire Mountain, are in their prime and are the backbone of the Navy. However, the new generation, as Tsuru said, is indeed facing a serious gap. The few people Tsuru mentioned, although also considered excellent, are far from being comparable to the older and middle generations in terms of strength, temperament, or potential. They cannot support the future of the Navy. They cannot carry the banner of justice. Sengoku, you can question Sakazuki's methods, but you must never doubt his dedication and persistence to justice. Tsuru pointed to the end of the report. You see for yourself. Sengoku suddenly remembered that he had been enraged by the matter of the three branches and hadn't read the entire report. He picked up the report, his gaze directed straight to the last page. There, in Sakazuki's powerful handwriting, it read, Ren Hawk, as a lieutenant colonel of the EC branch, has cleared all pirates in the EC within a few months. His decisiveness in killing far surpasses most officers in the headquarters. The justice he practices through slaughter is the most direct and effective iron rule to solve the chaotic era of great pirates. This person's strength assessment has already surpassed that of the elite rear admirals of the headquarters, and his observation, armed color, physique, physical skills, and boxing capabilities are all balanced without obvious weaknesses. The soldiers he leads are strictly disciplined, fearless in battle, and their spirit and overall combat quality are comparable to the elite forces of the headquarters. If such a talent is not promoted and entrusted with heavy responsibilities, the best period for shaping the leaders of the new generation of the Navy will surely be missed. The final signature read, Akainu Sakazuki. The nonsense is yours, Sengoku. You are obstructing the rise of the new generation of the Navy. Chapter 22. General, who is your subordinate? The nonsense is yours, Sengoku. You are obstructing the rise of the new generation of the Navy. Tsuru's voice was not loud, but it struck deep into Sengoku's heart. Warring State's body suddenly shook, leaning back in his chair, speechless for a long time. It turned out that all along, the one at fault was himself. Crane was right. Sakazuki's style of doing things might be a bit extreme, but his persistence and dedication to the word justice are unmatched by anyone in the Navy. Compared to the other two troublesome guys, one slick like Porcelino and the other lazy like Kazan, Sakazuki is already the one who gives him the least trouble. Warring States began to re-evaluate Akainu's report. Ren Hawk, as a lieutenant colonel in the branch, has cleaned up the EC. His decisiveness in killing upholds the justice of slaughter. His strength surpasses that of the elite rear admirals in the headquarters, with all abilities balanced and no obvious weaknesses. The soldiers he commands are disciplined, fearless in death, and their spirit rivals that of the elite in the headquarters. This is a true hexagonal talent. He has strength. He has belief in justice, and he has the ability to command. Hawk truly has the qualifications and the potential to become a leading figure of the new generation in the Navy. Previously, he only saw Sakazuki's overreach, but overlooked the profound meaning behind his recommendation of talented individuals. How could he, having devoted his life to the Navy, obstruct the rise of the new generation? Warring States slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the anger in his eyes had completely dissipated, replaced by clarity and determination. He picked up the pen on the table and signed his name on the promotion and appointment letter. Hawk was promoted to Rear Admiral and appointed to lead the third branch. He would need to come to the headquarters to handle the relevant procedures and accept his formal appointment. Warring States put down the pen and said solemnly, just in time, I want to see him in person. Crane nodded slightly, indicating satisfaction. This was the Warring States he knew, the Buddha of Warring States. People age, and after being in contact with those old geezers from the Five Elders for too long, it's inevitable to pick up some bureaucratic bad habits. It seems he really needs to keep a closer eye on him from now on. Crane picked up his teacup again and took a gentle sip. He began to ponder whether he should send his precious granddaughter, Peacock, under Hawk's command for some proper training and experience. The orders from the headquarters were quickly issued. East Sea, Navy's 16th branch. In the cafeteria, Hawk, Akainu's deep voice, with its unique hoarseness. The third branch is located in a key shipping lane in the first half of the Grand Line, where pirate activities are far more rampant than the East Sea. Hawk listened carefully, committing every word to memory. These words of wisdom from the Navy Admiral are priceless. Just then, a messenger hurriedly ran in, standing at attention in front of Akainu, and handed over a document. Report, Admiral. The latest appointment from the Navy headquarters. Akainu took the document and unfolded it, seeing Waring State's familiar signature on the document. Along with the seal of the Marshal's office, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Very good. That old guy Waring States has finally not lost his mind. Does he really think I promoted Hawk out of a desire for power and profit? Everything I do is for the future of the Navy, for true justice on the seas. Akainu handed the appointment document to Hawk, and everything was settled. Hawk took the appointment document, his gaze quickly scanning the text. In black and white, it was clear and eye-catching, permitting Lieutenant Colonel Ren Hawk of the 16th Branch to be promoted to Rear Admiral, appointing Rear Admiral Hawk as the head of the 3rd Branch in the Grand Line. The signature of Marshal Waring States was clearly visible. Done. The rank of Rear Admiral and the real power of the 3rd Branch were now a certainty. From this day forward, he would officially enter the site of the Navy headquarters. However, the appointment letter clearly stated that he needed to personally go to the Navy headquarters in Marine Ford to accept the formal appointment and handle the relevant procedures. That works, Hawk thought to himself. A trip to the headquarters would also allow him to meet the high-ranking members of the Navy, which is crucial for his future development. Hawk put away the document and looked at Akainu. Hawk, prepare to go to the headquarters with me. Yes. Soon, all personnel gathered at the port. Akainu's tall figure stood at the edge of the dock, his gaze sweeping over the clearly defined two groups of soldiers. On one side were his elite troops brought from the headquarters, well-disciplined and imposing. On the other side were the soldiers of the 16th Branch under Hawk, equally well-formed and with resolute gazes. Akainu glanced back at the standard Navy warship he had arrived on. An ordinary warship clearly couldn't accommodate so many people. Meanwhile, the warship of the 16th Branch still had to carry out its routine patrol duties to maintain order in the recently cleared waters. Pirates are like weeds that cannot be eradicated. They can sprout and spread at any time. Akainu's brow twitched slightly, and he had already made a decision in his heart. He turned around, facing all the soldiers. The headquarters soldiers will stay at the 16th Branch. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of the headquarters soldiers froze instantly. Immediately after, Akainu's next sentence crashed like thunder in their ears. All soldiers of the 16th Branch, come with me to report to the headquarters. The headquarters soldiers collectively turned to stone. Admiral Akainu, who is the subordinate that followed you all the way from the headquarters to the East Sea. It's us elite from the headquarters. How do we end up being the ones left behind? The headquarters soldiers were left dumbfounded. Standing next to Akainu, Hawk took in the shock and confusion of the headquarters soldiers. He understood Akainu's intention. This was to express importance and affection for him and the 16th Branch. After all, the different resources invested had created a similar spirit, which itself was a reflection of capability comparison. However, the main reason for going to the headquarters this time was his promotion. Dane and the brothers of the 16th Branch's promotions would need to wait until he completed the appointment before they could begin. Moreover, he preferred to lead his brothers personally into the Navy headquarters in a dignified manner in the future, rather than following along as some sort of appendage to Admiral Akainu. That was not his style. Admiral, let Dane and the others stay behind. Hawk stepped forward, standing out with a firm tone. In the future, I will personally take them to the headquarters. Akainu paused slightly upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, he let out a very light laugh from his throat. You have ambition. You really didn't let me down. Headquarters soldiers, board the ship. Chapter 23. The 16th Branch, all promotions. The Navy warship broke through the surging waves. The Navy flag hanging at the bow fluttered in the sea breeze. It slowly left the dock of the 16th Branch, heading at full speed towards the Grand Line. Destination: Navy Headquarters Marine Fort. On the deck, Hawk, with a cigar in his mouth, leaned against the ship's railing. He gazed at the boundless blue sea. Navy Headquarters. Here I come. At the dock of the 16th branch, Dane and the branch soldiers stood quietly. The sea breeze stirred their clothing, and each person's face was solemn. Suddenly, Dane raised his right hand sharply and saluted the departing warship with a standard military salute. All the soldiers behind him moved in unison, saluting simultaneously. Their gazes followed the gradually receding warship. Until the warship completely disappeared at the horizon, Dane finally lowered his arms. His right hand habitually rested on the hilt of his sword, Yu, at his waist. The cold touch of the hilt gradually calmed his chaotic emotions. Brother Hawk headed to the Navy headquarters to accept his formal appointment as a brigadier general and branch chief. Soon, he and the brothers would follow in his footsteps to the Grand Line. Before leaving, Brother had made sure to clarify everything. In half a month, the headquarters would send new naval leaders and soldiers to take over the 16th branch. At that time, he would lead all the brothers to regroup and head to the 3rd branch of the Grand Line to meet Brother. Meanwhile, Brother would bring all the promotion documents for the brothers to the 3rd branch. In short, all the brothers of the 16th branch were getting promoted. Brothers. Dane slowly turned around. He faced the soldiers behind him who were still gazing into the distance. All the soldiers turned their attention to Dane at the sound of his voice. Brigadier General Hawk has already gone to the headquarters for his appointment. He is about to take charge of the 3rd branch of the Grand Line. In half a month, we will set off for the 3rd branch. There, we will meet Brigadier General Hawk. At the same time, everyone will receive a promotion. In an instant, there was a deafening silence, as if the wind at the dock had come to a halt. Everyone is getting promoted? Really? The soldiers gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Did they hear it right? Everyone is getting promoted? Yes, everyone will receive a promotion. Dane couldn't hide his excitement. So, in these last half a month, we must stand firm at the 16th branch for the final watch, awaiting the colleagues from the headquarters to hand over. Yes, after a brief moment of daze, a thunderous cheer suddenly erupted throughout the dock. The soldiers were completely ecstatic. Countless military caps were thrown into the sky and fell back down. Tears of joy streamed down the rugged, dark faces. That's great. Brigadier General Hawk. He truly hasn't forgotten his brothers who have always followed him. Everyone has a share. Everyone will be promoted. Everyone will head to the 3rd branch of the Grand Line. The Grand Line, the legendary paradise of pirates, the graveyard of the strong. But, so what? As long as we are under Brigadier General Hawk, no matter if the road ahead is a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, they are fearless. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, inside Admiral Akiji's office, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the blinds, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Akiji reclined on the sofa, his eye mask pulled down to his forehead, looking somewhat drowsy. He glanced at the unexpected visitor on the opposite sofa, frowning slightly. The visitor was tall and thin, dressed in eye-catching yellow and white striped suit, with short black curly hair, wearing sunglasses, a stubbly beard on his face, and a lewd smile at the corner of his mouth. One of the highest combat powers of the Navy, Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Kizaru, Akiji lazily spoke, his voice hoarse from just waking up. What are you doing here instead of reporting to the marshal after completing your mission? Oh, Kizaru shrugged, leaning back comfortably with a sigh. Kazan, after all, we are colleagues. He dragged out his tone, squinting his eyes behind the lenses. Can I come and catch up with you? Heh, you're just afraid the marshal will hand you a new mission, right? Hee. Kizaru grinned lewdly. Kazan, I knew you would understand me. After completing his mission in the New World and returning to the headquarters, he found out that Sakazuki, that mission fanatic, had gone to the East Blue for a mission. With him gone, the probability of a new mission landing on his head increased. So, to have a little more time to relax, he cleverly decided to hide here with Akiji. I'm really too smart. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Come in. Akiji responded. The door opened, and a Navy soldier walked in, respectfully saluting. Admiral Akiji. Then, his gaze fell on Kizaru, looking slightly surprised, but quickly reacting and saluting again. Admiral Kizaru. The soldier held a sealed document in his hand and quickly walked to Akiji, presenting it with both hands. Admiral, the review results for the person you requested to pay special attention to have come out. Oh. Akiji's originally lazy eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing the soldier's words. He sat up a bit straighter and reached out to take the document. Oh. Kizaru's eyes behind the lenses slyly glanced over, the lewd smile on his face widening. Is this really the lazy Kazan? He actually paid special attention to someone? Interesting. Who could this person be? Akiji opened the document and first looked at the results. Ren Hawk, promoted to the rank of Brigadier General at the headquarters. At the same time, appointed as the branch chief of the 3rd branch of the Grand Line. Akiji's brows instantly furrowed. This result exceeded his expectations greatly. He had originally thought that with both him and Sakazuki speaking up, Hawk could avoid punishment. Perhaps he could rely on his achievements in the East Blue for a small promotion within the branch. But now, a Brigadier General at the headquarters? Also appointed as the branch chief of the 3rd branch of the Grand Line. The 3rd branch is an important stronghold in the first half of the Grand Line, and the position of branch chief has always been held by a vice admiral from the headquarters. A lieutenant commander in a branch directly jumping several ranks to become a brigadier general, and then breaking the norm to take on such an important branch leadership role. This is not something that Sakazuki alone could decide, even if Sakazuki intended to recommend him. If Marshal Sengoku wanted to block it, this appointment would never have gone so smoothly. This indicates that the marshal's attitude has also changed. Akiji carefully read through the report and understood the whole situation. The lazy expression on his face quietly faded, replaced by surprise. Sakazuki holds Hawk in such high regard. As a colleague who often disagrees with Sakazuki, he is very aware of how strict Sakazuki's standards for justice are. To receive such unreserved praise and recommendation from Sakazuki, this Ren Hawk must be exceptionally outstanding. Well, I should inform Smoker about this. He will probably be very interested. With this in mind, Akiji picked up the telephone bug on the table and dialed a number. Brew, 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 brew. The telephone bug mimicked the expression of the receiver. Soon, a face appeared, chewing on 2 cigars, looking impatient. Kazan? What's up? Smoker, I have good news. A bad news too. Which one do you want to hear first? You choose, Colonel. East Blue, Lowtown. Inside the Navy Branch Chief's office. Smoker held a telephone bug. The telephone bug's face mirrored the unique, lazy expression of the person on the other end. Good news? Smoker's voice was a bit hoarse. A bad news? He exhaled a heavy puff of smoke, his brows slightly furrowed. Let's hear the good news first. The voice of Akiji came slowly from the other end. The review results for Hawk, whom you asked me to save, have come out. Yes, fine. That's good. Smoker grunted, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. That kid is still to my liking. His tone shifted, carrying a hint of malicious glee. The bad news is that he got demoted, right? Ha! Smoker laughed heartily, imagining Hawk's dejected face. Kazan, what rank did they demote him to? Branch ensign, or straight down a private? Otherwise, just transfer him under my command. Smoker's eyes turned, already plotting in his mind. Bring Hawk over, and I can rightfully confiscate my 5 boxes of cigars, right? Private First Class Ren Hawk, you failed to complete today's mission. So I'm punishing you with a box of Colonel S. special cigars. Yes, that's the way to do it. I can also take the opportunity to bring down that little punk S. Pride. Back in Cocoa West Village, I, a dignified colonel and white hunter of the headquarters, was actually surrounded by villagers who thought I was an enemy come to trouble Hawk. That scene, I feel blocked up every time I think of it. This debt must be settled. Transferring Hawk to your command? On the other end of the phone, Akiji chuckled lightly with a hint of mockery. That might be impossible. Smoker. Why? Because Ren Hawk has already been promoted to Brigadier General at headquarters. Moreover, the Marshal has approved him to serve as the branch chief of the Great Route S 3rd Branch. Akiji continued, his voice tinged with glee. Well, Colonel Smoker, I can suggest to the Marshal that you be transferred under Brigadier General Hawk. What? Smoker's voice instantly rose. Hawk has been promoted to Brigadier General at headquarters, and is to serve as the 3rd Branch Chief. Kazan, you're not joking, are you? How is this possible? It's against the rules. Rules? Geniuses don't have to follow the rules. Smoker. Sakazuki personally went to the East Sea, and he found that Hawk had cleared the entire East Sea. The soldiers of the 16th Branch have a spirit comparable to the elite of headquarters. Hawk himself is far beyond the level of a branch major. Sakazuki holds him in high regard, calling him a leader of the new generation of the Navy, going against the tide of public opinion and directly using his Brigadier General Special Approval quota. The Warring States Marshal also recognized Hawk's achievements and potential. So everything was approved. Damn! Smoker jumped up from his chair, veins bulging on his forehead. He really didn't want anything to happen to Hawk. But he also didn't want to see him doing so well now. He has been promoted to Brigadier General at headquarters. What about him? Still just a colonel. Next time they meet, he'll have to call him Commander Hawk. Is this right? Crack. Smoker directly hung up the phone and angrily tossed it aside. In the office, Tashigi had been listening intently. At this moment, her delicate face was filled with joy. That's great. Mr. Hawk not only got promoted to Brigadier General, but also is going to serve as the branch chief of the 3rd branch. He cleared the entire East Sea and allowed the people, who had suffered from pirate invasions, to live stable lives. All of this is what he deserves. However, Tashigi looked at Smoker, who was radiating low pressure and nearly biting through his cigar, a bit puzzled. Colonel Smoker, aren't you happy about Brigadier General Hawk's promotion? I remember you were quite worried when you called headquarters. Tashigi. Smoker suddenly turned his head and glared at Tashigi, fiercely, nagging. Get out. Oh. Tashigi was startled by his fierce gaze, shrank her neck, and quickly ran out of the office. The moment the door closed, she muttered softly, Really, you chose this, Colonel. Navy headquarters. Akiji looked at the phone that Smoker had angrily hung up, shaking his head helplessly. This guy still has such a bad temper. However, feeling Smoker's frustration made his mood very good. Hey, Smoker, I said it was bad news. Speaking of which, something interesting must have happened when Hawk and Smoker met. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't be so angry. When Brigadier General Hawk reports to headquarters, it will be a good opportunity to have a chat. As long as it's something that makes Smoker uncomfortable, he is very interested. Akiji casually tossed the phone back onto the table and prepared for a nap. Crack! A faint sound of paper rustling came from the sofa nearby. Akiji ignored it. That guy, Borsellino, must be reading the report about Hawk. With his authority, he can casually look at these things. Too lazy to care. Akiji pulled down his eye mask and adjusted to a comfortable position, slowly entering a state of sleep. Joe! Kizaru pinched the report, his eyes behind the lenses flickering with an inexplicable light. This little guy named Ren Hawk is quite interesting. The report not only details Hawk's astonishing promotion speed and his appointment as branch chief, but also highlights several other points that caught his attention. In just a few months, he cleared the entire East Sea of pirates. That kind of execution ability is impressive. Also, he has military training skills, training the soldiers of the remote branch to a level that even Sakazuki finds satisfactory. The key point is, Hawk actually refused the invitation from Sakazuki's aide. The reason was that he wanted to personally hunt down the evil and felt that following Sakazuki wouldn't leave him any opportunity to take action. TSK, TSK, TSK. A playful smile appeared on Kizaru's face. Old Yellow's devilish smile. Want to do things? Great. Want to kill pirates? Even better. You should know that as a general at headquarters, there's a lot to do. Dealing with pirates, commanding the Navy, and occasionally handling the celestial dragons. Each of these things give a slacker like him a headache, especially when Sakazuki isn't around. These troublesome matters are even more likely to fall on his shoulders. If Kizaru thought of this, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. If he could get this Ren Hawk to be his aide, that would be wonderful. That guy Sakazuki wants to do everything himself. As for him, if he can avoid effort, he will. If he can slack off, he will. If there's a capable aide who can handle all the troublesome matters properly, wouldn't he have plenty of time to enjoy the sun, drink tea, and slack off? This Hawk has strength and motivation. Perfect. Too perfect. The chosen aide for the old man. All he needs to do is hand over the tasks to him and say, Hawk-kun, I'll leave these matters to you. I trust your ability. And then he can comfortably lie down. The more he thought about it, the brighter the smile on Kizaru's face became. This idea is just too great. Hawk-kun, hurry up and come to rescue this poor old man. Chapter 25 Nami. Wait, what about the huge Arlong Park? Navy headquarters, near the waters of Marineford. Whoosh. A warship plowed through the white waves, speeding into this heavily guarded sea area. On the deck of the warship, Hawk, cigar in mouth, leaned against the ship's railing, gazing into the distance. After a day of sailing, they were about to reach headquarters, with Admiral Akainu and the elite of headquarters accompanying him. They had hardly encountered any obstacles on this journey. He had seen many sights, the bizarre weather of the Grand Line, the unpredictable sea currents. Honestly, if it weren't for the pirates who kill and plunder, the customs and unique island cultures of various places in this sea are quite charming. If he could also clear out those high and mighty celestial dragons, it would be even more perfect. Hawk, we've arrived at headquarters. Akainu's deep voice came from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Hawk responded, extinguishing his cigar and lifting his head. His gaze was instantly captured by the colossal structure that was gradually becoming clear ahead. Navy Headquarters Marine Fort. Navy Headquarters Marine Fort. The enormous crescent-shaped harbor looked like the mouth of a monstrous beast ready to devour. Countless cannons pointed menacingly in all directions, exuding a chilling aura of death. The layered fortress buildings were impregnable, silently declaring the authority of the strongest overlord on this sea. The giant tower in the center shot straight into the clouds. The main body of the fortress was engraved with the immense characters of the Navy. Every stroke contains immense power, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. On the surrounding towers, naval flags dance wildly in the sea breeze. Hawk let out a breath. The Marine Fort in reality is even more magnificent and solemn than the images in his memory. It is also more awe-inspiring. A scene from the original work involuntarily flashed in Hawk's mind. Countless naval officers, cloaked in capes embroidered with the word justice, gathered here with solemn expressions. Absolute justice, as long as there is stubborn evil in these seas. We, the Navy, will completely drive it away in the name of absolute justice. The passionate oath seemed to echo above the headquarters. Hawk felt his spirit uplifted by some kind of encouragement. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of emotions within him, and began to carefully examine this enormous military fortress. Akainu noticed him observing intently and asked, "How is it?" "Magnificent," Hawk replied solemnly. "Compared to the branch in East Blue, this is the real war machine." "That's only natural," Akainu nodded. "The Marine headquarters is the center of justice." The ship's whistle elongated as it slowly approached the crescent-shaped harbor. On the dock, countless naval soldiers moved about with strict discipline, far beyond what an ordinary branch could compare to. Akainu stepped onto the dock first, followed closely by Hawk. The two were about to head directly to the marshal's office for formal appointment. Just then, whoosh, a dazzling yellow light suddenly coalesced before them without warning. As the light dissipated, a figure appeared. Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino. "Yo," Kizaru elongated his tone, waving at Hawk and Akainu. Borsellino? Akainu halted, his brows furrowing slightly. Why is this guy, who always slacks off, not in his office but here at the dock catching the sea breeze? Strange. "Sakazuki, welcome back to headquarters." Kizaru exchanged pleasantries with Akainu, but his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, quickly turned to Hawk. "Hawk, my deputy, you really made me wait. To recruit you as a deputy, I've truly gone to great lengths. I figured out your approximate arrival time at headquarters early on and stood here in the blazing sun at the dock, eagerly awaiting you. Because once you officially accept the appointment as the head of the third branch, your position won't change for a while. My comfortable dream of being a hands-off manager would be completely dashed. So, I had to intercept you here at the dock before the appointment was officially finalized. There's no choice. There are plenty of talents in headquarters, but someone as young as you, with such balanced and strong abilities, who can get things done and dares to get things done, too hard to find. I must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." With this in mind, Kizaru wore a warm smile and leaned closer to Hawk. "Yo, this is the recently renowned Brigadier General Ren Hawk, right? One person turned the entire East Blue upside down. Truly impressive." "Admiral Kizaru." Hawk's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately saluted Kizaru with a standard military salute. He didn't expect to meet Admiral Kizaru right after arriving at headquarters. However, why is Admiral Kizaru so enthusiastic? His overly enthusiastic demeanor is quite unsettling. Can you imagine an old man with a face full of wrinkles, winking at you and smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum? Hawk forcibly suppressed this strange feeling deep in his heart and maintained a soldier's rigid posture. Kizaru smiled and nodded, preparing to say something more. A large hand, rough and radiating a hot aura, suddenly came between him and Hawk. Akainu's towering figure stood like a mountain in front of Hawk. Borsellino, want to take Hawk from me? Don't even think about it. Near Cocoa Village in the East Blue, a small, rickety boat wobbled toward the shore. A girl with short orange hair and a beautiful face jumped off the boat. The seawater reached her ankles, bringing a hint of coolness. Who? Nami exhaled deeply. Cocoa Village. I'm finally back. She looked at the quiet beach, her brows slightly furrowing. Something felt strange. This sea area has been too calm lately. She hadn't encountered a single one of those annoying pirates who used to swarm like flies, resulting in her, a pirate thief, not having any business for a long time. Forget it. Let us head back to that hellhole Arlong Park. Just thinking of Arlong's fish-like face that brought her endless nightmares made Nami's heart feel like it was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, surging with intense nausea and deep-seated hatred. Just hold on a little longer. Soon, I'll gather 100 million berries. Then I can buy Cocoa Village back from that bastard Arlong. Sister Nojiko and the villagers will finally be able to live freely and peacefully. Nami's sister, Nojiko. Determination flickered in Nami's eyes. She shook her head, casting aside her distracting thoughts. Clutching the sea chart she had drawn tightly in her arms, she headed toward Arlong Park. However, when Nami reached the spot from her memory, her whole body froze in place. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Her mouth opened unconsciously. What did she see? An empty space. A completely vacant plot of land. The Arlong Park, which should have stood there, grotesque like a nightmare and symbolizing Arlong's brutal rule, had vanished without a trace. Only a vast, empty ground remained. Nami rubbed her eyes vigorously and pinched herself hard. No, what about that huge Arlong Park? Those who understand will understand. The scheduled noon update was delayed until the afternoon for a return from Shaoyang. Chapter 26 Kazu. Sakazuki, my old friend. My bottom line is quite flexible, you know. Borsellino, want to take Hawk from me? Akainu's voice was filled with warning. Don't even think about it. Seeing Keizuru's enthusiastic expression, Akainu instantly understood. This guy isn't here to welcome his colleague. He asks after Hawk. Handing Hawk, an excellent hawkish talent, over to the lazy Keizuru, Hawk might end up learning his carefree attitude and become just as reckless. Akainu couldn't even bear to imagine that scenario. Unlike Keizuru's deliberately lowered voice, Akainu's stern shout instantly ignited the entire dock. Countless naval soldiers and even some officers from headquarters turned their gazes toward them. It's Admiral Akainu. He is back from the East Blue. Soon, everyone noticed the young man behind Akainu. Look, that must be Ren Hawk. It's him. Admiral Akainu just shouted his name. Is he really the newly promoted Brigadier, General Hawk? He is so young. The murmurs spread like rising tides, filling every corner of the dock. Don't be fooled by Brigadier General Hawk's youth. He has wiped out all the pirates in the East Blue. I've heard about it. Because of this, Admiral Akainu personally went to the East Blue for inspection, and as a result, he directly utilized a special quota to promote him to Brigadier General at headquarters. What is this? Your news is outdated. I just heard from a friend that Fleet Admiral Sengoku has specially approved his appointment. He is going to be the head of the third branch in the Grand Line. What? The third branch? ISNT, that a position only a vice admiral at headquarters can hold? My goodness. A brigadier general is going to be the head of a branch in the Grand Line. This is unprecedented since the establishment of the Navy. It's indeed the first time. But what does this have to do with Admiral Keizuru? Yeah, isn't Admiral Keizuru usually just slacking off in the office? Why is he strangely taking the initiative to come to the dock? I just saw him looking around here, waiting for quite a while. Everyone was confused. Didn't Admiral Akainu just say that Admiral Keizuru was going to take Colonel Hawk away? So, does that mean the two admirals are fighting over someone? Is this for real? At the dock, all the Navy's eyes were fixed on Hawk. Wow, such a big scene is rare in 100 years. Two headquarters admirals actually want to fight over a colonel. Are they going to start a fight? Hawk's scalp tingled. He realized the situation. Oh no, No wonder Admiral Kizuru was grinning so lewdly just now, looking like a blooming flower. He was coming for me. However, with Admiral Akainu here, I'll just wait and see how it unfolds. Sakazuki, don't be so angry. Kizaru looked at the furious Akainu, his smile unwavering. He had long anticipated that trying to poach someone from Sakazuki wouldn't be easy. But he really didn't want to miss out on this chosen vice admiral in front of him. I just feel that someone as talented as Hawk is too underutilized in the branch. Young people should be around the highest combat power in our headquarters to get the best training and see a broader world. Your side ISNT suitable for Hawk to fully unleash his potential. It's different over here. I'm quite open-minded. Hawk fell a bit speechless. Old man Kizuru, you say you want to train me? I believe you, sure. You clearly just see me as someone who can fight and get things done. Wanting a powerful tool to free yourself up and slack off. But I just want to kill pirates, eliminate evil, and gain justice points. I don't want to help you deal with annoying military affairs. Hawk's thoughts raced, and he was about to find a polite way to refuse when Akainu's voice exploded first. Borsellino, Hawk is about to be appointed as the head of the 3rd Division. And this is an appointment issued personally by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There is no way to change it. He snorted coldly. What do you mean by being open-minded? Soldiers must obey orders. But that doesn't mean I don't know how to be flexible. After realizing Hawk's abilities, I directly handed my only daughter over to him for training and discipline. This represents my absolute trust and importance. The bond between me and Hawk cannot be compared to your light-hearted notion of being open-minded. Borsellino. Kizaru shrugged indifferently. So now you bring up the fleet admiral? I've already understood the cause and effect clearly. It was clearly you, Sakazuki, who made a promise for the position of division head without consulting first. And only later did the fleet admiral give his approval. The position of the head of the 3rd Division ISNT exclusively for Hawk. I have several capable rear admirals under me who I could recommend to the fleet admiral. Someone like Hawk should be placed in a more suitable position. For instance, my long-vacant vice admiral position is very suitable. Kizaru's eyes behind his sunglasses flickered. Right now, Hawk's rank as a colonel is just right, not too high, not too low. If he gets promoted to rear admiral or vice admiral, trying to get him to be my vice admiral would be a bit of a waste. So now is the best time to bring Hawk under my command. I must secure him. The position of the head of the 3rd Division is the most suitable. Hawk is one of our Hawk faction members. Akainu emphasized, you neutral faction members should not interfere. The internal factional disputes within the Navy are no secret. Led by himself, the Hawk faction advocates using iron-fisted methods to eliminate all evil. Led by Kazan, the Dove faction has a relatively mild attitude. And then there are neutral members like Borsellino, who offend no one and seek to avoid trouble at all costs. Or more accurately, the Fish faction. Sakazuki, Kizaru persisted, if Hawk can really come. I wouldn't mind occasionally acting as part of the Hawk faction. The air at the dock suddenly became tense. Akainu's tall figure visibly stiffened for a moment. He was choked by Kizaru's flexible bottom line. You guy, are you really willing to change factions just to bring Hawk under you? Hawk silently watched from the side, feeling a bit complicated. On the one hand, he didn't expect to become the coveted prize for both admirals. On the other hand, it was just like you, Admiral Kizuru. You really embody what it means to have no bottom line. That is my bottom line. The surrounding Navy members were also stunned. Admiral Kizuru, if you join the Hawk faction, what will happen to the large number of neutral faction officers behind you? Without you, how will the neutral faction survive? Suddenly, the temperature at the dock shot up. Akainu looked at Kizuru, who was still unwilling to back down and was even willing to change his factional stance. And he became genuinely angry. Borsellino, you bastard. Do you really think you're so easygoing? If it weren't for the fact that this person is you, I would have punched someone else by now. It was precisely because they were old friends that he patiently explained again and again. But Hawk is the successor of the Hawk faction I have my eye on. I absolutely cannot hand him over to you. The temperature around Akainu continued to rise, and one of his arms began to glow a dark red. If Kizuru didn't back down, he was about to take action. This is bad. Admiral Akainu is about to strike. My God, the two admirals are going to fight at the dock over Colonel Hawk. Hurry, go notify Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Pass it on. Just say that Admirals Akainu and Kizuru have already started fighting at the dock over Colonel Hawk. What? They've already started fighting. Pass it on. The highest combat power of the headquarters is in fighting. Pass it on. The headquarters fortress has collapsed. Marineford is sinking. Kizaru, Akainu. Who the hell is spreading rumors? Chapter 27 Nonsense. Have Hawk report to the Fleet Admiral's office tomorrow. Headquarters, outside the Fleet Admiral's office. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A messenger stepped into the office. Something has happened. Sengoku, who was handling documents, suddenly looked up. What happened? Admirals Akainu and Kizaru are fighting at the dock. What? Sengoku's pen broke with a snap, ink splattering all over the desk. Sitting on the sofa, sipping tea, Vice Admiral Tsuru remained calm, blowing gently at the steam. With Borsalino's personality, it was unlikely he would confront Sakazuki directly. That guy is as slippery as an eel. How could he seek trouble? But the messenger revealed the latest version of the rumors he had heard, saying they had already damaged the dock. If it gets any later, Marineford might sink. What? This time, even Vice Admiral Tsuru couldn't hold her teacup steady. With a bang, the ceramic cup was heavily placed on the table. They really started fighting? Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Something's not right. With their observation hockey, they could easily cover all of Marineford. They didn't sense any extraordinary energy fluctuations. However, there was indeed some commotion towards the dock. Something's wrong. The two could no longer sit still and quickly made their way toward the dock. Meanwhile, in Admiral Akiji's office, Akiji, who was dozing on the sofa, was awakened by the increasingly noisy footsteps and exclamations in the corridor. Is it so noisy that no one can sleep? He pulled down his sleep mask, rubbing his eyes a bit sleepily. Sakazuki and Borsalino got into a fight at the dock. He listened for a while with his ears perked up, a strange expression appearing on his lazy face. Well, let's go see the commotion. Kizaru yawned, slowly getting up and heading toward the dock as well. Marineford, the dock. Jill. Sakazuki cooled down. Kizaru felt the fury radiating from Akainu and decisively followed his instincts, raising both hands. I was just saying it casually, don't take it seriously. It seems today is not the day to intercept. No worries, there's always tomorrow. The Kid Hawk has just been promoted to Brigadier General. He won't make any moves in the short term. Next time, I'll have to have a good talk with the Kid Hawk when Sakazuki isn't around. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps came from afar. Admiral Sengoku arrived quickly with Vice Admiral Tsuru. When he saw the intact dock and the two, Akainu and Kizaru, merely confronting each other without fighting, he visibly let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, an unnamed anger surged to his head. He glanced at the surrounding Navy soldiers who were excitedly watching the commotion and roared angrily. What are you looking at? Don't you have anything to do? Have you all completed your training tasks? Get out of here. The Navy soldiers immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Sengoku then glared fiercely at the two admirals. What nonsense! Kizaru shrugged. If Sakazuki had agreed earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Humph. Akainu snorted coldly. Too lazy to bother with Kizaru, he turned to introduce Sengoku and Tsuru, Admiral. Vice Admiral Tsuru. This is Brigadier General Ren Hawk. Hawk stepped forward, standing tall, and gave a standard military salute to the two high-ranking Navy leaders. Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Tsuru. His voice was loud, neither servile nor overbearing. Vice Admiral Tsuru's gaze fell on Hawk, scrutinizing him. She formed a preliminary impression in her mind. Not bad, a handsome talent. Oh. Sengoku's gaze shifted from Akainu and Kizaru to Hawk. His eyes lit up. Is this the newcomer that Sakazuki is willing to use a special quota to protect? Not bad, standing tall with a determined gaze. Most importantly, being in the center of the dispute between the two admirals, facing the scrutiny of himself and Vice Admiral Tsuru, he could still maintain such calmness. This temperament is far from that of an ordinary young person. No matter how Sengoku looked at it, he felt this kid indeed has the demeanor of a future leader of the Navy. Not bad, Brigadier General Hawk. Sengoku nodded at Hawk, then signaled everyone to follow, turning to walk toward the headquarters building. Everyone come with me, to the Admiral's office. Soon, everyone arrived at the Admiral's office. As soon as everyone sat down, Sengoku slammed the table, erupting in anger. Sakazuki, Borsalino. You are the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, a model for all the Navy. Is this how you act as admirals? In front of so many soldiers, you want to fight? What do you want to do? His roar made the teacups vibrate. Even if you really want to fight, find a deserted place. With so many people watching, do you want to ruin the Navy's reputation? Kizaru remained silent, crossing his legs. I just want a satisfactory adjutant. Is that wrong? Akainu also sat expressionlessly. Anyway, the Kid Hawk is safe. It doesn't matter how Sengoku scolds him. You too. Sengoku's anger had vented for a while, seeing that both were as indifferent as dead pigs that aren't afraid of boiling water. He had no better way. He took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his anger, and asked, so what is going on? Why did it turn into such a scene at the dock? The office fell into dead silence. Everyone remained silent. Admiral, why are you getting so angry without understanding what is going on? Sengoku's gaze swept back and forth between the two admirals. Finally, he noticed that both of them unconsciously glanced toward Hawk, who was sitting at the end. He suddenly realized that the root cause was with Hawk. What is going on? Admiral, you know how hard my job is, Kizaru began. The duties of an admiral are very busy, and there are a bunch of tricky matters to handle every day. I just thought that a capable young man like Brigadier General Hawk could help share some of the burden. Humph. Akainu let out a cold snort full of disdain. Borisolino, you just want to slack off. Borisolino, you want Hawk to help you with your duties? Sengoku picked up the appointment document on the table, lightly tapping it with his fingertip. The appointment for 3 department heads had already been signed and stamped with the Admiral's office seal, and it couldn't be revoked. Borisolino, you want Hawk to help you with military affairs. Then who helps me with my military affairs? If we talk about who in the entire Navy is under the most pressure, who handles the most military affairs, who is being driven to high blood pressure every day by that group of old guys from the Gorosei? It's me. It's me, the Admiral of the Navy. Wait a minute. Why didn't I think about lightening my own load? Moreover, if we're talking about cultivating the new generation of leaders for the Navy, who is more qualified than me, the Admiral of the Navy? The future of the Navy must be personally steered by me. The more Sengoku thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his idea was brilliant. Bang! He slammed the table again, louder than before. Nonsense. This is not a place for you to poach people. Sengoku suddenly turned his head, his gaze burning as he looked at the bewildered Hawk. Brigadier General Hawk. Starting tomorrow, report to the Admiral's office. As for the appointment of the 3 department heads in the Grand Line, it can be revoked. The office fell into a dead silence again. The frost on Akainu's face instantly froze. Kizaru's smile also became stiff on his face. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had been watching the show, had her hand holding the teacup suspended in midair. Hawk. Everyone was stunned. The Admiral of the Navy is also going to step in to recruit people. Chapter 28. Zoro. What is up? Looking for directions? At the headquarters. In the Admiral's office, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Hawk secretly sighed. What have I become? The ultimate hot commodity. Even the dignified Admiral Sengoku is personally trying to recruit me? Akainu and Kizaru exchanged glances, instantly understanding the same meaning from each other's eyes. Sengoku, that old lecher. Just a second ago, he was righteous, saying that the appointment document was signed and sealed and couldn't be revoked. The next second, when it comes to wanting to bring Hawk under his wing, he could just revoke it. Double standards, huh? Sigh. Vice Admiral Tsuru held her forehead and sighed lightly. She felt helpless toward Sengoku, who occasionally behaved like Garp. Sengoku, the appointment has been officially communicated, and now revoking it would have too much impact. Besides, shouldn't we ask Hawk himself for his opinion? Tsuru turned her gaze to Hawk, who had been an outsider throughout. Hawk, what do you think? Whoosh. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on Hawk. Hawk scanned the room. He saw hope in Akainu and Kizaru's eyes, hoping he would refuse. He also saw hope in Sengoku's eyes, hoping he would agree. In Tsuru's eyes, he saw encouragement, saying whatever you want to say. Who? Hawk took a deep breath. Sorry, I refuse. Sengoku. East Blue, near Cocoa Village. Who? A stunning figure ran wildly on the beach, kicking up fine sand. Nami was desperately running towards Cocoa Village. Arlong Park has been leveled. Although she didn't know who did it, this should be great news. But more terrifying thought gripped her heart tightly. Kokia Village it can't be. No. The face of her sister Nojiko flashed through her mind. along with the faces of the villagers. They were her only remaining family in this world. Nami shook her head, forcing herself to quicken her pace. Soon, she burst into Kokia village. The village was not only not flattened, but instead radiated a sense of renewal and vitality after surviving the disaster. The damaged houses had been repaired, and the walls were painted in bright colors. The streets were clean and tidy, and even the fences by the roadside had been replaced with new ones. The numbness and despair that once lingered on the villagers' faces had vanished, replaced by genuine smiles. Children chased and played in the streets, their cheerful laughter echoing far and wide. The entire village seemed to have awoken completely from a long nightmare. Phew! Nami, panting, looked at the peaceful scene before her and patted her rising chest with relief. Luckily, the village was safe. She caught her breath and headed towards her family's orange orchard. She needed to find Nojiko and ask what had happened at Arlong Park. Before long, she spotted Nojiko in the orange orchard, carefully tending to the orange trees. Nojiko saw Nami and instantly broke into a radiant smile. Nami, you're back. Before Nami could speak, Nojiko, like a happy little bird, ran over and hugged her tightly. I have good news. Arlong has been killed. The Arlong pirates have been wiped out. What? Though she had had a slight suspicion, when the news actually came from her sister's mouth, Nami's mind went blank. Arlong is dead? Her voice was dry and trembled with disbelief. Nami couldn't believe it. The demon that had been like a nightmare, dead? The enemy of her adoptive mother Belmir, just like that, is dead? Yes, dead. Absolutely dead. Nojiko nodded vigorously, her face unable to contain her overwhelming joy. It was Colonel Hawk. It was Colonel Hawk from the Navy's 16th Division. He led the Navy straight into Arlong Park. He killed that bastard Arlong and all his fisherman subordinates. And that's not all. Colonel Hawk also ordered that 70% of the treasure be returned to our village, which Arlong had exploited. Nami, we got back the money that Arlong took from us. The village is free. We are all free. We no longer have to pay protection money to that demon. Upon hearing all this, Nami's mind went blank. Arlong is really dead. She could finally put down the heavy burden. What? She suddenly hugged Nojiko tightly. All the grievances, hatred, and pain accumulated over the years broke through the dam at that moment, turning into a flood of tears. Wah. He is dead. So good to die. The Arlong I dreamed of killing has been killed by the Navy. I've heard his name, Blood Eagle, while charting the seas. I was puzzled as to why this cold-hearted Navy man took so long to deal with the nearby Arlong. I didn't expect that when I returned after finishing the charts, the Arlong pirates would be completely wiped out. That's great. Nami, it's all over. Nojiko held her sister tightly, her eyes reddening. It's all over. Everything is over. A beautiful life is just beginning. MHM. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, outside the waters of the 16th Division, a shabby little boat was drifting helplessly on the sea. On the boat, a man with short green hair and 3 teardrop-shaped golden earrings on his left ear was weakly leaning against the side of the boat. He had a deep green scarf tied around his left arm, wore a white shirt, had a green belly band around his waist, and was in deep green pants and boots. The 3 swords hanging at his waist swayed gently with the boat. The man, Zoro from the East Blue, was starving. He weakly looked at the sea, feeling as if a hand was stirring wildly in his stomach. Next to him, a man with a rat-like face bound by ropes, weakly replied, "Yeah, starving. Big brother, let me go, I'm just a thief. I didn't do anything heinous." Zoro suddenly turned his head, his eyes fierce. Less nonsense. What bad luck. Ever since that bastard Navy named Blood Eagle appeared, all the pirates in the East Sea have either been killed or are too scared to show their faces. As the strongest pirate hunter in the East Sea, I haven't had a job for 3 whole months. Without bounties, I can't buy food, and without money, I can't drink to fill my stomach. I had to catch a thief to see if I could exchange some money at the Navy base I usually go to. Who knew I'd get lost? Suddenly, Zoro's eyes narrowed sharply. He saw a faint outline of a building appear on the horizon. Above the building, a flag with a seagull and lettering was flying in the wind. The East Sea 16th Division. It's a Navy base. There's hope. Xiaoyang wanted to ask for a wave of small gifts and good reviews, rolling around begging. Otherwise, when the big guy goes out to ask for directions, he might run into the guy below. Chapter 29. The 3rd Division is yours, Hawk. Navy Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Huh. Sengoku was somewhat surprised. He was rejected. Hawk, you publicly rejected the face of the Navy Marshal. Where do you want me to put my face? Huh. Akainu's rugged face broke into a smile. As expected of someone I value. He even directly rejected the Marshal's invitation. What guts? Yo. Kizaru's sunglasses slipped down a bit, revealing eyes full of astonishment. Hawk, you're so bold? You directly rejected the Marshal. Hawk knew very well why he was valued by the higher-ups of the Navy. An untrained Navy member, growing up alone in the weakest East Sea to such an extent. This strength, this talent, in their eyes, was undoubtedly a genius, a monster. But deep down he knew. Genius? No, he was a loser. Becoming an admiral's aide or a marshal's assistant was indeed a huge opportunity, meaning a leap to success. But it also meant he would be bound to Marineford for a long time. Whether it was the marshal or the admiral, they would spend most of their time at headquarters. The marshal wouldn't easily leave headquarters. The admiral would have to be ready to handle the requests of the world nobles, the celestial dragons, at any moment. If he were bound to headquarters, how much justice value would he miss out on? A year later, the Marineford War would break out. That was the stage he had chosen, an excellent opportunity for him to soar. He had to personally kill most of the Whitebeard pirates to gain the million justice value he desired. But with his current strength, dreaming of rampaging around was just wishful thinking. One must know that the Whitebeard, on his last legs, could withstand a hit from Admiral Akainu and still not die. His current strength, barely reaching the level of a rear admiral, was completely insufficient. Therefore, the urgent priority was to become stronger. Before the Marineford War arrived, he needed to get stronger. The 3rd Division was the best training ground before his war at Marineford. The pirates of the first half of the Grand Line were currently the best experience sources. With this in mind, Hawk suddenly stood up, facing all the high-ranking Navy officials present, saluting. Report, Marshal, Admiral, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. His voice was loud and firm, echoing in the office. I refuse not out of any dissatisfaction, but because my sense of justice does not allow me to stay in the rear. The justice of slaughter. Its foundation is built upon the corpses of evil. The 3rd branch is located in the first half of the Grand Line, where pirates run rampant and evil prevails. Please allow me to go to the place with the most evil, to carry out my justice, rather than staying by the side of the admiral or general, accepting protection. As the words fell, the large admiral's office fell into silence. Suddenly, a round of applause broke the quiet. Good. Hawk, very good. Akainu openly expressed his admiration, clapping vigorously, not swayed by power, only to uphold the justice in his heart. Very good. Oh, Kizaru lazily chimed in. The young people nowadays are truly terrifying. Hawk nodded gently, his belief firm, his justice clear. No wonder Sakazuki thinks you were the leader of the new generation of the Navy. She finally understood why Sakazuki held this young man in such high regard. Humph. Sengoku, who had been publicly embarrassed, snorted coldly. The young man doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. But if he does know, would he still be a young man? He looked at Hawk's young yet resolute face, and, in a daze, saw himself when he was young. Back then, he too had marched forward for the justice in his heart. But what about now? For the Navy, for military funding. How many times had he compromised with the world government, with those damned Gorosei? The young him would surely look down on the current Sengoku, who weighs pros and cons and is bound by bureaucracy. How much justice that should be executed ultimately cannot be done for various reasons. Hawk, Brigadier General. He slowly turned to Hawk, his voice carrying an unprecedented seriousness and expectation. The 3rd branch of the Grand Line is entrusted to you. Go. Let this chaotic world feel the Navy reigning supreme. Yes. Hawk straightened his chest, saluted again. He turned and walked out of the Admiral's office with steady steps. Next, he had to go to the logistics department to collect the Brigadier General's cloak and epaulets, then go to the documentation department to handle the promotion papers for the brothers of the 16th branch. Talp. Hawk walked down the wide, bright corridor. At this moment, a slightly lazy voice came from the side. Well, Hawk, would you like to chat for a bit? Hawk stopped and turned to look. A tall man was leaning against a pillar, He wore a white suit vest, a deep blue shirt underneath, a tie around his neck, and white trousers. His black curly hair, face still bearing the signs of just waking up, had a green eye mask pushed up on his forehead. It was Navy headquarters Admiral Akiji Kazan. At the same time, at the Navy's 16th branch, a visitor arrived at the bounty collection place. "Hey, can a thief claim a bounty?" Zoro asked weakly, holding a tightly bound man. "My name isn't. Hey, I have a name." The Navy officer responsible for bounties raised his head, and upon seeing Zoro's attire, his eyes froze. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro? As a Navy officer in charge of bounties, he was naturally familiar with the bounty hunter who had gained fame in the East Blue in recent years. "Yes, that's me." "Oh my gosh." The Navy officer looked at Zoro, who was looking a bit rough from hunger, his face filled with astonishment. "How long have you gone without food?" 99 days. Zoro tossed the thief onto the counter. "Can I exchange this for bounty?" "I only stole 50 berries, and I failed." The thief cried out, desperately claiming innocence. "It can't be exchanged." The Navy officer was in a dilemma. This isn't pirate. How can it be exchanged for a bounty? He looked at Zoro's face, which was turning green from hunger. After thinking for a moment and glancing at the clock on the wall, dinner time had just passed. Bringing this famous bounty hunter to the mess hall for a meal wouldn't be a bad idea. However, it still needed to be approved. "Wait a moment. I'll go ask Major Dane." Soon, Dane arrived. As soon as he walked through the door, his gaze fell on a white sword at Zoro's waist. Almost simultaneously, Zoro also spotted the sword at Dane's waist. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. "Great sword, 50 work night Nagi. Great sword, 21 work Wado Ikamanji." Chapter 30 Zoro. "It's because of that damn bastard." "Well, Hawk, would you like to chat for a bit?" Hawk looked at the man before him, Admiral Akiji Kazan, a natural ice fruit user. The person with the hottest heart had eaten the coldest fruit. In his youth, he upheld burning justice, but after the O'Hara incident, Kazan became confused about justice and turned to advocate for lazy justice. Goodness, during this trip to the headquarters, Hawk had met all the high-ranking officials of the Navy except for Old Man Garp and Superintendent Zephyr. He had successfully completed his tour of the 3 admirals. While Hawk was observing Kizuru, Kizuru was also deeply scrutinizing Hawk. He was fully aware of what had happened at the dock. He didn't care about the dispute between Kizuru and Akainu. When he had just arrived at the dock, an intelligence officer had delivered him information he was interested in. That information was a detailed investigation into why Smoker was so furious. He had initially had someone investigated out of curiosity, since it was rare to see Smoker in such a situation. The report detailed Hawk's actions in the East Blue. He trained soldiers, improved rations, used personal funds to build training grounds, and distributed seized goods to his subordinates. He killed pirates and also eliminated corrupt superiors. But he also returned 70% of the seized wealth to the oppressed people. The justice of slaughter. Akiji had seen this term in Akainu's report. He had thought this was just an extreme individual like Sakazuki finding a like-minded junior. But now it seemed that things were not so simple. Sakazuki's absolute justice only cares about eradicating evil from this world, while he never cares about the mess left behind by evil. But Hawk's actions were entirely different. He not only killed the evil pirates, but also ensured that the plundered wealth returned to those oppressed. He not only severed the roots of evil, but also personally sowed seeds of hope in this ravaged land. Such actions, this justice, burned like a flame, incinerating evil completely. Yet it also possessed the calmness and order of ice and snow. After the flames had burned, a stable structure was rebuilt. Akiji's gaze shifted from laziness to focus and depth. He wanted to have a good talk with Hawk about justice. So, he waited outside the Admiral's office. Of course, Admiral Akiji. Hawk nodded, agreeing to Akiji's invitation. Although he didn't know what Akiji wanted to discuss, having more contact with an admiral could only be beneficial. "Let us go to my office." "Yes." The two headed to Akiji's office together. East Blue, 16th branch. Zoro's gaze was fixated on the sword at Dane's waist. It was a completely black sword. The scabbard was a deep obsidian color, and the hilt was wrapped in black cord, simple yet deadly. "Great sword, 50 work night Nagi." Zoro's voice was hoarse, yet carried a hint of excitement unique to swordsmen. Dane's gaze also fell on the 3 swords at Zoro's waist, especially the pure white one. The ivory-white scabbard and the pure white hilt exuded a sense of purity and resilience. Great sword, 21 work Wado Ikamanji. Two true swordsmen at the moment they meet. The fighting spirit rises within them like a volcano ready to erupt. According to the etiquette among swordsmen, an intense sparring session is inevitable. Major Dane, a nearby naval officer, quickly stepped forward to briefly report the situation to Dane. The pirate hunter Zoro has caught a thief and wants to exchange him for a bounty at the branch. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything for 9 days and is about to faint from hunger. Danenadud. He glanced at the trembling thief who was tied up. A quick decision formed in his mind. Just a thief, and he was caught in the act. The crime does not deserve death. This unsuccessful thief should be taken away for education and documented. Warn him that if he commits another crime, there will be no mercy. Zoro, is it? Dane then signaled for Zoro to follow him. Come with me. I'll take you to eat. Upon hearing that there was food, Zoro's eyes instantly lit up, and he quickly followed. The two walked in sequence to the cafeteria of the 16th branch. The cafeteria was brightly lit and bustling with voices in the evening. Although the building had not been expanded, the variety of dishes inside had changed dramatically. The long dining table was filled with all kinds of steaming hot dishes. Zoro, Dane pointed at the dining table. Although the food is inexpensive, you are not a member of the Navy after all. I'll treat you to a meal out of my own pocket, and we'll have a match later. How about that? Zoro, who had been hungry for 9 days, looked at the mountain of food without hesitation and nodded. He could not only fill his stomach, but also duel with a renowned swordsman. There was no better choice. Then Zoro was amazed to discover that this remote naval branch cafeteria actually served a buffet. Huge grilled sea king meat sizzling with oil, piles of golden fried chicken legs, thick meat soup served in huge iron basins, and fresh fruits and chilled juices. Help yourself, take what you want. Zoro's eyes widened as he held a plate larger than a basin, stacking food on it frantically. Is your food this good? Zoro asked with his mouth full of meat. Can you drink beer after work? He even saw a few men in civilian clothes sitting around a table, with large mugs of beer in front of them. Clearly off-duty Navy personnel. They even provided drinks in the cafeteria. Dane calmly explained, Brother Hawk said that during off-duty hours, everyone sits together, drinks a bit, and chats to strengthen relationships. The expenses of the branch cafeteria are not only covered by the headquarters funding, but my brother has also contributed a lot of his personal money. He always says, people are iron and food is steel. If the brothers can't fill their stomachs, how can we talk about upholding justice? Brother Hawk? Zoro's chewing suddenly paused, feeling that this name sounded somewhat familiar. Blood Eagle, Ren Hawk? Oh, you know my brother? Dane looked at Zoro with some surprise. Zoro's face instantly darkened, and his eyes revealed an indescribable resentment. Know him? More than just knowing him. It's because of that bastard that I'm in this situation now. Major Hawk, is he in this branch? Chapter 31 Zoro, do you have late-night snacks here? Major Hawk, Zoro asked in a low voice, is he in this branch now? Dane did not answer but asked in return, are you looking for my brother for something? Zoro recounted his grievances with Hawk in detail, his tone filled with resentment. From being a somewhat famous pirate hunter in the East Sea, he had fallen to the point where he couldn't even afford a meal. The root cause of all this was that bastard Ren Hawk. Even if he let out just a couple of low-tier pirates from his fingers, he wouldn't be in this situation today. Dane chuckled and shook his head after listening. So that's the reason. I didn't expect that my brother's cleanup of the pirates in the EC would lead to a collective unemployment of bounty hunters. But there's nothing to be done. Exterminating pirates and cleaning up evil is the Navy's duty. Soon, both of them finished eating. Burp. Zoro let out a satisfying belch, feeling his strength and energy returning. This feeling was great. He never wanted to go hungry again. Then let's go and have a duel between swordsmen. Let's go. The two walked out of the cafeteria in sequence and arrived at the brightly lit training ground. The Navy personnel who had just finished training and were resting immediately gathered around, eager to watch the match. Major Dane is going to compete with someone. Who is the opponent? They don't look like someone from our branch. I know him, Pirate Hunter Roranoa Zoro, quite famous in the EC. Famous? That's useless. The one who will win is definitely the Major. No need to say. The Major was personally trained by Brigadier Hawk. The discussions among the Navy personnel rose and fell. Zoro ignored all the surrounding voices. He bit down on the wad ikemanji, holding the other two ordinary blades with both hands. Sorry, I'm a three-sword style swordsman. Zoro's voice squeezed out from between his teeth. In terms of the number and quality of blades, I have the advantage. No, photo. Dane shook his head, gripping the hilt of Yagura. My brother said that the strength of a swordsman comes from within. The blades are the least influential factor in determining a swordsman's strength. It is the person who gives the blade its power, not the blade that makes the person strong. Zoro's pupils suddenly contracted. The strength of a swordsman comes from within. It is the person who gives the blade its power, not the blade that makes the person strong. This viewpoint struck his swordsmanship heart like a thunderbolt. The one who said this was Ren Hawk. Is he a great swordsman? Zoro took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his turbulent emotions. No matter what, he had to finish the duel before him first. He focused his mind, muscles tense. Three-sword style, ghost slash. The dual blades in his left and right hands crossed instantly, striking towards Dane. The wad ikemanji in his mouth blocked Dane's possible escape route. In the face of Zoro's attack, Dane did not dodge. One-sword style, drawing slash. Yagura was instantly drawn, and a streak of light cut through the air. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing abruptly echoed in the silent night. Yagura and wad ikemanji collided fiercely in midair, sending out a series of dazzling sparks. Clang! 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 After a series of dense clashes, both retreated a step. Very strong, Zoro felt a numbness in his hands. This naval major was strong, not only in swordsmanship, but also in physical skills. A hint of surprise appeared on Dane's face as well. Zoro was indeed a well-known bounty hunter in the EC. His swordsmanship far surpassed that of ordinary swordsmen in the EC. Dane glanced at the moonlight in the night sky. I'm sorry, my duty time is almost up. Zoro, your swordsmanship is very strong. But, before he could finish his sentence, a faint dark sheen appeared on Dane's right arm, gripping the sword. The blackness extended along the hilt to the blade of Yagura. Yagura became deep and dark, exuding a chilling sense of pressure. Zoro's breath instantly halted. What is that? What is that blackness? But I have already initially mastered armament hockey. Dane's voice calmly reached Zoro, one-sword style armament drawing slash. A strike enveloped in darkness, slashed through the night like ink-colored lightning. Zoro instinctively used all three blades to block. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of breaking echoed. Two ordinary blades snapped in response. Zoro's body flew backward uncontrollably, rolling a few times on the ground to dissipate the force. Ignoring the dust on him, he lowered his head to look at his hands. Two bare sword hilts with broken blades lay scattered on the ground not far away. Zoro suddenly raised his head, staring fiercely at Dane, his eyes filled with shock. Why? Why did the power of Dane's sword strike suddenly increase? What was that black substance wrapping around the blade? Zoro, that was quite a duel, Dane said slowly as he sheathed his sword and walked in front of Zoro, looking forward to their next confrontation. I'll be at the branch for the next half-month. If you want to fight again, just give me a heads up. After saying that, Dane turned and left to go on duty. This man named Roronoa Zoro was the strongest swordsman he had encountered in the EC so far. In half a month, he would head to the third branch. The enemies there would be 100 times stronger than those in the EC. Before that, having more sparring sessions with Zoro would greatly benefit his swordsmanship improvement. The surrounding Navy personnel, after a brief silence, erupted into excitement. Do we just see that, right? No way. Major Dane just used armament hockey. No wonder he's trained personally by Brigadier General Hawk. He's already grasped armament hockey at a preliminary level. So, are we taking a break? Break? Hell no. I want to master armament hockey too. Go put in 100 times the effort. 100? I'll put in 200 times. Zoro watched Dane's retreating figure, lost in thought. He believed he was on par with Dane in pure swordsmanship. As for the quality of blades, he felt he had the advantage. But Hawk had said that the quality of the blade was the least influential factor in a swordsman's strength. So what were the other factors? Was it that black power from earlier? According to the Navy personnel nearby, it seemed to be called armament hockey. Zoro's curiosity ignited like dry tinder, burning fiercely. He had to find out the answer. Seeing the Navy personnel who had been resting now re-engaging in training, he made a decision. He would also train and then ask Dane for clarification after his duty ended. With that in mind, Zoro mimicked the Navy personnel, removing his upper clothing to reveal his muscular torso. He then approached a massive barbell. The barbell had heavy iron plates on both ends, designed for testing maximum strength in the branch. Zoro grasped the barbell and tentatively exerted force. The heavy barbell was easily lifted overhead, the movement smooth, as if he were just raising a stick. Not bad. In the training ground, all the sweating Navy personnel froze in their tracks. Their gazes were fixated in a daze on Zoro and the barbell. No way. That barbell can only be lifted 3 times by the strongest soldiers in the branch, including Brigadier General Hawk and Major Dane. How can this green-haired guy handle it like it's a toy? Hey, how can we let an outsider act so arrogantly on our turf? A muscular Navy soldier gritted his teeth and said, "Of course not." The companion beside him immediately echoed, their eyes igniting with fierce fighting spirit. They were Brigadier General Hawk's soldiers, the most elite Navy in the entire East Sea. How could they be outdone by an outsider bounty hunter? Come on, bench press him down. Come on, deadlift him. Come on, squat him to death. A silent competition began. However, against the physical monster Zoro, the soldiers' bench presses were crushed, deadlifts were overwhelmed, and squats were brutalized. Soon, the training ground was littered with Navy personnel sprawled out. Damn it, physically we're no match for this green-haired guy. Boom. Zoro placed the barbell back on the rack and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Not bad, not bad. The training facilities here are quite complete. I haven't trained so comfortably in a long time. Growl. After a duel and intense training, Zoro's stomach growled again. He walked over to the sprawled Navy personnel and asked, "Hey, do you guys have any late-night snacks?" One Navy soldier, exhausted to the point of rolling his eyes, weakly replied, "Of course we do." Then he suddenly realized, wait, why does it matter to you whether we have late-night snacks or not? Chapter 32. Is the command itself wrong? Naval Headquarters. In an office marked with the name Admiral Akiji, Hawk was sitting across from Akiji. The air in the office carried a lazy coolness. "Admiral Akiji, did you come to see me for something?" Hawk initiated the conversation. Akiji lounged on the sofa, his hands resting behind his head, and leisurely replied, "Well, Hawk, Sakazuki's report mentioned your justice, the justice of slaughter. But as far as I know, you have spent a lot of time and effort in the East Sea returning confiscated berries and treasures to the local villagers. Therefore, when Smoker led a team to patrol your waters, he was surrounded by emotionally charged villagers who mistook him for a villain." Haha. Akiji chuckled lightly at the thought of Smoker's predicament, finding it quite amusing. "However, Hawk, this doesn't seem like pure slaughter to me." Admiral Akiji, the justice of slaughter. Hawk smiled calmly and explained, is actually 2 words. Slaughter and justice. Slaughter targets evil. For those pirates who burn, kill, and loot, treating human life as worthless, I am merciless and will eradicate them completely. Justice is for the people. For the innocent civilians who are oppressed and bullied, I listen to their demands and uphold justice. Only when combined do they form my justice. The justice of slaughter. Akiji looked at Hawk, falling silent. So it was like this? He recalled Sakazuki, whose resolve was to burn everything. As long as something was deemed an evil seed, it would be completely eradicated. He also remembered himself, who, after the O'Hara incident, had his burning heart frozen. From then on, he only followed a lazy and mediocre path. But this young man before him, Ren Hawk, seemed to have found another way. His justice had the heat of flames that could burn evil to ashes without mercy, yet also possessed the calmness and order of ice and snow, rebuilding order and sowing hope after the flames. Could this be the correct answer? A kind of justice that is neither blindly extreme nor passively withdrawn? Akiji's thoughts drifted far away, and finally, he slowly straightened his body, his lazy demeanor completely retracted. He asked a question that had troubled him for many years. A nightmare stemming from the O'Hara incident. Brigadier General Hawk, if there was a ship with innocent civilians on board, but among them, there might be someone who poses a threat to world justice. What would you do? Hawk, what would you do? Would you, like Sakazuki, choose to sink the entire ship, even if it meant mistakenly killing 1,000 to eliminate the possibility? Or would you, like me, choose to let it go, gambling on something that might not happen? Hawk smiled slightly. What would I do? He certainly knew the source of Akiji's question. The O'Hara incident. Both current admirals, Akainu and Akiji, were core participants in that massacre order. At that time, Admiral Akainu, then a vice admiral, ruthlessly ordered the destruction of O'Hara's refuge ship to prevent any archaeologists from escaping. Meanwhile, Akiji, also a vice admiral at the time, personally froze his friend, the giant vice admiral Saul. Yet, due to his friend's will, he ultimately let the only survivor, the demon child Nico Robin, go. When Akiji let Robin go, was Admiral Akainu wrong? From a soldier's perspective, obeying orders is a duty. From his own sense of justice, eliminating all evil is correct. Did Admiral Akiji make a mistake? Questioning the reasonableness of orders and preserving the spark of humanity in the gaps of rules is also not wrong. He is very clear that the real mistake lies with the world government that issued the extermination order with the 5 elders. But it is a bit premature to discuss the rights and wrongs of the world government directly with an admiral. However, he can provide some appropriate guidance. With this in mind, Hawk spoke up. Admiral Akiji, before answering the question, I would like to ask you one question. Oh, there are 2 islands that have simultaneously erupted with plague. One island has 5 million people, and the other has 1 million people. However, there is only 1 rescue ship and only 1 dose of medicine. It is impossible to save them both at the same time, no matter how you choose. Pipa Vildi. Admiral, will you choose to save the larger number or the smaller one? Akiji's breath halted. This question was like 2 cold knives pressing against his heart. There is no option that satisfies both. Whichever choice is made means the complete destruction of the other side. It means he has to personally give up millions of lives. After a long while, Akiji slowly spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. He couldn't answer. This question has no answer. Or rather, any answer in his view is wrong. Brigadier Hawk. Akiji raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Hawk. What about you? What is your choice? My choice is not important. Hawk shook his head. What matters is why such a choice exists. Just like the rescue ship earlier, whether it is sunk or let go, both have their respective errors. Following orders is the justice of a soldier. Preserving humanity is the justice of being human. When these 2 types of justice clash violently, and no matter how you choose, it is wrong. Hawk leaned slightly forward, his voice lowered. Admiral Akiji, is it possible that the person who posed this question is the one who is wrong? These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Akiji's mind. Yes. Why did he fall into such a dilemma? Why has he been trapped in the nightmare of O'Hara for so many years? He has been entangled in the right and wrong of sinking or letting go, but has never thought that the question itself is wrong. Hawk glanced at the sky outside the window and slowly stood up. He knew that his words had taken effect, and to go on would be excessive. Admiral Akiji, it's getting late. I should go back. Tomorrow morning, I need to head to the logistics department. Akiji blankly raised his head, still immersed in the huge impact, and just instinctively nodded. Hawk turned and walked out of the office, leaving Akiji alone, sitting dumbly on the sofa, repeatedly mulling over that sentence. The one who is wrong is the person who posed this question. His thoughts uncontrollably returned to that island engulfed in flames 20 years ago. If the question is wrong, then in the O'Hara incident, what was wrong was the order itself. Robin. Chapter 33. What more could you want with a free house? Navy headquarters. The moonlight spilled over the massive fortress walls, casting a silver hue. The distant sound of patrolling soldiers' footsteps and the night cries of seagulls composed the unique night of Marineford. Tap. Hawk walked out of Akiji's office, lighting a cigar. What he just said would have made no sense if it were heard by Admiral Akainu or Admiral Kazuru. He hoped to help Admiral Akiji clear his confusion. After all, he did not want the plot of the original work to replay itself. In the original story, 2 weeks after the Marineford War, Fleet Admiral Sengoku submitted his resignation, recommending Akiji as his successor. However, the upper echelons of the world government preferred the hardliner Akainu. The 2 admirals clashed over their ideologies and the position of Fleet Admiral, engaging in a 10-day duel in the Bonk area. In the end, Akainu emerged victorious and became the new Fleet Admiral. After his defeat, Akiji chose to leave the Navy and ultimately joined the Blackbeard Pirates as the captain of the 10th ship. Akiji's departure was a significant loss of combat power for the Navy. The strength of the veteran 3 admirals is beyond doubt. Later, The newly promoted Fujitora and the disgrace of the admirals, Green Bull, are much weaker. Since he chose to stay in the Navy, he naturally hoped for the overall strength of the Navy to be as strong as possible. Hawk tossed the extinguished cigar into the trash can and strolled back to the residence he had been assigned to. After being promoted to Brigadier General, he was assigned a set of accommodations at headquarters. The residence for a Brigadier General is somewhat smaller in area, but a free house. What more could you want? After a simple wash, Hawk prepared to sleep. At this moment, the phone bug rang, its unique mustache and seagull hat shape making Hawk's gaze sharpen. It was a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The call connected. Hawk. Sengoku's voice sounded somewhat tired, but full of vigor. I have good news to tell you. A batch of giant battleships commissioned by the Navy from the shipbuilding company in Water 7 has just been completed and launched. After discussions at the upper levels, one has been reserved for you. The sails will be embroidered with your name, Hawk. However, you will need to wait a few more days, as the handover of the ships requires some necessary procedures. Additionally, there are no issues with the promotion of all soldiers in your former 16th branch. The paperwork for the entire branch's promotions will be approved soon. Thank you, Fleet Admiral. Hawk responded solemnly. I will not disappoint your expectations. The phone bug closed its eyes and hung up. Hawk's expression slightly concentrated. This is blatant favoritism. According to regulations, a brigadier general's rank can be equipped with at most one large warship, but he was getting a brand new giant battleship. This is a privilege that some vice admirals in the headquarters cannot obtain. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's action is meant to send a clear signal to the entire Navy headquarters. He is someone valued by the Navy's upper echelons. While this may mean he has to stay at headquarters a few more days, it is worth it for a brand new giant battleship. Yawn. Hawk lay on the soft bed, resting his arms behind his head, and began to think about what to do in the coming days at headquarters. First, he needs to go to the logistics department to collect the Brigadier General's cloak and epaulets. Then he will wait for the promotion paperwork for his branch brothers. As for the remaining time, although Admiral Akainu previously mentioned that he did not need to concern himself with those formalities, the waters of headquarters are much deeper than the EC. It is still necessary to make social visits. Although he has been recognized by the upper echelons, it is always beneficial to know more about Navy rear admirals, major generals, and brigadier generals, and have more exchanges. As he pondered slowly, Hawk soon fell into a deep sleep. East Blue, 16th Branch. After finishing his duty, Dane walked out of the office building and immediately saw Zoro leaning against the wall. You're not leaving yet? Zoro rubbed his stomach, the gurgling sound particularly clear in the quiet night. Let's grab a late-night snack together. I also want to ask you some questions. Dane sneered. You just want to mooch off me again? Don't say that. At worst, I'll just duel with you a few more times. Dane shook his head. Forget it. My swordsmanship was taught in a rigid manner by the Navy instructors. While solid, it ultimately lacks some variation. Zoro's swordsmanship is wild, fierce, and filled with beast-like intuition. He is an excellent reference for me. Let him eat a few meals one tea costs much. Let's go. Late-night snack is on me. Hey. The two of them walked side by side back to the cafeteria. To facilitate the night shifts and extra training for the soldiers, the canteen of the 16th Branch also offers a sumptuous late-night meal. There are large bowls of minced meat fried rice, freshly baked grilled CB skewers, and a creamy fish soup. There are even several barrels of specially provided low-alcohol beer. Zoro devours the food like a whirlwind, enjoying it immensely. Feeling his stomach slowly filling up, he scratches his head a bit embarrassed. Dane, is there anything I can help with? No. Dane calmly sips his fish soup. There won't be any pirates in this sea area for a while. They've been scared off by the captain. However, Zoro, before I am transferred to the Grand Line branch, as long as you spar with me regularly, I'll cover your meal expenses. Great. But Dane, aren't there any swordsmen in your Navy? There are many. Most of them are concentrated in the headquarters. Dana. Is your goal to become the Navy's greatest swordsman, or to become an admiral? Neither. Dane shakes his head. My goal is to follow Captain Hawk's footsteps and eliminate all the pirates on this sea. Zoro suddenly slaps his head, almost forgetting to ask what he wanted to know. Dane, your brother said that the weapon is the least influential factor affecting a swordsman's strength. What are the other factors? Dane looks at Zoro's eyes burning with a thirst for knowledge and pauses for a moment. He slowly speaks, for a swordsman, what is more important is haki, spirit, and will. Zoro is silent for a moment before asking again, haki, is that the black power you used earlier? Yes, that is one type of haki, armament haki. This type of haki is very common in the Grand Line. The generals of the Navy headquarters, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea are all powerful users of armament haki. The 7 warlords. A figure uncontrollably appears in Zoro's mind. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the target he must defeat. However, as one of the 7 warlords, Mihawk must also be proficient in armament haki, while he has yet to even touch the surface of it. Dang, how can I master armament haki? Zoro's voice is a bit dry. Talent, sweat, the right training methods, and countless battles on the edge of life and death. With your strength, it's hard to find such opportunities in the East Blue. Zoro falls silent. Dane is speaking the truth. The man named Ren Hawk has cleaned up the entire East Blue too thoroughly. Forget about battles on the edge of life and death. He can't even find a pirate to exchange a bounty with right now. Staying in the East Blue, he will only rust slowly and starve to death. Do I want to starve to death? No, I will never go hungry again. Dane, how can I join the Navy? Chapter 34 Zoro. My pockets would make a mouse weep. Zoro, you want to join the Navy? Dane raises his eyes, carefully examining Zoro. Yes. Zoro nods heavily, understanding very clearly. The Navy here offers rich meals, complete training equipment, and swordsmanship experts like Dane who can spar with him vigorously. Joining the Navy means he can access the power known as armament haki. Joining the Navy means he can go to the Grand Line, challenge strong enemies, and improve his swordsmanship. Joining the Navy is the best choice. Zoro, as a bounty hunter, you have a clean background. I personally welcome you to join the Navy. Dane contemplates for a moment and offers a choice. I can recommend you to join the 16th branch, staying in the East Blue. Or I can recommend you to my brother, to go to the Grand Line and join the 3rd branch. What is your choice? The 3rd branch. Zoro answers without hesitation. Was there even a choice? Stay in the comfortable East Blue to retire? He didn't join the Navy for comfort. What he wants is battle, to become stronger. All right. Dane nods. Tomorrow I will report to my brother, after all. He changes the subject, a proud look appearing on his face. Our branch is not a place you can just enter. Oh, why? Ha. Dane snorts lightly, his tone brimming with pride. The current 3rd branch is the hottest place in the entire Navy, besides us old team members following my brother, without strength or background. It's tough for new Navy recruits to join my brother's command. Really? Zoro is a bit skeptical. Although he respects Dane's strength, this seems a bit exaggerated. Dane notices Zoro's doubt. Captain Hawk is the youngest brigadier general in the history of the Navy headquarters. Zoro's eyes widen in shock. Brigadier general? Isn't Hawk a lieutenant commander? How did he become a brigadier general? As a seasoned bounty hunter, he often deals with the Navy and is clear about their rank system. Above lieutenant commander is colonel, then brigadier general. There's a world of difference between branches and headquarters. Did this man named Hawk fly up in a cannon? This promotion speed is outrageous. Speaking of Hawk, Dane's pride swells even more. He feels that merely talking isn't enough, so he stands up and brings back 2 oversized wooden beer mugs. Bang! He places one in front of Zoro, the golden beer bubbling up with white foam. Zoro, you know Arlong, right? Dane takes a big gulp from his mug. Of course I do. The pirate with the highest bounty in the East Blue. Zoro also takes a big gulp from his mug, rolling his eyes. As a bounty hunter, knowing the bounties of all pirates in the East Blue is part of the job. Dane, who do you look down on? Dane wipes the beer foam from the corner of his mouth, looking pointedly at Zoro. I don't mean to look down on anyone, but please, settle the bill for this late-night meal. Cough. Zoro's face instantly turns red, nearly choking on the beer he just drank. Didn't we agree that you would treat me? My pockets will make a mouse weep. Quickly tell me, what happened to Arlong? Arlong, the pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries, was killed by my brother with a single punch. Zoro's hand, holding the beer, mug freezes. A single punch? Killed? That's Arlong. The fishman Arlong. Naturally stronger than humans. A single punch. What kind of monster can do that? He's strong, right? Dane sees through Zoro's shock. The armament haki I used before was specially trained by my brother. If you can successfully join the 3rd branch, you can learn it too. That thing isn't difficult. Gulp. Zoro swallows hard, his heart racing uncontrollably. Armament hockey. He is seriously tempted. Do you know Admiral Akainu? Dane drops an even heavier piece of news. One of the highest combat powers in the Navy headquarters. Who doesn't he know him? Zoro responds, a bit confused. He can understand the fishman Arlong. After all, he was a pirate group in the East Blue. Could Hawk have a connection to Admiral Akainu? He is one of the three main combat powers of the Navy headquarters. Even his target, Hawk, against a fully powered Akainu, might, just knowing is enough. Dane nods. My brother just recently had a thorough battle with Admiral Akainu, who was suppressing his strength. After the fight, Admiral Akainu praised him endlessly. On the spot, he used his special approval authority to promote my brother from Lieutenant Commander of the East Blue Branch to Brigadier General of the headquarters. He was then appointed as the base commander of the 3rd Branch in the Grand Line. We are about to head to the Grand Line to meet up with my brother soon. Zoro's brain has completely crashed. He fought with a Marine Admiral? Even if it was the suppressed Admiral Akainu, he is still a monster standing at the peak of world military power. At this moment, Zoro had a clear understanding of the strength of Hawk, the man who might become his superior. A super monster. An inexplicable shiver ran up his spine, instantly spreading throughout his limbs. It was both a reverence for an absolute powerhouse and a swordsman's instinctive excitement. Zoro's Adam's apple bobbed as he asked, "Can I spar with Brigadier General Hawk?" "Ah, my brother is not at the branch. He went to the headquarters for his appointment." Dane patted Zoro on the shoulder, a smile on his face that suggested he was overthinking. "Moreover, my brother doesn't use a sword. He uses his fists. When my brother throws a punch, mountains will collapse and the earth will shake." He looked Zoro up and down, shaking his head. "Your build isn't enough for him to warm up with a punch. Just obediently accompany me for some fencing." A question mark slowly appeared above Zoro's head. This sounded a bit off, but thinking it through, it didn't seem wrong. The next day, the sun slowly rose over Marineford. The loud slogans sounded like waves, one after another, coming from the vast training ground, filled with power and discipline. After a quick wash, Hawk changed into a neat training outfit and walked out of the residence. He showed no signs of slackness, directly joining the morning exercise group. Brigadier General Hawk. "Good morning, Brigadier General Hawk." Many Navy soldiers who witnessed the Admiral's recruitment incident at the dock cast respectful glances at him, actively greeting him. "Good morning." Hawk smiled and nodded in response, showing no airs. Suddenly, the transponder snail on him rang. It was Dane's call. "Hello, brother. Was your trip to the headquarters smooth?" "Yes, very smooth," Hawk replied while jogging. "Your and the brother's appointments will be issued soon. Congratulations, Colonel Dane of the Navy." Hee, brother, don't tease me. Without you, I wouldn't even have had the chance for revenge, let alone become a colonel. By the way, brother, there's a promising candidate who wants to join the Navy. "Oh, what's the name?" Hawk casually asked, not paying much attention. "The famous bounty hunter from the East Blue, Rorinoa Zoro." Hawk's expression froze for a moment. He almost thought he misheard. "Wait, I just left for a few days, and you brought three-sword-style Zoro into the Navy?" Chapter 35 Akainu. Hawk. "This is my daughter, Kiku." "Dane, are you serious?" Hawk confirmed. "Rorinoa Zoro?" "Yes." "The green algae head? Three-sword style?" Hawk clarified with more specific traits. Still not believing that just a few days after leaving the branch, Dane had brought Zoro into the Navy. "A brother." "Yes." Dane replied somewhat awkwardly, then glanced at Zoro, who was standing nearby, listening intently. Zoro was curious about whether he could join the Navy, but when he heard the term green algae head, his expression darkened. "Brigadier General Hawk, are you being polite?" Huff. After confirming again, Hawk stopped running. He pulled out a cigar from his pocket and lit it. "Good heavens. Dane, you really brought Zoro into the Navy." Hawk quickly recalled Zoro's profile. Zoro, also known as three-sword-style Zoro, is an ultimate directionally challenged person, within a 5-meter radius. He can get lost. There's no one else in the entire One Piece world like him. He hails from Frost Moon Village in the East Blue, trained under Dracula Mihawk, and is determined to become the world's greatest swordsman for the sake of his dear friend Quina's dying wish. Quina. Zoro has a clean background, values loyalty, and has a will of steel. If properly trained, he could become a great member of the Navy in the future. Since Dane called, it was evident he wanted to bring him to the 3rd Branch. However, what about the future Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Luffy? Hell, what about him? That's none of my business. Zoro, I want him. Dane, where's Zoro? Brother, he's next to me. Let him take the call. Soon. Zoro's voice came through the transponder snail. Brigadier General Hawk, this is Roronoa Zoro. Zoro, I've heard of your name. Before you join the Navy, I need to clarify a few things with you. Yes. First, the discipline of the Navy is different from that of being a bounty hunter. Hawk's tone became serious. Here, orders are absolute. If you're told to go east, you cannot go west. If you're told to charge, you cannot retreat. There is no personal heroism, only collective obedience. Second, you need to start as a private. You know very well that with Zoro's strength and potential, granting him a rank equivalent to a headquarters officer wouldn't be unreasonable. But if that were to happen, what would the brothers who fought alongside me think? A newcomer to the Navy, no matter how talented, shouldn't be directly promoted to an officer. This rank needs to be earned by Zoro himself. With his strength, this process will be quick. On the other end of the phone, Zoro showed no hesitation. I understand, Brigadier General Hawk. I accept. Very good. Hawk turned around and asked, Zoro, what is your dream? To become the world's greatest swordsman. The world's greatest swordsman. Huh? Hawk chuckled lightly. Right now, you're still too weak. Work hard. In the future, you will meet the man sitting on that throne now. In a year, during the Marineford War, my Hawk will be forcibly conscripted to participate in the war. The current Zoro would not be a match for my Hawk, but after a year of special training, he might have a chance to make my Hawk take him seriously. Brigadier General, are you talking about Dracula my Hawk? Zoro's voice carried an uncontrollable shock and longing. Joining the Navy really gives me the chance to meet that man? Yes. The 7 warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government as great pirates. In name, they belong to the world government alongside the Navy. As long as you're strong enough, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet my Hawk. That's great. Zoro's response from the transponder snail was filled with unprecedented motivation. Zoro, Hawk instructed, give the phone back to Dane. See you at the 3rd branch. Yes. Soon, Dane's voice came through the transponder snail again. Brother, are you looking for me? Dane, after we head to the 3rd branch, it won't be so easy for the brothers to return to the East Blue. Arrange for them to take turns on leave these days to go home and see. Dane was taken aback for a moment. Then a warm feeling surged in his heart. My brother is really thoughtful. Yes. Click. Hawk hung up the phone and looked up at the sky. First, go get my things. Then, Hawk walked towards the logistics department. Soon, he arrived at the logistics department. The one in charge of distributing military rank items was an old sailor with a face full of wrinkles. He looked at the transfer orders submitted by Hawk, personally signed by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and a hint of shock appeared in his murky eyes. This is Brigadier General Hawk, who has been making waves in the headquarters these past few days. The youngest brigadier general in the history of the Navy. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. The old sailor turned around and walked into the storeroom. Soon, he came out holding a brand new set of military gear. A pure white justice cloak with the 2 characters justice embroidered in black thread on the back. A pair of golden shoulder epaulets representing the rank of brigadier general in the headquarters sparkled with the sheen of power under the light. Brigadier General Hawk, please accept this. Thank you. Hawk took the cloak, which felt slightly heavy in his hands, the texture of the fabric far superior to that of the uniform of the branch's lieutenant colonel. He draped the cloak neatly over his shoulders, securing the golden epaulets firmly in place. The pure white cloak swayed gently with his movements. As Hawk stepped out of the logistics department's door, he spotted Admiral Akainu standing not far away. Beside him was a little girl about 6 meters tall. The girl wore a well-fitting naval uniform, her golden hair tied back in a ponytail, swaying gently as she moved her head. Her large lake blue eyes were curiously scanning everything around her, tinged with a hint of shyness. Hawk, Akainu waved at him. Admiral Akainu. Hawk stepped forward and stood at attention, saluting. Here. Akainu's rugged face softened a bit as he pointed to the little girl beside him. Let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Yunxia. Yunxia, this is Brigadier General Hawk, your future superior and teacher. Hello, I'm Hawk. Hawk extended his hand generously. His gaze fell on the girl, and he realized with a flash of understanding that this was the girl who would be joining him at Branch 3, Akainu's daughter, Yunxia. She was even cuter than her appearance 3 years later in the original work, like a delicate porcelain doll. Yunxia. Yunxia timidly looked up at Hawk. The tall man before her, in his brigadier general's cloak, made him appear even more handsome. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed a shade of crimson. She nervously extended her little hand, briefly shaking Hawk's before withdrawing it. "Why you good?" Her voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible, like the whisper of a fawn in the woods. "Brigadier General Hawk, I am Yunxia." Chapter 36. For Guardianship, find Kindergarten Principal Admiral Kizuru. "Well," Akainu said to Hawk, "Yunxia's in your hands now." After saying this, he turned and walked away. He had military affairs to attend to, and if Hawk wasn't taking Yunxia, he wouldn't have come in person. Hawk watched Akainu's retreating figure, feeling a bit helpless. Just 2 sentences to introduce someone, and then he turns around and leaves. That really is Admiral Akainu's style. He shifted his gaze to Yunxia, who had her head down, fingers entwined, her gaze glued to her toes. However, she would occasionally steal glances at Hawk, her eyes filled with curiosity. "So this is the Brigadier General Hawk that Dad praised endlessly after coming back from the EC? Dad also said that Brigadier General Hawk is the hope of the Navy, and that I should learn from him. But how do I learn from Brigadier General Hawk? Also, will Brigadier General Hawk be very fierce?" Suddenly, she realized Hawk was looking at her, and like a startled rabbit, she quickly lowered her head again, refusing to look up. Hawk felt a slight ache in his temples. "Admiral Akainu, is it too late to return this?" "Forget it." He didn't see when he pierced through the heart by a magma punch. "Yunxia." "Yes." Yunxia jumped as if her name was called in class, quickly raising her head and straightening her back. "Don't be nervous. Let's chat while we walk." "Yes, Brigadier General Hawk." Hawk walked ahead, feeling the careful gaze following him. "Sigh. It seems I need some female sailors under my command. Otherwise, with just Yunxia, many things would be inconvenient." Along the way, Hawk asked questions, and Yunxia answered. Soon, he understood the basic situation. Yunxia had just graduated from the headquarters training camp and was looking for a suitable unit and leader to continue her training. Admiral Akainu recommended her to him, saying he was a very good teacher and superior. Without thinking, she agreed. Her current rank was a lieutenant, and she was more skilled in using firearms in combat. "Yunxia, you are Admiral Akainu's daughter," Hawk said, "and Admiral Akainu is my benefactor. Without his support and recommendation, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such a significant promotion in rank in such a short time. I must remember this kindness. So, we don't need to address each other by rank anymore. It feels too distant. Just call me Senior Hawk." No need to add senior." "All right, Mr. Hawk." Hawk stopped and rubbed his temples. This form of address was becoming increasingly distant. "Just call me Big Brother." "Okay, Big Brother Hawk." Hawk couldn't help but smile at Yunxia, who did everything he said. How could the daughter of the rigid and almost obsessive Admiral Akainu have such a soft character? The contrast was too great. Suddenly, a figure slowly walked around the corner ahead. It was an elderly woman with silver hair and a thin frame. She wore a vice admiral uniform, her face lined with wrinkles from the years, yet her eyes were exceptionally clear. Hawk's heart tightened. Vice Admiral Tsuru, a veteran powerhouse from the same era as Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy strategist, a user of the wash fruit, and a believer in pure justice. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Hawk immediately composed himself and saluted Tsuru. "Brigadier General Hawk." Tsuru also saw Hawk and Yunxia, smiling as she interacted with little Yunxia. "Yes." Vice Admiral Tsuru. Yunxia, upon seeing Tsuru, nervously saluted. Tsuru kindly nodded, her gaze returning to Hawk, her eyes capable of seeing through people's hearts, holding a hint of a scrutinizing smile. "Little Hawk, Admiral Sakazuki speaks highly of your commanding abilities. Admiral is overpraising me. I'm just doing my duty." "No." Tsuru gently shook her head, walking closer. Although Sakazuki tends to be a bit tough, as a Navy admiral, his judgment of people is impeccable. He not only recognizes your sense of justice, but also values your ability to train subordinates. The spirit of the soldiers in Branch 16 has been mentioned repeatedly in Sakazuki's reports. Tsuru then shifted the topic, speaking of which my granddaughter, Peacock, has just been promoted to lieutenant commander at headquarters. She is a talented child, but still needs honing. While headquarters is good, it ultimately lacks a bit of the soil and guidance that can truly help her grow. So, I would like to place her in your Branch 3 for you to oversee her education. Would you be willing? Hawk's expression instantly stiffened. More. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Admiral Akainu just sent his daughter over, and now you want to send your granddaughter too? I'm going to Branch 3 to be the branch chief. Not to run a daycare for the Navy's second-generation elites. For guardianship, find Kindergarten Principal Admiral Kazuru. Admiral Kazuru, East Sea, Branch 16. Dine, having ended the call with a snail, looked at Zoro beside him. Welcome to the Navy, Zoro. Let us go. I'll take you get your gear. Zoro followed Dine and received a brand new naval uniform, a pair of shiny military boots, and basic personal items. Afterward, Dine gathered all the soldiers in the branch for a meeting at the training ground. Brothers, Dine's voice was loud, echoing throughout the training ground. I just received instructions from Brigadier General Hawk. Before we are collectively transferred to Branch 3 in the Grand Line, everyone will take turns on leave. Go home. Go see your families. There was a moment of dead silence in the training ground, followed by an explosion of cheers like a tidal wave. Long live Brigadier General Hawk. Many iron-blooded soldiers had their eyes turn red instantly. They all understood that this farewell meant that going to the Grand Line, returning to the East Sea, would not be so easy again. Brigadier General Hawk was still concerned about this matter. Once the cheers calmed down a bit, Dine walked over to Zoro. What about you, Zoro? Should I go back and take a look? Zoro fell silent. Should he go back? In his mind, a familiar dojo appeared, the One Mind Dojo, and that master who always had a smile on his face and a gentle personality. It was time to go back and take a look, to see the master, and also to see the grave that buried his dear friend and his initial dreams. He was about to embark on a completely new path, and before setting off, it was necessary to make a formal farewell to the past. Zoro raised his head, and his gaze became incredibly determined. He nodded heavily at Dane. Frostmoon Village, right? Perfect. There are soldiers passing by. You can go back together. Good. Chapter 37. I won't get lost. Naval Headquarters. What's wrong, little Hawk? You unwilling? Rear Admiral Tsuru looked at Hawk, whose face showed hesitation, and asked in a calm voice. In her opinion, her granddaughter Peacock was 23 this year, and Hawk was also in his early 20s. Young people should communicate more. Back in the day, she, Sengoku Garp, and Zephyr all supported each other to reach where they are today. Hawk was more outstanding than any of them back then. Letting Peacock learn from him would only be beneficial, not harmful. Although her granddaughter had some quirks, they were harmless. Hawk should agree. Hawk's mind instantly conjured up an image of Rear Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter, Peacock. She was well-proportioned, with long golden hair and emerald green eyes. In the original work, she wore a pink dress with red and white spotted patterns, draped a justice coat over her shoulders, and wore a pink hat. She was a Paramecia-type whip fruit user. Peacock liked Hawk. Hawk's brain raced. Should he refuse? Refuse? Why refuse? This thought only lingered in his mind for a moment before he completely crushed it. Admiral Akainu's daughter, Nightingale, had just joined. Now Rear Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter, Peacock, was also joining. Having agreed to one, another one wouldn't be a problem. Besides, he previously thought his subordinates were all rough men, and having a girl like Nightingale was somewhat inconvenient. Now, Peacock was coming, perfectly balancing the team. Of course, more importantly, Rear Admiral Tsuru's willingness to place her granddaughter under his command represented her trust and entrustment. This was a good thing for him. Admiral Akainu represented the hawkish faction, the most hardline military faction within the Navy. His support would allow Hawk to act freely and carry out justice without reservations. On the other hand, Rear Admiral Tsuru was the Navy's think tank, an elder from the same era as Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. Her connections and influence spanned every corner of the Navy. Her support could save him from countless worries. One was a vigorous admiral, a future fleet admiral. The other was a respected elder. With these two strong backers, he could establish a firm foothold within the Navy without any constraints. Having thought through all this, the hint of hesitation on Hawk's face disappeared, replaced by seriousness and sincerity. Rear Admiral Tsuru, it is an honor for me to earn your trust. He slightly bowed, his tone firm. I will do my utmost to nurture Colonel Peacock in the 3rd Division, and I will not disappoint your expectations. Rear Admiral Tsuru looked at Hawk with a smile of appreciation. Not bad. This kid is quick-witted. Little Hawk, I don't have much ability either. Rear Admiral Tsuru said slowly. I can only rely on my seniority to slightly influence Sengoku's decisions. With your capabilities, the military budget and armament of the 3rd Division, in my opinion, the more, the better. I will help you secure a 50 increase in the total military budget for the 3rd Division over the next 3 years. Additionally, I will allocate 3 large warships and 5 medium warships to the 3rd Division. Hawk was momentarily stunned. Huh, Rear Admiral Tsuru, you call that nothing? This is not just a small portion of the food and weapons budget. It's the entire annual military budget for the 3rd Division. A 50 increase means 1.5 times. This is a huge number that would make any division commander go crazy. And warships. The standard naval fleet allocation is giant warships for admirals and vice admirals, large warships for rear admirals and brigadiers, and medium warships for officer ranks. Logically speaking, as a newly promoted brigadier in charge of the 3rd Division, he should only be allocated 1 large warship and a few medium warships at most. But now, Admiral Sengoku has specially approved a brand new giant battleship for him. Rear Admiral Tsuru has added 3 large warships and 5 medium warships. This means that his 3rd Division will have a naval fleet consisting of 1 giant battleship, 3 large warships, and several medium warships. This is no longer favoritism. This is pampering. With this money and this fleet, there would be many things he could do in the Grand Line. Hawk regained his composure and saluted Rear Admiral Tsuru solemnly. Thank you, Rear Admiral Tsuru. Tsuru extended her hand and gently patted Hawk's shoulder, her movement gentle. Peacock will return to headquarters in the next 2 days. I will arrange for you to meet then. Work hard. Yes. After speaking, Tsuru kindly nodded at Nightingale, who was silent nearby, and then turned to leave slowly. Hawk watched Tsuru leave, then looked at Nightingale. Nightingale, you'll soon have a little partner. Nightingale nodded vigorously, her little head engaged in a fierce brainstorming session. Grandma Tsuru sent Sister Peacock over and increased so much military funding for Brother Hawk and allocated so many warships. Grandma Tsuru is a rear admiral, and my dad is an admiral. Shouldn't Dad express a bit more? When he returned home at night, he would tell Dad to get a bunch of giant warships for Brother. East Sea. The vacation arrangement for the 16th Division was quickly put in place. Since Zoro had just joined, he wasn't assigned specific duties. Dane simply let him take the first batch of leave, as long as he arrived at the 16th Division on time. Soon, a small boat set sail from the dock. Zoro, wearing a brand new private first-class uniform, stood at the bow of the boat, letting the sea breeze blow through his green short hair. A naval soldier, who was also on his way home, was skillfully handling the sails. The small boat sailed steadily towards Frost Moon Village, braving the waves. After sailing for a while, Zoro looked at the changing scenery, feeling that the sights here seemed familiar, yet unfamiliar. He opened his mouth to ask, "Are you sure this is the direction to Frost Moon Village?" The naval soldier steering the boat hesitated. His hometown was near Frost Moon Village, which was why he was taking this route. He had traveled this sea route more than a dozen times and was absolutely confident he wouldn't make a mistake. But Zoro's reputation for single-handedly outmatching the entire division's soldiers had spread long ago. Such a powerful guy shouldn't be lost, right? The naval soldier slowly lowered the sails to slow down the little boat. He took out a sea chart and compass, carefully comparing them, and confirmed that it was correct. He looked up at Zoro, who had a confident expression at the bow, and fell into self-contradiction. Could it be that the lost one was himself? Forget it. Let's keep going. If we make a mistake, we can turn back. Splash! The naval soldier raised the sails again. Soon, a familiar coastline appeared in sight, and the outline of Frost Moon Village became clearer. Thank you. Let us part here. Zoro disembarked, his feet firmly on solid ground. The soldier looked at Zoro and kindly asked, "Should I come back to pick you up when it's close to the meeting time?" "No need." Zoro smiled confidently and gave the soldier a thumbs up. "Don't worry, I won't get lost. I won't get lost. The Peacock's hobby is in the picture. If you type, it will get stuck in the review." Chapter 38. Your name and my name will surely resonate in heaven. Don't worry, I won't get lost. Oh, good. Looking at the confident Zoro, the soldier put away his doubts and drove the small boat away. Zoro turned around and looked at the familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar village in front of him. Frost Moon Village. It was as peaceful and serene as ever. with smoke curling up from chimneys. On the path between the fields, villagers greeted each other. He took a deep breath. The air carried a familiar scent. Following the path in his memory, he soon saw a familiar building. The dojo. The dojo was not small, and the wooden structure exuded antiquity and solemnity, with faint sounds of children shouting as they swung bamboo, swords inside. It's Big Brother Zoro. Big Brother Zoro has come back. A few kids playing at the entrance of the dojo were the first to spot him and immediately shouted out loud. Soon, more children ran out of the dojo and surrounded him. Big Brother Zoro, weren't you going to sea as a bounty hunter? Why are you wearing a navy uniform? A little girl with pigtails curiously examined his uniform. Ha ha ha. Zoro scratched the back of his head and laughed proudly. That's right, isn't it cool? He puffed out his chest to show the children his outfit. What? A little chubby boy pouted and looked disdainful. This is a Navy private's uniform. It doesn't even have a justice cloak. Not cool at all. Zoro's smile instantly froze. He hurriedly defended himself. Hey, getting a cloak is easy if I want one. Just bragging. The kids retorted in unison. You little brats. Zoro couldn't keep his face straight and pretended to give each of the outspoken kids a lesson in love. Just then, a gentle voice came from inside the dojo. Is that you, Zoro? You come back? A man wearing glasses and simple kimono walked out slowly, wearing a gentle smile. The owner of this dojo, Frost Moon Kojiro. Kojiro. Zoro's movements instantly stopped. All playfulness and flamboyance vanished. He turned around and respectfully bowed to the man. Master, I'm back. Zoro's heart was filled with respect. Master Kojiro was not only his swordsmanship mentor, but also the father of his close friend, Frost Moon Kuna. It was he who bestowed upon Zoro the famous sword that carried his friend's dream, the Wado Ikemanji. He was the person Zoro respected the most. Kojiro looked at Zoro in his Navy uniform and nodded. Not bad. You've ultimately chosen to become a Navy man? Yes, due to certain circumstances. I chose to join the Navy. Any path, as long as it's your choice, walk it firmly. Yes. Kojiro turned to the side, signaling Zoro to come in. Come in. How long will you stay this time? Zoro followed Kojiro into the familiar dojo, where the air was mixed with the sense of sweat and wood. I won't stay long this time. I have to set off soon. I'm with the Grand Line. After saying that, Zoro's gaze instinctively drifted toward the dojo's backyard, and his footsteps hesitated. Kojiro noticed his hesitation, reached out, and gently patted his shoulder. Go see her. Tell her your new decision. Yes. Zoro nodded heavily, no longer hesitating, and quickly walked through the dojo toward the peaceful graveyard in the backyard. A simple tombstone stood quietly. It was engraved with the words Frost Moon Kuina. Zoro sat cross-legged, aligning the hilt of Wado Ikemanji with the tombstone. He remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Kuina, I became a Navy man. It's strange, isn't it? I find it strange too, but there are no pirates in the East Sea that I can fight anymore. A man named Ren Hawk killed them all. There was a hint of unwillingness in Zoro's tone, along with a greater yearning. I met one of his subordinates, a Navy swordsman named Dane. He is very strong. I couldn't win against him. He used a kind of black power I had never seen before. He said it was called armament hockey. He also said that the man named Hawk could teach me. That is a monster who could kill Arlong with one punch and dare to fight against an admiral. Zoro's voice grew low, but his eyes became brighter. Kuina, I must master that kind of power. I want to become stronger, strong enough to fulfill our promise. So, I joined the Navy. He extended his hand, tightly gripping the hilt of Wado Ikemanji, as if drawing strength from it. Wait for me, Kuina. Our names will surely resonate in heaven. Naval headquarters. A knock on the door. Knock, knock. Kumin. A gentle, deep voice sounded. Hawk entered the office of Vice Admiral Fire Mountain with Yuin. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain had already thought about it, while he was at headquarters for these few days. He would take his little follower Yuin to visit the current Vice Admirals in Marineford one by one. This was naturally to get familiar and build relationships. Once familiar, it would be easier for him to take heads in the war a year later. All Vice Admirals, just injuring them heavily will do. Leave the killing to me. Upon seeing that the visitor was Hawk, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain abruptly stood up from behind his desk, Brigadier General Hawk. His tone was filled with barely concealed enthusiasm. This young man before him was the hottest supernova in headquarters. The incident where Admiral Akainu almost clashed with Admiral Kazuru had already spread among the powerful Vice Admiral circle. Along with knowing about this outrageous event, a name also entered their sight. EC Blood Eagle, Brigadier General Ren Hawk. In just a few months, he had cleared the entire EC as a branch's lieutenant. The justice of slaughter he upheld perfectly aligned with Admiral Akainu's absolute justice. Even more exaggerated was that he had fought against the suppressed Admiral Akainu and received the evaluation of a monster from him. This had led to both Admirals Akainu and Kizuru publicly vying for him, and even Admiral Sengoku personally got involved. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, Hawk, and Yuin stood at attention and saluted simultaneously. Fire Mountain's gaze fell on Yuin, and he was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this the daughter of Admiral Sakazuki? Why is she following Brigadier General Hawk like a little follower? Fire Mountain suppressed his surprise and walked out from behind his desk with a big smile. Koby, have a seat. He warmly invited the two to sit on the guest sofa while he took a seat opposite them. Hawk pulled out 2 cigars from his pocket and handed one to Fire Mountain. Smoking is one of the best ways to enhance male camaraderie. Vice Admiral, would you like one? As a decades-long smoker, Fire Mountain instinctively reached out to take it. A rich and strong tobacco aroma entered his nostrils. The almost always closed eyes of Fire Mountain suddenly opened a crack, revealing a glimmer of light. This cigar, his voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. Is it specially provided by the Admiral? Chapter 39. Admiral Akainu's drafty little cotton jacket. Fire Mountain knew his stuff. Hawk generously admitted that this was given to him by Admiral Akainu earlier. For the sake of this taste, his little brother had to bear the cost of training Lieutenant Yuin. After working hard for 2 months, he could exchange for a box. No wonder. This is a premium cigar. Fire Mountain's eyes couldn't hide his shock and amazement. The Admiral only had a quota of 1 box per month. He thought he had regarded Hawk highly enough. Unexpectedly, Admiral Akainu not only sent the precious Hawk to train under his command, but even shared his own cigar quota. This is no longer just about valuing him. This is about cultivating Hawk as a successor. The lark sat quietly to the side, her little ears perked up high, listening intently to their conversation. A storm of thoughts surged in her little head once again. Brother Hawk said that to cultivate himself, Dad gives him a box of cigars as a reward every 2 months? But that doesn't seem right. She clearly remembers that there are still many of these cigars in Dad's study cabinet. Just 1 box for 2 months? Why is Dad being so stingy? Isn't this just exploiting Brother Hawk's labor? No, she has to do something. Before leaving the headquarters, she must go to Dad's study and confiscate all those cigars to give to Brother Hawk. All right, let's do it. As Hawk and Fire Mountain started to smoke, the atmosphere in the office became relaxed. The two began to chat casually. Brigadier General Hawk exhaled a beautiful smoke ring and asked with a smile, "What do you think of the current situation in the Grand Line?" Hidden currents are surging. It seems calm on the surface, but a storm is brewing. Drawing on the memories of his past life, Hawk elaborated on the current situation and his predictions for the future. From the delicate balance among the 4 emperors to the motives of the 7 warlords, and the covert activities of the Revolutionary Army. He didn't mention any specific events, but he analyzed the motives, advantages, and disadvantages of each faction in a clear and coherent manner. The smile on Fire Mountain's face gradually faded, replaced by deep shock. He forgot to smoke the cigar in his hand, letting the ash fall off. Brigadier General Hawk's vision and perspective far exceeded what one would expect from someone his age. He could see through things even more clearly and far-reaching than many of the rear admirals in headquarters. Unexpectedly, he not only possessed monstrous strength, but also a top-notch strategic mind. Fire Mountain suddenly recalled the word Admiral Akainu wrote at the end of the report, the leader of the new generation of the Navy. Initially, he thought this was just Admiral Akainu's exaggerated praise out of love for talent. But now it seems this could not be more accurate. This young man before him is indeed the leader of the new generation of the Navy. He is the core that will carry justice for the next few decades and elevate it to new heights. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Garp, and Master Zephyr will eventually grow old. Although the 3 admirals are at their peak, the Navy needs a future. And Hawk is that future. The pleasant conversation soon came to an end as it was getting late. Hawk got up to take his leave. Sorry to disturb you, Vice Admiral Fire Mountain. Not at all. Fire Mountain quickly stood up, personally escorting Hawk and the Lark to the office door and all the way downstairs. This solemn gesture caught the attention of all the Navy personnel they encountered along the way. In the corridor, a major from the headquarters was hurriedly passing by with documents in hand. When he saw Vice Admiral Fire Mountain personally leading a young brigadier general, he suddenly halted, almost dropping the documents everywhere. Is that Vice Admiral Fire Mountain? Who is he escorting? Such a young brigadier general. It's Brigadier General Ren Hawk, the one everyone's been talking about in the headquarters these days. Oh my, to have Vice Admiral Fire Mountain personally see him off downstairs. This Brigadier General Hawk must have quite a reputation. Whispers filled the air, but Fire Mountain seemed to be oblivious, while Hawk accepted it calmly. The more the higher-ups showed their importance to him, the easier it would be for him to operate within the Navy in the future. Upon reaching the downstairs, Hawk, the Lark, and Fire Mountain said their goodbyes. Hawk saluted Fire Mountain seriously. Vice Admiral, please stay. Fire Mountain smiled and returned the gesture. His eyes filled with admiration. Go ahead, come by often when you have time. After saying that, he turned and returned to the office building. Hawk then took the Lark and walked back to Admiral Akanu's residence. Soon, they arrived at Akanu's residence. The style of the residence was just like Akanu himself, with sharp lines and distinct angles. Two solemn-looking Navy guards stood at the entrance, and even the pine trees in the courtyard were trimmed to look like soldiers in formation. We're here. Hawk stopped and said, get some rest. The Lark replied softly, hesitating for a moment before mustering the courage to look up. Brother Hawk, you're really amazing. After saying that, she turned and quickly dashed into the gate of the residence like a startled deer. Brother is so impressive. Just a few words could make Uncle Fire Mountain escort him downstairs. Although I don't understand what they were discussing, I remembered everything. I'll go back and ask Dad. Hawk watched her figure disappear behind the door before turning to leave. One interesting girl. That night, at Akanu's residence. After dinner, the Lark found Akinu, who was reviewing documents in his study. She first recounted in detail what Vice Admiral Tsuru promised to Hawk. After listening, Akainu simply responded with a grunt and showed little reaction. Seeing this, the Lark gathered her courage, stepped forward, and made her request. Dad, the Grand Line is so dangerous. Aren't you worried about your daughter's safety? So, give Brother Hawk a fleet of giant warships for protection. Akainu's hand holding the pen paused in midair. He slowly raised his head and looked at his little girl, who was already trying to reach out before even stepping out the door, feeling somewhat helpless. You're so nervous around outsiders like a little rabbit, but when it comes to your own dad, you ask for so much? A fleet of giant warships? That has 12 ships. Protecting him is just an excuse. Once it reaches the third branch, I'm afraid it would just turn into Hawk-esque fleet. That kid Hawk took you around for an entire afternoon. Did he tell you this? To ask for a fleet of giant warships? That is not what Brother Hawk said. The Lark quickly retorted, her little face turning bright red. Brother didn't ask for anything. He even took me to meet Vice Admiral Fire Mountain today. Then, she repeated verbatim what she heard from Hawk's analysis of the situation in the Grand Line in Vice Admiral Fire Mountain's office. As Akainu listened, his expression changed from confusion to shock. He unconsciously began to grip his pen tighter. No way, Hawk, you little brat. Are you hiding this from me? With such top-notch strategic analytical abilities, why didn't you say a word in front of me? You think I didn't ask? If I didn't ask, you wouldn't bring it up on your own? I've been cultivating you as a successor, and you've let me down. From now on, for every major decision at the headquarters, submit a comprehensive analysis report of 5,000 words. This matter is settled. A fleet of giant warships is out of the question. That's 12 ships. Akainu snapped back to reality and firmly refused. But Dad, aren't you an admiral? The Lark tilted her head, confusion written all over her lake blue eyes. Vice Admiral Tsuru is a vice admiral, and she can promise so many things. Akainu was momentarily speechless. He is indeed a Navy admiral. But Vice Admiral Tsuru is not an ordinary vice admiral. What she can promise comes from decades of camaraderie with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Once she speaks, even if Sengoku is concerned, he has to give her face. How can I explain such complicated human relationships to my innocent daughter? However, the Lark has something that Vice Admiral Tsuru cannot give. Huh. Chapter 40. Please spare her life. Huh. The lark tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. With a creak, Akainu opened the heavy drawer of his desk and took out a golden-colored transponder snail. This is something that Vice Admiral Tsuru cannot provide. What is this? The lark curiously leaned forward, reaching out to poke at the shiny transponder snail. Akainu raised his hand and gently patted the top of Yinxiao's head, saying, "This is something that can protect you well." He withdrew his hand and put the golden den mushi back into the drawer, locking it. "Yinxiao, don't ask too many questions about adult matters. Once you get a branch 3, learn well from your brother Hawk." "Got it," Yinxiao replied, no longer saying much. Her goal had been achieved. As long as she could get something for brother Hawk, it would be a success. Later, when it was time to depart, raiding her father's study for cigars would be a big success. She turned around and walked back to her room with a light step to sleep. In the study, only Akainu remained. He took out the golden den mushi again, rubbing the cold metal shell with his fingertip. His gaze passed through the window, looking at the bright moonlight over Marineford. His thoughts seemed to drift back to a long time ago, the Demon Slayer Order. The next day, the warm sunlight shone over Marineford. Hawk got up, preparing to head out for morning training. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a tall, somewhat lazy-looking man leaning against the wall at the entrance. It was Admiral Akiji, who had a box tucked under his arm. "Morning, Hawk." "Good morning, Admiral Akiji. Want to grab breakfast together?" Akiji suggested lazily with a yawn. Hawk nodded sure. The two walked side by side down the main road of Marineford, and the passing Navy personnel stood at attention and saluted. Hawk took the initiative to speak. "Admiral Akiji, just call me Kazan." Kazan, have you figured out what happened the other day?" "Not really, but I still want to thank you." Akiji shook his head. "I feel like a tangled mess in my head has had a thread pulled loose." He turned his head to look at Hawk, his eyes showing a clarity he hadn't had before. "Hawk, you didn't give me the answer, but you made me realize that I have been trying to solve the wrong problem. Although I haven't completely found my way out of confusion, I've regained some motivation. I can't let that Sakazuki guy continue to dominate the Navy. I can help with any military issues from now on." Hawk nodded. "Okay, that's good." Akiji regaining his spirits is beneficial for both the Navy and himself. In the original story, after failing to compete for the position of Fleet Admiral with Akainu, he left the Navy. This was a significant loss for the Navy. Now, with his butterfly effect, the future might become different. At that moment, Akiji handed over the box under his arm, saying, "A gift for you." Hawk took the box and opened it. Inside was a well-made eye mask, entirely a dark blood red color. The edges of the eye mask were sewn tightly with black thread, having a simple yet sharp design. "What do you think?" Akiji said proudly, "This is my favorite style of eye mask." The style is indeed nice." Hawk held the eye mask, his expression somewhat stiff. But who uses a blood-red eye mask for sleeping? He had no doubt that wearing this eye mask outside would definitely scare children into silence. "Don't you like it? Your nickname is Blood Eagle, right? And you're Justice of Slaughter. This color is so fitting. I specially selected this and had it custom-made. It's one of a kind." "Thank you, Kazan." Hawk forced a smile, swallowing his rejection. "I really like it." He didn't dare to say much. After all, this was a carefully chosen gift from Kazan. Between pretending to be grateful and being turned into an ice sculpture, he still knew how to choose. Hawk prepared to close the box. "You should put this away quickly. Don't let a third person see it." Akiji reminded, "Don't rush, there's another gift." Following his advice, Hawk took out the eye mask, and beneath it was a golden den mushi. Hawk's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints in an instant. "This is Akiji confirmed. This is the Demon Slayer Order." Hawk, now confirmed, picked up the golden den mushi. The Demon Slayer Order, also known as the Emergency Summon, consists of a golden den mushi and a silver den mushi. The golden den mushi is managed by the Marine Headquarters Admirals and the Fleet Admiral and is used to send a notification signal when deciding to initiate an emergency summon. The silver den mushi is located at Marine Headquarters to receive the signal. Once the signal is sent, Marine Headquarters will immediately assemble 10 warships and dispatch 5 vice admirals to conduct indiscriminate destructive strikes on the target location. This is the highest military power granted to the Navy by the world government. It is absolute violence capable of erasing an island from a map. In the original story, This thing was a terrifying existence that could make anyone tremble in fear during the early stages. Although later, due to the expansion of combat power, it seemed somewhat redundant. It was definitely a strategic weapon that could change the course of a large battle. Now, Kazan just handed it over to me? Hawk looked at Akiji with some disbelief. Hawk, I have a premonition. In the future, the lazy justice I believe in may waver or even change because of you. Therefore, I am preparing to authorize you to use the Demon Slayer order. Of course, it's not for nothing. I want you to help me with something. What is it? Hawk put the golden Din mushy back in a box and closed the lid. Akiji stopped, looked around to confirm there was no one else, and then seriously looked at Hawk, the young brigadier general who had spoken with him and had a great impact on him. He recalled everything Hawk had done to East Blue, the actions described in the intelligence that combined both slaughter and protection. Years ago, during the O'Hara incident, Akiji slowly began, I followed the wishes of my friend Saul and let one person go. His voice was soft, but carried a heavy sadness that seemed to freeze the air. I heard that she recently joined one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, the sand alligator. Akiji's gaze became complicated. Although I have regained some motivation now, I am not suitable to intervene in her matters. I am both the one who let her go and the one who destroyed her hometown. I have no right to judge her. So Hawk, I want to give you the power to decide. Find her. If you think what she has done over the years is unforgivable, then use the power in your hands to bring her back, to impel down. If you think she has reasons for her actions and is not entirely wrong. Akiji paused, seemingly pondering his words. Whether to let her go again or to integrate her into Branch 3 is up to you. I want to see what you will do. But whatever decision you make, please spare her life. Hawk fell silent. He certainly knew who Kazan was talking about. Nico Robin, the demon child. Does anyone want to be rewarded by Robin-chan? Chapter 41. I'm going to tie that kid Hawk back. Looking at Akiji, Hawk's mind flashed with information about Robin. Nico Robin, 27 years old, nicknamed the Demon Child, with a bounty of 79 million berries from the world government. She is the only survivor of the archaeological Holy Land O'Hara and is capable of deciphering the poneglyphs. Currently, she is under one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, serving as the vice president of Baroque Works, codenamed Miss All Sunday. Hawk, her name is Nico Robin. Akiji's voice pulled Hawk's thoughts back to reality, as she was already wanted for 79 million berries at the age of 8. Originally, I wanted to see what kind of fruit the seed protected by Saul would bear. But now I've changed my mind. I want to see what you will do. Or, what kind of person will she become under your command? Kazan, she is a wanted person by the world government. Hawk pointed out the crux of the problem. If you want to bring Robin into the Navy, the issue that must be resolved is her wanted status. Would the world government think that a driven admiral is less important than a child of the devil? Kazan shrugged, indicating that he would handle this issue. I will personally guarantee this to the Gorosei. Don't worry. Seeing Kazan's assurance, Hawk immediately understood. Kazan must genuinely hope to recruit Robin into the 3rd branch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared to negotiate with the Gorosei in advance. However, this familiar formula, this familiar taste, why does it remind me so much of Admiral Akainu taking in Yunk and Vice Admiral Crane taking in Peacock? What's going on? Do all the high-ranking Navy officials want to fill their ranks with people? Hawk's thoughts began to expand. Admiral Akainu took in his daughter Yunk. Vice Admiral Crane took in his granddaughter Peacock. Now Admiral Kazan wants to bring over his historical legacy issue, Nico Robin. Is the next one supposed to be the second Uncle Admiral Kazuru, bringing over that self-proclaimed tight-lipped Wano warrior, Momonosuke? If Corazon and Razanani hadn't died, would Fleet Admiral Sengoku also want to bring him into his ranks? And what about Old Man Garp, bringing over the crying traitor, Koby? If that's the case, with his personality, he would definitely punch Koby's head off. Just you, lecturing a battle-scarred admiral? Hawk looked at the still hesitant Hawk, and Kazan continued. From my observations over the years, Robin knows what to say and what not to say. If you choose to absorb her, I will personally warn her. Hawk nodded in agreement. Robin has experienced a troubled childhood, which makes her less naive than the scholars of O'Hara. The scholars of O'Hara, without the protection of force, not only touched the taboos of history, but even openly provoked the world government. In this world where power is paramount, lacking strength is a sin. This is something Dr. Vegapunk should learn. He quietly studied the blank history under the eyes of the celestial dragons. After being discovered, he not only made the historical truth public, but also left himself a way out. That is what a truly smart person does. All right, Kazan, leave Robin to me. Hawk put away the box containing the eye patch and the golden transponder snail, tucking it under his arm. Kazan had already made such a statement, carefully selecting gifts and authorizing the use of the Demon Slayer order. He even solved the worries for himself. If I refuse now, it would seem too ungrateful. Well then, I'll leave it to you. Hearing Hawk's promise, Kazan showed a relaxed smile. Let's go, it's time for breakfast. All right. The two walked side by side toward the Navy cafeteria. While Kazan and Hawk were talking, another conversation was taking place in the Fleet Admiral's office. Crane, why are you causing trouble too? Sengoku glared at his leisurely tea-drinking old friend, feeling his blood pressure rising. A brand new giant warship had already been specially approved. Now on top of that, Crane was adding 1.5 times the military expenses and sending 3 large warships to the third branch. If I agree, what will the other branches think? Sengoku, what's wrong? Crane leisurely took a sip of tea. Is my granddaughter's future not worth this much? Sengoku almost choked. He held his forehead and poured out his worries. It's not a matter of worth. The main problem is with you doing this. So many eyes in the headquarters are watching. How will the other branch leaders view the third branch? How will they view that Kid Hawk? How will they view me? The Fleet Admiral? If anyone dares to question, let them come find me. I don't mind personally cleansing their souls. Crane put down her teacup, her gaze sharp as a knife. I've dedicated my life to the Navy, and now, at the end, I want to arrange a better educational environment for my granddaughter. Is that wrong? Sengoku looked at Crane, who radiated an aura of dominance, feeling extremely frustrated. All right, the promises were made by you, the generosity is from you, and the gratitude from Hawk is also yours. But in the end, it's me who has to bow and scrape in front of that group of old Gora CI, smiling and negotiating for military funds. It's me, once the ruler of the world, Sengoku the Buddha. Sengoku Crane looked at Sengoku, who had a face full of unspoken bitterness, and a smile crept onto her lips. Yesterday, that Kid Hawk visited the Burning Mountain. When I went to have dinner in the high-level cafeteria, I happened to encounter Burning Mountain. Sengoku, do you know what Hawk said to Burning Mountain? What did he say? That Kid Hawk said, the balance of the 4 emperors is an illusion, more like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. Whitebeard is old, and his health is the biggest variable. Crane slowly recounted Hawk's analysis of the current Great Pirate Era and its various forces. The Fleet Admiral's office fell into silence in an instant. Sengoku's expression changed from confusion to seriousness, and finally erupted into astonishing joy. Bang! Sengoku suddenly stood up from his seat and rushed out of the office without a word. What are you doing? What are you doing? Going to kidnap someone? Sengoku's roar nearly lifted the roof of the office. That Kid Hawk shouldn't be going to the third branch. He should obediently come back to be my aide. Such talent, I want to personally teach him. Sengoku, you're being ridiculous. Chapter 42, are you making me collect stamps here? Sengoku, come back. Hawk is the hope of the new generation of the Navy. That's true, but if you lock him in headquarters, how can he grow? Crane's voice was not loud, but it forced Sengoku to hit the brakes. What he wanted was to kill evil and cleanse the seas, not to sort documents in the Fleet Admiral's office. If you forcibly keep him now, it will only dull his edge and stifle his future. Sengoku fell silent. He certainly knew that Crane was right. Simply protecting him would only nurture a flower in a greenhouse that couldn't withstand the storms. But Crane, Sengoku's chest heaved violently, his voice filled with excitement. That Kid Hawk, his strength speaks for itself. Physique, hockey, combat intuition, he has no shortcomings. Originally, that was already impressive enough, but he also has a mind. A top-tier strategic mind, just promoted to Commodore, and he can see the changes in the winds and clouds of the sea more clearly than many veteran Commodores. The 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, the Revolutionary Army, he analyzes them incisively. Such talent. How many years does it take for the Navy to produce one? I am afraid that he might accidentally perish in this sea. It's not unheard of for branch-level commanders to fall in the Grand Line. He paced anxiously in the office for a few steps, then finally sat back down in the Fleet Admiral's chair, his tone filled with anxious affection for talent. Crane quietly listened and then slowly spoke. Sengoku, I understand your worries. With Hawk's own strength, there is no need to worry about ordinary pirates. As long as it's not one of those sea emperors from the New World trying to choke the Navy's future hope in a cradle, the chances are very small. She changed the subject, but you are right, the forces around him are somewhat thin. Most of those brought from the 16th branch of East Blue are ordinary soldiers. Although the mental outlook is excellent and sufficiently loyal, this strength is not substantial enough to support a strategic location like Branch 3 in the Grand Line. Crane, what do you mean? Hawk currently holds the rank of Brigadier General in the headquarters, and there is no possibility of significant promotion in a short time. We also cannot directly assign a Major General or even a Lieutenant General to Branch 3. That would be against the rules and could lead to unnecessary controversy. However, we could deploy some elite forces below the rank of Brigadier General from the headquarters to Branch 3 to bolster its strength. Go on. Crane raised 2 fingers. Colonel Smoker from the headquarters. Colonel Tina from the headquarters. Tina, during her major rank. Sengoku was slightly taken aback. Crane continued to analyze. That kid Smoker is a genuine Logia-type user with a strong sense of justice. He has interacted with Hawk in the East Blue and knows him to some extent. Placing him under Hawk will not only enhance the combat power of Branch 3, but also allow Hawk to refine the rough stone that is Smoker. As for Tina, she is also an outstanding colonel in the headquarters, clear-headed and capable. Her addition will not only provide help to Hawk, but also create a more balanced power structure in Branch 3. More importantly, Crane's gaze swept over Sengoku with a hint of significance. Hawk, Smoker, and Tina all represent the younger generation of the Navy. Having them spend more time together and get to know each other will benefit their personal growth and the overall future layout of the Navy. Sengoku let out a long breath after hearing this. Good. It's decided then. With determination restored, Sengoku grabbed the pen on the table and swiftly wrote across the marshal's order. Making a rustling sound, he ordered the transfer of Colonel Smoker and Tina, along with their respective soldiers, to Branch 3. One brand new giant battleship is not enough. Sengoku muttered to himself while writing. Let us expand it to 3 ships. 3 large battleships, expanded to 5 ships, plus 10 medium-sized warships. Sengoku slammed the pen down, looking at the orders on the paper. This way, the military strength of Branch 3 will surpass that of any Navy branch. But even so, Sengoku felt it was still not enough. He suddenly pulled open the lowest drawer of his desk and took out an object wrapped in velvet from deep inside. Unwrapping the velvet, a pure golden transponder snail lay quietly inside, its shell reflecting dazzling light under the lamp. Crane's eyes showed obvious surprise for the first time. Do we really need to use this? Her voice carried a hint of seriousness. Since we have decided to give Hawk some external assistance, let us fully support him. The rest will depend on him. Sengoku held the golden transponder snail in his palm, as if cradling the future of the Navy. Crane looked at him and suddenly chuckled lightly. That smile contained both comfort and emotion. It has been a long time since I have seen you so decisive, Sengoku. This is a demon-slaying order of the marshal level, 3 times as effective as a general-level demon-slaying order. Once activated, it will deploy 30 battleships and 15 vice admirals from the headquarters. This demon-slaying order has never been activated since its inception. This time, Sengoku decided to grant it to Hawk. New orders were quickly issued, and Sengoku stood by the window, overlooking the orderly Marineford below, murmuring to himself, Hawk, don't disappoint this old man. Navy headquarters, senior officers' mess hall. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was the endless blue sea view of Marineford. The dining table was covered with a white tablecloth, and the silver cutlery shone brightly in the morning light. On Hawk's plate was a piece of sea king fillet, tender and juicy. Akiji was leisurely tackling a plate of pancakes drizzled with jam, with a steaming cup of coffee beside him. Hawk, a clear voice called out. Hawk turned to see Hiyori running over with a small wooden box. The girl's cheeks were flushed from running. Hiyori, good morning. Have you eaten? I want to eat a little more. Hiyori looked at the sea king fillet on Hawk's plate and stuck out her tongue shyly. Hawk chuckled, pulling out the chair next to him. Hiyori sat down and pushed the wooden box forward. By the way, big brother, this is something Dad said to give you. Hawk put down his knife and fork, curious as he took the box. Opening the lid, he found a golden transponder snail lying quietly inside. Hawk's eyes paused slightly. A demon-slaying order. I just got one from Aokiji. Now, Akainu sent another one? There can't be another, right? Chapter 43, Aokiji. Smoker. I have good news to tell you. Hawk looked at the demon-slaying order in the box and confirmed, Hiyori. This is from Admiral Akainu? Uh-huh. Hiyori was focused on battling the Sea King's steak on her plate. Hearing this, she looked up, her little face showing some indignation. Big brother, you don't know. I worked hard this morning, trying to get Dad to give me more things. But Dad is too stingy. He wouldn't even give me a giant battleship. Just let me bring this over. Dad is such a miser. Hawk laughed and shook his head. Hiyori, Admiral Akainu has already helped me a lot. And this gift is precious. Not to mention my promotion to Brigadier General approved by Admiral Akainu, or the appointment as Branch 3 Commander. Just this golden transponder snail alone is already of great value. This is a demon-slaying order, one of the Navy's top military strike authorities. However, Hawk instinctively touched the box to his right. A strange wave stirred within him. Now he actually possesses two golden transponder snails, one from Admiral Aokiji and one from Admiral Akainu. What if I press both at the same time? Would the Navy headquarters directly dispatch 20 warships and 10 vice admirals? That scene, it would definitely be spectacular. Uh-huh. Hiyori nodded, seemingly understanding, her mouth stuffed with food like a satisfied little hamster. She didn't know how precious this golden transponder snail was, but she knew that the special cigars in Dad's study must be very valuable. I'll stuff them all into my little backpack before we set off. Nearby, Aokiji couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Hiyori's words. So this is the daughter of the Sakazuki family? Just as the intelligence said. Her personality is the opposite of her volcanic father. However, that Sakazuki guy also handed the demon-slaying order authority to Hawk. Well, Aokiji felt a hint of recognition for that man, who was like water and fire with himself for the first time. Although he did not agree with Sakazuki's complete justice or his ruthless methods, he and Sakazuki shared the same preference and judgment regarding Hawk. Hawk is the future of the Navy. At that moment, a Navy soldier rushed over to Aokiji with a document in hand, saluting, Admiral Aokiji. This document requires your signature. Aokiji took it and opened it. The next second, his eyes widened and his pupils slightly contracted. Huh. Marshal Sengoku wants to transfer Smoker and Tina to Branch 3. Since Smoker is a member of his faction, he needs to sign off on his transfer. That's fine. It saves Smoker from rotting in Lowtown every day. Bruce. He is going under Hawk, so it's no problem. However, the following list, tap. Aokiji's fingers lightly tap the paper. Marshal Sengoku has gone mad. The number of warships specially allocated to Branch 3. 3 brand new giant warships, 5 large warships, and 10 medium-sized warships. This configuration would leave even me, the admiral of this headquarters, a bit dumbfounded. Too much. Aokiji's gaze unintentionally fell on Hawk, who was quietly chatting with Hiyori. What kind of big deal did this kid pull off while I wasn't looking? How could the usually composed Admiral Sengoku make such a big commitment? Huh. Hawk keenly sensed Aokiji's complex gaze, paused his conversation with Hiyori, and asked Kazan, is there something wrong? Aokiji withdrew his gaze, picked up a pen, and signed his name. Kazan on the document. He handed it back to the soldier and waved his hand. All right, take it back. The soldier saluted and quickly left. Aokiji then looked back at Hawk. Well, it's good news for you. He paused and highlighted the key points from the document. Admiral Sengoku has decided to transfer Colonel Smoker and Colonel Tina from our headquarters, along with all their respective troops, to your Branch 3. Additionally, the headquarters will also allocate 3 brand new giant warships, 5 large warships, and 10 medium-sized warships as the basic configuration for Branch 3. Hawk's expression changed from calm to astonished, and finally to a complete blank as Aokiji spoke. What's going on? I haven't done anything these past 2 days. Why would Admiral Sengoku make such a big move? I can't understand it, but it's no exaggeration to say that with this configuration, Branch 3 already has the strength to sweep through the first half of the Grand Line's paradise. Forget it. The Admiral has his own deep intentions. This is ultimately a good thing for me. Breakfast ended. Aokiji stood up, patted Hawk on the shoulder. Hawk, I have to go deal with some troublesome military affairs. All right. Hawk stood up as well, watching the Admiral leave. Then he looked at Hiyori. I should continue visiting the Vice Admirals. Time quickly moved to the afternoon. Inside Akiji's office. After clearing away a mountain of military paperwork, Akiji stretched. He stood up, walked to the sofa, and dialed the snail phone. Brew, 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 brew. After a long time, the snail phone was finally answered. A voice on the other end said, Hello, is this Admiral Akiji? Colonel Smoker says he is not here. Akiji lazily leaned back on the sofa, elongating his voice. Oh, really? Admiral Akiji, the voice on the other end, Dasky was very quiet, as if she was covering her mouth while speaking. Since Colonel Smoker found out about Brigadier General Hawk's promotion, he has been like a powder keg, blowing up at the slightest provocation. He has been training like crazy, muttering that he cannot lose, and such. I think before she could finish, a furious roar suddenly exploded from the snail phone. Dasky, what nonsense are you talking with that bastard Kazan? Ha! Akiji grinned. I heard there's a big shot in East Blue recently, right? A naval colonel who was surrounded by villagers from Cocoa Village, almost not making it back? I'm really curious who he is. What do you think, Colonel Smoker? The other end fell into dead silence. The next moment, the expression of the snail phone instantly changed to Smoker's gritted teeth face. Damn, Kazan, how do you know about this? Haha, how I know ISNT important. Smoker, good news and bad news. Which you want to hear first? Chapter 44, Set Sail. Smoker lit a cigar, thinking, here comes another good news and bad news. Kazan said the same thing last time. The good news was that Hawk was fine. The bad news was that he got promoted to Brigadier General. That really upset me. Smoker calmed down and asked, Kazan, are you sure it's good news? Sure, very good. Go ahead. You are being transferred back to the Grand Line. Oomph. The headquarters finally realized my potential. Smoker snorted with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curling up. It was about time they transferred him back to the Grand Line. Is there still any pirate left in East Blue? No, they've all been killed by Hawk. However, if I'm transferred back to the Grand Line, shouldn't my rank be promoted as well? If I get promoted to Brigadier General, wouldn't that put me on par with Hawk? Hey, Kazan, the bad news isn't that my rank hasn't changed, right? Think about it, Smoker. What do you mean? Smoker's heart sank as he sensed something off in Akiji's tone. Oh no, the bad news is directed at me. The bad news is, you will be transferred to Branch 3, becoming Hawk's subordinate. The snail phone fell into silence. The smug and expectant look on Smoker's face instantly froze. The cigar in his mouth was bitten in half, falling to the ground. Hawk, the kid who made me lose face in Cocoa Village? The one who left me doing nothing in Lowtown for 3 months? Am I supposed to stand at attention, salute, and call him Officer Hawk from now on? Is there no justice left in this world? Is there no law? Puffed. Smoker felt a rush of blood to his head. A roar erupted from his throat. Kazan, what the hell is going on? Smoker gripped the snail phone tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Had the higher-ups lost their minds? Making me serve under a newly promoted Brigadier General? Why? Smoker, calm down. Akiji's tone became serious. This transfer order was personally signed by the Admiral, and I agreed to it. You better not have any thoughts of resistance. Smoker's breath caught. Why? You'll know soon enough. By the way, let me tell you something about the warship configuration for Branch 3. 3 brand new giant warships. 5 large warships. 10 medium-sized warships. Smoker's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively glanced out at the harbor, where his lonely medium-sized warship was docked. That was all he had from Lowtown. And Hawk's Branch 3 has 3 giants. 5 large ones. 10 mediums? Is this a branch of the Grand Line? Surely, they are not preparing an attack fleet against the 4 emperors. Kazan, you're not joking, are you? Smoker's voice was dry. You know, I never joke about these things. Smoker, just follow Hawk well. This is my advice to you as a friend. If you dare to disobey this transfer order, even I won't be able to protect you. I still have a ton of military affairs to handle, so I'm hanging up. Beep beep. The snail phone fell into a slumber. Smoker stood there, dazed, for a long time without moving. Akiji's last words echoed repeatedly in his head. Military affairs. That lazy guy Kazan actually took the initiative to handle military affairs? What the hell is wrong with this world? Colonel Smoker, Dasky cautiously asked from the side, what should we do? Smoker took a slow, deep breath. then exhaled the pent-up frustration from his chest. What to do? He raised his head, his eyes filled with unprecedented complexity. Kazan Woon T Harmy, so relay my orders. Assemble everyone, ready to set off to the third branch of the Grand Line. I want to see, what on earth did that bastard Hawk do at the headquarters that caused such a stir? Yes. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line, a medium-sized warship is cutting through the waves. On the deck, a graceful female officer leans against the ship's railing. She has striking light pink long hair, gently blowing in the sea breeze, with a few strands sticking to her fair cheeks. The phone bug at Tina's waist rings. She slowly answers, listening to the orders coming from the phone bug. After a moment, she lightly speaks. Tina understands. Click. The phone bug is abruptly hung up. Tina picks up a slender lady's cigarette and puts it in her mouth. Brigadier General Ren Hawk. The name that has recently caused a huge wave at the Navy headquarters flashes in her mind. A newly promoted brigadier general from the East Sea Branch, who has managed to attract 2 admirals to publicly compete for him, and even a marshal personally intervened. Now, he is to take command of the luxurious Third Branch. Even Smoker, who never backs down from anyone, will be transferred under his command. Things seem to be getting more interesting. She turns around to look at the waiting aide behind her, her voice cool and decisive. Turn around. Target, Third Branch. Yes. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Hawk has been at headquarters for a week. All matters have been settled. The appointment documents for all soldiers of the former 16th Branch have been issued and will take effect immediately. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. At the docks, a massive fleet is quietly anchored in the harbor. Leading the fleet are 3 brand new giant battleships. At the bow, a large flag flutters in the wind, embroidered with a huge character for Hawk. The massive hulls resemble moving sea fortresses, with a menacing ram gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The sides of the ships are lined with dark cannon ports pointing towards the sky. Behind them, 5 large warships and 10 medium-sized warships are lined up, each painted with the new Navy insignia and the number 3. The entire fleet exudes a terrifying sense of oppression, like a giant steel beast. Today is the day Brigadier General Ren Hawk leads the team to the Third Branch. Clatter, clatter. Heavy footsteps echo from afar. The Navy soldiers on guard at the docks involuntarily straighten their backs. What a grand scene. Look, Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Kizaru, all 3 admirals. They're all here. Not only that, but also the vice admirals. All the vice admirals at headquarters are here. Confirmed, except for those out on missions. All the high-ranking officials of the Navy headquarters are present. Little Yang has something very important to say to you all while kneeling. Seeking gifts, seeking good reviews, seeking updates. Autumn is here, boo-hoo-hoo. Chapter 45, The Sea Restaurant Bar Tie. Clatter, clatter. Steady footsteps resonate on the docks of Marineford. At the center of the farewell procession is Marshal Sengoku, with Admiral Kizaru beside him. Following them are the 3 admirals from headquarters, and then the vice admirals like Fujitora and others. The soldiers at the docks all hold their breath. The high-ranking officials of headquarters have all come, standing at the dock ready to depart. Hawk sees the large farewell party and quickly approaches. Behind him are Lark and Peacock. Lark is carrying a bulging little backpack, unsure of what is inside. Hawk. Sengoku speaks first, his voice booming. Carp and Zephyr are on a mission and cannot come. Otherwise, the high-ranking officials of headquarters would be even more complete. Sengoku, this is already enough. Hawk looks at the team representing the highest authority of Navy in front of him, his lips twitching slightly. Those who know are here to send off this little brigadier general. Those who don't know would think our Navy is going to war with some Yonko. Ha! Sengoku pats Hawk's shoulder. Isn't this a display of your importance? He then takes out the Demon Slayer order from his pocket and hands it over, instructing, Hawk, the marshal-level Demon Slayer order is now officially authorized to you. This order's effectiveness is 3 times that of an admiral's. Remember to use it cautiously, little Hawk. Kizaru directly interrupts Sengoku's words, unabashedly showing favoritism towards Hawk. Don't listen to Sengoku. Use it if you need to. Yes. Hawk first bows to Kizaru, then formally takes the Demon Slayer order from Sengoku's hand. But inside, he feels little turbulence. In fact, he feels a bit numb. Why? Simply because he is familiar with it. Just ask, who on this sea can wholesale Demon Slayer orders like himself? Snap. Then, Hawk takes out a beautiful rosewood box from his pocket. This is a box he specially bought to hold the Demon Slayer orders. Luckily, he bought a larger size, otherwise, it wouldn't be enough. When the box lid opens, everyone's gaze freezes. Inside the velvet lining, two identical golden phone bugs lie side by side. There are already two Demon Slayer orders in the box. Akainu's eyes sparkled. After the incident at the dock last time, if Borsalino was going to authorize Hawk to use the Demon Slayer order, he would definitely inform him in advance. So it can't be Borsalino. Sengoku's Demon Slayer order was just handed out. Then, the source of the other Demon Slayer order in the box is... Yes. Akainu's gaze suddenly sweeps toward the side where Akiji is standing with his hands in his pockets, in a relaxed stance. Akiji seems unaware of Akainu's gaze and continues to look into the distance with an unblinking stare. But the corner of his mouth carries a hint of a smile. Akainu lets out a light laugh. How long has it been since he and Akiji have agreed on something since O'Hara? This time, they are in agreement regarding the Demon Slayer order. Good thing. Clatter. Hawk places the Demon Slayer order given by Sengoku into the box, preparing to close the lid. Just then, swoosh. A flash of yellow light suddenly appears before him. Hawk-kun. Hawk looks at the suddenly appearing Kizaru in confusion. What's going on? Admiral Kizaru. Are you coming too? I can't be out of sync, can I? Kizaru winks at Hawk, then pulls out his Demon Slayer order from his pocket and places it in the box. Akainu and Akiji, these two sworn enemies, have reached a consensus on Hawk-kun. Marshal Sengoku personally authorizes him, showing his importance. If he doesn't express something, people will think that this most smooth-talking admiral in the headquarters is being excluded. Hawk looks down at the wooden box, which was originally a bit empty, now stuffed full. All the Demon Slayer orders that could be obtained at headquarters are in his hands. Sengoku looks at the scene before him, filled with satisfaction. Hawk's recognition from all the high-ranking officials makes him very happy. He steps forward and says, Hawk, for small matters, pressing one is enough. When it comes to big matters, just press them all. The Navy headquarters will always have your back. Yes. Hawk nods in agreement, then salutes all the high-ranking officials present in turn. Turning around, he steps onto the giant battleship at the center. Virum. The massive fleet breaks through the azure waves, sailing toward the sea. Hawk stands at the bow, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a cold Ark Pirates of Paradise. Here I come. East Sea, Frost Moon Village. In the morning dojo, Zoro, shirtless, has sweat soaking his green hair. He closes his eyes, gripping a bamboo sword, repeatedly practicing his slashing movements. The sound of the wind howls, simple and pure. Sauron sheathed his sword and exhaled a breath of stale air. It was time to set off. He quickly washed up and changed into his Navy uniform. Then he organized his belongings and stepped out of the dojo. At the entrance, Kung Shiro was leisurely sweeping fallen leaves with a broom. Master. Sauron walked up to him and stopped. Kung Shiro paused his actions and looked up. Are you leaving? Yes. Sauron nodded solemnly. I can't stay any longer. Kung Shiro's gaze fell on Sauron's uniform. Have you thought about the path of the Navy? I have. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. No matter what clothes I wear or where I stand, that will never change. But for now, I want to don the mantle of justice. Kung Shiro smiled, his expression as gentle as ever. He stepped aside, clearing the way. Go ahead. Yes. Sauron deeply bowed to Kung Shiro. Soon, a small boat was sailing on the calm waters of the East Sea. Sauron stood at the bow, full of confidence. It's just returning to a branch office. I definitely won't get lost this time. Set sail. He looked at the sun, identified the direction, and adjusted the sail. Everything seemed so professional. After a while, Sauron looked at the sea chart and then at the sun in the sky, frowning tightly. Strange, he muttered to himself. Why does the sea route feel more and more unfamiliar? Could it be that the currents have changed direction? He looked around. The sea was boundless, and he couldn't even see the shadow of an island. Where on earth am I headed? At that moment, a waft of food aroma mixed with the sounds of chatter drifted over with the sea breeze. Sauron raised his head and looked in the direction of the scent. In his line of sight, a uniquely shaped building was floating on the water. It was a ship shaped like a fish. The sounds of clashing cutlery, laughter from customers, and shouts from chefs intertwined, filled with a sense of liveliness. See restaurant, bar Thai. Finally, Chapter 46, Curly Brow. You green algae head, do you want to cause trouble here? At the sea restaurant, bar Thai, Sauron unhesitatingly steered his small boat closer, ready to ask how to get to Branch 16. As he stepped onto the restaurant's deck, he was instantly enveloped by a rich aroma. The smell of grilled meat, the sweetness of creamy soup, and the rich scent of top-notch beer filled the air. Gurgle. Sauron's stomach growled on cue. I should fill my stomach before asking for directions. He strode into the restaurant, found an empty seat, and waved his hand at the chef who came to take orders. Bring food and drinks. Soon, he was satisfied and leaned back in his chair, letting out a contented burp. Comfortable. Sir, thank you for your patronage. That'll be 100,000 berries. A chef approached and placed the bill on the table. Sauron's expression instantly froze, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He instinctively reached for his pocket, only to find it empty. Damn it, that guy Dane hasn't paid me yet. This was troublesome. Skip out on the bill? No way. I'm a Navy officer now. How can I do such a thing? Hey kid. A few burly chefs gathered around, their expressions unfriendly. You don't look like you can afford to eat here. Sauron touched the Wado Ikamanji at his waist. How about using my sword as collateral? The thought crossed his mind, but was quickly extinguished. No way. That goes against my promise to my friends. Just as he was in a dilemma, his peripheral vision caught a figure. It was a one-legged old man with two long, braided golden mustaches. That face! Sauron's pupils constricted sharply. In order to make a living, he had memorized the bounties of all pirates in the East Sea. There was no mistaking that face. Redfoot Zeph, the pirate who returned from the Grand Line. Pirates mean bounties, and bounties mean meal money. An excellent idea instantly formed in Sauron's mind. Clang! The Wado Ikamanji was unsheathed in an instant, the bright blade glinting under the light. The noise in the restaurant came to an abrupt halt. All eyes focused on Sauron. He pointed the tip of his sword directly at Zeph, his voice cold. Pirate Zeph, in the name of the Navy, I hereby arrest you. After speaking, he turned to the chef in front of him who was collecting payment. Once I apprehend him, his bounty will more than cover this meal. The entire restaurant fell into a deathly silence. The next second, all the crew members of Bartai erupted. What? Is this Navy crazy? He wants to capture our captain to exchange for a bounty and then pay for his meal. Hey! A figure dashed out from the kitchen, carrying the flavor of cooking with him. A young chef with curly blonde hair and a cigarette in his mouth stood in front of Sauron, his eyes filled with disdain and anger. Vinsmoke Sanji, the sous chef of Bartai. You green algae head, do you want to cause trouble here? Sanji. On the Grand Line, a massive fleet was cutting through the waves. On the giant battleship at the center, Hawk stood at the bow, the sea breeze whipping his cape behind him. The results of this headquarters trip were immensely satisfying. He glanced back at the imposing fleet behind him and touched the wooden box in his arms, capable of causing destruction. These two items represented the unanimous recognition and support from the four factions of the headquarters: the Hawks, Doves, Neutrals, and the Elders. This heavy trust warmed his heart. He had transformed from a survivor into a player capable of influencing the world as structure. Now he must quickly enhance his own strength, because the current him was no longer satisfied with just harvesting heads in the Marineford War to earn justice points. He must become the one to turn the tide of the entire battle. The Whitebeard pirates must be annihilated at Marineford. After that, the other Yonko and the world government must be purged, all of them. At this moment, a soft voice interrupted Hawk's thoughts. Hawk, big brother. Hawk turned around and saw Yin Xiao running over with her bulging little backpack. What's wrong, Yin Xiao? I was afraid you wouldn't have enough cigars, so I brought some from home. Don't think it's too little. The backpack really couldn't hold any more. Otherwise, I would have brought them all. Yin Xiao seemed to present a treasure, unzipping her backpack and starting to pull things out. Beautifully packaged cigars, one box after another. In the end, she pulled out a total of 20 boxes, and the small backpack instantly became flat. Hawk was silent. He looked down at the mountain of cigar boxes piled on the deck, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This packaging, this label. ISNT, this the special supply, cigars exclusive to Navy admirals? The ones Yin Xiao brought from home. R&T, they from Admiral Akainu as private stock. Brew, brew, brew. Just then, The transponder snail at his waist shrieked sharply. Hawk looked down and saw the transponder snail's image morph into Akainu's furious face. Oh, the situation was out in the open. Admiral Akainu was definitely coming to seek accountability. Hawk glanced at Yin Xiao, who was eagerly waiting for his praise, and steeled himself to answer the call. Hawk, you brat, what have you done? Akainu's roar came through the phone line, filled with intensity. He had just returned to his study to handle military affairs when he discovered that half of his cigar stock had vanished without a trace. In the entire Marine headquarters, who could steal so many cigars right under his nose? Besides his daughter, Yunk, who else? The beneficiary goes without saying. It must be that brat Hawk. Akainu immediately picked up the transponder snail and called. Akainu here. Hawk decided to play dumb. What happened? What happened? Where's my cigar? What cigar? Still pretending. You little brat. You're looking at my cigar, aren't you? Hawk glanced at the mountain of cigars in front of him and began to speak seriously. Akainu, you may not know, but I've recently switched to cigarettes. They're more down to earth. I'm indifferent to cigars now. Hey, is that so? I'm on my way there. Akainu growled. Do you want to eat a meteor volcano or a big fire spray? A hawk cleared his throat, his tone turning extremely sincere. Akainu, you might not believe it, but actually I'm also a victim. Huh? Akainu's anger turned to laughter. The expression on the transponder snail twisted. You little brat, taking advantage and pretending to be a victim? Give me back my cigar. Admiral, Hawk crossed his neck and said sternly, it's still impossible to return it. It's Yunk's sister's intention. If I return it, wouldn't that be letting her down? I can't be such a heartless man. Ha! Akainu sneered, realizing this kid was determined to renege on his debt. Hawk, my cigar isn't so easy to take. Within a year, clear out the paradise of the first half of the Grand Line for me. This matter, just let it go. Hawk's mind raced. Clear out paradise in the first half of the Grand Line within a year? This task coincided with his plans. He originally intended to sweep through paradise before the Marine-Forward War to harvest justice points to enhance his strength. Although a year is a bit short, it's not a big problem. He solemnly replied, yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Oomph. Akainu heavily hung up the phone. Hawk put away the transponder snail and then reached out to ruffle Yunk's hair. I'm going to have cigar freedom too. Well done, Yunk. Your gift. Big brother really likes it. MHM. Yunk puffed out her small chest, happily indicating that she would definitely bring out the remaining half at home during the next vacation. Hawk's smile instantly froze. Another time? Next time, it will be time to clear the new world. His current body isn't that tough yet. Bring on a Navy version of Soru, generated light spray. Navy version Zoro. Chapter 47. Come on, everyone. I want to see how Luffy sets sail a year from now. At the sea restaurant, Baratai. You green algae head. Are you trying to cause trouble here? Sanji looked at Zoro, and no matter how he looked, he found this Navy guy unpleasant. Very unpleasant. Who has green hair? So ugly. Moreover, this green algae head not only wants to eat for free, but also wants to capture the old man. That won't do. Old Zeph is not only the owner of Baratai, but also the head chef here. Hey, you curly brow. As a Navy, is there a problem with capturing pirates? Zoro looked at the blonde chef in front of him and felt very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Inside the Navy, Hawk Major called me Green Algae Head, and I couldn't beat him. But when I go out, don't you have to call me the Righteous Navy? And also, who has curly brows? So ugly. Hey, who has curly brows? Sanji's forehead vein throbbed, staring angrily at Zoro. Of course it's you. You Green Algae Head. The two instantly entered a passionate spitting mode. A mere third-class soldier dares to speak so boldly here? Is the Navy's threshold so low that even a broke guy like you can mix in? A restaurant harboring pirates dares to judge the Navy? You, at this moment, tap. Zeph walked over with his wooden leg, blocking Sanji and saying to Zoro, this Navy. Your meal today is on the house. I was indeed a pirate before, but I've washed my hands clean and am just a chef who wants to cook well now. Baratai often has Navy guests. We don't cause trouble. Zoro was taken aback. No need to pay? That won't do. Sanji immediately refused if it goes like this. Can any Navy come and eat for free in the future? Even if other navies can, but this Green Algae Head cannot. He pointed at Zoro, saying each word clearly. He must pay today. No problem with paying. I'll just take Zeph's head and exchange it for a bounty. Who are you going to take down? Sanji's anger was completely ignited. Head meat. Before he finished speaking, he shot out like a cannonball. His right leg, wrapped in anger, turned into a black whip shadow, sweeping straight towards Zoro's neck. Zoro's eyes narrowed, and he met Sanji's leg with a sword. Clang! The blade precisely blocked Sanji's powerful kick. Bastard! Sanji saw his attack blocked and became even more furious. His figure moved quickly in the restaurant, creating gusts of wind. Shoulder meat, chest meat, leg meat. For a time, the restaurant was filled with flying legs and howling winds. But Zoro easily blocked all of Sanji's attacks. After his duel with Dane, both his vision and strength had improved. Then he meditated at the One Heart Dojo for a few days, allowing his sword heart to calm down and his swordsmanship to become pure. This curly-browed chef had decent leg techniques, and his strength and speed could be considered top-notch in East Blue. Unfortunately, he met me. It's not hard to defeat him. There's a flaw, Zoro whispered, seizing a moment when Sanji was catching his breath, an instant when the old strength had been exhausted and the new strength had not yet risen. He swung his wrist sharply. The back of the blade drew a cold arc, accurately hitting Sanji's hurriedly raised blocking calf. Bang! Sanji felt a huge force come, and his whole body instantly lost balance, crashing heavily to the ground. He lay on the cold floor, his mind blank. The severe pain from his ribs couldn't compare to the shock in his heart at that moment. How is it possible? This navy is so strong. My proud kicking technique was so easily defeated in front of him. In the restaurant, the other chefs were dumbfounded. Sanji was Barity's strongest combat power, but now he was defeated by a third-class Navy soldier. Ha! Zoro sheathed his sword, grinning widely, feeling very good. Attacking the Navy, I'm going to capture you. Just as he finished speaking, a figure blocked his way. It was Zeph. Navy, take me away. Zeph's voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable determination. Let Sanji go. He's just a kid. He doesn't understand. Zoro hadn't had time to speak yet. But Sanji, lying on the ground, panicked when he heard Zeph wanted to take the blame. Although he always called Zeph an old man, Zeph was like a father to him. Zeph lost his right foot because of him. No way. Sanji suddenly bounced off the ground, ignoring the pain, and shouted loudly, "Arrest me. It was my kick. It has nothing to do with the old man." He rushed in front of Zoro, urgently promoting himself. I can join the Navy to atone. I can cook. My culinary skills are great, and my kicking technique isn't bad. I can help you catch pirates and earn bounties. Exactly. I can earn enough for the old man's ransom. He's old, his legs aren't nimble anymore. He's no threat at all. Don't arrest him. Sanji. Zeph's prosthetic leg thudded heavily on the deck. Aren't you going to look for him? Joining the Navy will let you see him. Sanji retorted without hesitation, his eyes filled with stubbornness. Zoro was completely dumbfounded. He just wanted to scare this curly-haired guy a little, make him back down and apologize, and then let it go. At most, he would keep him locked up for a few days to let him know that the Navy is not to be trifled with. How did it escalate to a father-son bond, self-sacrifice, and now a desire to join the Navy? Besides, I'm just a private. How do I have the authority to decide these things? Zoro looked around at everyone in Bartai, who were all looking at him with complex expressions. Is there a transponder snail? Soon, a chef handed him a transponder snail. Zoro cleared his throat and deleted the word lost from his mind. Then he dialed Dane's number. Hello, Major Dane. It's me, Private Zoro. I'm on my way back to Division 16, and I happened to recruit a chef, which took some time. I'm about to return to the team. Ask Brigadier Hawk if he wants to recruit this chef. His cooking and kicking skills are quite decent. Huh, Zoro. On the other end of the transponder snail, Dane, who had been worried about Zoro, let out a long sigh of relief. He was still wondering why this guy hadn't shown up yet. The Navy personnel who returned with him had already reported back. It turned out he hadn't gone missing. He was off recruiting talent. I understand, Zoro. I'll consult Brigadier Hawk right away. Yes. Soon, Hawk learned of this news. He held the transponder snail, deep in thought. First a swordsman, then a chef, and now an archaeologist that Kuzan asked for. What's next, a navigator? Come on, bring them all. I want to see how Luffy will set sail with an empty stomach a year from now. Thanks to all the readers for the rewards. Thank you. Thanks to the great God for the certification of getting up to write. Today's update is a bit more. To put it simply, the update time for this book is generally around 6 p.m., no later than 9 p.m. If it's past 9 p.m., it probably means something has come up. and I might need to take a day off. The additional update time is uncertain. Sanji, Chapter 48. You the super directionally challenged. Stop pointing fingers at me. Dane. Yes. Brigadier Hawk. Remember, let Sanji take Zoro back to Division 16. Hawk instructed seriously, then we'll gather at 3. Huh? A huge question mark popped up in Dane's mind. Let Sanji take Zoro back? Shouldn't it be the other way around? But he still replied, without hesitation, yes. Soon, a small boat slowly set sail from the sea restaurant Bartai. Set off. Zoro placed one hand on his waist and the other on the ship's wheel, volunteering to steer. Huh. Sanji leaned against the side of the boat, lighting a cigarette. White smoke rings escaped his mouth, dissipating in the sea breeze. His mind was filled with the grumpy face of Zeph and the old man's pretentious, stern warnings as he left. He didn't know if this path in the Navy was right. But first, he needed to earn enough bounty to pay off Zeph's reward so he could retire in peace. Then, he'd think about other matters. I wonder if there are many pretty sisters in the Navy. Meanwhile, at Bartai, on the restaurant's deck, a group of chefs watched the departing small boat, their faces filled with reluctance and worry. Boss, is it really okay for that guy Sanji to join the Navy? Yeah, with his bad temper. He wants to be locked up on the first day, right? Zeph stood on the observation deck of Bartai, silent, just quietly watching the small boat turn into a black dot. After a long while, he turned back to the chattering chefs behind him. He didn't answer directly, but instead asked, how long has it been since pirates caused trouble at Bartai? The chefs were instantly stunned. Yeah, in the past. There were always pirates trying to dine and dash or causing trouble when drunk. But in recent months, not only have there been no disturbances, but they haven't even seen a shadow of a pirate. Bartai, as the most famous restaurant in the East Sea, charges a lot. It's not a place ordinary civilians can afford. Zeph continued, but think about it, among the recent guests, how many were simply dressed, but came to splurge for a holiday or some anniversary? The chefs were stunned again. Indeed, the atmosphere in the restaurant had changed recently. There were fewer rude pirates and many more happy civilians. A smile appeared on Zeph's face. You all still have a long way to go. Although he didn't know what had happened in the East Sea, he turned back to look at the calm and vast sea, his voice carrying a hint of emotion. But this sea has become different. That little brat Sanji going to the Navy has a bright future. After sailing for a while on the sea, Sanji gradually realized something was wrong. Something was very wrong. He suddenly looked up, checked the sun's position, and then looked at the distant horizon. This direction is completely opposite to the direction of the Navy's Division 16. Hey, Sanji asked, green algae head. Is this the direction to Division 16? Yes. Zoro nodded seriously. It's this way. Is it? Sanji's eyebrows instantly twisted into a knot, glaring at Zoro. Is it your head? Do you really think I don't know the way? The direction is reversed. Oh. Zoro looked at Sanji's murderous expression and silently adjusted the direction, muttering, You're so noisy. It's all your fault for messing with my sense of direction. After a while, Sanji found that they had deviated again. It was clearly right just now. How did this green algae head manage to do this? He extinguished his cigarette and rushed in front of Zoro. We've deviated. No. Zoro stubbornly faced Sanji, and he suddenly remembered Dane's strange reminder to Sanji. Brigadier Hawk instructed you to take Zoro back to Division 16. He understood. That was not a slip of the tongue. Huh. Sanji took a deep breath, looked Zoro in the eyes, and asked slowly, Hey, green algae head, you're directionally challenged, aren't you? Zoro's hands left the ship's wheel, wildly waving at Sanji. I'm not. I didn't Don't say that. It's just that this route is too complicated. Huh. Is there a more peaceful route than the East Sea? Get out of the way, you super directionally challenged. Sanji pushed Zoro aside, took the ship's wheel, and grumbled as he adjusted their course. The small boat traced an arc on the surface of the sea, finally sailing at full speed in the correct direction. After a while, the small boat finally saw the outline of the Navy's Division 16 base. Huh. Sanji let out a long puff of smoke, feeling relaxed all over. Finally made it. Staying with this green algae head is more exhausting than flipping a big ladle in the kitchen all day. He.S. directionally challenged. And yet he.S. so confident, always eager to give directions. If he weren't good with directions, they might have drifted to the Grand Line by now. Zoro opened his eyes, stood up, and looked at the distant base, nodding in satisfaction. See, I told you my direction was right. Sanji Dam. Meanwhile, inside Division 16, at the dock, the newly arrived colonel saluted Dane. Thank you for your hard work, Colonel Dane. No, I'm still a major now. Dane returned the salute, his tone calm. No, the appointment at headquarters has been completed. You just haven't received your colonel uniform yet. The new colonel had a sharpness characteristic of a hawkish soldier, but he looked at Dane with great respect. Colonel Dane, thank you and Brigadier Hawk for clearing the EC. After Colonel Smoker was transferred, the new headquarters colonel would also take over Roadtown. The new colonel of Roadtown and I are both powerful colonels under Admiral Akainu. Rest assured, the headquarters is very determined to maintain order in the East Blue this time. Your efforts will not be in vain. He paused, his voice becoming increasingly serious. The Grand Line is entrusted to you. Please convey my respects to Brigadier General Hawk. Snap! Dane saluted again, then turned to face the soldiers who had assembled neatly behind him. Brothers, board the ship. We will set sail as soon as Zoro and Sanji arrive. Yes. The soldiers marched in unison and began to board the ship in an orderly manner. Just then, a lookout's report came in. Report. A small ship has been spotted approaching us. There are a blonde and a green-haired person on board. Huh. Dane's mouth curled up slightly. Everyone is here. Depart, 3rd Division. Yes. Sanji, Chapter 49 sorry. Smoker, there's no better object of authority than you. Whoosh. The massive fleet cut through the waves, sailing on the Grand Line. In the captain's room of a giant battleship, smoke swirled. Who? Hawk was sitting behind the desk, holding a specially supplied cigar between his fingers. On the table lay a detailed report about the 3rd Division. The 3rd Division, one of the important naval strongholds in the first half of the Grand Line. The former division commander was promoted and took some trusted aides with him. Hawk's gaze swept over the troop composition in the report, his brow slightly furrowed. Besides the veterans of the original 3rd Division, there were also soldiers under Smoker and Tina, who only recognized their own commanders. Finally, there were his own core troops brought from the 16th Division of the East Blue. It's too chaotic. He didn't need to worry about his own core troops, who were loyal and devoted. But whether the original veterans of the 3rd Division and the soldiers under Smoker and Tina could follow orders was uncertain. Although he could rely on his position as division commander to issue orders forcefully, who could guarantee that they would give their all in executing the tasks? The headquarters had given him such a large fleet this time, and he absolutely could not waste this military strength. He wanted the cannon fire to echo throughout the paradise. Moreover, having lived 2 lives, he understood deeply that both grace and power were the way to command subordinates. To make this unruly group of soldiers submit, he first needed to demonstrate overwhelming strength. Then, he would win their hearts with gold and silver, just like he did in the 16th Division of the East Blue. Only in this way could he ensure that only his voice echoed throughout the 3rd Division, turning the entire division into the sharpest blade in his hand. For that, he needed Hawk's finger slowly traced over the documents, beginning to search for the most suitable target. A perfect target that would allow him to establish authority as soon as he arrived at the 3rd Division. Soon, his fingertips stopped on a photo. The man in the photo was chewing on 2 cigars, his eyes rebellious. Hawk looked at the familiar face, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. White Hunter Smoker, a well-known troublemaker in the Navy. Targeting him would definitely yield the best results. Sorry, Smoker, there's no better object of authority than you. East Blue, Cocoa West Village. The silver moonlight poured into the orange orchard, coating every leaf with a layer of holy radiance. The sea breeze gently brushed by, bringing the fragrance of orange blossoms and the salty scent of the sea. In the wooden house of the orchard, Nami lay in bed, wide awake. Nami, Wano Country Arc, she opened her beautiful eyes and looked out at the moonlight, her thoughts swirling. Arlong was dead. The boulder that had pressed on her heart for 7 years was finally moved away. After crying, she began a brand new life. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. Every day, she could eat fresh sea fish sent by Officer Akin. Every day, she could tend to the orange orchard with Nojiko. Every day, she could see the villagers' genuine smiles. But for some reason, she always felt an emptiness in her heart. So what's next? What should I do next? Suddenly, she felt like a ship that had lost its direction, drifting in a vast and uncertain sea. Can't sleep? A gentle voice came from the bed beside her. Her sister Nojiko was also awake. Nami turned over to face Nojiko. Sister, what kind of person is the Navy who killed Arlong? A smile appeared on Nojiko's face, her eyes sparkling with memories. A handsome figure in a naval uniform gradually became clear in her mind. Colonel Hawk, he is a real Navy. And he is super handsome. Who asked you if he is handsome? Nami retorted with annoyance, her cheeks slightly flushing. She was just curious about the man strong enough to easily destroy Arlong Park. Why did her sister bring up looks? Oh, getting shy? Nojiko chuckled lightly. Our Nami has reached the age of being curious about men. Huh? Not at all. Nami buried her head in her pillow, her voice muffled. I just don't know what to do in the future. Nami, Arlong is dead. You are free now. Nojiko sat up, looking at her sister's confused face in the moonlight. You don't have to bear anything for the village anymore. Go pursue your own dreams. Draw a map of the whole world, right? A map of the whole world. Nami's body suddenly stiffened. Yes, that was her original, pure dream. But, set sail? Her voice became a bit dry. The moment she thought of setting sail, Arlong's fierce fish face and the brutal figures of those pirates involuntarily appeared in her mind. Pirates. I hate pirates. Nami's voice was filled with unmasked disgust. Who says you have to be a pirate to go to sea? Nojiko laughed. The Navy can too. Belmare. Wasn't she a Navy? Belmare, the Navy version. You can also go see the benefactor who saved Cocoa West Village, Colonel Hawk. The words Navy struck like lightning, splitting the fog in Nami's mind. Yes, Belmare was once a Navy. If she became a Navy, she could also go to sea and travel to every corner of the world. A brand new, bright goal rose in Nami's heart, dispelling all confusion and emptiness. I've made up my mind. Hope reignited in Nami's eyes. Tomorrow, I'll go check out the 16th Division. She sat up from the bed, her orange hair shining brightly in the moonlight. And I'll see if Colonel Hawk is as handsome as he said. You won't be disappointed. Nojiko turned on her side, propping her head up with her elbow and looking at her sister with a smile full of mischief. I tell you, Colonel Hawk is very manly, and his figure is great. What are you talking about? Nojiko. Nami's cheeks instantly turned red as she grabbed her pillow and threw it at her. I'm not going to see if he is handsome. I'm going to do serious business. Hee. Nojiko easily caught the pillow, laughing even more happily. Yes, looking at handsome guys is also serious business. You're still saying? The laughter of the two sisters echoed warmly in the quiet night. The next morning, at the 16th Division. The new commander of the 16th Division looked at the tall, orange-haired girl in front of him, raising an eyebrow slightly. His gaze shifted from Nami to the file in his hand. Nami, adopted daughter of retired Navy Belmare, forced to join Arlong's pirate crew to protect the entire Cocoa West Village. Not long ago, the Aaron pirates were annihilated by Brigadier General Hawk, with no survivors. Now, she has applied to join the Navy, wanting to be assigned under Brigadier General Hawk's command. It turns out this colonel's heart stirred slightly. Is this the result of Brigadier General Hawk's murderous justice? Not only the destruction of evil, but also the rebirth and hope for people like this girl in front of me. Nami. The colonel snapped back to reality and decisively said, Your situation has already been recorded by the branch. I can handle your paperwork to join the Navy. Then, you can choose to join the 16th branch, which is close to Cocoa West Village, making it convenient for you to visit your family. Or you can wait for the next ship to the 3rd branch. Nami slightly bowed in gratitude. Colonel, thank you for your kindness. However, there is no need for an escort. Just give me a permanent pointer to the 3rd branch. Because she straightened her chest, her voice was crisp and firm. I'm a navigator, a genius navigator. Nami, is there a way to bypass the review? Now, any photos that show legs or big thunder must be returned. Chapter 50. These 3 giant warships. There should be one belonging to me. Smoker, right? The massive fleet began to slow down. Knock, knock. The door to the captain's cabin was knocked on. Come in. Brother Hawk, we are almost at the 3rd branch. Lark rushed in like a lively little bird, calling out to Hawk. Behind her followed Peacock. Hawk was standing in front of a huge nautical chart, which displayed the Grand Line map currently held by the Navy. The chart was densely covered with red and black markings, forming a complex yet clear strategic network. Hearing Lark's voice, Hawk turned around. Have you gotten it? Yes, I can already see the outline. Let's go take a look. Okay. Hawk stepped out of the captain's cabin, and Lark immediately followed, chattering about the outline of the third branch she saw through the telescope. However, Peacock's steps slowed down. Ever since she was forced into Brigadier General Hawk's team by her grandmother, she had been quietly observing this man. Why can he earn such high regard from her grandmother? The chief advisor? Huh. Peacock's gaze involuntarily fell on the marked nautical chart. As the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, she had been influenced by her from a young age, with intelligence far surpassing her peers. She chose the whip-whip fruit precisely because there were too many reckless fools in the Navy who did not think. They should be properly beaten to remember to use their brains. But this chaotic nautical chart, what is this? Peacock's pupils slightly constricted as she quickly walked to the chart and scanned it. This is definitely not a casual doodle. Every mark, every line is filled with deep meaning. Brigadier General Hawk has already formulated a future battle plan before even reaching the third branch. This realization sent a shock through Peacock's heart. Her gaze finally fixed on several key marked areas. One country tightly encircled by a thick red circle, Alabasta. Next to it were two smaller red circles, which were Magic Valley Town and the nearby Gaia Island. Further away, in the fog-covered Devil's Triangle, there was a large question mark drawn. Peacock's mind raced. The kingdom of Alabasta, that is the territory of the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Is there a problem here? Magic Valley Town, a paradise for pirates. Clearing it is very reasonable. But why is Gaia Island marked along with it? The Devil's Triangle, where over 100 ships mysteriously disappear every year. Why is this place marked with a question mark? The always self-proclaimed clever Peacock, however, could not understand the strategic intent represented by this nautical chart at all. However, this also ignited a strong curiosity within her. Man, you have successfully caught my attention. Peacock snorted coldly, crossing her arms. Hawk, I want to see what exactly you are up to. Top. Hawk stepped out of the captain's cabin, and the fleet drew closer to the third branch. The outline of the branch could now be clearly seen with the naked eye. This is a maritime fortress transformed from an entire giant island. In the center of the fortress, on the highest main building, a huge number 3 symbol reflected a dazzling and cold light under the sun. As the fleet slowly sailed into the harbor, the scene at the dock came into Hawk's view. Thousands of Navy soldiers had already lined up in formation. Their military appearance is quite orderly. Hawk nodded to himself, although it was still somewhat inferior compared to his own direct subordinates. They were indeed the elite stationed on the Grand Line, and the aura of having gone through blood and fire was unmistakable, much stronger than the branches in the other 4 seas. However, your good days and bad days are about to come. At the dock of the third branch, Tina with pink long hair stood at the forefront. Beside her was Smoker, who exuded an unpleasant aura. Tina, 2 years later. Behind them were the soldiers under their command. Further back was the original garrison of the third branch. The 3 groups were clearly distinguishable. Tina was shocked. Tina pushed up her sunglasses, looking at the massive fleet with disbelief in her tone. Smoker, didn't you see Brigadier General Hawk in the East Blue? Do you know why the headquarters would deploy such a luxurious fleet? Humph. Smoker squeezed out a cold grunt from between his teeth. I don't know. Of course. He wouldn't say that he had initially wanted to bring Hawk to be his subordinate, and as a result, moreover, he only knew that Hawk was a good Navy officer, well supported by the people of the East Blue. But he didn't know why this kid went to headquarters and not only got promoted to Brigadier General, but also forcibly wrangled an entire fleet from that stubborn old man Sengoku. An entire fleet. There are even 3 giant warships among them. You have to know, he had only ridden on giant warships a few times during his training camp at headquarters. Smoker, what are you thinking? At that moment, Tina, who was in sync with him, saw through him at a glance. Are you envious and jealous? Nonsense. If it weren't for me back then. Smoker's words stopped abruptly. A thought split through the haze in his mind. Right? Back in the East Blue, if it weren't for him convincing Kazan to help, would Hawk have been able to resolve the rat trouble so smoothly? He had to acknowledge this favor. In that case, these 3 giant warships, surely at least one belongs to me, right? Smoker's eyes lit up. Competing for favors is one thing, but in terms of hard power, he is not at a disadvantage. He is a natural smoke fruit user. In this third branch, aside from that monster Hawk, he ranks among the top 3, ISNT, that is sure thing. Hawk must occupy one giant warship. His direct subordinate, named Dane, has now also been promoted to colonel at headquarters and leveraging his close relationship. He is likely to get one. Then the remaining one should belong to me, the White Hunter Smoker, right? In the future, when going out to sea on missions, he will be sailing a giant warship that's seen. Majestic. Thinking this way, being brought under Hawk's command doesn't seem so hard to accept anymore. Hey! The gloom on Smoker's face unconsciously dissipated, and a smile even appeared on the corner of his mouth. The aura of the entire person became much more relaxed. This obvious change did not escape Tina's eyes. She looked at Smoker's face that had transformed from cloudy to clear, confusion creasing her brow. Smoker, what are you thinking? Mind your own business. The fleet slowly approached the shore. Hawk, accompanied by Lark and Peacock, walked down from the deck of the giant warship. His gaze swept across the distinct groups of people at the dock and finally fixed on Smoker's face, which surprisingly wore a smile. Huh? Hawk raised an eyebrow slightly. This guy, forcibly assigned to his command, could still smile? No worries. Soon I'll make you unable to smile. Chapter 51. For Brigadier General Hawk, offer your heart. Tap. Hawk stepped forward. Salute. Tina and Smoker led the soldiers behind them to salute Hawk together. Hawk raised his hand in return. Buzz. At that moment, another medium-sized warship slowly sailed into the port and steadily docked at the pier. The 16th Division has arrived. Dane, Zoro, Sanji, and others led the familiar team under Hawk's command down from the ship. Great, everyone is here. Hawk ordered everyone to the training ground. Soon, at the 3RD Division's training ground, thousands of Navy soldiers were divided into several distinct formations according to their affiliations. On the left were the old veterans of the original 3rd Division, their expressions solemn, their gazes filled with scrutiny and curiosity as they assessed Hawk, the young officer who had parachuted in. On the right were Smoker's and Tina's troops. They stood straight, yet their eyes were always following their former commander. In the center stood Hawk's core team, brought from the East Sea. They were the most disciplined, their ranks as sharp as a knife's edge. Each person radiated fervent admiration and absolute loyalty. Zoro and Sanji, wearing private uniforms, stood in the ranks. Hawk stood at the forefront of all formations, with Dane, Kuro, and Peacock standing behind him. His gaze swept over every person present, taking in all their doubts, scrutiny, discontent, and expectations. I know many of you have questions. Hawk's voice wasn't loud, but it resonated clearly throughout the training ground. Why should a lieutenant colonel from a division in the East Sea leapfrog to become your supreme officer? What qualifies an unknown kid to receive such a lavish configuration from the headquarters? Why should a brigadier general who looks younger than many of you command this elite group, seasoned by countless battles in the Grand Line? His words struck like hammers, heavily impacting each soldier's heart, causing them to catch their breath. These are the very questions they wanted to ask, but dare not voice. Why? How could a lieutenant colonel from the East Sea be promoted to brigadier general? Why? How could a brigadier general become the head of the 3rd Division? Why? Brigadier General Hawk could command such a massive fleet. These doubts have been circling in most people's minds since the orders arrived. In accordance with the discipline of the elite troops of the Grand Line, they suppressed their questions deep within, obeying orders. But that didn't mean everyone would wholeheartedly accept Hawk. Following me will be tough. Hawk continued, because my training is like a devil's purgatory. My rules are as numerous as the hairs on a cow. But following me will also be very rewarding. You will receive every berry you are entitled to, not a single cent less. Compensation, military pay, bonuses, I never shortchange anyone. Achievements, ranks, as long as you dare to fight, I will dare to give you. What I have, you will all have. Hawk's gaze turned to the team he brought with him. Am I right? As soon as he finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the training ground. Everyone's eyes instinctively focused on the team from the East Sea. Swish! Over 1,000 soldiers moved in perfect unison. Their right hands on their left chests, fists clenched. Then they suddenly pounded their chests. Bang! The sound was dull as thunder, as if it were striking at everyone's hearts. An overwhelming momentum surged from them. Hard out for Brigadier General Hawk. Loyalty. The synchronized roar blended into a force that shook the heavens, causing the entire 3rd Division to buzz. The soldiers in the left and right formations were stunned, their scalps tingling from this overwhelming fervor. The old veterans of the 3rd Division had seen vicious pirates and fearless madmen in the Grand Line, but they had never encountered such a unit. The willingness to give everything for their commander, emanating from their bones, sent shivers down their spines. What terrifying cohesion is this? What means did this young brigadier general use to forge such an army that belongs solely to him? Hawk slowly raised his right hand and gently pressed down. The training ground, which had just been filled with thunderous shouts, fell silent in an instant. The fervent cheers of over 1,000 people came to an abrupt halt. The soldiers in the central formation remained fervent, yet not a single one made a sound. Orders were to be followed, like an extension of one's own fingers. Hawk looked at this scene, secretly nodding, his gaze locked onto the figure in front of the right formation. Of course, just these things are not enough. So, Hawk stepped forward, and his aura suddenly changed. Smoker stepped forward. Still immersed in the previous roar, Smoker looked puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Smoker. Tina nudged him with her elbow when she saw he was still frozen in place. Tap. Smoker was pushed forward a step and looked at Hawk. Smoker. Back then in the EC, you helped me out. But that's one thing. This is another. Hawk changed his tone. You seem to still owe me 5 boxes of cigars. Haven't he given them, right? Smoker's face instantly darkened. You brat, bringing this up in front of thousands of people? So, if you can withstand 3 moves under my fist. Hawk extended 3 fingers. The previous cigars will be written off. 3 moves. Smoker's fury shot up to his head. Damn it, Hawk. Who do you look down on? Smoker the White Hunter, a natural fruit user. A well-known colonel in the headquarters. You actually say I should withstand 3 moves? Come on, Hawk, let alone 3 moves. Smoker's muscles tensed, veins bulging on his neck. 30 moves? I'll show you. Soon, the soldiers on the training ground stepped back, leaving a huge open space in the center. Everyone's gaze focused on the 2 men in the arena, filled with excitement and anticipation. This was the first clash between the 2 great powers of the 3rd Division. White Snake. Smoker struck first, his right arm suddenly transforming into billowing smoke, a menacing smoke serpent roaring out, lunging straight for Hawk's face. He knew Hawk's strength was not weak, but with his natural fruit ability, he was confident he could withstand 30 moves. Hawk stood still, unmoving. He watched the rapidly approaching smoke serpent with calm eyes. Under the perception of intermediate observation hockey, every flow of the smoke was clearly presented in his mind. Too slow. Smoker's moves were full of openings. But to establish authority, he needed to maximize the effect. 1 move. Defeat Smoker in 1 move. So, he had to patiently wait for the biggest opening to appear, just as the smoke serpent was about to touch the tip of his nose. Hawk moved. His right fist clenched, covered with dark armament hockey. Then he threw a punch. A powerful punch. No unnecessary movements, no flashy techniques. Just the utmost power, the purest violence. Boom! The fist collided violently with the smoke serpent. That fierce serpent head, under Hawk's punch, couldn't hold on for even a moment and was completely torn apart by the raging fist wind, turning into scattered smoke in the sky. But that wasn't the end. The residual force of the punch, carrying an unmatched impact, slammed fiercely against Smoker's chest, which he hastily tried to block with his arms. Boom! For the captain. Sacrifice your heart. Chapter 52. Strong One Split Skull. Boom! Hawk's punch landed solidly on Smoker's crossed arms. Oof! Smoker grunted, feeling a tremendous force crashing through his arms, violently impacting his internal organs. Damn! Completely seen through by Hawk. The timing of his punch was precisely at the moment when he couldn't establish a defense. Was this timing mastery of observation hockey? It seemed like he had indeed relied too much on his fruit. This thought flashed through Smoker's mind. He couldn't control himself and flew backward, crashing into the crowd. Bang! 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 Smoker's body, like an out-of-control cannonball, knocked over several of his soldiers before coming to a stop. The training ground fell into silence. Whether it was the veterans of the 3rd Division or Smoker, Tina's subordinates, all stared in shock at this scene, their minds blank. 1 punch. Just 1 punch. Colonel Smoker was sent flying. Cough. Smoker struggled to get up from the pile of people, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. His arms were in excruciating pain, as if his bones were about to crack. But the physical pain was far less than the immense shock in his heart. He looked towards the distant Hawk, who had retracted his fist, calm and composed. This punch made Smoker understand. Hawk was appointed as a brigadier general not because his strength was only at the brigadier level, but because his time in the military was too short and he had accumulated too few military merits. The rank of brigadier general was already the highest he could be awarded at present. Wow, big brother's so cool. The stars sparkled in the eyes of the lark, and her small face turned red with excitement. In her view, this punch was incredibly cool. Tina was shocked. Tina lit a lady's cigarette, her sunglasses slipping slightly down her nose. As a peer of Smoker, she was very aware of Smoker's strength. To send him flying with one punch, it required not only strong armament hockey, but also observation hockey, martial arts, power, and timing to reach a certain height. If she remembered correctly, Brigadier General Hawk was only in his early 20s this year. A genuine super monster in the new generation of Navy. Hawk looked at everyone's reactions with satisfaction. His intention to establish authority had been achieved. However, after just throwing one punch, it wasn't enough to feel satisfied. He now felt an itch in his hands, craving for a fight. The urge to crush others' power had erupted. So, he glanced around and shouted to everyone, "Come. All of you come at me. Let me see your caliber." Huh? The entire training ground fell silent. Thousands of Navy soldiers exchanged glances, doubting whether they had misheard. Come me all together? What kind of order is this? Brigadier General Hawk wants to take on everyone alone. Clang. A clear sound of sword unsheathing broke the silence. Dane drew his night comm from his waist, the dark armament hockey instantly covering the blade. He was the first to respond, and the only one who responded without hesitation. One sword-style armament hockey II. Dane's figure transformed into a shadow. The strike filled with respect and battle intent aimed directly at Hawk's chest. Hawk raised his right fist, covered in armament hockey, and accurately blocked the blade before it. Clang! The fist and blade collided, producing a piercing metallic explosion. Dane felt an overwhelming force transmitted from the blade, shaking his hand. He was forced back several steps before stabilizing himself. Armament hockey, there's improvement, Hawk remarked flatly. This scene completely ignited Zoro. Having seen Dane defeated and sent back by Brigadier General Hawk's punch, he realized that this was an excellent opportunity to measure the gap between himself and true strong opponents. Zing! The green bandana was tied around his left arm, and his right hand gripped Wad Ikamanji. One sword style, II Lion Song. Swift as lightning, powerful as thunder. The sword light flashed and disappeared, so fast that it was impossible to capture its trajectory. However, this powerful II was firmly pinched by Hawk's outstretched two fingers. The fingertips covered in armament hockey felt like the world's strongest iron pincers. Descendants? Hawk tilted his head, a hint of playfulness in his tone. Not bad. You guy. Zoro gritted his teeth, his arm muscles bulging, but he couldn't advance the blade, even a fraction. Hey, damn green algae head, don't steal the spotlight. Sanji's angry shout rang out as he leaped high, his right leg drawing a fierce trajectory in the air. Mutton. The continuous kicks fell like a torrential rain. Hawk held Zoro's sword with one hand, while casually waving the other, effortlessly blocking all of Sanji's attacks. Electric light poison dragon drill? Hawk smirked, completely a mess. What? The green algae head is not bad, but I'm a complete mess? Sanji's anger was thoroughly ignited, and his assault grew even fiercer. Just then, Hawk suddenly loosened his fingers and swiftly dodged. Zoro, losing resistance from pushing forward with all his might, stumbled forward. Meanwhile, Sanji's kick missed due to Hawk's evasion, leaving him unsteady. Whoosh! Hawk instantly flashed between the two. His hands transformed into two shadows. One hand, fingers like claws, grabbed Zoro's green hair. The other hand, like an iron clamp, clutched Sanji's head. Strong one split skull. Hawk's arms suddenly exerted force, violently smashing the two heads together. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, as if two coconuts collided head-on. Zoro and Sanji felt the world spin, stars flashing before their eyes. The immense dizziness caused them to lose control of their bodies, both collapsing to the ground. Whoosh! The direct troops moved. Over 1,000 soldiers from the original 16th Division charged towards Hawk in an orderly fashion, unit by unit. From all directions, the original 3rd Division move, let Brigadier General Hawk see our strength. The veterans of the 3rd Division also moved. Tina believed they couldn't be underestimated. With a wave of her hand, she led the soldiers behind her to charge forward. Go! Smoker's arms turned into thick smoke again. He enveloped himself in the fog and launched a fierce attack. In an instant, the entire training ground was a chaotic scene of thousands attacking one. Blades flashing, bullets raining, smoke billowing, iron bars crisscrossing. Hawk stood at the center of the storm, a slight smile on his face. He looked at the soldiers rushing towards him from all directions. He raised his hands high and then suddenly pressed down hard. Boom! The Justice Cloak moved without wind. Every inch of Hawkskin was stained with a layer of deep, ink-like armament hockey. Come, let's have a good fight. Chapter 53. Offer the 3rd Division to the young master. The sound of dense footsteps rushed in from all directions like a tide. Hawk advanced instead of retreating, throwing a punch into the crowd. Boom! The punch tore through the air, producing a sharp whistle. The foremost soldier of the 3rd Division didn't even have time to react before being solidly hit in the chest by the fist. Whoosh! That soldier's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He knocked over an entire row of people, falling like bowling pins. In an instant, a clear area opened up in front of Hawk. But the next moment, more soldiers filled the gap and surged forward. Oomph! Hawk grinned, his body suddenly sinking. From an unbelievable angle, he swiftly grabbed another charging soldier like lightning. The soldier was held in Hawk's single arm, feeling as if he were caught in the iron pincers of a giant beast, unable to move. Sorry, Hawk whispered to the soldier in his arms. You are my weapon now. He treated the human body in his hands as a battering ram, charging forward. Wherever he passed, soldiers were thrown into chaos. The soldiers he collided with coughed up blood and instantly lost consciousness. After forcibly clearing a path through the crowd, Hawk leaped high and slammed his weapon down into the most densely packed area of soldiers. Awe-inspiring. Boom! The ground of the training field shook violently. At the point of impact, a visible shockwave suddenly spread out. Hundreds of soldiers were swept away by this violent force, flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, losing their combat ability. At the center of the impact, the soldier used as a weapon was already foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. At that moment, a delicate shout rang out. Black gun formation. Tina spread her arms, and several black iron bars extended from her arms, intertwining into a net that descended upon Hawk. White Vine. Smoker's figure transformed into rolling, thick smoke, with several thick smoke vines blocking all of Hawk's escape routes. Facing this heavenly and earthly combined attack, Hawk calmly spoke, good teamwork. But not enough. He took a deep breath and unleashed 20 punches toward the impenetrable attack ahead. True Word King. Boom, boom, boom. The violent wind from his punches tore through the black iron bars and blew away the rolling smoke. Both Smoker and Tina were hit by the fierce punch wind and were sent flying. After dealing with these two strongest opponents, Hawk charged directly into the crowd. Thud! Hawk strolled leisurely amidst the attacks of thousands. With each punch he threw, a howling wind accompanied it. With each punch that landed, a pile of Navy soldiers screamed as they flew out. The sweeping punch wind showcased the ultimate combination of violence and beauty. Smoker, lying on the ground, struggled to prop himself up. Watching this scene, his pupils constricted violently. No devil fruit. What Hawk relied on was merely his body, martial arts, and the overwhelmingly suffocating armament hockey honed to perfection. He alone overturned the entire 3rd Division. Is this the terror of refining the basics to perfection? One word to describe it: flawless. Smoker recalled his proud smoke fruit ability, which seemed like a joke in front of Hawk's absolute strength. Impressed. For the first time, Smoker felt a sense of respect toward the peer. Completely impressed. Not just Smoker. Tina was impressed. Tina stood up from the ground, tidying her slightly messy hair, thinking about Hawk, this guy who didn't understand how to cherish women. Tina was utterly impressed by him. Smoker got up from the ground and pointed with his eyes to the side. There, Skylark was excitedly cheering for Hawk. A peacock, arms crossed, watched this one-sided massacre with great interest. Tina, Smoker muttered, if you don't take action, you won't get hit. It's not that Hawk doesn't understand how to cherish women. It's that you voluntarily went up to get hit. Tina understood. Next time, she would watch you get hit. Smoker. Smoker's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Thud. Soon, with the last muffled roar of a punch, the battle ended. The training ground was in disarray. Thousands of Navy soldiers lay in disarray on the ground, groaning in pain. In the center of the training ground, Hawk slowly retracted his fist. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling the awe and fear permeating the air, and his heart was immensely pleased. Not bad, although it didn't help him improve his realm like when he sparred with Admiral Akainu. However, this pure, crushing method of beating people was also very satisfying. Comfortable. In the corner, Zoro and Sanji slowly regained consciousness. They shook their dizzy heads, looking at the hellish scene before them, their minds blank. Hey, eyebrow. Zoro's voice was a bit hoarse. What just happened? Sanji lit a flattened cigarette and took a deep puff, finally finding his voice. I don't know. One moment I was fine, the next I lost consciousness. The two struggled to lift their heads to look at the figure standing above thousands. What do you say? Green algae head? What else can I say? Brigadier General Hawk. I'm sticking with him. I will delete the term mess from Brigadier General Hawk's vocabulary sooner or later. Haha, messy eyebrow. You will die. At the same time, in Magic Valley Town. This was once part of Gaia Island, but now it was a lawless area crowded with pirates. The town's architecture was beautiful, resembling a resort. In reality, the air was filled with the smell of alcohol, sweat, and blood. Fights and brawls were a daily entertainment here. Whoosh! A pirate ship adorned with smiling faces from bow to sail slowly sailed away from the port. A man with blonde hair and a long scar over his left eye stood at the bow, looking arrogant. Bellamy. He looked at his subordinates behind him and said, Have you heard? The new branch chief of the Navy's 3rd Division is a brigadier general from the EC. Brigadier General? Brother Bellamy. Which branch of the Navy in the Grand Line isn't led by elite vice admirals from headquarters? So, this is our opportunity. As pirates of the new era, we must do something different. What do you mean? How strong can a brigadier general from the weakest sea be? Let's take over the 3rd Division. For young master Don Quixote da Flamingo, he will definitely like it. Chapter 54. The brigadier general has an order. Show them some color. Grand Line, 3rd Division. A day had passed since the battle in the training ground. In the cafeteria of the 3rd Division, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly lively. Hiss! An old soldier wrapped in bandages grinned through the pain, shoveling golden seafood fried rice in his mouth. I thought I was going to die yesterday, but I didn't expect to be able to eat this kind of delicious food today. Who doesn't say so? Compare to the taste now. The food in our cafeteria before was pig slop. Hey, have you heard? Yesterday, Brigadier General Hawk appointed a blonde private as our head chef. The old head chef turned green with envy, but dared not say anything due to Brigadier General Hawk's authority. As a result, this morning, I saw with my own eyes the old head chef crying and begging to assist him, praising the Brigadier General for his keen eye for talent. Ha ha ha. This remark sparked a burst of laughter and agreement. Not just a keen eye for talent. A soldier slammed the table, his face flushed with excitement. The Brigadier General announced yesterday that our future salaries and allowances will increase by half. And he even advanced this month's pay. Yeah, last night, I slept on a pile of berries, so nice. With a Brigadier General like that, what's a beating? It's worth it. Definitely worth it. So worth it. Ha ha ha. In no time, the entire cafeteria was filled with heartfelt admiration and respect for Hawk. At a corner table, Tina elegantly twirled a small bite of pasta with her fork and placed it in her mouth. Tina was surprised. She looked at Smoker, who was wolfing down his food. Smoker, you seem completely unfazed. That kid Hawk did the same thing in the EC. Smoker stuffed the last bite of steak into his mouth and replied indistinctly, So that's why those guys in the original 16th Division followed him so closely. He picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth vigorously. One hand held a big stick, while the other held sweet dates. That kid's way of commanding others was simple and brutal, but no one could refuse it. Yesterday's battle shattered the pride of 3 and convinced everyone. Today's meal, this military salary, is a way to win people's hearts. Before long, the entire 3rd Division will be molded into a fist, only listening to his single command. Smoker stood up and looked at Tina. I'm going to train. Want to join? Tina looked puzzled. There is still plenty of time until the training session set by Brigadier General Hawk. I want to train extra. Smoker's voice was unusually serious as he looked at his hands. Tina, that sea stone 10 hands I've been using for many years, I'm ready to abandon it. The fruit ability can still be considered a part of my strength, but the sea stone is ultimately an external object. It's better to rely on armament hockey. The words of his friend, Kuzan, echoed in his mind. Smoker, don't rely too much on your fruit. Practice your martial arts more when you have time. Using the abandoned warship as a punching bag will be good for you. How did he respond back then? Having a natural type fruit, martial arts didn't matter. Looking back now, it's really laughable. Yesterday, Hawk's fist expressed the only truth. Strength is justice. Without strength, how can it be justice? A resolute and ambitious look appeared in Smoker's eyes. Ignoring the astonished Tina, he strode towards the training ground. Tina put down her fork and lit a lady's cigarette. Smoker, this maverick and unruly guy, actually said such things. It shows how deeply yesterday's battle impressed him. Tina extinguished her cigarette. I have to work hard too. She stood up and walked towards the training ground as well. Smoker pushed open the door to the training ground, ready to start his extra practice. However, he found that someone was already there. Clang! The crisp sound of clashing swords filled the air. In the center of the training ground, Zoro and Dane were fiercely exchanging blows. Amidst the flashing blades, waves of energy surged. After another clash, both stepped back. Dane looked at Zoro with a hint of approval in his eyes. Zoro, your progress is quick. I think you'll master armament hockey soon. Zoro grinned while holding his sword, looking forward to the day he masters it. His heart was ablaze. Joining the Navy was truly the right choice. His new superior, Brigadier General Hawk, was not only unfathomably strong, but also generous and proper in his actions. The 3 RD division's food and training equipment were top-notch in the Navy. More importantly, with a swordsman like Dane who could use armament hockey, he could spar anytime. He could clearly feel the bottleneck loosening. His strength was rapidly improving. This feeling was comfortable. Just then, a voice came. Colonel Smoker, so you are here. Dressed in glasses and carrying Shigear, Dasky walked in. Zoro and Dane, who were talking, instinctively looked over. In the next moment, Zoro's body suddenly stiffened. His smile froze on his face, and his pupils dilated to the extreme in an instant. That face, that hair color, that expression, how could it be? Impossible. Isn't she already? Kuina. Zoro's mind went blank. Without any thought, his body acted before his consciousness. He dashed towards the doorway, standing in front of Dasky in just a few steps. Zoro's eyes widened as he stared at her, scanning her from top to bottom. Exactly the same. The hair color, the face, all matched perfectly with the figure in his memory. This aggressive gaze made Dasky shiver, and she instinctively took half a step back. Smoker frowned, exuding an unpleasant aura, just about to explode. The hero saving the beauty appeared. Whoosh! A black figure dressed as a head chef rushed in like a whirlwind. Hey! Seaweed Head! Accompanied by Sanji's angry shout, a flying kick struck Zoro's back of the head. What are you going to do to this beautiful lady with those messy curled eyebrows? Zoro suddenly turned around, instinctively using the sword's sheath to block. Bang! A muffled sound. The shoe collided with the sword sheath. Curly brow. Do you want to die? You're the one who wants to die, you bastard seaweed head. Sanji landed steadily, adjusted his suit and tie, glaring at Zoro with fiery eyes for daring to scare such a beautiful and lovely lady. Unforgivable. Shut up, color chef. Dane watched with a black line on his forehead. These 2 clowns, who had just been knocked out by Brother Hawk yesterday, were fighting again today. He was just about to step in to stop Sanji and Zoro from further conflict. Just then, woo-woo. A sharp, urgent alarm suddenly pierced the sky of the 3rd Division. Everyone's movements on the training ground froze instantly. This is a battle alarm. Step. A messenger rushed in from outside, reporting, Colonel Dane, Colonel Smoker. A pirate ship has been spotted in the southwest, rapidly approaching the division. A pirate ship? Smoker frowned. Which blind thing dares to come to the 3rd Division to seek death? The Brigadier General has orders. Show them some color. In the evening, there are social engagements, and people in the Jianghu understand. Little Yang is taking a short leave. There's only one update today. Dasky, 2 years later, the shy version. Chapter 55. Let the entire Magic Valley town accompany you to your burial. Earlier, in the office of the 3rd Division Commander. Whoosh! Hawk sat behind the desk, flipping through the personnel list of the 3rd Division. Unlike most high-ranking Navy officials' offices, Hawk's office had no excessive decorations. Only 2 things showcased the owner's will. Behind the desk, a huge plaque hung on the wall, engraved with 5 black characters. Justice of Slaughter. The other wall was occupied by the latest Grand Line sea chart, marked in different colors to indicate the ranges and movements of various forces. Tap. Hawk's fingers tapped on the personnel list. His team was now considered elite troops. There were indeed many worthy of cultivation. First, there was his loyal subordinate, Dane. This kid had good swordsmanship talent and was undeniably loyal. With proper training, becoming an elite vice admiral in the future is not a problem, and he could even aim for a position as a candidate for admiral. Then there was Zoro. Hawk's finger lightly traced the name Rorinoa Zoro. As the vice captain of the Straw Hat crew in the original work, Zoro's upper limit is undoubtedly at the level of the headquarters admiral. Not to mention that he showed signs of mastering Conqueror's Haki in the Wano Country arc. He is definitely a key candidate for training. Hawk's thoughts drifted back to his first formal meeting with Zoro last night. Zoro's gaze towards him was mixed with heat, curiosity, trust, and admiration. Aside from expressing his desire to learn armament Haki and observation Haki, and hoping to create more opportunities for him to spar with swordsmen within the Navy, he had no other requests. Hawk had voluntarily suggested helping him find a couple of suitable famous swords, but Zoro shook his head and refused. Zoro said he once thought that the more swords he had, the stronger he would be. But after experiencing Haki, he understood that true strength comes from within. For him now, one sword, the Wad Ikamanji, is enough. A slight smile appeared on Hawk's lips. It seems that what he said to Dane back then resonated with Zoro after going around in circles. Hawk's gaze continued to move down. Then smoked Sanji. As another member of the original work's Wings of the King, Sanji's potential is equally immense. His ceiling is at least that of a candidate for a vice admiral. Moreover, Sanji's addition means not just an overall enhancement of strength for himself, but also an improvement in the culinary aspects of the entire 3rd branch. It is well known that in the world of pirates, the strong are those who can eat. Therefore, a good chef is crucial for the growth of his subordinates. In the original work, Sanji masters attack cuisine, a peculiar recipe that can enhance the body through cooking and help severely injured and fatigued individuals recover quickly, with endless applications. So he didn't hesitate and directly appointed him as the new head chef of the 3rd branch, responsible for ensuring the balanced diet of the entire branch. This would ensure that his soldiers had enough nutrition and stamina to endure hellish training intensities. This is not only about winning people's hearts, but also a long-term strategic investment. Hawk's gaze moved away from Sanji's name and landed on another name. Smoker. Hawk gently rubbed his forehead. This guy, who relies on his fruit ability and has poor physical skills. But he really wanted to complain. Smoker, your physical skills are indeed lacking, but your use of your fruit ability is also lacking. Turning your body into smoke and then rushing in like a fool to punch someone with your Shurgon. Is it your entire tactic? Look me in the eyes and tell me. You can't win. Won't you give your opponent some trouble? A variety of development directions for the smoke fruit flashed through Hawk's mind. For example, poisonous fog, mixing paralyzing toxins into the smoke, even in small amounts, could affect the opponent's reaction speed in a prolonged battle. Another example is acidic fog, turning the smoke into corrosive acidic gas, specifically used to destroy the enemy's weapons and defenses. Or something simpler and more brutal, replacing all the surrounding air with high-concentration smoke, directly depriving the enemy of oxygen, causing them to suffocate and faint. Isn't that far more efficient than you rushing into brawl with a broken Shurgon? If not, adding a large amount of combustible dust into the smoke. Once the smoke covers the entire battlefield, it only takes a spark. Boom. The dust explodes. Just imagining that scene feels artistic. You, who clearly hold a good hand, have managed to turn it into a bad one. Such a waste. Smoker, what else can I do? Hawk murmured to himself. I can only increase your training intensity by another level. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hawk didn't look up. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Suki hurriedly ran in, slightly out of breath. "Brother Hawk." She rushed to the desk, stood at attention, and reported urgently. "Emergency report from the lookout tower. A pirate ship has been spotted in the southwest, speeding towards our branch." "Oh." Hawk immediately stood up and quickly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, grabbing the military telescope from the side. He adjusted the focus, rapidly zooming in, clearly locking onto the pirate ship cutting through the waves. On the sail, a crossed-out smiley face logo glaringly entered his view. This is the symbol of the Don Quixote family. His gaze moved down to the figure at the bow of the ship. The person was crossing their arms, looking arrogant, with an air of invincibility. Diamante Bellamy? Hawk pondered as he put down the telescope. Bellamy, captain of the Bellamy Pirates, user of the spring fruit, has long admired Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is considered an outer force of Doflamingo. How interesting that he dares to provoke me directly. He turned around and said to the nervous Suki, "Notify everyone. Assemble the fleet. Prepare to bombard. Let's show them some color." "Yes." Suki received the order and immediately turned around, quickly running out. Soon, the battle alarm echoed throughout the entire third branch. Woo woo woo. The navy of the entire branch, whether eating, training, or resting, dropped everything at the moment the alarm sounded. They rushed to their respective battle positions with astonishing speed. The entire base seemed to be a precise war machine, activated in an instant. Hawk stepped out of the office, standing in the corridor, feeling the rising, killing intent within the base. He looked down at the flowing tide of soldiers below, nodding in satisfaction. Then he clenched his fists. The justice of slaughter is not just talked about. Bellamy, since you love the new era so much, I will use your blood to declare my era. Let the entire Magic Valley town accompany you in your burial. How about that? Yes, that's right. The latest information from Chapter 1152 confirms that Soko has the Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 56. Our mission is to annihilate the enemy. Soon, the entire third branch was assembled. Boom! The battleship's engines began to warm up, emitting a dull roar, and ripples spread across the surface of the port. Thousands of Navy soldiers stood in neat formations, standing upright in the vast drill ground. Hawk stood on a high platform, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a hawk. He could see that many soldiers were still wrapped in bandages from yesterday, their faces showing the fatigue and pain that had not yet fully receded. But their backs were straight. Good. Hawk's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. I know you are tired and still have injuries. I know the battle alarm came very suddenly. However, the duty of a soldier is to fight. Now, I'll only ask you one question. Hawk's gaze seemed to pierce through everyone's soul. Can you still lift your weapons? Silence. After a brief silence, a roar like a tsunami erupted. Yes, yes, yes. The shouts of thousands merged into a wave, shaking the drill ground slightly. Very good. Hawk nodded in satisfaction. This is the momentum he wanted. His voice became cold, filled with undisguised, killing intent. Our mission today is not to repel, not to drive away, nor to warn. Our mission is only one: annihilate the enemy. Hawk raised his arm, aiming to annihilate the incoming pirate group. Annihilate the Magic Valley town that nurtured this pirate group. Completely erase Magic Valley town from this sea. Use the whales and blood of pirates to announce the name of the third branch. Let the entire paradise know that from today on, paradise is ruled by the third branch. The soldiers widened their eyes. Erase Magic Valley town, that pirate paradise, the lawless zone, but there is no but. An indescribable fervor surged from deep within their hearts. This is the battle they yearned for. This is the iron-blooded and domineering nature that the Navy, representing justice, should have. Let's slaughter right justice. Annihilate the enemy. Everyone roared again. Good. Hawk watched all of this, all aboard the ship. Yes. Woo. The long and loud whistle echoed throughout the entire third branch. The massive fleet slowly sailed away from the port. 3 giant battleships formed the core of the fleet. 5 large battleships and 10 medium-sized battleships spread out on both wings, their cannons gleaming with cold light. This unprecedentedly large fleet carried thousands of bloodthirsty Navy soldiers, cutting through the waves and advancing at full speed on the approaching pirate ship. The lookout of the Bellamy pirates was scanning the distant Navy base with a telescope, searching for the best attack position. Suddenly, his pupils constricted violently. "Captain," the lookout's voice trembled uncontrollably. "What's wrong?" "A ship is coming out of the base's port." "Huh? Finally willing to come out, huh?" Bellamy scoffed, flexing his wrists, just in time to let this group of Navy see the power of the new era. "No, it's not just one ship." The lookout's voice had turned into a scream. "It's an entire fleet." "What?" Bellamy snatched the binoculars. In his field of vision, from the port of Division 3, warships were orderly sailing out one after another. 3 massive battleships resembling moving mountains, 5 slightly smaller large warships, and 10 medium-sized warships spread out in AV formation, guarding the flanks. Those densely packed cannon mouths, like a forest of steel, glimmered with a cold light of death, all aimed at their lone pirate ship. Gulp. Bellamy swallowed hard, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. "Are you kidding me? This is the configuration of a division. The Navy headquarters fleet is no better, right? His little broken ship isn't even enough to fill the gaps in this steel fleet. It's over. This time he's hit a brick wall. Turn around. Turn around quickly." Bellamy howled, no longer the defiant demeanor he had before. In a flurry, he pulled out a transponder snail from his pocket. Attacking Division 3 was originally his way of proving his abilities to the subordinate he admired, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Now asking for help would undoubtedly lower his status in Doflamingo's eyes. But is face more important than life? Brew, 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 brew. The transponder snail rang several times, but no one answered. Just then, boom! The fleet opened fire. The deafening sound of cannon fire instantly shattered the calm of the sea. Dozens of cannonballs, trailing long tails of fire, streaked through the sky, whistling towards them. Boom! One cannonball accurately hit the side of the ship, and a violent explosion blew a large hole in the deck. The entire ship shook violently, and the transponder snail slipped from Bellamy's hands and fell to the ground. "Captain, it's bad. Cannonballs are coming," a bloodied subordinate shouted. "No kidding. I can see that," Bellamy roared. "No. Captain, look at that cannonball." The subordinate pointed at the sky, his face showing a ghostly expression. "There's someone on that cannonball." Bellamy looked up sharply. He saw a figure standing on a cannonball fired from the massive ship at the center of the fleet. The person stood tall, a cloak with the word justice fluttering behind him in the wind. The howling wind rushed past his ears. The cannonball beneath him spun at high speed, tearing through the air with unmatched kinetic energy. Hawk had his hands in his pockets, feeling this ultimate speed. To be honest, Yang thought this landing method was quite cool. "Right, old man?" A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So this is the perspective of Admiral Kazura?" Aside from strong wind, it was indeed quite refreshing. Boom! Hawk landed smoothly, the cannonball's momentum unspent, directly penetrating the pirate ship's deck. He stood at the edge of the gaping hole, surveying the chaotic deck filled with panicked pirates. Dark hockey instantly covered his fists. Bang! Hawk threw a punch to the left. The wind of his punch howled, instantly collapsing a pirate's chest, sending him flying. Bang! Another punch. No extraños movements, no flashy techniques. Just the purest, most extreme aesthetic of violence. Blood instantly stained the deck. The screams became the only accompaniment on the ship. Navy, watching his men fall one by one, the surviving Bellamy's eyes turned bloodshot. "You dare!" he roared, his calves suddenly transforming into 2 extremely compressed springs. Spring sniper. Bang! The deck exploded beneath his feet, and Bellamy's figure turned into a blur, carrying unmatched kinetic energy straight towards Hawk. He transformed himself into a deadly cannonball. However, facing this all-out attack, Hawk simply swung his right fist towards the blur. Boom! Hawk's fist collided with Bellamy's body. Bellamy felt as if he had crashed into a high-speed meteor. He flew back faster than he came, crashing heavily into the main mast and sliding down to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. Buzz! At that moment, the massive fleet had completed the encirclement, completely sealing off the dilapidated pirate ship. Swish! 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 Dane led the Navy aboard, quickly subduing the few remaining pirates on the deck. Tap! Hawk slowly walked up to Bellamy, lifted his military boot, and heavily stepped on his twisted face, then grounded down hard. So you're the clown of the new era? Hee hee hee. Just then, the transponder snail that Bellamy had dropped suddenly emitted a distinctive, eerie laugh. A transponder snail wearing sunglasses, grinning, vividly mimicked its master-esque demeanor. Bellamy, it seems like things are a bit lively over there for you. Chapter 57. Looking at the newspaper king, I have a great gift for you. Hee hee hee. Hearing the voice, Hawk's gaze shifted to the transponder snail in the corner. Tap. Dane quickly stepped forward, picked up the fallen transponder snail, and handed it to Hawk. Hawk took the transponder snail. The distinctive laughter just now, and the current appearance of the transponder snail confirmed to him. On the other end of the transponder snail was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. From the other end of the transponder snail, a voice from Doflamingo, laced with a hint of coldness amidst its frivolity, came through. Navy, my little dog, still alive? Hawk narrowed his eyes. Bellamy's earlier shout had revealed his identity as a Navy. Huh, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Oh, you know me? The voice from the transponder snail carried a hint of amusement. Since you know me, then things will be easier. Doflamingo's tone became matter of fact. The warlords and your Navy both serve the world government, don't they? A failed dog holds no value to me. But after all, he is my dog. So, Navy, give my little dog a break for the sake of Don Quixote. How about it? I will personally clean up the mess. Huh. Hawk smiled lightly. Face. Doflamingo. Do you think you're red-haired, Shanks? And even if red-haired comes, so what? Let him see what my Demon Slayer order has to say, and see if it will give him this face. Who said I'm a merciful person? Hawk slowly spoke, his voice calm, betraying no emotion. He waved at Dane beside him. Dane understood, drawing a standard-issue pistol from his waist and handing it over. On the other end of the transponder snail, Doflamingo let out a triumphant laugh. Very good. Navy, I think we could become great friends. His words were cut off suddenly. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp gunshots rang out explosively. Under Hawk's feet. Bellamy let out a heart-wrenching scream. 2 blood holes were gushing blood from his knees. Hawk moved the gun from Bellamy's leg. Doflamingo, do you still want a dog with broken legs? The other end of the transponder snail fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Doflamingo's deep voice, laced with killing intent, came through. Navy, you know you're provoking. Before he could finish. Bang! Bang! There were 2 gunshots, crisp and decisive. The young Master Bellamy's wrists burst open with 2 sprays of blood, his scream turning hoarse and desperate. Hawk spoke again. The useless dog, do you still want to talk? On the other end of the phone worm, there was silence. Doflamingo did not understand. How dare this Navy officer? How dare he so brazenly trample on the dignity of being a Shichibukai step by step? Did he not fear the revenge of the Don Quixote family? Did he not fear the underground network he had spread across the world? After all, because he was once a celestial dragon, even Admiral Sengoku had to be cautious. What gave this Navy the right? At that moment, bang! Another shot. The bullet accurately penetrated Bellamy's skull, ending his last trace of sound completely. Warm blood and brain matter splattered onto Hawk's military boots. Doflamingo, the dead dog, do you still want to talk? On the other end of the phone worm, Doflamingo suddenly erupted in a mad laughter filled with undisguised madness and murderous intent. Interesting. So interesting. I remember you, Navy. Give me your name. Give me your name. I will personally cut off your head. Hawk chuckled softly. You will know soon enough. Doflamingo, I have a big gift for you. I think you will like it. After speaking, Hawk directly hung up the phone worm, turned around, and handed the pistol and phone worm to Dane. Dane, clean up. Yes. Dane respectfully took the items and then waved his hand. The next moment, the clash of knives and gunfire, accompanied by desperate screams, echoed on the deck. The remaining members of the Bellamy pirates were completely wiped out, not a single survivor. Hawk stood at the bow of the ship, lighting a cigar. Inside, he began to calculate rapidly. Doflamingo, the report on King Doflamingo. On the surface, he was recognized by the world government as one of the Shichibukai, the king of Dressrosa, enjoying legal plunder rights and judicial immunity. With this background, Doflamingo established a huge business empire with influence spread across the world. However, beneath this glamorous exterior lay endless evil. In the shadows, he was the top intermediary of the underground world, codenamed, controlling a vast arms trafficking network, selling death to war-torn countries. He privately operated inhumane human auctions, providing slaves for the celestial dragons and the world's aristocrats, wantonly trampling on the dignity of life. So far, Doflamingo had personally destroyed at least 8 towns, involved not only with his pirate crew and businesses, but also with drug trafficking and other illegal activities. Hee, would I give you face for such evil? Hawk's gaze turned cold. Your greatest reliance is merely your past identity as a celestial dragon and the secret you hold regarding the treasure of Mariewa. This makes the world government wary of you, hesitant to act. But this is also your greatest weakness. As long as your crimes are thoroughly exposed to the public, the world government will inevitably choose to sever ties with you to maintain their ridiculous face. At that time, your so-called title of Shichibukai will just be a piece of worthless paper that can be torn up at any time. No rush, your territory is in the New World. Once I finish cleaning up the paradise, I will come find you. But for now, I will send you a big gift. One of your highest-ranking officers, Virgo the Ghost Bamboo, a high-level undercover agent who has been lurking within the Navy for over a decade. Now a rear admiral and also the base commander of the 5th branch. I believe Admiral Sengoku would be very interested in Virgo, the admiral who directly caused Razanani's exposure and death. Dane, Hawk turned and looked at the standing Dane behind him. Prepare a top-level encrypted intelligence report and use my authority to send it directly to Admiral Sengoku himself. The content is as follows. Chapter 58, Virgo, find out who that kid is. In the New World, Dressrosa. The palace sat atop towering rocky plateaus, overlooking the entire country. Deep within the palace, Doflamingo looked at the hung-up phone worm, his eyes revealing a rare confusion. The Navy officer on the other end not only did not fear him, but also intended to send him a gift. Hee. After a brief moment of shock, he let out his signature eerie laugh. Interesting, truly interesting. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to him like that. He stepped forward into a hidden room. On the floor of the room lay neatly arranged over 100 sleeping phone worms. Doflamingo's phone worms. Each phone worm represented a vein of Doflamingo's underground empire, connecting to the dark corners of the world. He picked up a phone worm that had not been used for a long time and dialed. Brew, click. The phone worm mimicked the appearance of the person on the other end, opening its eyes, with remnants of a hamburger stuck to its mouth. A low and calm voice came through. Doflamingo? Virgo, it's me. Ghost Bamboo Virgo. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat surprised. It's been a long time since he used this line to contact me. What happened? Nothing serious. Doflamingo simply recounted what had just happened as a joke. An ignorant Navy officer killed that Bellamy guy and even came to provoke me. Help me check who he is. Got it. Virgo agreed, then shifted his tone to a serious one. Doflamingo, you better be careful. A remarkable newcomer has emerged in the Navy lately, making quite a splash. Oh, who? Ren Hawk. Virgo said solemnly, a newly promoted rear admiral. He is valued by 3 admirals at the same time, and even Admiral Sengoku has personally vouched for him. He is a complete monster. A newly promoted rear admiral? Doflamingo's laughter was filled with disdain and arrogance. He. Virgo, have you been in the Navy too long, and your courage has shrunk? Without waiting for Virgo to say anything more, he directly hung up the phone. Doflamingo walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the peaceful nation he had shaped with his own hands. He spread his arms as if to embrace the whole world. Navy, just wait. I will find you. Then, I will personally cut off your head. Buzz. A massive fleet sailed towards Magic Valley Town. On the central giant ship, Hawk said to Dane, the content is as follows. We killed the Bellamy pirates, the peripheral forces of Doflamingo, on the outskirts of the 3rd branch. On Bellamy's pirate ship, we found a piece of intelligence. The intelligence shows Shichibukai, Don Quixote Doflamingo, codename. His highest-ranking officer, the original heart, is currently lurking within the Navy. It has been confirmed that the mole is the base commander of the 5th branch, Rear Admiral Virgo. Upon investigation, Virgo is directly related to the death of former Navy Lieutenant Colonel Don Quixote Razanani years ago. Attached is my personal conjecture. Virgo is the one who caused Razanani's undercover identity to be exposed. Dane's hand trembled slightly as he recorded. At that moment, he finally understood what Hawk meant when he said he would send Doflamingo a big gift. This intelligence was not a gift at all. It was a poison dagger, aimed precisely and mercilessly at Doflamingo's heart. Given the high-level official's regard for Hawk and the fact that this intelligence touched on Admiral Sengoku's sore spot, it would undoubtedly be verified with the fastest speed and the most rigorous attitude. This Vice Admiral Virgo, if he really is an undercover agent, he's doomed. That's it. Go do it immediately. Hawk waved his hand. Yes. Dane didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent and immediately went to carry out the order. Hawk stood at the bow of the giant ship, gazing at the distant horizon. A thought crossed his mind, and it slowly unfolded before his eyes. The justice value, which hadn't changed for a long time, finally welcomed a new increase after the destruction of the Bellamy pirate crew. Ding. Killed the bounty of 55 million berries for the hyena Bellamy. Gained 5,500 points of justice value. Ding. Annihilated the Bellamy pirate crew. Gained 4,500 points of justice value. Total gained 10,000 points of justice value. Ren Hawk, Commander of the Navy's Grand Line 3rd Division, Brigadier General of the Navy Headquarters. Holder of the 4-Demon Slaying Order. Observation Hockey. Intermediate Headquarters Rear Admiral level. Armament Hockey. Intermediate Headquarters Rear Admiral level. Physical Strength. Intermediate Headquarters Rear Admiral level. Martial Arts Fist Intermediate Headquarters Rear Admiral level. Conqueror's Hockey. Not awakened. Current remaining justice value, 13,012 points. Remaining survival days, 3,650 days. 10,000 points of justice value. Is this the gold content of the Grand Line? A mere Bellamy pirate crew provides justice value equivalent to 5 Arlong pirate crews, and to upgrade any of his abilities from intermediate to advanced, which is the headquarters Vice Admiral level, exactly requires 10,000 points. Upgrading now would allow his strength to immediately reach a new level. But there's no rush. Magic Valley Town is just ahead. That pirate paradise known as the Lawless Zone, filled with far more evil than a single Bellamy pirate crew. It's optimal to clear Magic Valley Town first and then upgrade all at once. Moreover, Conqueror's Hockey should also be put on the agenda. That's the true ticket for a real powerhouse. The justice value is still too lacking. Hawk's gaze pierced through the sea mist, as if he could already see that evil town filled with the smell of alcohol and blood. Pirates of Magic Valley Town, you better not let me down. At the Navy headquarters, a piece of intelligence encrypted with the highest level of security was delivered to Admiral Sengoku's desk. Sengoku glanced at the unique mark on the seal and casually picked it up. This was sent by that kid Hawk. Sitting opposite him, Vice Admiral Tsuru also raised her head, putting down her teacup, and asked with great interest, what did it say that made him go to such lengths with the highest level of encryption? Sengoku tore open the seal and pulled out the document inside. His gaze swept across the paper, initially calm and scrutinizing. But soon, his expression began to visibly darken. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became violent and oppressive. Sengoku? Vice Admiral Tsuru keenly sensed that something was wrong. Sengoku did not respond. His breathing became heavy, and the hand holding the intelligence turned white from excessive force, the thin sheet of paper crumpling in his palm. His eyes turned red, and veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to burst. Virgo, the name squeezed out between his teeth, carried a chilling, murderous intent. Tsuru's heart sank. She no longer waited, suddenly standing up, striding to the desk, and snatching the intelligence from Sengoku's hand. Her gaze quickly scanned the contents on the paper. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the original leader of the Red Heart 5th Division, Vice Admiral Virgo of the Ghost Bamboo. Don Quixote Rosinante. Her pupils contracted, and she gasped. This, Chapter 59, Land. Spare not a single pirate. Rosinante. When Tsuru saw this name, she instantly understood why Sengoku's emotions had gotten out of control. Rosinante, former Navy Headquarters Lieutenant, Navy ID 01746. This name and this ID were the softest and most painful scar in Sengoku's heart. He was the adopted son he had raised, the future he had high hopes for. Sengoku's codename in the Navy is Great Sage, while Rosinante is the little rice cake that corresponds to him. What lies within is a profound bond that transcends that of master and disciple and of superior and subordinate, nearly akin to father and son. Tsuru took a deep breath, having pursued Doflamingo for most of her life. No one understood the actions of the Night Fiend better than she did. Doflamingo is proud and meticulous, planting an undercover agent within the Navy and having that agent climb to a high position step by step. Such a crazy, bold, and far-sighted layout is typical of Doflamingo. In an instant, Saru was already more than half convinced of the intelligence's authenticity. Plus, the intelligence came from Hawk. He operates steadily. It can basically be confirmed that Virgo is indeed an internal spy in the Navy. Saru turned and walked out of the office, addressing the soldiers waiting outside the door. Using my authority, retrieve all of Virgo's files from the time he enlisted until now. Task reports, financial transactions, communication records, everything. Yes. The soldier saluted and quickly left. Soon, hurried footsteps approached. A soldier rushed in holding a thick stack of documents. He placed a nearly half-height stack of files on Sengoku's desk. Sengoku and Tsuru immediately began to review them. There must be traces left behind. No matter how careful Virgo is, he cannot escape the eyes of the Navy's two top strategists. Found it. Tsuru's finger pointed at a piece of intelligence. After being promoted to Vice Admiral, Virgo often left the base under the pretext of going back home to take care of his sick sister. However, he doesn't have a sister at all. Moreover, when Razanani died, Virgo was indeed on the task list for the Minion Island mission. He had left the main force. Sengoku stared intently at the intelligence. In his mind, the figure of Razanani appeared. Razanani, the adopted son who was always clumsy, would trip over flat ground when nervous, and would accidentally catch his own hair on fire when lighting a cigarette. So it turns out, the murderer had always been right under his nose. He wore the Navy uniform, enjoyed the Navy's glory, and climbed step by step to the high position of Vice Admiral. Crack! The armrest of Sengoku's office chair shattered in response. He slowly stood up, without roaring or shouting. He simply calmly took out a den mushi and dialed Akainu's number. Sakazuki immediately returned to headquarters. Guard Marine forward until I return. Without waiting for Akainu's response, he hung up the communication. I'm going to. Vice Admiral Tsuru also stood up, her aged face heavy and cold. Soon, a giant warship representing the Navy's highest combat power began urgent preparations. Navy soldiers were bustling about on the dock, their faces filled with confusion and awe. They did not know what had happened, nor what was about to happen. They only knew that Admiral Sengoku and Chief Advisor Vice Admiral Tsuru were personally setting sail. Who? The giant ship slowly sailed away from the port, cutting through the waves. Destination: New World, 5th Division. Sengoku stood at the bow. This admiral will personally take down Virgo. Magic Valley Town. This is the most notorious lawless zone in the first half of the Grand Line, a paradise for pirates. It was nighttime. In a tavern, two drunken pirates were having a brawl over the ownership of a dancer. One of them picked up a bottle and smashed it hard on the other's head. Glass shards mixed with blood flying everywhere. The surrounding pirates not only did not try to stop them, but instead whistled loudly, cheering excitedly, even starting a betting pool. Ha! I bet the guy with the bottle will win. Nonsense. The one-eyed dragon hits harder. Go for it. Steal his peaches. Stab his butt. The tavern owner wiped the wine glass, already used to such scenes. On the street, a pirate who had just snatched a purse was being chased and cursed by its owner. He turned around, drew the curved knife from his waist, and with a sneer, stabbed it into the other's stomach. Watching the owner convulse in a pool of blood, he disdainfully wiped the blood off his knife and leisurely walked away. No one would care, and no one would come and handle it. This was the daily life of Magic Valley Town, where the law of the jungle was vividly enacted. Evil thrived and fermented here unrestrained. However, on the sea surrounding the town, a massive fleet from Branch 3 quietly arrived, like a steel beast emerging from the sea mist. On the deck of the flagship, Hawk held a telescope, observing the farcical scenes unfolding in the town. Behind him, Dane, Smoker, Tina, Zoro, Sanji, and others stood in a line, their expressions solemn. Thousands of armed Navy soldiers from Branch 3 were orderly lined up on their respective warships, quietly waiting for orders. Hawk lowered the telescope, feeling the nauseating aura of evil carried by the sea breeze. He slowly raised his arm and then suddenly swung it down. Fire. The command was simple, decisive, and without a hint of hesitation. Boom! The next second, what responded to Hawk was the deafening roar of cannon fire. Rumble. The sky was torn apart. Hundreds of black cannonballs, trailing long, glaring tails of fire, formed a cloud of death, howling across the sea towards the still reveling evil town. What is that? On the lookout tower of Magic Valley Town, a pirate yawned just in time to see a sight he would never forget in his life. The wine bottle in his hand fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. The sky was filled with shooting stars. The cannonballs, like the scythe of death, fell accurately and mercilessly. Boom! The first cannonball hit the center of the town with precision. The luxurious building was torn to pieces in an instant by the violent shockwave, a massive fireball shooting into the sky, devouring everything around it. Following closely were the second and third cannonballs. Boom! 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 The explosions echoed one after another, merging into a single sound. The ground trembled violently, wailing. The tavern, which had just cheered for the brawl, was pierced by dozens of cannonballs, and the raging flames instantly turned everyone inside into charred remains. The screams, wails, and pleas for mercy all seemed insignificant in the symphony of cannon fire. Flames devoured the buildings. Thick smoke obscured the sky. The once no-man's land, the pirate's paradise, was transformed into a burning hell under the absolute, crushing firepower. Hawk looked at this scene with satisfaction, slowly exhaling a smoke ring. No man's land, huh? In front of me, there is no man's land, only a graveyard. On the deck, silence. Dane, expressionless, had followed Hawk the longest, burdened with blood feuds, and had long been accustomed to this scene of cleansing evil. Zoro tightened his grip on the Wado Ikemonji at his waist, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Sanji silently lit a cigarette, the smoke ring quickly dissipating in the smell of gunpowder. Tina's face showed an expression of shock. Smoker's eyes twitched. At this moment, they all understood. Hawke's concept of justice through slaughter was not just talk. He intended to use the destruction of this small town to declare to the entire paradise. Ren Hawk, had arrived. When the last round of cannon fire ended, Magic Valley Town had already turned into a sea of flames. Hawk extinguished his cigar. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of assembled Navy soldiers behind him. Land. Leave no pirate alive. Chapter 60. Berries are not omnipotent, yet indispensable. Talp. Hawk's military boots stepped on the charred planks, making a light sound. He led thousands of Navy soldiers onto the recently artillery-baptized evil town. Damn Navy! Help! Help me! Help me! The cries and curses of surviving pirates rose and fell beneath the ruins of Magic Valley Town. Quite a few survived, Hawk knew. Unless there was continuous artillery coverage for hours, there would always be some resilient cockroaches lucky enough to survive. He raised his hand, leaving no one alive. Yes. The next second, the thousands of Navy soldiers behind him instantly transformed into hundreds of small teams, flooding into every street and every ruin of Magic Valley Town. Blades flashed, gunfire erupted, smoke billowed, and with the desperate screams, the pirates who had just survived the bombardment were mercilessly harvested by the Navy. Hawk did not move. He stood in the center of the crossroads of Magic Valley Town. In front of him, on a light blue screen, the numbers of justice points were rapidly increasing at a pleasing speed. Ding! Killed a pirate with a bounty of 12 million berries, gained 1,200 justice points. Ding! Killed a pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries, gained 800 justice points. Ding! Not bad. Hawk revealed a satisfied smile. This operation against Magic Valley Town seemed to be a retaliation against the Bellamy pirates, but it actually contained multiple purposes that he had carefully considered. First and foremost, it was training. The current Branch 3 had an extremely complex personnel composition. There were his own loyalists, as well as non-loyalists and veterans. To completely mold them into a solid unit that obeyed his commands, nothing was more direct and effective than sharing a bloody feast together. Secondly, Magic Valley Town itself was a tumor in the paradise, a microcosm of the great pirate era. Its existence was a ruthless mockery and open desecration of justice. Since he intended to cleanse the entire paradise, he could not neglect this place. Destruction was its best and most appropriate outcome. Finally, the deepest and most long-term reason, Sky Island. Hawk slowly raised his head, his gaze penetrating the dark red sky stained by fire and smoke, looking towards the heavens. Sky Island. 400 years ago, half of Gaia Island, along with the golden country above it, was swept up to 10,000 meters high by a massive ocean current, becoming part of Sky Island. There was an enormous amount of gold. The higher-ups of the Navy placed the future of the Navy on their shoulders, granting unprecedented support and privileges. What he needed to do was not just to kill pirates. He also had to try to help the Navy break free from the constraints of the world government. And the gold of Sky Island was the key to opening this path. It was a fortune that could temporarily improve the Navy's financial situation. Berries, Hawk murmured, are not omnipotent, yet indispensable. Once he reached Sky Island and successfully transported the gold from the Golden Country back to headquarters, he would not disappoint the strong support from the Navy's higher-ups as the wielder of the Four Slaughter Demon Order. The Navy, which upheld world justice, could also take the first step towards financial independence, starting to free itself from the constraints of the world government to implement true justice. Of course, although the amount of gold on Sky Island was vast, it was far from enough. The headquarters' military expenses were astronomical every year. The gold would eventually run out. Living off past gains was not feasible. A stable and continuous method of wealth creation had to be found. A tall, shining figure flashed across Hawk's mind. 9 fingers with a golden ring, unnamed, left for you. Just then, Brother Hawk. Dane's figure appeared behind Hawk, interrupting his thoughts. In Magic Valley Town, no pirate presence could be detected. All evil had been eradicated. Hawk nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the light blue screen that only he could see. On it, the number of justice points was frozen at current host's remaining justice points, 55,091 points. Very good. Hawk felt very satisfied. Over 55,000 points. This cleansing of Magic Valley Town had yielded far more than expected. This substantial amount of justice points was enough to elevate his observation hockey, armament hockey, physique, and martial arts, fist, all to high level, equivalent to the rank of Rear Admiral in the headquarters. His strength would undergo a comprehensive leap. Moreover, through his previous encounter with Admiral Akainu, he realized that the power granted by the justice system was essentially the theoretical ceiling for that level. However, when initially grasping it, he could not immediately unleash its full power. Just like before, after a vigorous fight with Admiral Akainu, he had integrated the power of a colonel, reaching the true peak of that rank and even touching the threshold of Rear Admiral level. This time's upgrade was similar. After officially promoting to the Rear Admiral level, he would still need time and higher intensity battles to adapt and hone his skills in order to fully internalize this power, reaching the ceiling of Rear Admiral level and peering into the ranks of potential admirals. Of course, what was even better was that after upgrading all abilities this time, there would still be surplus justice points, just enough to awaken the king's qualification for Conqueror's Hockey. Hawk no longer hesitated, his thoughts moving, and he began to allocate points. System, consume 40,000 justice points to elevate all abilities except Conqueror's Hockey to high level. Ding, consumed 40,000 justice points. Observation Hockey has been upgraded to high level, Rear Admiral level. Armament Hockey has been upgraded to high level, Rear Admiral level. Physique has been upgraded to high level, Rear Admiral level. Martial Arts, Fist, has been upgraded to high level, Rear Admiral level. Not enough. Use the remaining justice points to upgrade Conqueror's Hockey. Ding. Chapter 61. You are all too weak. System, upgrade Conqueror's Hockey. Ding. Consumed 1,000 justice points. Conqueror's Hockey has been upgraded to beginner level. Consumed 10,000 justice points. Conqueror's Hockey has been upgraded to intermediate level. Current host's remaining justice points, 4,091 points. Detected that the host possesses the qualification of a king, triggering special promotion. Ding. Conqueror's Hockey has been upgraded to high level. Congratulations, host. You have officially entered the ranks of the strong. Now explaining the details of each level of Conqueror's Hockey to the host. A massive flow of information surged into Hawk's mind. Conqueror's Hockey. Only the will surpasses all. Beginner. Awakening of qualification. Able to release one's own aura, causing mental shock to beings with willpower far lower than one's own, rendering them unconscious. The range of influence is small, and control is rough, unable to accurately select targets. Intermediate, extension of will. The release range and intensity are greatly increased, allowing for precise control over the deterrence range, hitting exactly where intended without harming allies within range. It can also cause temporary mental suppression on enemies with stronger willpower. High level, substantialization of aura. Conqueror's Haki is no longer an intangible deterrent, but can produce physically interfering substantial energy. When released, it can create shockwaves, causing minor damage to the surrounding environment. Its pressure is enough to make elite rear admirals feel palpitations and even experience temporary stiffness. This is the threshold for mastering the technique of Haki wrap. Top level, proof of supremacy. Completely mastering the technique of wrapping Conqueror's Haki around one's body or weapon, known as Haki wrap. Attack power increases geometrically, able to inflict immense damage to the physical forms of Logia-type users, marking the strong who stand at the pinnacle of the world. Every gesture exudes the aura of ruling over the world. The strength of Haki can invoke celestial phenomena, and when colliding with equally strong opponents, it is enough to tear the sky apart. Ceiling, surpassing all. Conqueror's Haki that surpasses everything. Note that even among ceilings, there are distinctions in height. Hawk closed his eyes tightly, savoring the distinctly different power within his body. Vast and majestic as if it were innate. If armament Haki is an indestructible armor, and observation Haki is a sensory antenna that perceives all things, then this power is the royal conqueror's Haki that rules over the world. The remaining justice points he originally had were only enough to elevate this ability to intermediate level. However, possessing the qualification of a king changed this upgrade, raising conqueror's Haki to high level. High-level conqueror's Haki is just a step away from mastering Haki wrap at the top level. In that case, Hawk slowly opened his eyes, silently assessing. Conqueror's Haki, observation Haki, armament Haki, physique, and martial arts are all at high level. Once fully integrated, his overall strength would firmly place him as a candidate for admiral. Very good. The justice points from Magic Valley Town have allowed him to undergo a complete transformation. What about the entire paradise? What about the Marine Ford War a year from now? A surge of expectation and desire rose in Hawk's heart. But he quickly suppressed this emotion. Meals must be eaten bite by bite, and roads must be walked step by step. The immediate priority is to prepare to head to Skypiea and seize the gold there for himself. He turned back, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of Navy soldiers behind him, organized and with lingering killing intent. Dane. Hawk's voice was calm and clear. Here. Dane stepped forward, standing at attention in salute. You will lead the main fleet back to base and guard the third branch. When I am not in the branch, you will temporarily take over the position of branch chief. Yes. Dane did not hesitate at all and immediately accepted the order. Hawk nodded, his gaze passing over Dane to the few individuals behind him. Smoker, Tina, Zoro, Sanji, Lark, Peacock. You all stay. Hawk surveyed the various expressions on their faces, having already made plans in his heart. Dane, as his most trusted and loyal subordinate, was the most suitable to guard the third branch in his absence. Smoker, despite having a Logia-type fruit, only knows the most superficial applications and needs to be honed. Tina's fruit development and martial arts are decent, but mastering Haki is her immediate priority. Zoro and Sanji, two future monsters, have limitless potential, but they are still too weak and need the most intense training. As for Lark and Peacock, one is the daughter of a Marine Admiral, and the other is the grandson of a Marine Chief of Staff, serving as a link between him and the higher-ups. These individuals are the foundation of his future, the sharpest blades in his hands. The era of the Navy ruling the world is about to arrive. In the impending colossal wave, you all, Hawk paused, his gaze sharp, sweeping over everyone. Too weak. No one refuted. Whether it was the proud Smoker or the battle-hungry Zoro, they silently accepted this evaluation. The previous crushing lesson in the third branch square had already made them deeply understand the insurmountable gap between themselves and Hawk. During the waiting period for the sky-high current to arrive, I will conduct special training for you. Yes. Soon, home. Dane led the massive fleet to change direction and slowly sailed away, leaving only a giant battleship quietly docked next to the scorched Magic Valley town. On the ruins, The sea breeze stirred up dust and ashes, carrying a scent of burnt sulfur. Hawk stood at the forefront, behind him 6 elite Navy members. A hellish special training is about to begin. The first lesson of the special training was very simple. Hawk turned around with a mischievous smile on his face. Kneeling down beside the person who had fainted, "No dinner for you." Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, a terrifying pressure erupted from within Hawk. Like an invisible tidal wave, it instantly swept across the entire ruins. Hawk precisely controlled the range and intensity of his conqueror's haki. At the very edge, the ordinary Navy soldiers on guard felt as if their chests were struck hard by a sledgehammer. Their breath suddenly halted. An irresistible dizziness surged into their brains. Their legs went weak, and their vision began to blur. What is going on? What is this? Didn't he know? But good military discipline made them grit their teeth and use all their strength to keep from falling. Hawk didn't he have high expectations of them. Having experienced the conqueror's haki and being able to resist it even slightly was enough. The true center of the storm was Zoro and the other 5. Chapter 62. All in a mess. You've done pretty well. The pressure of Hawk's conqueror's haki was the lightest on Yunxia and Konkei among the 6. Even so, that aura still made their delicate bodies tremble violently. Yunxia let out a short, delicate cry. Her little face instantly drained of color, turning completely pale. She bit her lip tightly, with only one thought swirling madly in her mind. I can't fall. I absolutely cannot embarrass Brother Hawk. She struggled to widen her eyes, trying to see the man's back, but her vision became increasingly blurred amidst the violent shaking. Khan's reaction was more composed, but it was just on the surface. She took a deep breath, her legs firmly planted on the ground, but her hands hidden behind her were already digging her nails deep into her palms. This is Hawk's conqueror's haki. She had only felt the conqueror's haki of the warlord from a distance, accompanied by her grandmother, the great strategist Crane. It was said that Vice Admiral Garp also had it, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. And now, a man of her own generation was releasing such terrifying conqueror's haki. No wonder Grandma said he is the future of the Navy. Tina and Smoker were facing another realm altogether. The pressure of the conqueror's haki increased several times in intensity. Ugh! Tina let out a painful groan from her throat. Feeling heavy and suffocated, she instinctively wanted to activate the ability of her smoke fruit, but found it utterly useless. She could only rely on her physical strength and willpower to resist. Hawk, you bastard! Smoker bit down on his cigar, the tobacco crumbs mixed with blood falling from the corner of his mouth. The veins on his forehead bulged, his legs uncontrollably trembled violently, and his knees were gradually bending. I can't kneel. My knees stand straight. Not being able to have dinner was minor. Fainting or kneeling in front of everyone would be catastrophic. Kazan would laugh his head off. This must not happen. Absolutely not. Just as his willpower was on the brink of collapse, he felt a strange, resilient strength trying to push its way out from every cell in his body. What is that? He saw a few tiny, pitch-black spots faintly appearing beneath the skin of his trembling arm. Those spots were like ink dropping into clear water. Although small, they carried an indestructible quality. This is armament haki. Boom! Hawk poured most of his pressure onto Sanji and Zoro, the 2 potential monsters. Damn it! One of Sanji's legs had already bent, his knee only an inch away from the ground. Cold sweat soaked through his clothes, and golden strands of hair stuck to his forehead. His mind went blank. What is this? Why can't I move while Hawk, the Major, hasn't even moved? And why do I feel like I'm about to kneel and faint? Bastard. I absolutely cannot fall before that idiot navigator. But the enormous and terrifying pressure was like an endless deep sea, ready to swallow him whole. Sanji's consciousness began to blur. Just then, Hawk's calm voice came. Are you ready to sleep in such a mess? Instantly, Sanji's eyes widened. Sleep? Impossible. Not bad, still holding on. I can't lose here. Roar. A roar exploded from Sanji's throat. His knee, which was about to touch the ground, actually halted its descent amidst violent trembling. Black spots began to appear beneath his skin. Sanji stared in astonishment at the changes in his leg. A sensation of power he had never felt before filling his body. Besides Sanji, Zoro's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. The pressure Hawk exerted on him was much greater than on Sanji. This caused the bones in Zoro's body to groan under the unbearable weight. The immense pressure rendered him completely immobile, let alone reaching for the sword at his waist. Awesome. Zoro felt no fear. Instead, he wanted to laugh heartily. As a man who challenged his physical limits every day, he could clearly feel his body resisting that pressure. Every cell in his body was shouting, rebelling. A dormant power was being violently awakened by this external force. This power was supporting him to resist Major Hawk's pressure. Hawk looked at Zoro, whose eyes were clear and even carried a hint of eagerness, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Just as expected of you. So, boom! An even stronger pressure descended upon Zoro like an invisible giant mountain. Huh! A low roar erupted from Zoro's throat. He mobilized every bit of strength in his body, squeezing out the potential from every cell. He moved. Under Hawk's Conqueror's Haki, he moved. His arm, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, slowly moved toward his waist. That short distance now felt like it spanned a whole world. Tap! Zoro's right hand finally touched the hilt of the sword. Wad Ikemanji. Now's the time. An unprecedented willpower erupted violently from the depths of his soul. He recalled the scenes of practicing swordsmanship in his youth, remembered his promise with Kuina, and reflected on every little detail of his time in the Navy. Major Hawk deigned smug. He no longer resisted that pressure, but instead concentrated all his indomitable will into one point. Clang! A clear metallic sound suddenly rang out. In this dead silence, enveloped by Conqueror's Haki, this sound was like thunder. Wad Ikemanji unsheathed. A pure, unmatched sword intent surged upward, forcibly tearing a nearly imperceptible crack through the overwhelming pressure. One sword style, in the world. Zoro poured every last ounce of strength into a roar. A strike, honed to perfection in pure white, like a crescent moon tearing through the night, with an unwavering determination, slashed toward that godlike figure. With this slash, Zoro's vision went dark, and his body completely lost its strength, falling backward. A foot clad in black leather shoes appeared behind him just in time, steadying him. Huff! Sanji gasped for breath, shouldering the fainted Zoro. The moment Zoro fell, that overwhelming pressure, as if ruling over all, vanished without a trace like receding tides. Hawk stood in place, facing the strike that gathered all of Zoro's will, merely extending 2 fingers. Ding! He effortlessly pinched that pure white sword energy as if catching a fluttering cherry blossom. With a slight effort of his fingertips, the sword energy transformed into shimmering specks of light, dissipating into the air. This move from Zoro was already close to the standard of a rear admiral. Hawk looked at Zoro, who was being carried by Sanji, without hiding his appreciation. He turned around and said, "Tonight, everyone gets extra helpings. Sanji, please make a big feast." Sanji, carrying Zoro, suddenly looked up at Hawk. "Hawk, am I still a mess?" Hawk laughed and nodded. "You've been promoted." "Not bad." Sanji instantly grinned, patting his chest happily, and replied, "Dinner is on me. I'll make sure everyone is satisfied." Finally, he was on par with the green algae head. Then Hawk added, "Zoro, very good." The smile on Sanji's face froze. Damn. Chapter 63. Hawk, get the ship over here. On the ruins of Magic Valley Town, a bonfire was lit. The remnants of the walls had been cleared by the Navy, creating a temporary base. The flames licked at the massive skeleton of a sea beast, causing fat to drip and sizzle. Navy soldiers sat together, devouring their food with satisfied expressions on their faces. Huh. Zoro slowly awakened. As soon as he sat up, a large piece of golden brown, oily roasted meat was handed to him. Sanji stood calmly beside him and said, "Eat up." Although he was not pleased with the green algae head, it was against his chef spirit to let someone go hungry. Zoro took the roasted meat and began to wolf it down. The meat was tender and juicy, with just the right amount of seasoning, instantly reviving his exhausted body. After a few bites, Zoro's thoughts slowly returned to before he fainted. That slash, the slash that infused all his will and strength. "Hey, Curly Brow." While munching on the meat, Zoro asked indistinctly, "What happened to that move before I passed out?" Sanji silently lit a cigarette took a deep puff, and then exhaled 2 streams of white smoke from his nostrils. He curled his lips, his tone flat yet tinged with an unmistakable sourness. It was easily crushed by Rear Admiral Hawk with 2 fingers. Sanji paused, seemingly reluctant to add. However, the Admiral's evaluation of you has been upgraded from not bad to very good. Huh. Zoro chuckled lightly. To earn the recognition of a monster like Rear Admiral Hawk felt great. Seeing Zoro's happy expression, Sanji's fingers holding the cigarette involuntarily tightened. Why? He had fought hard to be promoted from a mess to not bad. Yet the green algae head had instantly become very good? Could they still play happily together? What's wrong? Zoro noticed Sanji's face growing darker and teasingly asked, A mess? Hey! Sanji exploded, shouting angrily at Zoro. I'm not bad now, okay? It's not bad. Ha! Zoro laughed, even more happily, not bad. He deliberately elongated the tone and pointed at himself. I am very good now. This phrase was like the last straw that completely crushed Sanji's reason. He snatched the remaining large piece of roasted meat from Zoro's hand and shouted fiercely, Stop eating. You'll starve to death. Huh? Zoro raised his empty hands. He shook his head, choosing not to argue with the angry cook. Zoro stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and looked past the bonfire at the figure in the center. He then stepped forward, walking directly towards Hawk. Zoro? Hawk sensed Zoro's approach and pointed to the empty space beside him. Sit. Zoro complied and sat down. After a moment of silence, he asked, Rear Admiral, what about that move before I passed out? Well, that slash was very good. Hawk tore off a piece of golden brown roasted sea beast leg and tossed it to him. You're close to the standard of a Rear Admiral. You made great progress. Zoro caught the roasted meat, and his eyes burst with astonishing brightness. Joining the Navy, he certainly understood what being a Rear Admiral represented. Officers above the school level could wear the cloak of justice. Next time he returns to Frost Moon Village, he would swagger around in front of those kids wearing the cloak. Zoro, in terms of will, you're already excellent. Hawk continued his evaluation. I only have a bit of understanding of swordsmanship, and I don't want to give casual opinions on someone with your talent. However, when we return to the branch, I can find you some good teachers. There are plenty of great swordsmen within the Navy. Since Zoro had completely pledged loyalty, Hawk didn't mind spending some favors and resources to fully train him. The brother from Fire Mountain had a good relationship with him. He could send a few boxes of cigars to him and ask him to spare some time to guide Zoro's swordsmanship, which shouldn't be a problem. As for Vice Admiral Squirrel, the commander of the first branch, although he hadn't met him yet, with his current connections in the headquarters, it shouldn't be too difficult to ask him for some pointers. Furthermore, there was also Vice Admiral Guion, the candidate for the Admiral code-named Peach Rabbit, who was a top female swordsman. Even that old man Huang wasn't impossible to persuade. Thank you very much, Rear Admiral Hawk. Zoro bowed solemnly. Enough. Hawk waved his hand. You and that kid Dane are peers, so from now on, just call me Big Brother in private. Upon hearing this, Zoro's body slightly trembled. He raised his head and looked directly into Hawk's eyes. In those deep eyes, there was not a trace of false politeness, only sincere recognition. Yes, Brother Hawk. Zoro's response was straightforward and heartfelt. Is this the benefit of joining the Navy, joining under Brother Hawk? Every bit of progress he made could receive the most accurate assessment. His future path had strong individuals guiding him. This feeling was something Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter who had been wandering alone in the East Blue, had never experienced before. Brother's kindness. Zoro stopped overthinking and grabbed the roasted meat, taking a big bite. Buzz. Just then, an extremely subtle tremor came from deep within the earth. The flames of the bonfire flickered abnormally. Huh? Hawk listened intently, his gaze immediately directed toward the pitch-black sea. The sound of the waves had changed. It was no longer the rhythmic crashing of the waves, but had transformed into a dull roar, like the breathing of a giant beast. Then, the ground began to shake violently. Boom! In the distance, the sea surface under everyone's gaze suddenly arched upward in a manner that defied the laws of physics, forming a gigantic water mound. The water mound grew higher, as if an invisible giant hand was lifting the entire ocean from the seabed. What is that? The Navy soldiers jumped up, their faces filled with confusion. Zoro, Sanji, Smoker, and others also stood up, looking grave. All personnel, prepare to board the ship. Hawk looked at the impending monstrous wave and turned around, scanning all present. Yes. Boom. The massive water mound, under everyone's watch, completely broke the surface of the sea, transforming into a colossal water column that connected heaven and earth, violently tearing through the sky. The soaring sea current. This is the soaring sea current. Hawk stood at the bow of the giant ship, directing, "Get closer to that sea current." Chapter 64. Enel, bring your men out. Although the soldiers were shocked by the order to approach the ship, the one giving the order was Rear Admiral Hawk, who had established absolute authority. Yes, they quickly responded, reaching their respective positions. Inspect the hull. Secure all ropes. Adjust the sail angle. The giant ship quickly sailed away from Magic Valley Town, heading towards the terrifying water column that represented the might of nature. Boom! At the moment the hull made contact with the water column, everyone felt as if they were tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand and then violently thrown upwards. The sensation of weightlessness, the world spinning. The battleship shook violently in the raging current. "Hold on tight, I'm here." Hawk's voice, infused with a certain magic, clearly reached everyone's ears, instantly calming all the restless hearts. "Hawk is here. The Brigadier General is here. Then there's nothing to fear." After a while, they arrived. Just as Hawk's words fell, the giant ship shook violently, as if breaking through an invisible membrane. In an instant, the violent shaking stopped. Blinding sunlight dispelled all gloom and moisture. In its place was an indescribable, dreamlike scene. Below the ship was a vast sea of white, soft clouds, stretching as far as the eye could see. They were sailing above a sea made of clouds. Sky Island. Is this the Hall of Heavenly Days? Everyone was profoundly shocked by the magnificent and sacred sight before them. Hawk stood at the bow of the ship, letting the wind from the sea of clouds billow his justice cape. He calmly looked down at the white ocean made of clouds. From now on, this sky belongs to the Navy. Hawk turned around. The Navy behind him was struggling to suppress their shock and quickly tidying up their attire. Soon, the hull of the giant ship rubbed against the cloud layer at the shore, making a soft, rustling sound as it slowly approached the shore. Hawk gave the order. "Smoker, Tina, Peacock, you three lead a team to stay on the giant ship. No one is allowed to approach without my command." "Yes," Smoker replied gruffly, a cigar in his mouth. Tina tidied her pink long hair, understanding. Peacock was more straightforward. She gave a standard military salute, crisp and efficient. "The rest, disembark with me." "Yes." Soon, Hawk was the first to step onto the land of Sky Island. Cloudlark followed closely behind him with her small backpack, curiously observing her surroundings. Behind them were Zoro, Sanji, and the soldiers. Hawk's gaze swept over and finally fixed on Zoro's face, which was filled with reliability. The reason he allowed Zoro and Sanji to disembark was that the priests under Enel could serve as their touchstone. Combat is the best way to grow. But Zoro needs to find a way to improve his sense of direction. "Sanji, I have an important task for you." Hawk looked at Sanji. "From now on, don't let Zoro leave your line of sight." "Yes, Brigadier General." Sanji responded, saluted, and then abruptly turned around. In the next moment, he was hanging directly onto Zoro's body, legs wrapped around his waist, hands locked around his neck. "Perfect. Hey, you curly-browed bastard. Get off me." Zoro instantly exploded, trying to shake Sanji off. Sanji smugly said, "Don't struggle, seaweed head. This is a direct order from the Brigadier General." "Hey." Hawk watched this scene and secretly nodded. A bond stronger than gold's 7-day lock. Xiao Yang's illustration is spot on. Now Zoro absolutely won't get lost. Just then, an old woman with a wrinkled face walked out from behind a cloud tree, blocking everyone's path. "Welcome to Sky Island, outsiders. According to regulations, each person must pay 10 billion ice Koby, 100,000 berries, as an entry fee." Before she could finish speaking, Hawk, who was at the front, slowly turned his head. He said nothing, merely letting out an extremely faint, upward nasal sound. I'm here to collect gold, and you want to charge me an entry fee? How absurd." Hawk didn't need to give any orders. Clang. Behind him, hundreds of Navy soldiers' standard long swords slid out half an inch from their sheaths. The clear sound of metal scraping formed a stream, piercing the old woman's eardrums. Gulp. The expression on the old woman's face changed astonishingly within a second. A warm welcome to our esteemed guests. It is truly our great honor to have you visit Angel Island. She turned sideways, extending her arm in a gesture of utmost respect. This way, please. Hawk couldn't be bothered with the opportunistic old woman and, with the Navy behind him, stepped onto the land made of clouds. As soon as he set foot on Sky Island, an invisible, all-seeing awareness enveloped him. It felt as if a pair of eyes from 10,000 meters above were scrutinizing every intruder. Hawk narrowed his eyes. Enel's observation hockey? This guy Enel uses his observation hockey like a camera to monitor the whole island. There is something there, but not much. Hawk's observation hockey expanded violently, centered around him, forcefully pushing back that probing awareness. Immediately afterward, his voice boomed like rolling thunder, echoing across the entire Sky Island. Enel, bring your people out. Inside the Temple of Sky Island, a lean, pale-skinned man was lazily reclining on a large golden chair. He had exaggeratedly long earlobes that hung down to his chest, was bare-chested, and behind him was a large drum embedded with a pattern of 3 comma-like shapes. The god ruling this Sky Island, Enel, was a user of the rumble fruit. Enel casually dug at his ear, a mocking smile on his face. Through the heart network covering the entire island, he listened to the thoughts of the Sky Island residents. He was pondering what divine punishment to unleash today to punish some disrespectful mortal. Just then, he sensed that his heart network was violently interrupted by a powerful force. Enel's movements paused, and the mocking smile on his face faded slightly. Interesting. Someone can actually block the will of a god. Following that, a domineering voice exploded across the entire Sky Island. Enel, bring your people out. The expression on Enel's face froze. He slowly sat up straight, his finger digging in his ear, suspended in midair, and the originally lazy look in his eyes gradually filled with cold rage. You dare to call my name? And with such a commanding tone? Telling me to get out. The 4 priests standing below him all displayed incredulous expressions. Who is it? How dare they disrespect the god? Yaha! 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 Enel suddenly erupted into a crazy laugh, his laughter filled with murderous intent. He slowly stood up, the drum behind him thumping ominously, and his body began to emit fine blue electric arcs, crackling with explosive sounds. It seems a group of clueless flies has flown into the realm of the god. Not only do they dare to call the name of a god directly, they also dare to provoke the god. His gaze swept over the 4 priests in front of him. Let us show those mortals what a true god is. Thanks to Lord Mo for the great certification. And Lord Mo is also Xiao Yang's big brother. The last book was also in the top 3 of the reward list. Xiao Yang has been really busy lately, so he is adding updates for his big brother this weekend. Thanks. Chapter 65. Hawk. Enel, you're too talkative. Enel, bring your people out. Hawk's voice echoed throughout Sky Island. At that moment, whether it was the native residents of Angel Island or the Sandia people from Cloudy Village, everyone stopped their actions. They all rushed towards the direction of the voice. Something big has happened. Calling out the name of a god is a taboo on Sky Island, a blasphemy against the divine. When they arrived, a large area had already cleared in the center of the street. The man at the forefront was leading his subordinates on a tour of Angel Island. The Navy behind him maintained a basic level of vigilance while curiously observing everything around them. Hawk walked up to a shell shop, picked up a shell, and toyed with it in his hands. The shell was a specialty of the Sky Island. Its main function was to store a certain substance and release it again. As long as the shell itself was not damaged, it could be used indefinitely, making it a semi-permanent existence. This item could be purchased in bulk, allowing the ordinary Navy of the 3rd Division to enhance their personal combat abilities and offensive methods. Hawk's gaze swept across the shelves. There are different types of shells, depending on the substance stored. The flame shell could store fire, making it versatile for both combat and cooking. The flash shell could store light and release it instantaneously. The impact shell absorbed shock and then released it, being the most basic and practical attack method. Once the Navy completely mastered the Sky Island and eliminated conflicts, the demand for these combat shells would decrease. At that time, he could take all these shell resources back to the division. With this in mind, Hawk looked at the owner behind the counter and politely asked, "Boss, how much are these shells?" The owner was a kindly-looking Sky Islander, and he looked at Hawk and the Navy behind him with some confusion. Who were these people? Was the uniform they wore a symbol of a major organization from the Blue Sea? And why was that green-haired man hanging onto another man with yellow hair? However, the most important thing was that the god was about to arrive. Thinking of this, the kind owner waved his hands repeatedly. "People from the Blue Sea, the shells in your hands are a gift. Hurry and leave. The god is coming." Hawk was about to speak when suddenly there was a loud boom. A blinding flash of lightning descended from the sky. As the lightning dispersed, a figure appeared before everyone. It was Eneru. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the Navy soldiers before finally landing on Hawk's face. "It's you? A bug from the Blue Sea. You dare to call upon this god?" Before Eneru could finish his sentence, a shadow, moving at incredible speed, suddenly erupted within the heart network that covered the entire island. Not good. An alarm rang in his mind. He had no time to think and instinctively attempted to transform into lightning to evade. However, boom! A fist as dark as ink, accompanied by a piercing scream that tore through the air, smashed hard into his face. Why? Why was the warning from his heart network so sluggish? Why was his body hit? Crack! The sound of teeth shattering was clearly audible. Whoosh! Eneru's entire body spun like a top, propelled backward at high speed, and crashed against the distant cloud wall, creating a deep, human-shaped dent. The entire scene fell into a dead silence. Whether it was the nearby, trembling native Sky Islanders or the Sandians holding their breath and peeking from behind the clouds, everyone was dumbfounded. The god was knocked away by a single punch. The one who could bring down divine punishment, control lightning, and was omnipotent, was just punched away like a wild dog. Crackle. Eneru slid down from the dent in the cloud wall, his body flickering with chaotic electric light. Intense pain, unbearable pain, radiated from his left cheek as the painful electric signals bombarded his brain. He covered half of his face, which had instantly swollen up. "You." Hawk's cold voice rang in Eneru's ear. Eneru suddenly looked up, but only saw a remnant shadow. "Where's he?" He instantly compressed the range of his heart network to the extreme. Found it. To the left. He's coming from the left. Without hesitation, Eneru's body transformed into a streak of lightning, attempting to dodge to the right. "Let's see if I can dodge this time." However, as soon as he moved, that dark figure appeared eerily in his evasion path, as if it had been waiting for him there all along. How is that possible? How could he know I was going to dodge this way? A chilling thought surfaced in his chaotic mind. This man's heart network is stronger than my own. Boom! Another iron fist accurately struck the other side of Eneru's face. The force, angle, and precision were flawless. This time, the blood Eneru spat out was mixed with even more shattered tooth fragments. He was forcibly hammered back to his original position, his feet carving two deep furrows in the cloud ground. His cheeks swelled symmetrically, a perfect match. Oof. Hawk looked at this scene with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. If one side swells, it looks bad. Swelling on both sides is pleasing to the eye. Crackle. The piercing electric light surged wildly from within Eneru, the chaotic electric currents forcibly stimulating every inch of his muscles, allowing him to stand up again. You actually... Eneru stared at Hawk. The intense pain, humiliation, and unprecedented fear gnawed at his dignity as a god. This made him completely lose his sanity. God's punishment. Eneru screamed frantically, raising his hands high. In an instant, endless thunder gathered from all directions, coalescing into a giant thunderball large enough to cover the entire Angel Island. Yahaha! Mere mortals from the Blue Sea, you dare to offend divine might. This god will turn you and your people into ashes. Let you know what true fear is, what divine punishment is. Witness the wrath of the god, bugs. Disappear. Hawk stepped forward. His muscles, like springs compressed to the extreme, instantly tightened. The next second, he appeared in front of Eneru and threw a punch. It was a perfect, earth-shattering straight punch. The edge of the fist was enveloped in a rich and advanced armed color hockey, devouring all the surrounding light. Time froze at that moment. Eneru slowly lowered his head, incredulously staring at the massive, front-to-back hole in his chest. The golden thunderball in the sky flickered a few times before transforming into a myriad of electric lights, quietly dissipating. The world returned to silence. Hawk slowly retracted his fist and said, "Inaru, your words have become a bit too verbose." Chapter 66. Sanji, this time, I will definitely surpass you. Inaru's corpse lay on the cloud ground. His wide-open eyes still held the last glimmer of spirit, not of fear, not of pain, but pure, incomprehensible astonishment. He never understood why his proud heart network and thunder were as fragile as thin paper before this man. The god is dead. This thought struck every Sky Islander's mind like a silent electric current. Whether it was the nearby native Sky Islanders or the Sandians peeking from behind the clouds, they all stopped breathing as they looked at Inaru's gradually cooling corpse. The terrifying existence that had ruled this sky for 6 years, wielding thunder as a staff and the heart network as eyes and ears, had just died like this. A child from the Sky Island pointed at the corpse and broke the silence with a babyish voice. "Mommy, the god isn't moving anymore." Boom. This sentence instantly ignited everyone's emotions. An elderly Sky Islander with murky eyes was suddenly overwhelmed with tears, his knees buckling as he clasped his hands together and knelt before Hawk. "It's over, it's really over." He would never forget how his old partner had simply complained quietly about the god's demands, which were far too excessive. She was struck down by a bolt of lightning from the sky, reduced to charcoal. Such atrocities have been happening every day for the past 6 years. The Sky Island people live in fear, afraid to have any disrespectful thoughts, like livestock raised in captivity, always waiting for the butcher's blade. And now, the butcher is dead. The dark cloud that hung over them has dispersed. They want to laugh out loud, to celebrate wildly. But no one dares to make a sound. All eyes are on Hawk. He easily crushed Enel with overwhelming force. A god has fallen. Will another, even more terrifying god rise? Everyone waits for Hawk to speak. His words will determine the fate of the Sky Island. Hawk senses everyone's emotions, joy, awe, and a hint of weak, unexpressed fear. Worried about becoming the next Enel? No way. His main purpose in coming to the Sky Island is the sleeping golden country. With this enormous wealth, the Navy will no longer be dependent on the world government's financial allocations for a long time. Secondly, it is to eliminate the evil that has taken root here, Enel. With this in mind, Hawk turns his gaze to the recent system prompt. Ding! The host has killed Enel, who destroyed the hometown of Baika and gained 50,000 justice points. Current remaining justice points, 54,091 points. Oda's bounty for Enel is over 500 million berries. Quite a lot. What a pity. Enel possessed the top-tier power of the Rumble Rumble fruit, but only knew how to express his cruelty and arrogance in the most brutal ways. How could he tolerate such a great evil that occupied the skies? Hawk was about to speak to reassure the Sky Island residents when suddenly, whoosh, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. It was a giant bird with bright red feathers, and on its back stood a man wearing sunglasses and holding a long gun. The priest, Shura. Immediately after, Roar Roar, a plump man like a round ball, floated over on peculiar cloud shoes. The priest, Daigo. Accompanied by his laughter, dozens of winged soldiers armed with long spears emerged from the clouds, surrounding the Navy tightly. Shanghai people die. Another loud shout, and a tall man wielding a flaming long sword, accompanied by his giant military dog, strode over. The priest Ohm. Finally, a man with a dazed expression and hollow eyes fell from the clouds, upside down. The priest Nirvana. The 4 priests have gathered. They looked at the crowd, their faces full of violence and confusion. When their gaze fell on the still body lying on the ground, the 4 widened their eyes, mouths agape, and noses running. Lord Enel, impossible. Lord Enel is invincible. They did not understand what had happened. Their gazes finally converged on Hawk. It was you, Shanghai person. What have you done to Lord Enel? Hawk turned his head to look at Zoro and Sanji. The two of them, one was the top combat power of the branch, and the other was the branch's chef and a special soldier. In the cleanup operation in Magic Valley Town, they both earned enough military merit. Logically, promoting both of them to headquarters officers would not be inappropriate. However, Hawk looked at the two who were still bickering quietly, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Healthy competition is the best catalyst for growth. Zoro, Sanji, go stretch your muscles. He pointed to the 4 priests who were still unclear about the situation. Each of them will take on 2 opponents, and the one who finishes first will be promoted to the headquarters major. The slower one will only be a lieutenant. The moment his words fell, Zoro and Sanji looked at Hawk in unison, their faces showing a bit of astonishment. Brother Hawk, is he going to promote them? And from private directly to officer. Immediately, the astonishment on their faces turned into wild joy. Wild joy was instantly replaced by intense fighting spirit. Major, of course, is his own. Lieutenant, of course, is the other's. Green algae head. Sanji suddenly jumped off Zoro. This time I'm definitely going to win. Major, as long as I take down the opponent before this idiot gets lost, I could become a major. I could be 1 rank higher than him. Just thinking about Zoro greeting him respectfully and calling him Major Sanji made Sanji feel like his blood was boiling. Heh, Zoro let out a light laugh, slowly drawing his sword, gently stroking the blade with his thumb. Don't dream, it's not bad. The rank of major is mine. You're full of crap. This time, I will definitely crush you. Sanji roared. He suddenly turned around, his body slightly crouched, his right leg like a spring compressed to the extreme. In the next moment, boom, Sanji transformed into a shadow, shooting out, blasting towards the 4 priests. His speed was too fast, so fast that it created violent friction with the air, and his pants legs suddenly ignited with a flare of crimson flames. The flames danced around his ankles like sprites. Demon Wind Foot. Military merits. Die for me. Chapter 67 Zoro. I remember, Color Chef. You wait for me. Whoosh as Sanji charged toward the priests, his mind raced. He had to admit that in terms of hard power, he was still slightly lacking compared to the green algae head. In a head-on clash, the odds were low. But Brother Hawk only said that each person would take on 2 opponents, and the one who finishes first would be promoted to major. He never said how to do it. Fighting is not just about whose fist is harder. Sanji's gaze quickly scanned the enemies. 1 priest's mount was a giant monstrous bird, Shura. 1 priest was accompanied by a large dog, Om. These 2 enemies both had pets, which would take double the time to deal with. So, Sanji quickly decided on his targets, the other 2 priests, Daigo and Nirvana. Then, the remaining question was how to delay his competitor. Hey, Sanji turned to look at the green-haired swordsman charging alongside him, full of fighting spirit. Hey, green algae head. Let us split up at the intersection ahead. You go left, I go right. Quick battle. Don't keep Brother Hawk waiting. TCH, Zoro snorted. Just don't drag me down, you eyebrow roller. The moment he reached the intersection, he rushed towards the nearby cloud path without hesitation. Watching Zoro's confident and fearless back, Sanji could no longer contain his smile. Left? Can you even tell left from right? Green algae head? By the time you find your way back, I'll have already defeated my enemy. This major rank is mine for the taking. Idiot. Sanji chuckled lightly, his body suddenly twisting, turning into a bolt of black lightning. Shooting off. Demon Wind Foot, accentuating kick. His right leg, engulfed in crimson flames, traced a brilliant arc in the air, precisely kicking Nirvana in the face. Boom! Nirvana didn't even have time to grunt before being hit squarely like a battering ram, his eyes rolling back as he flew out. 1. Sanji landed lightly, adjusting his tie. What? The remaining priests were completely stunned by this sudden scene. Nirvana was just killed in 1 hit. Did you think I was still the Sanji, fresh out of the East Blue? While the green algae head was getting stronger, I was working hard too. Sanji's gaze locked on a priest Daigo. Next, it's your turn, fatty. On the other side. Bang! Zoro crashed into a wall of pure white clouds. He rubbed his dazed head and looked at the dead end in front of him with a confused expression. No way. Where's the road? How did it disappear? He scratched his head and turned back. After walking a few steps, he saw another intersection. This time I'll go right. Moments latte. Bang! Another wall of clouds. Cold sweat began to bead on Zoro's forehead. Something's not right. The structure of this island is too strange. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from a distance, accompanied by the arrogant laughter of some bastard chef. Ha! Soldiers die for me. Damn! Zoro's face darkened instantly. He fell for it. That damn curly eyebrow. You shouldn't have separated from him at that time. Curly eyebrow. An angry roar echoed through the labyrinthine cloud path. Achoo! On the battlefield, Sanji rubbed his nose and kicked the priest Daigo to the ground. It must be some beauty thinking about me, he thought proudly, then stepped on Daigo's chest. It's over. On the battlefield, besides the 4 priests, there were also 50 divine soldiers. Hawk waved his hand. The navy behind him immediately charged into the enemy ranks in well-coordinated small teams. They provided cross-cover and precisely divided the encirclement of the divine soldiers. The divine soldiers' pride in their individual combat capabilities was easily shattered one by one in front of the well-trained navy, as if they were made of paper. Hawk pulled out a cigar and lit it. Amidst the swirling smoke, he calmly observed the battle situation. With him holding the line, there wouldn't be any problems. These priests and divine soldiers were just right for training troops. That kid Sanji is not bad, although he and Zoro are natural enemies. Always arguing and fighting when they meet, he can calmly analyze situations and find the most beneficial solutions when things happen. He has both bravery and strategy, knowing how to utilize all advantageous conditions. Soon, as the last divine soldier fell, the uproar of battle temporarily quieted down. At that moment, a green figure staggered around the corner of a cloud path. Zoro finally found the right path by luck. When he appeared, the priests Daigo and Nirvana were already foaming at the mouth on the ground. Sanji was leisurely stepping on Nirvana's body while smoking a cigarette, the red flame slowly extinguishing. The other 2 priests, Shura and Om, looked at him as if facing a great enemy, but dared not act lightly. Seeing Zoro, Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and waved at him. Hey, Lieutenant Zoro, you finally made it to the battlefield. Zoro's temples instantly bulged. 1 vein, 2 veins, 3 veins. He knew he had lost. If it weren't for the overly complicated paths in this damn place, how could he possibly lose? You tricked me into getting lost, right? I remember this. You cursed chef. Just wait for me. Zoro took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, forcing himself to calm down a bit. He still had to complete what Brother Hawk assigned. Military achievements, promotions, all of these must be earned by himself. Zoro transformed his unvented anger into boiling battle intent. His gaze locked fiercely on the remaining 2 priests. He slowly drew the sword Wado Ikemanji from his waist. Clang! Amidst the clear sound of the blade, Zoro's voice was as cold as if it came from hell. Anger blade flow, Rakshasa hellfire slash. The boiling battle intent and killing intent burst forth from within him, coalescing into a visible, blood-red aura that wrapped around him and the sword. What the hell? Priests Shura and Om felt alarm bells ringing in their hearts as they saw Zoro's appearance. They sensed the smell of death from that blood-colored aura. Kill him. The 2 exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, and simultaneously launched their attacks. Shura's spear transformed into a venomous snake, piercing directly at Zoro's heart. Om's burning long sword, with a scorching blade wind, slashed towards Zoro's neck. However, Zoro's figure vanished at the moment they struck. The next second, a piercing blood-red slash, like a crescent moon, cut through the air. Stab! Time seemed to be pressed on slow motion. The fierce expressions on Shura and Om's faces solidified into pure shock. They slowly lowered their heads, looking at the deep, bone-visible line of blood across their chests. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Bang! Bang! The 2 corpses fell to the ground one after the other. Zoro slowly sheathed his sword, and the blood-red aura surrounding him dissipated. Hawk watched this scene and silently nodded. He gathered his emotions into his sword and then released them through his techniques. Zoro now was much stronger than in the original at the same time period. The entire area fell into dead silence. Whether it was the natives or the Scipians, they all looked at the navy in the arena with the eyes of watching monsters. The god was blown up with a punch. The 4 priests of the god were easily dealt with like chopping vegetables. The divine soldiers were also easily wiped out. Who exactly are these people from the Green Sea? They looked at Hawk with awe. This man, not only is he incredibly strong himself, but even his subordinates are monsters. Just then, the crowd automatically parted, creating a path. An armored old man and a solemn-looking man walked out side by side. The Knight of the Sky, Gonfer, and the chief of the Scipians. They approached Hawk and respectfully bowed, performing a grand salute. Gonfer spoke first. The powerful people of the Green Sea, Thank you for bringing us peace. The chief followed. We Scipians also thank you for ending Enel's brutal rule. The two exchanged glances and bowed deeply to Hawk again. May I ask how you plan to govern this sky? Chapter 68. The people of Sky Island are the most enthusiastic. Hawk looked at Gonfer and the chief in front of him. His gaze swept over these two elders representing all the people of Sky Island, and then over the faces filled with confusion and hope behind them. Govern this sky? He had never considered ruling Sky Island. Gonfor is a leader who truly loves his people. The chief is also a competent leader. In the original story, their joint governance of Sky Island was the best outcome. His priority is to clean up the paradise, then ensure that the Marineford War can take place as scheduled a year later, starting with Whitebeard, sending each of the 4 emperors to hell. Once he has absolute strength, he will then consider how to rebuild the order of this world. For now, he just needs to take away the sleeping Golden Country. Hawk waved his hand, signaling the 2 elders not to be so nervous. He pointed to a nearby open space. Let's talk over there. Gonfor and the chief exchanged glances, suppressing their anxiety, and followed. The 3 walked to a secluded corner. Hawk got straight to the point. I'm a Navy officer, and my duty is to maintain justice and order. I do not intend to interfere with your management of this land and its people. In other words, I will grant you autonomy. Gonfor and the chief were both stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. This powerful Marine Rear Admiral not only does not intend to enslave them, but instead wants to return power to them. I have only one condition. Hawk's tone shifted. From today on, the disputes between the Sky Islanders and the Scipians will cease. I do not wish to see any more unnecessary casualties arising from the hatred over land. A sincere admiration appeared on Gonfor's aged face. He solemnly nodded. Please rest assured. Rear Admiral Hawk, peace is the wish of all of us. The chieftain fell silent for a moment and then spoke in a deep voice. The Sandia people will abide by your will. Very well. Hawk was pleased with their attitude and continued. However, the protection of the Navy does not come without a price. In exchange, I want to take all the gold from the Sky Island. Upon hearing the word gold, the chieftain's body trembled slightly. That was the sacred land guarded by the Sandia people for generations, the glory of their ancestors. But he looked at Gonfor beside him and thought of his suffering tribesmen. Compared to peace, freedom, and the future of their race, what is gold worth? He nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Good. I will first transport the gold from a giant warship. Hawk took out 2 small transponders from his pocket and handed them to the 2 men. This is my contact information. If there are new enemies invading and threatening the peaceful life of the Sky Island people, contact me at any time. The 2 took the transponders, exchanged a glance, and saw relief in each other's eyes, using the gold that no longer needed to be guarded, in exchange for long-lasting peace for the entire Sky Island and the protection of the Navy. This was the most perfect outcome they could imagine. Thank you very much. Brigadier Hawk, the chieftain and Gonfor said in unison. Hawk nodded, patted their shoulders, and said nothing more. He turned and led the Navy towards the direction of the Gold Town. On the other side, Gonfor and the chieftain returned to the crowd. All the residents of the Sky Island and the Sandia people looked at them with extremely tense expressions. That brief conversation would determine the fate of all of them. Gonfor cleared his throat and announced Hawk's decision. Starting today, the Sky Island will establish a joint autonomous government, to be jointly managed by me and the chieftain of the Sandia people. The hatred of the past ends here. We will live together on this land and rebuild our home. Immediately afterward, the chieftain also announced to his people, Brigadier Hawk will be our eternal friend and protector of the Sky Island. He will not enslave us, only protect us. From today on, there are no gods in this sky, only freedom. After the silence, there was volcanic joy, the fear that had been suppressed for 6 years. The hatred that had accumulated for 100 years was completely shattered at this moment by Brigadier Hawk in the simplest and most direct way. Everyone cheered, embraced each other, and threw each other into the air. They shouted over and over again the name that had brought them new life and freedom. Brigadier Hawk. It was Brigadier Hawk who brought peace. The sky is free. In the crowd, the owner of the shell shop was being held high by his son, waving his arms and laughing like a child. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He patted his son's shoulder, signaling to let him down. You've remembered. The owner's eyes widened like saucers, and his breathing became rapid. Brigadier Hawk had asked him before about the price of shells. Brigadier Hawk loves the shells of the Sky Island. As soon as this thought emerged, it wrapped around his heart like a vine growing wildly. Stop crying. The owner turned abruptly and shouted at his wife and children, who were still wiping their tears. Hurry, back to the shop. Bring out all the shells from the shelves. And from the warehouse. Yes, not a single one left. I want to present them all to Brigadier Hawk. Among the cheering crowd, a familiar neighbor was drawn over. He came up and asked in confusion, "Old buddy, what are you doing?" The owner puffed out his chest. Brigadier Hawk loves shells. He asked me the price himself. I want to give him all the shells. This is our tribute to the hero from the Sky Island. What? Really? The neighbor didn't hear the end. He turned around and went home to get the shells. Soon, this news spread at an incredible speed. Hey, have you heard? Brigadier Hawk, the great hero of the Sky Island, especially loves shells. My God, then I want some too. The rumors, under the extreme excitement and gratitude, began to evolve in a ridiculous direction. Breaking news. Brigadier Hawk not only loves shells, he also loves the cloud fish jerky of the Sky Island. He also loves the whiskey of the Sky Island. I heard from my cousin's neighbor that as long as it's a specialty of our Sky Island, Brigadier Hawk loves it all. He loves this sky to death. Boom. Everyone went completely crazy. The hero has saved our home. What can we do? Send. We must send. A farmer growing Sky Island pumpkins ran towards his field. Brigadier Hawk must not have eaten the cloud pumpkins of the Sky Island. I want to offer him the best harvest. My family's cloud cotton cloth is soft and breathable. They definitely don't have it in Shanghai. Go. Back home. Take out the sky brew that I've treasured for 30 years. And me, the angel cake I made is the best. Everyone, the Sky Islanders and the Sandia people, rushed towards their homes. They wanted to present their most precious and proud things to the man who brought them freedom and peace. Ganfuer and the chieftain of the Sandia people stood side by side, smiling as they watched this joyful yet chaotic scene. Hee, these lovely kids. This is just the people wanting to express their gratitude. The chieftain paused, looking at the square that was already piling up with various Sky Island specialties, and added, "We are just following the will of the people, right?" "Of course not." Ganfuer smiled even more happily. "But I hope that when Brigadier Hawk comes to take the gold later, he won't be scared by the nearly filled square." Ha ha ha. Chapter 69 Virgo. Must notify Doflamingo immediately. Buzz. The giant ship slowly docked, its massive shadow casting over the ancient stone steps. Shandora. The legendary city of gold unfolded before everyone. The sunlight broke through the clouds, shining on this city made of pure gold, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Shandora. Gulu. The accompanying Navy soldiers collectively swallowed their saliva the moment they stepped onto this land. They had seen blood, seen fire, witnessed the fiercest pirates and the most desperate whales. But they had never seen such an outrageous sight. A city made entirely of gold. How much berries does this represent? Thud. The cigar smoker had been holding fell to the ground. His face, usually filled with displeasure, was now left with pure dazedness. That bastard Hawk. His goal from the very beginning was this city of gold. How did he know? This man, his ambition and scope are beyond what I can imagine. This. Peacock's knuckles, tightly gripping the saber, turned white from exertion. As the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Crane, she instantly understood the terrifying power represented by this wealth. Military expenses, weapons, warships. With this money, the Navy could free itself from dependence on the world government. And the key to all of this is held in Hawk's hands. No wonder Grandma admires him so much. Just after leaving the headquarters, the first stop at the branch is to give Grandma such a big surprise. Start moving. Hawk's calm voice broke the golden silence. Yes. The Navy soldiers trembled and replied in unison. They began to orderly enter Shandora, moving those golden bells, golden pillars, golden bricks, and golden utensils back to the giant ship piece by piece. Clang! The sound of gold clashing against the deck produced a dull yet pleasant noise. Hawk calmly watched everything unfold. This ship of gold was not just wealth. It was a lever to reshape the future landscape. With such a massive amount of gold on the Sky Island, Transporting it all back to the headquarters at once would inevitably alert the spies of the world government, especially the organization, before his own strength was fully developed. Revealing his cards too early would only invite unnecessary trouble. Hawk had already devised a plan in his mind. This time, he would only transport the gold from one giant ship and return it to the branch. In the branch, which he could control absolutely, he could avoid the eyes and ears of the world government. Moreover, he could also prove the authenticity of the Golden Country to Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the higher-ups, showing them the possibility of the Navy breaking free from financial constraints. As for how to secretly convert this wealth into naval power in batches later on, let the higher-ups worry about that. What he needed to do now was to put the military funds on their table and then tell them, "Money, I've secured it. Now, it's up to you." While he was contemplating, he turned around and summoned the two who had just finished fighting, Sanji and Zoro. Big Brother Hawk. Sanji and Zoro approached one after the other. Hawk first looked at Sanji with a hint of approval in his eyes. "Sanji, you did well this time. Combat is not just about fists. Calmly analyzing and finding solutions is also part of combat effectiveness." "Yes." Upon hearing Hawk's praise, Sanji instantly straightened his back, his face beaming with pride. He sneaked a glance at the green-haired swordsman beside him, his eyes filled with unabashed provocation. "See, Big Brother Hawk recognizes it. Do you understand the lost tactics?" "Tactics? You muscle-headed fool who only knows how to chop won't understand," Zoro retorted. "When we get back to the branch, I will personally sign your promotion documents." Hawk threw out the real reward. "Branch Major, Sanji." "Yes." Sanji excitedly saluted, his voice trembling with excitement. "Branch Major. He did it. One rank higher than the green-haired guy." Hawk nodded and turned his gaze to Zoro. "Zoro, I will also sign your promotion to lieutenant." Zoro was taken aback. Although it was just a lieutenant, one rank lower than that arrogant cook, it was still Hawk's recognition. From a private to a branch lieutenant was also a tremendous promotion that others wouldn't even dare to dream of. He took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure, and replied solemnly, "Yes." This time he lost. He was fooled by the eyebrow-rolling guy's despicable tactics. But that didn't mean he was convinced. "Just wait, cook. Don't think you're invincible. Next time, don't blame me." Hawk watched the two's completely different reactions and secretly laughed. This healthy competition was exactly what he wanted to see. He nodded and said no more. Soon, the cargo hold of the giant ship was completely filled with dazzling gold, and the heavy ship even sank slightly. The soldiers carrying the gold were panting heavily but wore excited expressions. Based on their understanding of the Brigadier General, he would never embezzle this gold. If this gold wasn't reinvested into the headquarters, it would become the welfare of the third branch. Better equipment, doubled salaries, more luxurious training facilities, and the top-notch cuisine prepared by Chef Sanji. Just thinking about this filled the soldiers with energy. Serving Brigadier General Hawk was worth it. The giant ship slowly set sail, preparing to return to Angel Island. Kiku curiously ran to Hawk's side and tugged at his clothes. "Big Brother Hawk, aren't we going directly back to the branch?" Hawk rubbed her head, saying that since they were here, they should buy some local specialties from the Sky Island. The shells from the Sky Island were good stuff. Meanwhile, at the New World, in the 5th branch, this was one of the few Navy outposts in the New World and also the most notorious branch. In the branch chief's office, Vice Admiral Virgo was sitting at the desk, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface. He had a leftover beef pie on his face, making him look somewhat comical, but the eyes hidden behind his sunglasses held a sharp and cold glint. He was reviewing the latest personnel transfer documents sent from the headquarters. Doflamingo asked me to find out which Navy dared to provoke him in paradise. Virgo's fingertip paused on a page of the document. Ren Hawk, former Lieutenant Colonel of the East Blues 16th Branch, exceptionally promoted to Brigadier General at headquarters, currently the base commander of the 3rd Branch. Virgo's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. There was only one new branch chief recently appointed in Paradise, and it was this one. Could it be that Brigadier General Hawk was the one provoking Doflamingo? A rumor that had recently circulated among the higher-ups in the Navy flashed through Virgo's mind. Provoking Brigadier General Hawk would shake the entire headquarters. No, it can't be. Virgo realized a terrifying possibility. Doflamingo had probably kicked a steel plate this time. No, I must inform Doflamingo immediately. Chapter 70. Crane, are you watching Doflamingo? Virgo's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He suddenly grabbed a special transponder snail from his drawer and dialed Doflamingo's number. Doflamingo was probably in for a rough time. He had to make him hold off until the details about Brigadier General Hawk were thoroughly investigated. There could be no rash actions. Just then, bang! A deafening noise erupted. The office door was kicked open by someone. The entire door panel twisted and deformed, flying back and crashing hard against the wall. Who? Virgo's hand holding the transponder snail froze in midair. He suddenly looked up, his eyes behind the sunglasses fixed on the doorway. Who? This was the base commander's office of the 5th branch. How could anyone sneak in here silently? Amidst the swirling dust, 2 figures slowly walked in, their steps steady and filled with a murderous aura. The leading man wore round-framed glasses, and his iconic seagull hat and twisted goat beard were etched in the memories of every Navy soldier. The highest commander of the Navy, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Following closely behind him was the solemn and white-haired Vice Admiral Tsuru. Virgo, Sengoku spoke. His voice was not loud and had a slight hoarseness, but it struck Virgo's heart like a heavy hammer. Who are you calling? Doflamingo? Virgo's pupils, hidden behind the sunglasses, rapidly constricted to the size of pinpricks. Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Vice Admiral Tsuru? How could they appear in the 5th branch of the New World? Not even a word of prior notice. No, wait. He asked about Doflamingo. I've been exposed. The thought sliced through his mind, bringing a momentary blankness followed by an overwhelming fear. Instinctively, the deep-rooted instinct of an undercover agent kicked in, making him want to hide the transponder snail behind him. However, as soon as he moved, boom! An invisible and terrifying aura erupted from Sengoku's body. It was the will to dominate the world, the wrath of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Crack! Virgo felt as if he were gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand, every bone in his body crying out in agony. He couldn't move, not even a finger. This thick and nearly tangible conqueror's haki was the full power of the Fleet Admiral. It's over. Step by step, Sengoku approached. He walked in front of Virgo, his eyes devoid of any compassion, only a chilling, killing intent. He reached out and took the phone bug from Virgo's hand, then tossed it to Admiral Crane behind him. Admiral Crane caught the phone bug and gave Virgo a faint glance. The next second, Sengoku grabbed Virgo by the collar, easily lifting him off the ground. Prepare to bear the wrath of this old man, Virgo, Sengoku said in a low voice. Then he swung his arm violently. Boom! The side wall of the 5th branch's office building was directly smashed through by a figure flying out at high speed. Amidst the sound of bricks and steel bursting, Virgo transformed into a human cannonball, soaring through the air above the entire 5th branch, and finally crashed heavily in the center of the playground. Bang! Dust rose, and the ground cracked. The Navy personnel on the playground all stopped their actions, staring in shock at their superior falling from the sky. Following that, 2 figures stepped out from the huge hole in the office building, as if stepping on invisible stairs, lightly landing on the playground. Their cold gazes pierced through the swirling dust, landing on the struggling figure trying to get up. Sengoku took off the justice cloak that represented the marshal's authority and casually tossed it back. Crane behind him caught the cloak in her hand, holding the previous phone bug in her right hand. Crack! Sengoku cracked his neck, the joints making a crisp sound. He slowly rolled up the sleeves of his white suit, revealing his well-defined forearms. Cough, cough, cough. Virgo propped himself up amidst the wreckage, coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood mixed with dust. The meat patty on his cheek was already covered in dirt, making him look extremely disheveled. Is this the true power of Marshal Sengoku? Terrifying. Too terrifying. Marshal Sengoku not only possesses the Conqueror's haki, but was also once a fleet admiral, and he is one of those admirals who did not rely on devil fruits, but valued martial arts during that era. Coupled with the Marshal's Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the Buddha form's abilities, he had no chance of winning. But how did he suddenly get exposed after lurking in the Navy for so long, acting without a flaw? Virgo, Sengoku's voice sounded again, pulling him back to reality from his chaotic thoughts. As a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters and the base commander of the 5th branch, you secretly colluded with the pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo, selling information and harming your colleagues. The The most unforgivable thing is Sengoku's voice suddenly rose, the suppressed rage finally leaking out a bit, making the air over the entire playground become scorching hot. You participated in the murder of my adopted son, Colonel Don Quixote Rosinante. Buzz. Virgo's brain exploded completely. Rosinante. He certainly remembered that name. The traitor who had infiltrated the Don Quixote family. But how did Marshal Sengoku know about this? Whoosh. The next second, Sengoku's figure vanished. He appeared in front of Virgo, his palm covered in a golden aura, heavily smashing towards Virgo's chest. Buddha's impact. Boom! Virgo couldn't make any defense in time, and the golden shockwave pierced through his body. He was sent flying like a sandbag, his body tracing an arc through the air, leaving a trail of shocking blood foam. Bang! He crashed heavily against the wall of a distant barracks, causing the entire building to collapse and burying him under bricks and rubble. Sengoku's figure followed closely. He appeared above the ruins, raised his right foot, and then stomped down heavily, rumbling. The golden shockwave spread from under his foot, leveling the entire ruins, and Virgo, hidden within, was once again blasted out, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Toof! Virgo spat out a mouthful of blood towards the sky, his eyes starting to lose focus. But how could Sengoku bear to kill him so easily? He wanted Virgo to pay the most painful price for Rosinante's death, enduring endless suffering and despair. Crane watched this scene with indifference, slowly raising the phone bug that had been on the call, aiming it at the center of the battlefield. The face of the phone bug vividly imitated Doflamingo's iconic shocked expression, wearing sunglasses. Are you watching, Doflamingo? There will be another chapter of a big gift later tonight. Time uncertain. Chapter 71. Killing you is the lightest punishment. For Lord Mo's extra chapter. Are you watching, Doflamingo? Crane's voice was soft, yet like a poisoned ice pick. It precisely pierced through to a corner of the new world via the phone bug. No, it's more appropriate to say, are you listening, Doflamingo? Listen to the voice of your most loyal and capable subordinate now. Bang! Another heavy blow struck. Virgo sank completely into the ground of the playground, forming a human-shaped pit. Ugh! A weak and painful groan came from the pit, clearly transmitted through the phone bug to the other end. This is just the beginning. Crane's tone showed no fluctuation, as if stating a trivial matter. The pain of losing his adopted son will be multiplied 1,000-fold, inflicted upon you and your subordinates. And you can only listen helplessly. On the other end of the phone bug, there was a deathly silence. Dressrosa, the royal plateau. Doflamingo sat on the sofa, maintaining his usual arrogant posture. But his expression had long since frozen. His brain was racing. What happened? What exactly happened? He had only received a phone call. Then, he heard the voice of Navy Admiral Sengoku. Immediately after, there were the muffled sounds of one of his top subordinates, Virgo, being unilaterally beaten, and the uncontrollable screams. Just 2 days ago, he had entrusted Virgo to investigate that Navy who had provoked him. Now Virgo was exposed. His pawn, who had been lurking at the highest levels of the Navy for over a decade, was exposed just like that. Why? Doflamingo. Crane's voice sounded again. You should pray to keep your Shichibukai position. Otherwise, I will be more than happy to personally go to Dressrosa and have a good chat with you. Beep beep. The phone bug was hung up. The palace was dead silent. Doflamingo slowly lowered his head, the veins on his forehead bulging like coiled dragons. The next second, bang! He suddenly raised his hand and smashed the phone bug violently onto the ground. The phone bug instantly shattered into pieces, fragments flying in all directions. Hoo-hoo-hoo. His chest heaved violently, letting out beast-like heavy breaths. Crane, that old hag. The shadow of being chased all over the world by her in the past surged back to his mind. Virgo was gone. He had lost a top subordinate. Many future plans would be fatally affected because of this. Even his position as one of the Shichibukai was threatened. Once he lost the protection of the Shichibukai position, he would be hunted down by the Navy again. However, he still had the identity of a celestial dragon to protect himself. What he couldn't endure the most was this feeling of being played with in the palm of someone else's hand, yet not even knowing who the opponent was. The suffocating anger. Who the hell did I provoke? Fifth branch. Cough. Virgo lay in the center of the ruins like a pile of mud. breathing more in and out. Sengoku's palm, covered in golden Buddha light, raised high once more, preparing to smash down. Sengoku, don't forget the matters we discussed. Admiral Crane's voice was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the burning rage in Sengoku. Sengoku's hand stopped in midair, the golden light slowly receding. He tightly closed his eyes, his chest heaving violently. After a long time, he finally exhaled a heavy breath. Before arriving at Branch 5, he had already discussed with Crane. Vending is fine, but they can't kill Virgo right now. This high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family still holds too much valuable information in his mind. Information that could directly bring down Doflamingo. Not only does he need to deal with Virgo, but he must also handle Doflamingo. Virgo. Crane walked steadily to Virgo's front, looking down at him from a height, and said, "Speak. Tell us everything. We can make your death a little easier." Virgo struggled to lift his head. He looked at Crane. His lips twisted into a distorted arc and coughed up a mouthful of blood. TCH. He said nothing. His eyes said it all. He would rather die than betray. No one would get any words of betrayal against Doflamingo from him. Seeing this, Admiral Crane's gaze showed no change, as if everything was expected. However, Sengoku behind her burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Not going to talk. Great. Fantastic." Sengoku laughed while walking in front of Virgo, squatting down, and said, "Seeing your loyalty to Doflamingo makes me feel relieved." Virgo's pupils shrank slightly as a sense of ominous premonition rose in his heart. Sengoku's next words confirmed his fears and magnified them 1,000-fold. "Killing you? That's the lightest punishment." Sengoku's tone became unusually calm to the point of being horrifying. "I will lock you in and impel down, let you live and live well. Then, I will let you witness how the Don Quixote family steps towards destruction. Watch how Doflamingo escapes in embarrassment. In the end, I will bring him before you. Let you witness everything you have sworn loyalty to turn into bubbles. This is the best punishment." Virgo's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Fear, an unprecedented fear, gripped his heart like a cold hand. Sacrificing his life for Doflamingo? He could do it without hesitation. But watching Doflamingo's everything be destroyed, watching him fall from grace, no. That was 1,000 times more terrifying than death. Virgo looked at Sengoku in terror, his face revealing pure, unmasked paleness and despair. He could die for his faith, but he could not bear to see his faith trampled into the mud right before his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Virgo's completely colorless face, the pent-up anger in Sengoku turned into uncontrollable laughter. "Take him away. Tell Magellan to keep his life safe." Yes. The Marines immediately stepped forward to drag Virgo away. Sengoku turned his head to Crane beside him and said, "What do you think? That Brat Hawk intercepted such important information. How should I reward him?" Crane glanced at him. "You deal with that headache yourself." Meanwhile, on Sky Island, the massive ship slowly sailed into the cloud seaport of Angel Island, creating ripples. Hawk, holding a cigar, stood at the bow of the ship. The giant ship docked steadily. On the shore, the enthusiastic people of Sky Island, who had originally been watching from a distance, suddenly surged forward like a tide. "Hurry, the hero has returned. Brigadier General Hawk, look at my family's cloud pumpkin. Brigadier General Hawk, feel this cloud cotton fabric. Soft and breathable, perfect for making a cloak for you. Brigadier General Hawk." Among the crowd, someone even shouted so loudly that their voice broke, "Brigadier General Hawk, I love you. Hawk." Chapter 72, Is This the Thunderfruit? Brigadier General Hawk, I love you. A shout that broke into a high pitch erupted from the crowd. Hawk instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. Which lady from Sky Island has such good taste? However, the one who shouted was a round-faced, bearded man, shaking with excitement. Damn! Hawk fell silent instantly. He respects everyone's preferences, but this is really not for him. He took a deep breath, forcing the muscles at the corners of his mouth to relax. So terrifying. Just then, the giant ship fully docked. Brigadier General Hawk, Gonfer and the chief of the Sandia, the two current leaders of Sky Island, hurried over. What happened? Hawk pointed to the crowd on the dock, ready to boil over. Gonfer explained, after you left, we announced the news of the peace and autonomy you brought to all the residents of Sky Island. Everyone was so excited. They spontaneously brought out the best things from their homes to offer as gifts to you. Upon hearing this, Hawk led everyone down the gangway. When he stepped onto the square of Angel Island, even he couldn't help but slightly narrow his pupils. The scene before him could no longer be described as many. It was a mountain made up of various gifts. The unique cloud pumpkins and sky tomatoes of Sky Island. Colorful and stacked together. Countless oak barrels were neatly arranged, filled with the unique fine wine of Sky Island. The rich aroma of wine wafting through the air, intoxicating those who smelled it. Further away were thousands of various shells. Shells, flame shells, wind shells, shining shells. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Various rare cloud plants. Exquisite cloud sculptures and rare sky fish specimens filled the entire square, turning it into a gigantic, open-air treasure trove. The people behind Hawk were once again deeply shocked. Wow. Sanji's cigarette fell to the ground as he looked at those Sky Island specialty ingredients, feeling his chef's soul burning fiercely. Angel shrimp, cloud sea kelp, sky snapper. My God, these are legendary ingredients. I see a corner of the treasure. Gulp. Zoro also instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The rich aroma of wine was like an invisible hand tugging at his soul. His gaze was firmly locked on those oak barrels, his eyes filled with unprecedented desire. This taste must be aged. Smoker and Tina exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Had the people of Sky Island emptied their homes? Smoker's heart was even more complicated. This guy Hawk was not only strong like a monster, but also had such an effective way of winning people's hearts. Violence, wealth, favors. He seemed to know everything and understand everything. How did this guy's brain grow? Brother Hawk. Yamakiji tugged at Hawk's clothes, whispering with so many things. We can't fit them, right? Yeah, we really can't fit them. Hawk nodded. The ship's hold was already filled with gold, and they couldn't take more. Moreover, these were the most precious possessions of the people of Sky Island, their long-term accumulation. He couldn't take them all. However, Hawk's gaze fell on the hill made of shells. These things could be taken. One couldn't refuse the people's enthusiasm, but his own needs must also be met. In an instant, Hawk made a decision in his heart. He stepped to the center of the square, facing all the residents of Sky Island. His voice carried through the air, reaching every corner. Everyone, instantly, the bustling square fell silent. All eyes focused on Hawk, filled with reverence and anticipation. I have received your intentions. Hawk slightly bowed and thanked everyone. Your enthusiasm shines brighter than the gold of Skypiea. Wow! Hearing Hawk's acknowledgement, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic, frenzied cheers. Brigadier General Hawk acknowledged us. Great! Our intentions have been conveyed. Hawk raised his hand and gently pressed down, calming the cheers once again. However, he changed his tone. Many things here are the result of everyone's long-term accumulation, a legacy passed down through generations. They are treasures that cannot be measured by money. I cannot take them away. A stir arose among the crowd, with many faces showing disappointment and anxiety. But, Admiral, this is our heartfelt intention. Yes. If you don't accept it, we won't feel at ease. Hawk raised his voice again. I must respond to everyone's enthusiasm. He pointed to the mountain of shells. These shells are excellent weapons, the power to protect our homeland, and the tools to uphold justice. Therefore, I will accept all the shells on behalf of the Navy. Hawk bowed deeply to the people once more, then raised his head, showing a gentle smile. As for the other gifts, I will take some as a memento of this Sky Island trip. The rest, please take home. Your happy lives are the best reward for me and the Navy. After this speech, there was a moment of silence in the square. Then, an even more intense cheer erupted. Long live Admiral Hawk. Long live the Navy. They understood Hawk's words. This admiral, who brought peace, was not only a powerful figure with thunderous means, but also a compassionate leader. He accepted the weapons to enforce justice. He kept the gifts to protect their lives. The intention is enough. It shouldn't deplete their resources and affect their future lives. Everyone living well and happily is the best support and repayment to this admiral and the Navy. With this understanding, the respect in the eyes of the Sky Island residents became purer and more fervent. Hawk smiled and nodded, then turned to Zoro and the others, saying, Go pick some things you like. Consider it an extra reward for this mission. Oh, Brother Hawk, I won't be polite then. Sanji was the first to rush out, clearly aiming for the rare Sky Island ingredients. He selected while muttering, the sweetness of the sky radish, the crispness of the cloud lettuce. With these ingredients, I can update my recipes. Attack cuisine, Sky Island supreme feast of land, sea, and air. It's settled. Zoro strode towards a mountain of barrels. Then he bent down, pressing his nose close to the gaps of a wooden barrel, taking a deep breath. A complex aroma mixed with fruitiness, woodiness, and the sediment of years instantly flooded his nostrils. This is the smell. Zoro's face showed an expression of immense satisfaction. He straightened up and without a word, directly hoisted a huge oak barrel onto his shoulder. This should be enough for me to drink for a meal. The others cheered and dispersed, filling the entire square with a joyful atmosphere. Hawk looked at this scene with satisfaction. The loyalty and strength of his subordinates needed to be nurtured with victories and rewards. At that moment, Kiku trotted over with tiny steps like a happy little bird running towards Hawk. She reached in front of him, excitedly holding up something, her little face full of excitement. Brother Hawk, look, I found this in the pile of fruits. This is the thunder fruit? Chapter 73 Kiku. I don't know, I just plan to make a fruit salad. Brother, look. Kiku held a peculiar fruit in both hands, raising it to Hawk's eyes. I was going to take some fruit home to make a fruit salad for you. Then I found this in the pile of fruits. I recognized it at a glance. This is a devil fruit. Kiku's voice was filled with the joy of seeking praise, her bright eyes looking at Hawk, filled with a desire for him to praise her quickly. Hawk's gaze was instantly captivated by the fruit. He took the fruit from Kiku's hands. It felt slightly heavy, with a unique texture. It was a fruit that was bright yellow all over, with spiral patterns that seemed to be split by lightning covering its surface. The thunder fruit. This lightning pattern, combined with the fact that I just ended Enel's life, must be correct. This is one of the top-tier fruits in the natural category. The thunder fruit. The abilities of devil fruits do not repeat. Only when the current user dies will the fruit they consumed reappear somewhere in these seas. There are rumors that after the original user dies, if there happens to be ordinary fruit nearby, the powers of the devil fruit have a high probability of quickly attaching to it, completing its rebirth. Given the current situation, this rumor is likely true. Enel has just died, and the thunder fruit has been reborn among this pile of Sky Island specialties. The thunder fruit. Hawk weighed the fruit in his hand. Lost in thought, the power of this fruit is undoubted. It can grant the user the speed of lightning and the ability for wide-area attacks. A power that countless people dream of, but is not suitable for me. The path I have chosen has been incredibly clear from the beginning. That is to break through all laws with my fists, abandon all tricks and techniques, and use the purest, most absolute power to crush all obstacles. If I had to choose a devil fruit to assist my path, then only one fruit would be the first choice. That is the tremor fruit that Whitebeard possesses. That is the devil fruit that aligns with my path. In the future, combining the tremor fruit with Conqueror's Haki, every punch I throw will be a disaster. In comparison, while the thunder fruit is powerful, its core leans more towards speed, which does not align with my pursuit. Since I want to use it, then the ownership of this fruit needs to be arranged anew. 3 figures instantly appeared in Hawk's mind. His loyal deputy, Dane, the green-haired Zoro, and the curly-browed Sanji. Although Dane is exceptionally talented, compared to the other 2 monsters, his potential ultimately falls short. Giving the thunder fruit to him would be a waste, unable to maximize the use of this top-tier fruit. So, the candidates are left with 2, Zoro and Sanji. This fruit would be suitable for either of them. A top swordsman who masters the power of lightning, or a master of footwork clad in lightning armor, moving as fast as lightning. Just imagining it is enough to make any enemy's scalp tingle. However, Hawk's eyes flickered for a moment. Now is not the time to give it. I have just consolidated the hearts of the people with the promotion of military rank and material rewards, establishing my prestige. Presenting the thunder fruit now would undoubtedly make them grateful, but it would be far better to bring it out next time when they achieve great merits. Secondly, and most importantly, a top-tier fruit is not enough to share. Zoro and Sanji are like 2 roosters ready to compete at any moment. Their competition is the greatest driving force for their rapid progress. I do not intend to break this healthy competitive atmosphere. The thunder fruit, is like a huge weight. No matter which end it is added to, it will instantly unbalance the other end. This subtle imbalance could very likely disrupt their healthy competitive relationship. That is not what I want to see. So, there is no rush. I can find another good fruit and give it to both of them together later. With this in mind, Hawk tucked the thunder fruit into his bosom and looked at Kiku, who was full of expectation in front of him. He reached out his hand, gently ruffling Kiku's hair. Kiku, you're amazing. You're my lucky star. As long as you're around, good things will always happen. Hee. The lark happily squinted her eyes, the corners curving into two lovely crescent moons. It's great to be able to help Brother Hawk. She bounced away, as the fruits she had picked were not yet packed. Soon, everyone had chosen their favorite local specialties. The small hill made up of various shells was being transported onto the giant ship by Navy soldiers. Buzzing, accompanied by the roar of the engine, the giant ship slowly departed from Yunhai Port, its massive hull carving a white wake across the sea of clouds. Hawk stood at the bow, waving to the shore. The dock was bustling with people. Ganfu, and the chief of Sandia stood at the very front. Behind them were the residents of Angel Island and Sandia. They watched the steel giant ship gradually drift away, gazing at the figure standing at the bow, their eyes filled with respect and gratitude that could no longer be suppressed. Brigadier, bon voyage. Be sure to come back. The Sky Island will always welcome you. Long live the Navy. The shouts, like a tsunami, surged into the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The giant ship's speed increased, ultimately becoming a black dot at the edge of the horizon, disappearing at the end of the sea of clouds. It carried a ship full of gold, and even more, it carried the hopes and blessings of the people of the Sky Island, accelerating downward toward the blue sea below. The howling wind rushed past their ears. The hull scraped violently against the air, producing a piercing shriek. Compared to the tension and anxiety when ascending at this moment, everyone on the deck wore expressions of calm and determination. Their gazes followed the figure standing at the bow, filled with absolute trust. As long as this man was present, there was nothing to fear. As the boundless blue below grew closer, the speed of the giant ship's descent reached its peak. Just as the hull was about to crash into the sea surface, Hawk moved. He leaped, his whole body leaving the deck, falling toward the sea at a speed faster than the giant ship. Like a black meteor, he tore through the atmosphere. Hawk adjusted his posture in midair, his right fist gathering the dark, armed color hockey with frenzied intensity. He smashed down toward the blue sea below. Boom! Tom seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately after, the seawater was forcefully pushed aside, forming a visible circle of white airwaves that rapidly spread outward. The towering waves surged upward, supporting the giant ship that followed closely behind. The massive vessel was gently caught by the soft hands of the waves, like a feather. It hovered for a moment at the peak of the giant wave, then slowly descended, steadily returning to the sea. Splash! The displaced seawater rushed back in. A figure lightly landed back onto the deck, not a drop of water touching him. At that moment, the lark ran over holding a transponder snail. Brother, it's a call from Admiral Sengoku. Thank you, Lord Gooddream, for the extra chapter tonight. Chapter 74, Akainu. I want to get rained on. I choose to bring people along to get rained on. An extra chapter for Lord Gooddream tonight. Hawk calmly took the transponder snail. Brew, brew, brew. The transponder snail was connected. Ha 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 ha. On the other end of the line, Sengoku's hearty laughter came through, the exuberance spilling over even through the transponder snail. Hawk, you brat. You did a great job with the Virgo matter. I'm in a really good mood right now. Very good. So, what kind of reward do you want? Sengoku thought for a moment and decided to let Hawk speak up himself. Anyway, I'm feeling refreshed after beating someone up. Whatever Hawk wants, I'll give. At worst, I'll put my old face on the line and personally go to Mary Geos to ask those 5 old geezers for it. Who dares to refuse? I'll just transform right there. Hawk fell silent upon hearing this. A reward? Not only did he not intend to ask for a reward, but he also planned to send a big gift over. However, considering the Admiral's tone, it seemed he personally dealt with Virgo. That means Admiral Sengoku is not at headquarters. This is a perfect opportunity. Invite the Admiral over to the branch to see this ship full of gold for himself. Then, He can naturally take over the headache of quietly transporting the gold from the Sky Island. Perfect. Admiral, I do have an unusual request. Hawk's voice came through the transponder snail, sounding exceptionally calm and humble. Oh, let us hear it. Sengoku, in a great mood, responded straightforwardly. The third branch has just completed reorganization and is in need of revitalization, in order to quickly build up the soldiers' combat power and sense of honor, and to announce the Navy's determination to eradicate evil to the entire paradise. How about you personally come to the third branch to inspect the work? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Sengoku held the transponder snail, turning to glance at the calm crane beside him, questioning with his eyes. This brat Hawk not only doesn't he want a reward, but he also invites me to inspect the work at the branch? Does his work still need inspection? However, there is Sakazuki holding down the fort at headquarters for now. No trouble will arise. I've personally dealt with one of Razanani's enemies. I do want to find a place to clear my mind and take a break. Visiting Hawk seems to be a good choice. All right, I'm setting off now. Sengoku finally made his decision. Yes. Beep. The call was disconnected. On the Admiral's exclusive warship in the New World. Crane looked at Sengoku, who was beaming, and smiled without speaking. It hasn't been long, and this stubborn old man's attitude has clearly become younger. Quite good. Change course for me. Sengoku commanded, shouting at the signalman. Target, third branch of the Grand Line. Full speed ahead. Yes. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters Marine Fort, in Akainu's office, piles of documents were about to drown the desk. Akainu sat behind the desk with a dark expression. He was emotionlessly processing one document after another, but the increasingly scorching air around him revealed his extreme displeasure within. How can these documents never end? When will Admiral Sengoku be back? Bang! The office door was pushed open, and several Navy soldiers, trembling, entered with documents stacked higher than themselves. Akainu raised his head. What's the matter? The aide from the Admiral's office just passed on the message. The soldier stuttered. Admiral Sengoku said he has decided to go to the third branch to inspect the work and wants us to send all the remaining documents from his office to you for processing. Akainu's movement stopped. He slowly repeated, word by word, Admiral Sengoku, you went to the third branch? Yes. You can leave now. Yes. The soldiers felt like they had received a reprieve, scrambling out of the office where the temperature was rapidly rising. The door closed. Inside the office, it fell into silence. Akainu sat behind the huge desk, motionless, like a volcano about to erupt. His gaze passed through the window, staring into the distant horizon. Third branch, Hawk Lark. Sengoku, old thief. Ever since Hawk took office, he hasn't even had the time to see how that Lark is doing. You old thief. You went there first, leaving me here to handle military affairs. Who? Akainu's chest heaved violently, visible white steam escaping from his nostrils. No, I can't bear all these military affairs alone. That old man Sengoku has run off, and I can't do anything about him. But the Navy headquarters is not just one idle person. A lazy face, always wearing a lewd smile, complaining about everything, suddenly flashed in Akainu's mind. Palyasolino, my old friend. My fellow townsman. We've had years of friendship. Good fortune should be shared, and difficulties should naturally be faced together. With this in mind, Akainu stretched out his hand and dialed the phone bug on the table. He informed Palyasolino that he was temporarily acting on Admiral Sakazuki's orders. Within an hour, he was to fly back to Marineford. All tasks on his hands were to be put down. All vacations were to be canceled. Get back here and handle the paperwork. Click. After hanging up the phone, Akainu said, come on, let the storm come even fiercer. Anyway, soon there will be someone to join me in the rain. Kizaru, I don't recognize you as an old friend. Is it too late? The feedback from the gentleman has been received. So it's decided, Zoro and Sanji will not consume devil fruits because we can't favor one over the other. If one eats, they all eat. And if they don't eat, they all don't eat. Dane, thank you, gentlemen. The rumble fruit is mine. Chapter 75. Sengoku, you've caused quite a stir. Paradise, Branch 3. Hey, huh. The shouts of thousands of Navy soldiers echoed like rolling thunder across the morning training ground. Sweat had soaked through every uniform, but no one showed any signs of slackening. To follow the steps of Brigadier General Hawk and cleanse the entire paradise of pirates, they must grow stronger. Just then, report. The lookout Navy shouted from the tower. Our giant ship has been spotted at the dock. It's Brigadier General Hawk's giant ship that has returned. All soldiers' movements halted for a moment. Then, a wave of uncontrollable joy surged. He is back. Brigadier General Hawk is back. Who? At the front of the formation, Acting Branch Chief Dane took a deep breath. He turned abruptly to face all officers and soldiers, shouting with all his might, "All units assemble. Head to the dock. Welcome back, Brigadier General." Yes, in just a few seconds, thousands of soldiers organized their ranks. Then, like a gray-white torrent, they rushed toward the dock. Buzz! A huge shadow blocked out the sunlight as the giant ship slowly docked. Hawk stood at the bow, his cloak billowing. Behind him were Zoro, Sanji, Smoker, Tina, Kuro, and Peacock, each of their auras more refined and dangerous than before. Dane quickly stepped forward, standing at the gangway, and saluted. "Brigadier General, Acting Branch Chief Dane, with the remaining officers and soldiers of Branch 3, welcomes your return. Thank you for your hard work, Dane." Hawk nodded and walked down the gangway. His calm gaze swept over the thousands of soldiers before him, taking in the loyal and fervent eyes. The observation hockey quietly covered the entire base like mercury spilling. Every corner, every heartbeat and emotion was clearly relayed to his mind. Good, no abnormalities. Branch 3 is his solid stronghold, and there will definitely be no eyes of the world government here. Unloading the gold here and inviting Admiral Sengoku over is indeed the best choice. With this in mind, Hawk's voice sounded steady. "Dane, give the order. Move all the supplies from the giant ship's cargo hold to the number 1 secret warehouse. Also, notify everyone to prepare for the highest level reception." Hawk paused. "Admiral Sengoku will be here soon." "Yes." Woo. The massive giant ship's cargo hold slowly opened. The remaining soldiers at the base immediately moved forward, ready to start moving supplies. However, when the cargo doors were fully opened and the interior scene was revealed to everyone, all the remaining soldiers froze. Golden light, dazzling golden light. Countless golden items piled into small mountains, filling the gigantic cargo hold to the brim. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, blankly gazing at the sea of gold, their minds empty. One soldier responsible for moving supplies turned his head. He frantically gestured with his eyes to his good brother, the one who returned with Brigadier General Hawk. "Brother, my dear brother sleeping above me. What is going on here?" The just-returned soldier raised an eyebrow in pride at his expression. "What's going on? This gold. How did this entire ship become filled with gold?" "Oh, gold." The just-returned soldier grinned from ear to ear, his eyes filled with superiority. He casually walked over, saying, "What? You can't stay calm with just this little bit of gold. You need to learn from me. Remain unperturbed." He completely forgot how he had his jaw drop on the golden tiles in Sky Island and couldn't pick it up for a while. Brigadier General Hawk had approached a soaring sea current. Then, he casually eliminated a so-called god of a Logia-type devil fruit user. Then, he accidentally conquered that Sky Island. After that, he discovered a city of gold. Finally, he casually brought back this little bit of gold. See? It's that simple. The remaining soldier's eyes froze completely. His brain buzzed from that series of words. An entire cargo hold. You call this a little bit? In your nonchalant tone, what are you pretending at? If I had followed the Brigadier General to Sky Island, I would have been the one pretending. The remaining soldier lowered his voice and shouted angrily. Are you pretending with me? You thought I was the one who crapped my pants back then? Shoo. The returning soldier panicked as his embarrassing incident was revealed, quickly reaching out to cover his mouth. Yes. I was wrong, bro. Stop talking. I won't pretend anymore. However, it was too late. The other remaining soldiers had already heard those few deadly keywords. What? The Brigadier General eliminated a Logia type? Sky Island. The legendary Sky Island really exists. So much gold. This is just a part. The hearts of the remaining soldiers surged with waves of shock. A quick-thinking soldier's gaze darted between the warehouse and his hands. His breathing suddenly became heavy, and his eyes lit up. Gold. So much gold. According to Brigadier General Hawk's usual style, these things mean woohoo. Salary increase. Food upgrade. New equipment. What are you standing there for? The soldier suddenly snapped back to reality. Move. The Brigadier General won't treat us badly. Yeah, do it. One sentence instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all soldiers. In no time, the entire dock echoed with the sound of metal clashing. Soon, the giant ship's cargo hold was emptied, and the #1 secret warehouse was stuffed full. At this moment, a deep engine roar came from the sea surface. An incredibly massive giant ship was cutting through the waves, slowly approaching. The flag, symbolizing the highest commander of the Navy, flapped in the sea breeze. Quick, notify Brigadier General Hawk. Admiral Sengoku has arrived. At the dock of Branch 3, Hawk stood at the very front of the formation. Behind him were Kuro, Peacock, Smoker, Tina, Zoro, Sanji, and other core subordinates. They quietly watched the Admiral's flagship, like a fortress on the sea, slowly dock. Click! The gangway was lowered. A tall and robust figure appeared at the top of the gangway. Admiral Sengoku. He strode down the gangway, laughing. Hawk, you little rascal, you've made quite a stir in Magic Valley Town. Oh ho, I've received all the feedback. The gentlemen make a lot of sense. So, let us finalize it. The fruit chooses its master, and the rumble fruit goes to Kuro, who discovered it. The voting conference has been successfully completed. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned. Chapter 76. Admiral of the Warring States. This is just an appetizer. Admiral Sengoku walked side by side with Hawk on the dock of Division 3. The sea breeze fluttered Sengoku's pure white cloak. His gaze swept over the neatly lined-up Navy soldiers on the dock. He couldn't help but admire the soldiers' spirit and killing intent. Not bad. This kid Hawk is indeed a natural leader. He knew very well how complex the personnel composition of Division 3 was. The old veterans from the original division, the elite troops brought by Smoker and Tina, as well as Hawk's direct subordinates from the East Blue. Each of these three forces had its own pride and habits. If any other commander were in charge, it would take months just to integrate them internally. But this kid Hawk managed to completely merge Division 3 into an ironclad unit in such a short time. The younger generation is formidable. A few steps behind them, Vice Admiral Tsuru's gaze fell on Lynx and her granddaughter Peacock. Both girls had changed. Their delicateness had been tempered away, clearly having undergone the baptism of battle. Very good. Sending them a Hawk was indeed the right choice. Hawk. Sengoku broke the silence first. You kid, the situation in Magic Valley Town has caused quite a stir. Admiral, it's my duty. Haha, what a duty. You know why a place like Magic Valley Town can continue to exist in paradise? Without waiting for Hawk to answer, Sengoku explained to himself. That place is a cesspool that harbors filth, but for some people in the world government, it's a necessary pressure release valve. There are too many chaotic pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Instead of letting them roam freely and create more trouble, it's better to give them a place to unleash chaos and desire. That's why Magic Valley Town exists, with the tacit approval of various forces. You wipe it out, but you slapped many people's faces. At this point, Sengoku changed his tone, a confident smile appearing on his face. But that's fine. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. You don't need to care about the pressure from above. I'll take it for you. Sengoku turned his head, his gaze intense as he looked at Hawk. Akainu has already reported your plans to me. Within a year, we will cleanse all of paradise. Hawk, unleash your fists and get your all. The Navy headquarters is your strongest backing. Yes, Hawk understood in his heart. This was also why he rushed to invite Sengoku over without waiting for himself to digest all the results. The higher-ups of the Navy had pinned their hopes for the future of the Navy and the expectation of changing the structure of the sea on him. What he needed to do was to reciprocate. The cafeteria has arrived. Hawk slightly turned his body, making a gesture of invitation. Admiral, Vice Admiral Tsuru, please. After the long journey, let us have a meal first. Soon, they were full and satisfied. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, contentedly burping. He picked up his teacup and gently blew on the steam. All right, Hawk. Division 3 is being managed by you like an iron barrel. With high morale among the soldiers and strong logistical support, it's a model for Navy divisions. You specifically called me over. It can't just be to let me inspect the work and have a meal, right? Speak up. What exactly are you up to? Tsuru nodded in agreement. She also felt that this young man Hawk wouldn't do something so superficial. There must be something more important that required her and Sengoku to come. Yes, Hawk stood up. I have indeed prepared a great gift for the entire Navy. Oh, a great gift? Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, both seeing strong interest in each other's eyes. Lead the way. Yes. Hawk led the two of them, leaving the cafeteria, passing through several heavily guarded checkpoints, and finally arriving in front of a huge warehouse door. The sign on the warehouse read in bright red letters, Confidential Warehouse Number 1. Admiral, Vice Admiral Tsuru, please. Hawk gestured for the soldiers to open the warehouse door. Creak. The heavy steel door was slowly pulled open. At first, it was just a crack, but from that crack, a dazzling golden light burst forth. Sengoku and Tsuru instinctively squinted their eyes. As the door was fully opened, the scene inside the warehouse was completely revealed to the two of them. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The air also felt solidified. It was not just simple light. It was the light of wealth. Admiral Sengoku, the commander of the Navy for decades, who had witnessed countless storms, now had his expression completely frozen. His signature round glasses were almost slipping off his nose. What did he see? A mountain made of gold. Coins piled like golden grains, forming undulating sand dunes. Gold bars stacked like massive bricks, forming towering walls. Further away, there were countless uniquely shaped gold products. Sengoku's brain short-circuited for a moment, then began to operate at an unprecedented speed. The gold here, hundreds of billions. Gold worth hundreds of billions of berries. With this money, what could the Navy do? How many of the latest warships could they build? How many soldiers could be equipped with the finest gear? How much could they improve the treatment of their troops? Even thump, thump, thump. Sengoku's heart began to beat uncontrollably. They could even gradually free themselves from the financial constraints of the world government, making the Navy an independent army. This was no longer a simple wealth. This was power. This was freedom. This was justice. Sengoku unconsciously took a step forward but stumbled. Vice Admiral Tsuru, beside him, quietly supported his arm. Tsuru's shock was no less than Sengoku's. But as the chief advisor of the Navy, she believed that since Hawk brought her and Sengoku here, it meant that the gold here was intended to be submitted to the headquarters. Tsuru silently watched Hawk, waiting for his explanation. Sengoku's voice was somewhat hoarse and dry. He struggled to swallow. What on earth is going on? Admiral, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Hawk pointed to the glittering treasure vault. This is just an appetizer. Chapter 77. From today on, justice is free. Admiral, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Hawk pointed to the glittering treasure vault. This is just an appetizer. His heart was as calm as water. Hundreds of billions of berries. This number was enough to drive any king mad, enough to tempt countless pirates to take risks. But for the dominant navy across the sea, it was not enough. Far from enough. This amount of money, thrown into the vast navy system, would barely make a sound. Even if they emptied all the gold from Sky Island and exchanged it for berries, it would only solve the military expenses temporarily. It's a temporary fix, not a fundamental solution. Justice cannot be born from someone else's pocket. If the Navy wants to be completely independent, if they want to implement justice, they must find a sustainable source of funding. Hawk's mind recalled the man wearing purple sunglasses with a face full of arrogant smiles. The Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro. Tesoro, a business genius who climbed from slavery to the top of the world's wealth in just 12 years. He controlled the largest entertainment city in the world, holding 20% of the world's berries. If he could be persuaded to serve the Navy, it would be a one-time solution. However, there's no rush. In a short time, the gold of the Sky Island will be enough. After I finish cleaning up the paradise, I will bring persuasion to the agenda. Inside the warehouse, silence. A dead silence. Sengoku's expression changed from shock to daze. He slowly turned his neck, looking at Hawk, then glancing at the mountain of gold. What are you talking about, Kid Hawk? As a Marine Admiral, I've fought for most of my life, and I've seen all kinds of situations. You call this an appetizer? A warehouse full of gold as an appetizer. What is the main course then? Hawk. If this warehouse of gold is an appetizer, then what is the main course? Crane took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and asked the most critical question. Her gaze was fixed on Hawk, not missing the changes in his expression. A city of gold. Hawk's voice was calm, but it detonated like a heavy bomb in their ears. In the sky, 10,000 meters high, there is a legendary island called Sky Island. And on that island, there exists a city entirely made of gold called Pandora. Hawk extended his hand, pointing to the warehouse. Admiral, Vice Admiral Crane. What you see now is merely the limit of what a giant ship's cargo hold can bring back. As for how much gold remains in Pandora, only when we send someone to count it will we know the exact amount. But what I want to say is, justice has been freed. Sengoku and Crane fell silent again. Their brains were now blank, shocked by the term City of Gold. Who are they? One is the Marine Admiral, and the other is the Marine Chief of Staff. They're the two most powerful people on this sea, living legends who have witnessed countless storms. Yet at this moment, they felt their breathing becoming incredibly difficult. Sengoku turned his head with great effort, looking again at the mountain of gold. In his mind, a picture was being constructed. A city made of gold. A vast amount of berries transformed from the City of Gold. Boom, 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 boom. Sengoku could clearly hear the sound of his heart drumming in his chest. He remembered every time he had to personally go to Mariehua to apply for military funds. He remembered countless times when he, as a Marine Admiral who upheld justice, had to bow his straight back for berries. He remembered those 5 old geezers who were high above, dispensing funds like charity. Sengoku, the Navy's expenses are too high. You must learn to be frugal. The balance of the world is more important than 1 or 2 warships. Save some of those berries. What is justice? Is it belief? Is it power? No. In this twisted world, justice must be piled up with money. And now Hawk has brought a City of Gold to the Navy. With this, the Navy will be free of worries. Justice will be independent. It will be strong. It will be free. Ha ha. Sengoku's shoulders began to tremble, and a suppressed laugh escaped his throat. Ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder. Ha 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 ha. Eventually, it turned into a reckless, unrestrained roar that echoed throughout the entire warehouse. Sengoku laughed until he was doubled over, tears streaming down his face. All the grievances he had endured for over a decade erupted at this moment. Accompanied by his wild laughter, buzz, an invisible, overwhelming aura of dominance erupted uncontrollably from his body. The Conqueror's Haki. This will, mixed with ecstasy and relief, swept through the entire warehouse like a storm. The mountain of gold trembled slightly under this aura of dominance, as if bowing in submission. The entire third branch trembled slightly under this uncontrollable momentum. Sengoku, calm down. Just then, a cold admonition rang out like a bucket of ice water poured over him. An old but strong hand gently pressed on Sengoku's shoulder. Vice Admiral Crane, the power of the superhuman wash fruit activated. An invisible, cool force instantly seeped into Sengoku's body, completely washing away the emotions tainted by his ecstasy. She certainly understood Sengoku's feelings. She knew better than anyone how many times this man, who was hailed as a Buddha, had bowed his head to those 5 old geezers in Mariehua for berries, and how much humiliation he had endured. But now is not the time to lose composure. First, the news of the City of Gold is only known to the few of them. The gold is not yet fully in hand, and any negligence could lead to unpredictable troubles. Second, and most importantly, Hawk is still watching from the side. You, a Marine Admiral, laughing like a madman in front of your promising subordinate over a city's gold. What kind of image is that? Bring yourself back to calm. Huh. Just like washing away the most stubborn stains, Sengoku's boiling brain instantly became a bit clearer. He slowly straightened up and looked at Hawk. This young man brought a new future for the Navy. It is the true dawn of justice. Hawk, the next admiral is decided to be you. Hawk. Crane, nonsense. Chapter 78. Expand the third branch. Hawk, the next admiral is decided to be you. Huh. The expression on Hawk's face froze. No way. Admiral Sengoku, that can't be. Although his relationships with the 3 admirals are indeed good, and he is familiar with most vice admirals, he has been a leader in this branch for too short a time, and his foundation is too shallow. In the eyes of the rank-and-file soldiers, he is still just an emerging superstar of the Navy. He still needs time to accumulate prestige and connections. Most importantly, his current strength is not enough. The previous admirals of the Navy were all promoted from elite admirals. His strength as a candidate admiral is far from that of an elite admiral. If he really wants to lead the entire Navy, he must at least elevate 3 to 4 abilities to the ceiling level. Sengoku, this is nonsense. Crane stepped forward, her reproachful gaze piercing directly at Sengoku. She was truly exasperated with this old man. The once impulsive, hot-blooded, and somewhat reckless Sengoku seemed to have returned. Ever since he took the position of admiral, he had suppressed himself for the greater good of the Navy for too long. Now, having just dealt a blow to one of the enemies who killed his adopted son and seeing hope for the Navy's independence, it was understandable that he lost control of his conqueror's hockey. But directly appointing young Hawk as the next admiral of the Navy? Unacceptable. You must understand that the appointment of the Navy admiral requires the consent of the world government, the nod from the five elders. Even if the Navy wants to be completely independent, it is still too early. Sengoku, I agree that young Hawk is the future of the Navy, but your kind of appointment will make him a target. Crane's voice was not loud, but each word was like a needle. Don't forget how many eyes are watching the Navy on this sea. The four emperors of the New World, those five old geezers in Mariewa, and the hidden demons lurking in the dark. If you dare to publicly announce that young Hawk is your chosen next admiral today, tomorrow, assassins and conspirators from all over the world will swarm here like crazy. Do you think 4 demon-slaying orders can protect him at all times? Mobilizing the fleet takes time. A strong person can strike in an instant, unless you plan to have a Kainu stick to him like glue. But then, how will he grow? How will he carve out his own justice? How will he establish his own prestige? He took a deep breath and spoke in a slightly calmer tone. The highest combat power of the Navy has not shown any gaps. Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kazan are all at their peak. We have plenty of time for Little Hawk to grow, so don't rush things. She paused and redirected the conversation to the most pressing issue at hand. What is most important for us now is how to quietly turn that golden city into a strength for the Navy. Yes, yes. Sengoku suddenly slapped his forehead. That's right. I got too excited. The hope that Hawk brought is so immense that I momentarily forgot the harshness of reality. We can't rush this. Haha, Crane. It's good to have you here. Crane rolled her eyes at Sengoku and then turned her gaze to Hawk. Little Hawk, what are your thoughts on the gold from Sky Island? Although she didn't know the exact amount, based on Hawk's description, it was a vast fortune that could fully cover all Navy expenses in the short term. But precisely because of this, the matter became tricky. What would happen if the world government found out? Crane could imagine the faces of those 5 old geezers. They would, in the name of world stability, force the Navy to hand over the gold with an unyielding tone. Then, symbolically, they would leak a little residue through their fingers as special military funding for the Navy. After all, the world government still needed the invisible chain of military funding to tightly bind the Navy beast. However, the Navy had already been shackled for too long. Now, the opportunity to break free from the chains was presented to them by Little Hawk. The Navy must swallow all this gold, and they must not let the world government know. Admiral, Vice Admiral Crane, Hawk stepped forward, his voice steady. The main purpose of bringing back this portion of gold is to prove the existence of the Golden City. As for the follow-up, he paused, glancing at the 2 highest decision-makers of the Navy. The transport, confidentiality, and subsequent utilization of the gold, which concern the Navy's future lifeline, should be handled by the headquarters. Hawk's heart was very clear. Handing the Golden City over to the headquarters was the wisest choice. Although he had monsters like Zoro and Sanji under his command, who had immense potential, they, like him, needed time to grow. The headquarters, however, had enough strength and resources to perfectly solve the issue of the gold from Sky Island and transform it into real power for the Navy. Crane nodded. She glanced at Sengoku, who was still immersed in excitement, and silently took a step forward, demonstrating the decisiveness of the Navy's Chief of Staff. This matter should be handled by the headquarters. But Marineford stood at the center of the world, right next to the Holy Land and the Sabaody Archipelago. The world government's eyes, the organization's spies, and even the 4 emperors' infiltrators were all intricately intertwined, making it difficult to guard against. Such a large-scale mobilization of resources and conversion of wealth would be hard to hide from everyone's eyes. Therefore, the headquarters was not suitable for storing and digesting this gold. As she spoke, she turned around, her gaze sweeping across the 3rd branch. On the training ground, the soldiers were training in unison. At the dock, the logistics personnel were maintaining the warships methodically. The entire base resembled a finely tuned war machine, operating efficiently and coldly. Here, far from the conflicts of the New World, they were also out of the whirlpool of the Navy headquarters site. The headquarters was not suitable, and the branches in the New World were under the constant surveillance of the four emperors, making them unsuitable as well. Crane's eyes brightened. So, the best choice is here. The third branch. Crane pointed to the land beneath her feet, her tone firm. First, the third branch is located in the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise. Although there are many pirates here, their overall strength is weak, posing no real threat. Second, Little Hawk. You just took office and used a thunderous method to clear out the malignant tumor, Magu Town. Now, no one dares to easily come here and spy. Third, and most importantly, Vice Admiral Crane's gaze returned to Hawk, filled with a hint of appreciation. The Golden City is something you discovered, Hawk. Choosing to hand over the wealth to the headquarters is enough to prove your vision and perspective. Therefore, I am preparing. She paused and proposed a plan that even made Hawk raise his eyebrows. To expand the third branch, then secretly transport the gold from Sky Island here in batches, using the expansion project as cover to covertly transform the gold into the Navy's strength. At the same time, 5 absolutely reliable elite vice admirals from the headquarters will lead fleets to permanently reside in the third branch. Externally, it will be declared that they are assisting you in suppressing Paradise, but in reality, it is to protect this treasure trove that belongs to the Navy. Chapter 79, Rear Admiral Ren Hawk. Crane's words had just fallen. Sengoku was the first to nod. That's a good proposal. The third branch is indeed suitable for storing gold. However, Little Crane, after agreeing, Sengoku changed his tone. We just gave Hawk an unprecedented fleet. And now we want to expand the third branch and send 5 elite vice admirals to permanently reside there. This is too big of a move. How do we explain this extraordinary resource allocation? Just valuing the younger generation isn't enough. The world government is likely to become suspicious. Sengoku's concerns were not unfounded. Every large expenditure of the Navy needed the approval of the world government. Such a move, which was almost equivalent to creating a small headquarters, would inevitably attract the strictest scrutiny. Very simple. Crane's response was calm and resolute, as if she had already thought everything through. Just say that I, Crane, the Navy Chief of Staff, have devoted my life to the Navy. Now that I am old, my only concern is my granddaughter, Peacock. She is now under Hawk's command. Therefore, this old woman, against all opposition, is using all my influence and a lifetime of connections to turn the third branch, where my granddaughter is, into a fortress for the Navy. This is to protect my granddaughter's career in the Navy. Who can criticize an old woman for wanting the best for her granddaughter? Crane. Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. He instantly understood Crane's intention. She wanted to attribute all the unreasonable aspects to her personal selfishness. She was willing to use her lifetime of reputation to shield this grand plan, personally bearing all the blame and doubts. What? Crane glanced at him lightly. Do you think I care about this little reputation? For the Navy to stand tall, for justice to truly be independent, what does this bit of fame count for? Sengoku looked at Crane, at the unwavering determination on her face, and sighed slightly. He knew Crane had made up her mind. Every old Navy officer of his generation had dedicated their lives to this sea for the sake of those 2 words, justice. However, the justice they bore was too heavy and too suffocating. Sengoku took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment before reopening them, all excitement and joy having settled. What replaced them was the absolute calmness and deep strategy of a Navy admiral. If an old friend was willing to gamble her entire reputation, how could he, as the admiral, fall behind? The entire situation of the sea unfolded clearly in his mind like a giant chessboard. In the era of great pirates, the most rampant were undoubtedly the 4 emperors perched at the pinnacle of the New World. But where would their successor power come from? Paradise. The first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, is the source of fresh blood that continuously supports the powers of the 4 emperors in the New World. Countless self-proclaimed pirates surged in from the 4 seas, burning, killing, and pillaging in the Paradise, accumulating fame, and ultimately entering the New World to ally with the 4 emperors, becoming their underlings. Thus, a grand and ruthless strategic blueprint gradually took shape in Sengoku's heart. The first step is to center around the 3 divisions led by Hawk. to purge the entire paradise, turn it into a forbidden zone for pirates, a meat grinder that only allows entry but no exit, completely severing the source of new blood for the four emperors. The second step is to secretly expand the Navy's overall strength using the gold from Sky Island. With enough military funding, the Navy can secretly expand its forces. Zifa will be transferred to the 3 divisions to train new recruits. As for the reasoning, let S have Tsuru shoulder a bit more responsibility and provide better guidance for her granddaughter. With Zifa training the new recruits, Hawk will take these new soldiers to the battlefield, using the blood of pirates for the final tempering. Then, construct more warships, improve the treatment of all Navy soldiers, making the Navy a truly flawless war machine. On one side are the 4 emperors, constantly hindered and unable to replenish fresh blood. On the other side is the Navy, whose power is rapidly growing in secret, free from worries. In this ebb and flow, the complete downfall of the pirates will no longer be a fantasy. There is no time to waste. Tsuru and I will return to headquarters now to make arrangements. Sengoku turned around, his gaze fixed on Hawk. However, you've made such great contributions, and soon the 3 divisions will have 5 more rear admiral officers for support. The rank of brigadier general will no longer suffice. Starting today, you are a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. First, settle into this position and familiarize yourself with the operations of the higher-ups at headquarters. When the 3 divisions expand into the new 3, it will be your time to be promoted to vice admiral. Yes, Marshal. Hawk straightened his body upon hearing this. The expansion of the 3 divisions is beneficial for him, with no drawbacks. Moreover, no matter how the expansion goes or how many personnel are added, the highest commander of the 3 divisions will still be him. Those 5 upcoming elite vice admirals from headquarters will nominally serve as support, hired by Tsuru to protect her granddaughter. In reality, they will also be his helpers. After all, he still holds 4 Demon Slayer orders. This represents the absolute authority of the highest levels of the Navy. When necessary, he can summon the power of these 5 vice admirals at any time. Boom! Sengoku and Tsuru's warship took away half of the gold, then set sail back to headquarters without stopping. Hawk stood on the dock, watching the warship representing the highest authority of the Navy until it completely disappeared into the horizon. He slowly turned around, the sea breeze billowing his brand new rear admiral cloak, making it flutter. A wonderful feeling arose from the depths of his heart. He could clearly sense that a huge storm, initiated by himself, was brewing within the Navy. Or perhaps it had already begun, and he was at the center of the storm. Justice system, open panel. Hawk silently recited in his heart. A blue light curtain, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. Host, Ren Hawk. Rank, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Justice points, 54. 088 points. Observation Hockey, Advanced Vice Admiral level. Armament Hockey, Advanced Vice Admiral level. Physical Strength, Advanced Vice Admiral level. Martial Arts, Advanced Vice Admiral level. Conqueror's Hockey, Advanced Strength is still not enough. Hawk looked at the panel showing all advanced levels, muttering to himself. 4 Advanced Vice Admiral levels, plus a high-level Conqueror's Hockey. This strength is enough to dominate the first half of the Grand Line's paradise. However, his goal has never been this small pond. The Marine-Ford War, the 4 Emperors, the World Government, and the Hidden M. Each of these requires ceiling-level strength to touch. It seems. Hawk raised his head and gazed at the boundless sea, his eyes sharpening. I need to speed up. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters in Marineford. Tap. Just returned to headquarters. Kizuru strode into Akainu's office. His gaze swept across the entire room. The next moment, his expression turned peculiar. The office was piled high with documents, almost completely burying the desk. And his old friend, Admiral Sakazuki, was sitting behind that mountain of documents, his face as dark as a pot bottom, exuding a visibly scorching low pressure. Oh dear, this is terrifying. Kizuru spoke up. Sakazuki, where's Admiral Sengoku? Huh. Akainu slowly raised his head, meeting Kizuru's eyes. This old friend saw him busy working, and instead of helping, he didn't even mention the right thing. If it weren't for that old thief Sengoku, he would have gone to the 3 divisions to relax. Borsellino, I am currently acting as Admiral. Call me by my title when working. Kizaru, huh? Chapter 80. I, Sengoku, will personally open the path for the Navy to slay its master. Wow. On the warships sailing through wind and waves, Sengoku clenched his fists. Standing like a silent statue at the bow, the sea breeze howled, causing his cloak imprinted with the word justice to flutter. Beside him, Tsuru stood quietly, her gaze also fixed on the boundless horizon. Neither of them spoke. The air was filled with a heaviness, a weight about to change the world as structure. Although they discussed the massive plan concerning the Navy's future lightly in front of Hawk at the 3 divisions, they were acutely aware that every step taken was on the edge of a knife. How to evade the world government's all-seeing eyes. Even if the storage and conversion of gold are placed in the 3 divisions, the risks remain enormous. The world government's spies and informants are everywhere across the seas. The Navy headquarters will bear unimaginable pressure for this. But for justice to truly stand independent, no longer shackled by the chains of money and power, all of this is worth it. Sengoku. Tsuru was the first to break the silence regarding the 5 elite vice admirals stationed at the 3 divisions. Sengoku nodded, his gaze still fixed ahead. With the need to redeploy elite vice admirals to the 5 divisions now, pulling 5 of the most elite vice admirals from headquarters to be stationed at the 3 divisions is somewhat painful. But fortunately, Akiji has emerged from his confusion and taken up the responsibilities of an admiral again, significantly reducing the pressure on headquarters. A smile crept onto his lips. With this massive military funding coming in, that lazy guy Borsellino will be motivated for the bonus as well. As long as they get through this initial period, everything will be fine. Tsuru remained silent upon hearing this, patiently waiting for him to continue. She knew Sengoku was thinking far beyond this. Since boarding the ship, Sengoku had been silent, like a volcano about to erupt, suppressing the anger and determination that could burn the world. He was clearly pondering something deeper and more dangerous than gold and expansion. Sure enough, Sengoku's tone turned coldly resolute. Tsuru, to prevent the world government from getting even a hint of news, I'm preparing to have a serious discussion with Sakazuki. This time, all the vice admirals stationed at the 3 divisions will be selected from the hawkish faction. Tsuru's pupils suddenly constricted, all selected from the hawkish vice admirals. The implications behind this decision were instantly understood by her. This was no longer merely about support. It was about erecting an absolute barrier composed of the sharpest blades around the 3 divisions. Anyone attempting to approach or spy on the existence of the 3 divisions, no matter who you are or where you come from, will be ruthlessly and completely annihilated. Of course, this also includes the system under the world government. This is equivalent to openly marking a territory belonging to the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line, a forbidden zone that no other force can touch. Tsuru slowly turned her head to look at Sengoku's steadfast profile, as solid as rock. She asked in a voice that was almost a whisper, Sengoku, do you already have the answer in your heart? Sengoku replied. Just one word, yet weighed as heavy as a mountain. The answer? My answer has long been decided. Sengoku's thoughts, carried by the howling sea breeze, returned to decades ago. From the chaotic period before Roger opened the Age of Pirates to the present day, where chaos reigned and dragged the entire sea into the abyss. He had experienced it all firsthand. He had seen too many tragedies of families destroyed by pirates and heard too many cries of innocent people in despair. This sea cannot continue to be in endless chaos like this. Is the root cause of all this really the pirates? Yes, and also no. The world government, which values power and profit more than billions of lives, is equally culpable. They condone the existence of the 7 warlords. They allow the celestial dragons to act recklessly. And they maintain this distorted world using the ridiculous excuse of balance. And the Navy is merely the sharpest and most obedient hunting dog in their hands. Enough. Truly enough. Since you so-called gods cannot bring real peace and justice to this sea, and since your so-called leaders only bring more suffering and oppression, then let me, Sengoku of the Buddha, personally open this path of the Navy to slay the master. A path forged with blood and steel to carve out a new way for the word justice. And Hawk, the young man who brought the Golden City and hope, is the brightest and most crucial spark to ignite this path of slaying the master. Before this spark and Hawk grows into a raging fire, let this old man, who is nearing his end, bear all the storms and clear all obstacles for him. Tsuru quietly watched Sengoku, feeling the pent-up rage and determination that had been suppressed for half a lifetime from his tightly clenched fists and trembling shoulders. She slowly reached out and gently patted Sengoku's shoulder. "Don't worry, old man, you're not fighting alone. In the age of pirates, pirates are certainly fierce. But the Navy is no longer the Navy of the past. The Navy, free from the invisible shackles of the world government, will unleash a power far more terrifying than what is on paper. After all, belief is the true source of strength for countless strong individuals." However, Tsuru silently calculated in her heart. According to Sengoku's seemingly mad idea, the Golden City discovered by young Hawk probably wouldn't last long. If the Navy wants to be independent, it must have its own sustainable ability to generate resources. What else can create revenue for the Navy? Click. Sengoku took out the transponder snail from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. The transponder snail on the other end was almost instantly connected. Supreme order from the Marshal. Notify all admirals and high-ranking officials at headquarters. Sengoku said to the transponder snail in an absolute commanding tone, issuing the order. Have them return to headquarters as quickly as possible. Yes. Chapitre 81, promotion, promotion. And more promotion. Navy headquarters. Akainu's office. Acting Marshal. Huh? Kizaru looked at the pile of documents in front of him, his tone filled with regret and resentment. How long are we going to deal with this? Sakazuki, oh, Sakazuki, I've put you, my old friend, on my mind. Upon receiving your urgent summons, I rushed back without even finishing my sunbathing. But you, as soon as I set foot in the office, you split the workload in half for me. You've really hurt an old friend's heart. Until Marshal Sengoku returns. Akainu didn't lift his head, quickly signing his name on the documents. Kizaru paused for a moment. Until Marshal Sengoku returns? That statement was quite subtle. What if Marshal Sengoku doesn't return? Wouldn't he have to stay here with Sakazuki, reviewing documents until the end of time? What a terrifying workload. Should he find some excuse to slack off? Bang! Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. A messenger rushed in, reporting, General Akainu, General Kizaru, there is a supreme order from Marshal Sengoku. Both generals are to remain on standby at headquarters and must not leave without permission. The Marshal is already on his way back at full speed. Akainu's hand, that was reviewing documents, paused for a moment. So fast. By the timeline, Marshal Sengoku's warship had barely arrived at Branch 3 before immediately returning. This was not logical. The messenger continued, additionally, Admiral Akiji, who is currently on a mission in the New World, has also received orders and is on his way back to headquarters. What? Akainu suddenly looked up, forcing back an admiral who is on a mission in the New World. This is no small matter. Also, Vice Admiral Garp, who is on a mission, has also been forcibly recalled. Chief Instructor Zephyr has stopped all training and is on standby at headquarters. An invisible thunderclap exploded simultaneously in Akainu and Kizaru's minds. The two looked at each other, seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. All three admirals are being gathered. Navy Hero Vice Admiral Garp, Navy Chief Instructor Zephyr, all high-ranking officials at headquarters, without exception, are being recalled. This is no simple meeting. This is the highest-level mobilization of the Navy's combat power. What is happening? Kizaru retracted his lazy expression. His eyes behind the lenses sparkled with sharp light. Get ready, Borsellino. No matter what happens, it must be related to that kid Hawk. Akainu slowly stood up. His mind raced, connecting all the clues. Marshal Sengoku went to Branch 3 for inspection. After arriving, he didn't stay long and immediately returned at full speed. Then he issued the Marshal's Supreme Order, summoning all high-ranking Navy officials for an emergency assembly. The only variable in this entire chain of events is that kid Hawk. Meanwhile, at Branch 3, in the branch chief's office, tap. Hawk's fingers lightly tapped on the table. In front of him lay a letter of appointment. The lower right corner of the paper bore the seal of Marshal Sengoku. The golden seagull, poised to take flight, exuded undeniable authority. This was the privilege Sengoku left for him before leaving. 1 quota for a brigadier general and 3 quotas for colonels in the headquarters. There was no need to go through the cumbersome review process at headquarters. Hawk, could directly appoint them, sign his name, and submit it for filing to take effect. This was the most direct way the Marshal granted him the power to establish his core team. Hawk's gaze slowly swept across the list of all officers in Branch 3. Who should get the Brigadier General quota? Among those eligible for promotion to Brigadier General are Dane, Smoker, and Tina. Hawk had no hesitation in his mind. Dane, although Smoker and Tina are good, they have been under his command for too short a time. Dane, however, has been with him since the 16th branch in the East Blue, and has always been his most loyal aide. More importantly, his character is steady, reserved, and never reckless. When he goes out to battle, he needs someone absolutely reliable to guard the rear. Dane is the perfect candidate for the Guardian. The choice for Brigadier General is set. Next are the 3 colonel positions. Hawk furrowed his brow slightly. Zoro and Sanji, although full of potential, had just been promoted from private to lieutenant and major, respectively. It would be inappropriate to promote them again in such a short time. However, Hawk smiled slightly. He could keep 1 colonel position open for them to compete for next time. That leaves 2 positions. Hawk's gaze fell on 2 names: Nightingale, lieutenant; Peacock, major. Nightingale reminded Hawk of the shy and introverted girl who handed him the thunder fruit. When Dane was absent, his adjutant was Nightingale, and she performed excellently. Moreover, she submitted a natural-type fruit. Regardless of who eventually consumes this fruit, her contribution is enough for promotion. This serves as both a reward and a statement. As long as one has merit, Ren Hawk, is never stingy with rewards. Then, for the last position, Peacock. Hawk's fingertip lightly traced over Peacock's name. This decision was mixed with more considerations. Admiral Crane, for the golden plan of the 3rd Division, risked her entire reputation, redirecting all unreasonable resources due to her personal interests. Although her intentions were for the Navy as a whole, he indeed benefited. He couldn't let her efforts go unnoticed. Promoting her granddaughter, Peacock, to colonel would be a silent response. He remembered the favors and human sentiments. So let it be. Hawk picked up the pen on the table, dipped the tip in ink, and solemnly wrote down the names on the appointment letter. Hereby appoint Lieutenant Dane, promoted to Brigadier General. Hereby appoint Lieutenant Nightingale, promoted to Colonel. Hereby appoint Major Peacock, promoted to Colonel. After finishing, he signed his name, Ren Hawk, at the end of the appointment letter. Then, he handed a copy of the appointment letter to the messenger, to be transmitted to headquarters with the highest encryption level for record keeping. The promotions would take effect immediately. After doing all this, Hawk took the original appointment letter and stood up, walking towards the training ground. Those who receive rewards cannot only be the commanders. Chapter 82, Loyalty. Boom, boom, boom. The training ground of the 3rd Division was in full swing. The air was thick with the mixed scent of sweat, steel, and gunpowder. Hawk's feat of defeating the natural-type user Enel with a single punch had already spread throughout the base like a hurricane. Their commander was surprisingly powerful to this extent. Awe, admiration, fervor. The soldiers who accompanied Hawk on the expedition puffed out their chests, enjoying the envious glances from their peers, bragging about their experiences on the journey. You should have seen it. Lieutenant Zoro and Major Sanji, those 2 monsters. They took care of the 4 priests who called themselves gods, like chopping vegetables. I saw it with my own eyes. Major Sanji set his leg on fire and kicked 1 priest down from the sky to the ground. Lieutenant Zoro was even more outrageous. 1 slash. Just 1 slash. The remaining 2 priests were directly cut in half. These words pierced into the hearts of the soldiers, left behind like burning iron stakes. This is how the army works. Respect goes to the strong. When the entire army reached a tacit consensus that the strength of the 2 monster recruits surpassed that of most veterans, everyone went crazy. Hey, do you know what Hawk thinks of Lieutenant Zoro and Major Sanji? A soldier doing pull-ups gritted his teeth and asked, "Very good and not bad. Then what about us? A complete mess? No, I feel like a roadside dog." A soldier shouted while lifting a heavy barbell, his face twisted in agony. Damn! The surrounding soldiers looked at him, speechless, but their eyes burned with fiercer fire. That's so reasonable. Let us go. Damn it. How long have they been in the Navy? Where do we veterans put our faces? Increase the intensity. Another 100 sets of push-ups. Run 200 more laps. The entire 3rd Division fell into a positive, almost frenzied cycle of competition. Clang! when Hawk's figure appeared at the edge of the training ground. The deafening noise seemed to be instantly choked by an invisible hand, coming to an abrupt stop. Thousands of gazes, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, gathered onto him. Hawk walked slowly to the central platform of the training ground. He did not speak, only calmly surveyed the faces below, each glistening with sweat, but fiery with determination. He simply stood still, not issuing any commands. Yet Dane, Smoker, Tina, and others in the crowd seemed to hear a silent command, almost simultaneously turning and stepping to the front of the ranks. Thud, thud, thud. The synchronized footsteps echoed like war drums in the silent training ground. The soldiers quickly assembled, transforming from a scattered training state into a series of solemn and orderly formations in a very short time. Zoro and Sanji also stopped their usual banter, hastily rushing to their positions on either side. In just a few minutes, the entire 3rd Division was gathered except for those on essential duty. The perfect formation resembled a forest forged from steel and flesh, exuding a suffocating, killing intent. Hawk quietly watched this scene, a satisfied smile on his lips. Very good. He had heard every word of the soldiers' private discussions on his way over. That unwillingness to fall behind, the desire to grow stronger, was exactly what he wanted to see. With competition, there's progress. With role models, there are goals. With vitality, there is momentum. And with blood, there is courage. This is the kind of soldier Ren Hawk wanted, a steel army. Good afternoon, everyone. Hawk spoke. His voice was not loud, but clearly reached every soldier's ears. Today, there are 2 things to announce. First, with special approval from the Marshal, I, Ren Hawk, have been promoted to Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The crowd fell silent for a second. Then, an uncontrollable wave of joy surged like magma from beneath the ground, boiling in every soldier's chest. They gritted their teeth, suppressing the cheers that were about to burst forth. The discipline of soldiers kept them in a silent formation. But the intense, rising chests, the reddening faces, and the slightly trembling bodies all proclaimed the tumult within their hearts. Hawk, he is now a Rear Admiral. So fast. From a major of the East Blue Branch to Brigadier General, and now to Rear Admiral. How long has it been? If the boss has been promoted, how far can we, his subordinates, be behind? Second, personnel promotion. Hawk's gaze passed over the crowd, precisely landing on Dane at the front of the ranks. Colonel Dane, loyal to his duties, is hereby promoted to Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. All eyes were filled with envy, admiration, and the sense of inevitability, directed at the man who stood like a rock at the front, Rear Admiral Dane. Although Rear Admiral Dane may not have shown such astonishing prowess as the 2 monster recruits, Lieutenant Zoro and Major Sanji, he had always been the most trusted and relied upon person by Hawk. From the 16th branch of East Blue onward, no matter how crazy Hawk's decisions were, Rear Admiral Dane was always the first and most steadfast executor. This loyalty and steadiness deserved a general rank. Brother, Dane suddenly raised his head, looking at Hawk on the platform, his eyes filled with disbelief. Rear Admiral? Am I already a Rear Admiral? When he joined the Navy, he never thought he would one day touch the threshold of the headquarters general rank. All he did was follow in his brother's footsteps, holding on to the original intention of revenge and protection. This heavy appointment felt like a flame, making his eyes uncontrollably hot. Lieutenant Yun Xiao of the headquarters, for submitting important items during the Sky Island mission, is hereby promoted to Colonel of the Navy headquarters. Colonel Kong K of the headquarters, with clear evidence in his actions, is hereby promoted to Colonel of the Navy headquarters. Hawk's voice rang out again. The crowd's attention shifted uniformly to the 2 female officers in the ranks. Most soldiers were well aware of Yun Xiao's promotion. What she submitted was a natural-type thunderfruit. What does this mean? Although the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters are all masters of physical skills and hockey, no one can deny the significant enhancement to their strength provided by a powerful natural-type fruit. Promotion to colonel is only natural. As for Kong K, although most soldiers were unclear about the specifics, so what? Hawk's decision is their will. What they must do is to support and execute unconditionally. On the high platform, Hawk took in everyone's reactions and nodded slightly. Clear rewards and punishments, both grace and power, are the way to command. He cleared his throat and announced the final rewards. All soldiers who participated in the Sky Island mission will receive a military merit record, with each being rewarded 5 million berries. All soldiers who participated in the Magic Valley Town mission will receive a military merit record, with each being rewarded 3 million berries. Those who meet the military merit standards should go to the logistics office to register and upgrade their ranks. Starting today, everyone will enjoy a 3-day vacation in rotation. And a week later, we will have new missions. After Hawk finished speaking, the training ground was filled with a warm atmosphere called happiness. Military merit, bonuses, vacations. Happiness came so suddenly and so fiercely. Where can one find a commander like Hawk? Bang! Dane at the front of the ranks suddenly straightened his body. With red eyes, he used all his strength to pound his right fist heavily against his left chest, making a dull sound. This sound seemed to be a signal. One soldier, 2 soldiers, hundreds and thousands of soldiers all imitated Dane, pounding their fists heavily against their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. The synchronized, earth-shattering sound converged into a torrent of steel. In the end, all the emotions accumulated in the chests of thousands of people turned into a single word, a roar that erupted from the depths of their souls, powerful enough to tear through the clouds. Loyalty. Little Yang knelt down, he asked back. Here are 5 chapters to make a small amends for the gentleman, and I shamelessly ask for gifts. By the way, has anyone seen the latest information? Blackbeard is Rock's son. Chapter 83. The High Command of the Navy Headquarters gathers. Navy Headquarters. Whoosh. A distinctive dog-headed warship slowly docked. A burly old man, as sturdy as a mountain, with a broad chest and bulging muscles, swaggered down from the deck. Old Carp. He had a hideous scar over his left eye, short grayish-white hair, and was munching on Sunbae loudly. What the hell is that guy Sengoku doing? Carp complained indistinctly while scratching the back of his head, not caring that Sunbae crumbs were falling from the corners of his mouth. He had been playing hide-and-seek with a few inexperienced rookie pirates in paradise, having a great time when suddenly a top-level order from the marshal landed right on his face, forcing him to return to headquarters. This is not like Sengoku style at all. Ever since he became the marshal, he has become all fussy and cautious, always talking about the overall situation and influences, acting like a bullied little wife. What the hell is going on today? Did he take the wrong medicine? However, this reckless, urgent style reminds him of when he was still a general. At this moment, Mr. Carp, a slightly lazy yet incredibly familiar voice came from beside him. Carp stopped chewing Sunbae and turned his head. A tall man was leaning against the wall of the dock. He had curly black hair and a relaxed expression. Kazan, didn't you go on a mission in the New World? Carp's eyes widened as he stuffed Sunbae into his mouth and directly asked, Did Sengoku, that old bastard, call you back too? Well, yes. Kazan straightened up slowly, hands in his pockets, and replied leisurely. Halfway through the mission, I was told it was an urgent order from the marshal, so I came back directly. His tone was still lazily the same. But Carp couldn't help but furrow his brow as he looked up and down at his top disciple. Something's off. Kazan seems to feel less lazy than before, although his stance still looked like he could lie down and sleep at any moment, and his speech still had that lazy tone. The confusion and despair that once emanated from his bones had faded a lot. Carp could clearly feel that the flame inside Kazan, which had once been frozen, seemed to be showing signs of reigniting. A sense of calm and determination, as if he had found direction again. What exactly happened in the headquarters while I was out on a mission? Kazan. Carp walked up to Kazan, leaning in closer to inspect him carefully. Did you encounter something good? You seem more spirited than before. Well, Mr. Carp, you're joking. Kazan scratched his head, saying he just met an interesting junior and learned a lesson from him, which made his mind a bit clearer. Carp's mind was instantly filled with question marks. A junior? What junior could teach you, a Navy admiral, a lesson? Just then, whoosh, accompanied by a loud, splashing sound. A top-spec giant ship of the Navy headquarters split the waves and slowly sailed into the harbor. Sengoku, what on earth? Carp was about to shout out a question, but when he saw the figures standing at the bow of the ship, he closed his mouth. At the bow, Sengoku stood with his hands behind his back, silently gazing ahead like an ancient Buddha. His face showed no expression. As an old friend who has been alongside him for decades, Carp was too familiar with this state. Something significant enough to overturn the entire Navy is happening. Besides Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru also stood silently, her gray hair blowing in the sea breeze. At the moment the warship was about to dock, a glint flashed in her deep-set eyes. The invisible observation hockey, like a fine net, instantly covered the entire dock area. The half-warehouse of gold in the ship's hold must be transferred quietly without alerting anyone. She needed to keep a close eye on it. Sengoku slightly turned his head to glance at Tsuru. Tsuru nodded lightly. "Leave it to me." Sengoku withdrew his gaze. And as the warship steadied, he took a big step down from the deck. He didn't look at Karp or Kuzan, striding straight towards the Navy headquarters building. Karp and Kazan exchanged glances and silently followed. Tsuru watched the three figures fade away, waved her hand, and secretly transported the items from the ship's hold to Warehouse Zero. Behind her, several trusted soldiers immediately sprang into action, quietly moving heavy, well-covered crates one by one. In the headquarters building, in the high-level conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Akainu sat upright, arms crossed over his chest, his angular face showing no emotion. The yellow monkey was sitting with one leg crossed over the other, looking utterly bored, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee. On the other side of the conference table sat an old man with short purple hair, his right hand replaced by a massive mechanical arm, wearing sunglasses and remaining silent. This was Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Navy, former Marine Admiral, and Black Arm Zephyr. Although he had been busy training new recruits lately, as the chief instructor of the Navy, he had connections with many of his former students throughout the Navy. He had heard about the recent undercurrents in the headquarters. A brigadier general named Ren Hawk, who had been promoted from the East Blue Branch to the head of the 3rd Division, was stirring up a storm within the headquarters. Zephyr's gaze subtly swept over Akainu's face. As a mentor to the 3 admirals, he understood the personalities of his students very well. He had read the report about Akainu's inspection in the East Blue. He didn't care much about the others. Akainu's nature determined that he would promote talent regardless of rank, but only if Hawk had immense value that even he would admire. However, what Zephyr truly cared about were the performances of the soldiers from the East Blue 16th branch mentioned in the report. In that report, Akainu described the discipline of the soldiers under Hawk in extremely concise terms. When facing the pressure of an admiral, the soldiers did not retreat. Instead, they held their ground in an orderly fashion. That level of discipline could not be achieved through harsh training alone. It required absolute discipline and belief. This was the goal that he, as a chief instructor, had pursued throughout his life, but had never perfectly realized. How did that kid Hawk manage to accomplish it? Bang! The door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Sengoku strode in, followed by Garp and Kazan. Everyone present stood up. Sengoku walked to the main seat and scanned the room. Everyone was present. He spoke in a deep voice. "I have gathered you all today to announce a high-level resolution concerning the future of the Navy." Chapter 84. The Navy, Bearing the Justice of the World. In the Navy headquarters, the atmosphere in the high-level conference room was tense. The attendees were the highest echelons of the Navy. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, Vice Admiral Garp, and the former Admiral, now Chief Instructor Black Arm Zephyr. Everyone was sitting upright. Even Garp, who usually was laid back and either dozing off or eating snacks during meetings, had a serious expression at this moment. Sengoku slowly stood up from the main seat. He didn't speak immediately, but took out a photograph from his pocket and gently placed it in the center of the conference table. His gaze crossed over everyone and landed on Garp and Zephyr. Among all the high-ranking officials present, they were the only ones who had not yet met the young man who would change the entire Navy. Sengoku took a deep breath and began to introduce Brigadier General Ren Hawk. 6 months ago, he was just a lieutenant colonel in a branch of the East Blue. Now, he is the brigadier general I personally appointed, the highest commander of the 3rd branch in the Grand Line. He paused, and a hint of unnoticeable excitement crept into his tone. He has the same determination for justice as Akainu, but he is not blinded by the word slaughter. He understands what it means to protect. In just a few days, he managed to unify the 3rd branch, demonstrating unprecedented leadership skills. He is the future of the Navy. 6 months? Garp's eyes widened suddenly. Only 6 months? From a branch lieutenant colonel to brigadier general? This rate of promotion. Zephyr, sitting opposite him, couldn't show his expression behind his sunglasses, but his fist under the mechanical arm unconsciously tightened. This promotion speed broke all precedents since the establishment of the Navy. It should be noted that even monsters like a Kainu had climbed to their current positions step by step, paving their way with countless achievements and blood. Ren Hawk, the future of the Navy. Huh? Interesting. That kid Hawk has already been promoted to brigadier general? Akainu tightened his arms around his chest, raising an eyebrow on his icy face. Faster than I expected, but he deserves it. Oh, Hawk-kun is really scary, Kizaru said, uncrossing his legs and sitting up straight, his lazy demeanor completely gone. His gaze fell on the photo, lost in thought. I wonder how the matter I entrusted to Hawk-kun is progressing. Sengoku surveyed the room, taking in everyone's reactions, and his tone suddenly became heavy. Everyone, it has been over 20 years since the Great Pirate Era began. This sea has not welcomed peace. Instead, it has become increasingly chaotic, with evil growing like weeds impossible to burn away or eradicate. The Navy bears the justice of the world. Our duty is to let the banner representing order and hope fly in this sea of evil. But have we done so? Sengoku chuckled self-deprecatingly, no. We have watched pirates burn and pillage, watched village after village turn into a sea of flames, yet we were powerless to turn the tide. We know full well that the Shichibukai system is just a deal with the devil, yet we can only let those legalized pirates continue to poison the seas. We bow to the world government for military funding time and again, going against our hearts, executing orders that run counter to the very essence of justice. Bang! Sengoku's fist slammed heavily on the solid conference table. The entire conference room trembled. I've had enough. Sengoku's voice grew louder, almost turning into a roar. I've had enough of this justice shackled by chains. I've had enough of this justice that sacrifices innocent civilians for the sake of so-called balance. I've had enough of this justice that is dependent on others, constantly being held back. Now, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with the light of hope. A turning point had appeared. A chance for the Navy to gain independence had emerged. I am prepared to let the Navy begin to break free from the control of the world government. What are your attitudes? Sengoku looked sincerely at everyone present. These were comrades who had fought alongside him for decades, the true backbone of the Navy. He hoped to gain everyone's support. The conference room fell into silence. Everyone present silently gazed at this fleet admiral, who was completely different from usual. Sengoku's words were unmistakably clear. This was a preparation to overturn the table and lead the entire Navy down a path of rebellion against the world government. Garp and Zephyr exchanged glances. Though they didn't know what had happened, the Sengoku who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, the one who dominated the world, had returned. Hey! Garp slowly leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. This gesture was his answer. He had always held a deep disdain for the celestial dragons, the scum of the world, and had even refused to be promoted to admiral multiple times to avoid becoming a watchdog for those worthless beings. Now, Sengoku had finally come to his senses and was ready to take the Navy solo. Let us do it. Zephyr also leaned back in his chair. As the former not-killing admiral, he had paid a painful price for his naive sense of justice. His family had been killed by pirates. His most valued students had been slaughtered by pirates. He was already completely disillusioned with the hypocritical justice of the world government. Has Sengoku gone mad? No. He has simply awakened. If this path can prevent another Zephyr from appearing in the Navy, then what is the harm in betting his life on it? Akainu and Akiji, two people with differing opinions, almost simultaneously exchanged a glance of tacit understanding. In that moment of eye contact, without words, enough information was conveyed. The change in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's mindset occurred after he went to Branch 3. It was clear without thinking. It must have been that kid, Hawk, who accomplished something significant at Branch 3. Good. A hint of satisfaction surged in Akainu's heart. This is how a Marine Admiral should be. What kind of justice is it to be subservient to that bunch of garbage in the world government for the sake of so-called balance? This path I, Sakazuki, will accompany to the end. Akiji smiled slightly. When all options are wrong, the one who poses the question is the wrong one. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has finally come to understand this. His frozen justice seems to need to be brought out into the sunlight. Kizura looked left and right, noticing that everyone expressed their support through silence. His eyes behind the lenses were spinning. Wow, that's scary. This sounds like a rebellion. It feels like having to work overtime. At this moment, if he proposed a raise, would he get beaten up? Creak. The door of the conference room was gently pushed open. Vice Admiral Tsuru walked in, carrying a heavy briefcase. She approached Sengoku and nodded slightly at him. Sengoku understood her meaning and personally reached out to take the briefcase. Click. He placed the briefcase in the center of the conference table, producing a crisp sound that attracted everyone's attention. Sengoku scanned the room, his voice steady and powerful. This is the turning point for the independence of the Navy. After saying this, he opened the briefcase in front of everyone. Buzz. A dazzling, almost blinding golden light burst forth from the briefcase, instantly turning the entire conference room into a sea of gold. Chapter 85, Kizuru. As a Marine Admiral, this is my unshirkable responsibility. Buzz. The box was opened. Everyone present had their pupils contract sharply the moment they saw the items inside the box. Inside the box were pieces of high-purity gold products, exuding an ancient aura. The dazzling, almost blinding golden light burst forth from the briefcase, instantly turning the entire conference room into a sea of gold. The highest combat powers of the Navy momentarily lost their focus. They exchanged glances, seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Gold is indeed hard currency, but just this one box? Even the highest purity gold is just a drop in the bucket for a massive war machine like the Navy. Was the Admiral making such a big fuss just for this? Click. Carp was the first to break the silence. He grabbed a piece of sunbae and crunched it loudly. Sengoku, what kind of joke is this? This one box of junk isn't even enough for my sunbae money for a month. Sengoku looked at everyone's expressions, which were mixed with disappointment and confusion, and a satisfied smile crept onto his face. This was the effect he wanted. He didn't answer directly, but turned his gaze to Tsuru beside him. They had already negotiated on the way back. Vice Admiral Tsuru understood and calmly spoke. Carp, don't be anxious. This is just a sample. There's half a warehouse of this gold in the Navy Headquarters Zero-Level Secret Warehouse. Half a warehouse? Zifa frowned. Half a warehouse sounds like a lot. But to support the Navy in breaking free from the world government and operating independently, it's still far from enough. That's right. Sengoku took over the conversation. He looked at everyone and said slowly, half a warehouse is just an appetizer. Above the Sky Island, there's an entire city made of gold. An entire golden city? The conference room fell silent. This news was like a heavy bomb that exploded in everyone's minds. Carp stopped chewing his sunbae, his eyes wide as saucers. Zifa's intact fist clenched unconsciously. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru, the three admirals, simultaneously showed expressions of shock for the first time. They finally understood. The confidence of Fleet Admiral Sengoku comes from this. Yes, Sengoku nodded heavily. All of this was discovered and reported to the Navy by Hawk. With this wealth that could buy several countries, the Navy finally has the true confidence to stand tall. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, with a golden city as a backing, the Navy has the capital to confront the world government. However, Vice Admiral Tsuru raised 3 fingers, bringing everyone back to reality from their excitement. Currently, we face 3 critical issues. Her voice was calm and clear, immediately focusing everyone's attention. First, sustainable revenue generation. Tsuru's gaze swept across the room. Although the gold on the Sky Island is abundant, it is ultimately a limited resource, and there will come a day when it runs out. The Navy needs to find a stable and self-sustaining source of income to achieve true long-term independence. Therefore, now is not the time to completely tear the face with the world government. We need time to secretly accumulate strength and find and establish the Navy's own economic source. Everyone present nodded solemnly. This will be a long and perilous secret war. Second, transportation and confidentiality. Tsuru continued. The Navy headquarters is too large a target with eyes everywhere. It's not an ideal place to store gold. Branch 3 will become our future treasury. However, how to secretly transport an entire golden city from 10,000 meters in the air to Branch 3 without alarming the world government, especially the organization, is a huge challenge. Let me handle it. Akiji, who had been silent, suddenly raised his hand. He leaned lazily against the back of his chair, but his eyes were exceptionally determined. I will personally go to the Sky Island and be responsible for the entire transportation process. Any flies that dare to pry will be permanently frozen deep in the sea. Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances and nodded in satisfaction. A revitalized Kazan is trustworthy. Good, Sengoku decisively said. Kazan, you will be fully responsible for this matter. Third, and most importantly, the defense forces of Branch 3. Tsuru's gaze turned to Akainu on the other side. Branch 3 will become the heart of the Navy. Its safety is paramount. I recommend withdrawing 5 absolutely reliable vice admirals from headquarters to lead a fleet to permanently assist in the defense of Branch 3. Sengoku's eyes sharpened, adding, these 5 vice admirals must all be from the Hawkish faction. Sakazuki, what do you think? Akainu instantly understood the intentions of the Admiral and Vice Admiral Tsuru. The Hawkish vice admirals under his command are the ones who hate evil the most and are the most ruthless in their methods. Sending them to assist in the defense of Branch 3 has only one goal: to completely seal off information with the most ruthless means and turn Branch 3 into an absolute no-go zone. I have no objections. Akainu nodded solemnly. Yo, Kizaru, who had been indifferent, raised a question at this moment. In that case, if we withdraw 1 admiral and 5 elite vice admirals at once, won't the defense forces of headquarters and the deterrence of the New World become too weak? As soon as his words fell, Sengoku, Tsuru, Karp, Zifa, Akainu, and Akiji all turned their eyes to Kizaru in unison. The look in their eyes was unmistakable. Akiji will be responsible for the transportation of the gold. Akainu is already the one burdened with the most military affairs among the 3 admirals. You, one of the 3 major generals of the headquarters, the guy who is best at slacking off, shouldn't you be working overtime? The smile on Kizaru's face froze. He reluctantly closed his mouth, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Oh no, he has stirred up trouble. Borsellino, Sengoku called you out directly. From now on, put down all your military duties and stay at headquarters. You will be responsible for all defense dispatches at headquarters, as well as emergency support missions for the Grand Line and New World. Kizaru's mouth opened in a shape, wanting to make excuses. Sengoku threw out an irresistible condition. Double salary. The words "this workload is really too terrifying" got stuck in Kizaru's throat. Every successful support would come with an extra bonus. As the number of supports increased, the bonuses would double. Kizaru suddenly sat up straight. Marshal Sengoku, you know me. As a general of the Navy headquarters, it is my unshirkable responsibility to relieve the Navy's burdens and share the pressure with the Marshal. Chapter 86. Akainu, you haven't seen any world government personnel near Branch 3. After unifying thoughts and front lines, all problems were quickly discussed and resolved. The final decision was soon made. Akainu volunteered to go to the New World, taking over all defense matters of Branch 5, stationed there as the highest combat power of the Navy to deter the 4 emperors. Akiji would be fully responsible for the secret transportation and security of the gold. Kizaru would stay at headquarters, ready to provide support across all seas at light speed. Chief Instructor Zephyr will be transferred to Branch 3 immediately, working with Rear Admiral Hawk to secretly train the new generation of core Navy forces. Vice Admiral Garp would serve as the most free pawn, ready to handle any emergencies. Once everything was determined, the massive war machine of the Navy began to operate silently with unprecedented efficiency. That night, at the Navy headquarters in a sealed conference room, Akainu gathered all the core vice admirals of the Hawkish faction. Ghost Spider, Doberman. Each of these names represented the sharpest fangs of the Navy, their hands stained with pirate blood. At this moment, these battle-hardened soldiers were silent, feeling the almost incendiary heat radiating from the main seat. Akainu remained silent, sitting there quietly, his crossed arms like a block of red-hot steel. I will go to the New World and be stationed at Branch 5. He finally spoke, his voice deep, and the Navy would welcome a revolutionary change. The vice admirals exchanged glances. One of the 3 highest combat powers of the Navy is actually going to be stationed at the most chaotic front line of the New World. The significance behind this is too great. Doberman, Ghost Spider. Akainu's gaze, sharp as a knife, swept across everyone present. You five from now on. Lead the headquarters direct fleet to Branch 3. This time, it is not assistance, it is garrisoning. He stood up and walked to the massive nautical chart on the wall, pressing his finger heavily on the point on the first half of the Grand Line. Branch 3 will become the heart of the Navy's future. I demand that you use the strictest and most thorough means to blockade that place. Except for Navy ships permitted by the highest authorities, no one, no ship, is allowed to approach the waters near Branch 3. He emphasized his tone, and that unparalleled domineering aura made the Vice Admiral's present feel a sense of suffocation. After a brief silence, Doberman stood up and asked in a deep voice, "What if there are world government personnel or members of an organization wanting to enter Branch 3? This was an extremely sharp and realistic question. After all, the Navy is, in name, a violent institution under the world government. The temperature in the conference room rose a few degrees again. All eyes were focused on Akainu. Akainu slowly turned around. He did not answer directly, but pulled out a cigar from his pocket and lit it. The crimson flame illuminated his chiseled face, contrasting light and dark, like a demon from hell. He took a deep puff, exhaling thick smoke, and his voice carried a hint of cold mockery. Have you seen any world government personnel near Branch 3? In an instant, the entire conference room fell silent. All the vice admirals present had their pupils shrink sharply. They were all smart people who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How could they not understand the meaning behind this sentence? They have not seen anyone, because anyone attempting to approach will be erased. With no bones left, it will naturally be as if they never existed. We understand. All the vice admirals stood up in unison, straightened their chests, and saluted. Their eyes no longer held doubt, only a kind of ignited madness. Very good, Akainu instructed. There is one more thing. The highest commander of Branch 3 is Ren Hawk. That kid, although he is only a rear admiral now, is recognized by Marshal Sengoku and us as the future of the Navy. You all go and cooperate with him. Yes, under the same night sky. At the secret dock of the Navy headquarters, 5 massive warships, as large as mountains, silently slid into the dark sea. They did not raise the Navy flag, and there were no numbers on their hulls. Well, Akiji stood at the bow of the foremost warship, his observation hockey fully activated. He monitored all movements around him. The sea breeze blew through Akiji's curly black hair, making his justice coat flutter. His expression no longer held the slightest laziness. His eyes, usually half open, were now sharp as eternal ice, reflecting the unfathomable night. The 5 giant ships silently sailed away from the port, merging into the vast night, heading at full speed toward the Sky Island. In the marshal's office, brightly lit, Sengoku sat behind his desk, dealing with the mountain of military affairs. He needed to handle these complicated matters as quickly as possible. Then, he would go to Mariewa. There was an account that he needed to settle himself. Don Quixote da Flamingo. He had planted spies in the Navy and was caught red-handed by his own people. This is no small matter. Since when could pirates plant spies within the Navy? Sengoku snorted lightly. This time, he went to the Holy Land with 2 demands. Either the world government provides a huge sum of money sufficient to calm the entire Navy's anger, or immediately revoke Doflamingo's Shichibukai status, allowing the Navy to personally eliminate this scum. In the past, he might have considered the so-called balance and the expressions of those 5 old guys. But now, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Sengoku's mouth. Money is the confidence. This time, he wanted to vent properly. He was eager to see what kind of wonderful expressions those 5 old men would have when he slapped the conditions in front of them. Time passed quickly, and it was already 3 days later. Branch 3. Bang, bang, bang. On the playground, thousands of soldiers were bare-chested, their bronze skin glistening with sweat in the sunlight. They gritted their teeth as they underwent training far beyond their limits, their roars echoing like beasts. Another 50 kilograms, 100 one-arm push-ups, endless chores for Lieutenant Sanji. Have you heard? Lieutenant Zoro and Lieutenant Sanji are fighting again in the back mountain, making more noise than an earthquake. Damn it, those 2 monsters. Wah! Just then, a sharp and piercing alarm sounded abruptly, cutting through the chaos of the base. All personnel, assemble. Dane's voice, like thunder, instantly reverberated throughout the training ground. Almost simultaneously, thousands of soldiers, each fighting their own battles, dashed orderly towards their respective formations. In just a few seconds, a grim military array composed of steel and flesh was assembled. Silence, a deadly atmosphere. On the high platform, Hawk's gaze pierced through the crowd, looking towards the distant horizon. Their 5 enormous black dots were rapidly enlarging. They were 5 colossal warships, as massive as mountains, cleaving through the waves like 5 moving iron fortresses. Heading straight for the 3rd Division, the 5 elite generals from headquarters had arrived. Chapter 87. Kazan, brace yourselves, we're taking off. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed at the dock of the 3rd Division. Hawk led all the officers and soldiers of the 3rd Division to welcome the 5 elite generals from headquarters. The 5 massive warships slowly docked, casting shadows that enveloped the entire dock. The Navy warships, Ghost Spider and Doberman, were led by 5 famously fierce generals from the latter half of the Grand Line, each accompanied by their elite troops, stepping down from the vessels. Salute! Hawk's expression sharpened as he raised his hand in a standard naval salute. The thousands of soldiers behind him seemed like an extension of Hawk, moving in perfect unison. The sound of arms rising together was like the unsheathing of blades. The overwhelming aura of killing intent momentarily halted the steps of the 5 generals, who had just set foot on the dock, along with the battle-hardened elites behind them. The 5 generals instinctively returned the salute. Their gazes turned toward the steel military formation behind Hawk. Doberman's pupils slightly constricted. The soldiers were still glistening with sweat from their recent training. Yet, their stances were as straight and unyielding as red-hot iron rods, not budging an inch. More importantly, it was their spirit. It was not the dull gaze of an ordinary elite navy, nor the fatigue of seasoned warriors. Instead, it was an intense focus, a thirst for blood, and a fervor for battle. A tumultuous wave surged within Doberman's heart. What a joke. These are the soldiers of the Paradise Division? This unit could head straight to the New World and not be at a disadvantage against the elites of the 4 emperors. No wonder Admiral Akainu specifically reminded them before departing. But what kind of commander could train such an army? The 5 generals' gazes converged on the young man at the forefront of the military formation. Ren Hawk. On their way here, they had discussed this name several times. A super monster who rocketed from a division colonel to a headquarters rear admiral. A future of a navy favored by Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the 3 admirals. A bloodhawk who dared to directly bombard and destroy Magic Valley Town upon taking office. But seeing him in person, the impact was 100 times stronger than the written intelligence. Young. Too young. Moreover, Hawk simply stood there calmly. Yet he exuded a subtle pressure felt even by these elite generals from headquarters. The 5 exchanged glances discreetly, each seeing the same shock and understanding in the other's eyes. Rear Admiral Hawk's strength was definitely not as simple as that of a headquarters rear admiral. He was a naval commander with terrifying personal strength and an equally terrifying ability to command. 5 admirals, welcome to the 3rd Division. Hawk lowered his arm and revealed a gentle smile. The thousands of soldiers behind him seemed to receive a silent command, lowering their arms in unison. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, without a hint of noise. The terrifying aura of killing intent dissipated instantly, and the heavy atmosphere at the dock lightened. You've worked hard all the way here. Hawk stepped forward, fully aware that although they were nominally here for joint defense, these 5 hawkish admirals and their fleets had effectively been permanently incorporated into the 3rd Division. As the highest officer here, he naturally needed to give them a good tour to help them familiarize themselves with their new home. Not at all, just part of the job. Doberman replied in a deep voice, managing to force a grim smile onto his usually rock-like face. The others, including Ghost Spider, also wore stiff, awkward expressions, clearly unaccustomed to such occasions. Come, let me show you around. Hawk stepped aside, gesturing for them to follow, his demeanor calm and unhurried. The admirals nodded and waved to their subordinates. The elite troops they brought immediately sprang into action, beginning to coordinate with the soldiers of the 3rd Division. Boxes of supplies brought from headquarters were unloaded from the ships, all necessary materials for the upcoming expansion of the 3rd Division. The 5 admirals stepped forward, following Hawk's lead as they began to tour this steel fortress that was about to become the true heart of the Navy. Meanwhile, in the waters near Magic Valley Town in the Grand Line, a bone-chilling cold rapidly spread across the sea, freezing a pirate ship flying the skull flag into an ice sculpture. Surrounding it were 5 giant warships without any numbers, forming a battle formation that completely sealed off the area. Any ships attempting to approach would be discovered immediately. Kazan stood at the bow of one of the giant warships, slowly exhaling a puff of white breath towards the icy sea. They had been here for a day, waiting for the sky current to head to Sky Island. He scratched his curly black hair. Is this the 3rd one already? Behind him, a naval colonel respectfully replied, Yes, Admiral Akiji. Ever since the news of Major Hawk completely erasing Magic Valley Town from the map spread, this area has been buzzing with activity. Really? Everyone is eager to send themselves to death. Kazan smiled at this. With every pirate crew they wiped out, the pressure on Brother Hawk decreased by 1. At that moment, the observer's voice came from the lookout tower. Admiral Akiji, the temperature and flow of the sea are undergoing drastic changes. Kazan's half-closed eyes suddenly widened as a sharp gaze turned towards the distant sea. Here it comes. Boom! The calm sea suddenly began to churn violently, without warning. A massive whirlpool appearing out of thin air, madly devouring the surrounding waters. Following that, with a deafening roar, a gigantic water column over 100 meters in diameter erupted from the seabed, shooting straight into the sky. Is this the sky current? The naval elites on the warships watched this apocalyptic scene, their faces filled with shock and horror. Everyone hold on tight. Kazan, hands in pockets, took a step forward, lightly placing his right foot on the railing at the bow of the warship. Crack, 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 crack. An extreme chill erupted from beneath Kazan's feet, forming a fan-shaped explosion. The cold air spread out from the 5 giant warships, instantly freezing a massive ice layer dozens of meters thick and comparable in area to a small island beneath them. This gigantic floating ice held the 5 steel behemoths firmly above the sea. We're off. The moment Kazan's words fell, a towering water column crashed into the ice continent he had created. Boom! The terrifying impact instantly lifted the entire ice continent along with the 5 warships. The azure sea was receding at an incredible speed, transforming into a shrinking blue disk. They were flying toward the sky. Kazan stood firmly at the bow of the warship at the forefront. The violent airflow caused the Justice cloak behind him to flutter loudly. His curly black hair danced wildly in the wind, obscuring half of his face, but couldn't hide the determination in his eyes at that moment. He gazed up at the ocean of clouds above. Sky Island, I am coming. No, the future of the Navy, I am coming. Chapter 88. Hawk, Zoro, and Sanji? Strength and potential, not too shabby. Branch 3 Cafeteria. Inside a private room reserved for high-ranking officials, the air was filled with rich aromas. A huge round dining table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. Golden, crispy Sky Island tempura, made from huge sea king bones, creamy white soup, and a battle broth cooked by Sanji using special techniques that quickly restored energy. Each dish shimmered enticingly, challenging the taste buds of everyone present. On one side of the table were Vice Admirals Doberman, Ghost Spider, and 3 other elite officers transferred from headquarters. They sat upright, even at the dining table, emanating an indelible aura of the battlefield. On the other side was Hawk and his core team. Hawk occupied the main seat, flanked by his aide Dane and Kiku. Next to them were Smoker, Tina, and Peacock. Zoro and Sanji, those 2 guys, sat at the end, still engaging in fierce eye contact, even in this setting. Clink! Hawk raised his wine glass, filled with a special brew from Sky Island. On behalf of Branch 3, I toast to you all. His voice was calm and powerful, with no excessive pleasantries. Here, the rules are simple. Kill the fiercest pirates, drink the strongest liquor, and eat the tastiest food. To the justice of the Navy, cheers. The 5 vice admirals exchanged glances, seeing complex emotions in each other's eyes. Before the meal, Rear Admiral Hawk had taken them on a tour of the entire Branch 3. They walked and observed, their inner shock crashing like a tsunami. First, the port. 3 giant warships, like 3 steel mountains, were docked in a dedicated dock. The menacing gun barrels on the hull gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Beside them were 5 large warships and 10 medium warships. On the deck, Navy soldiers were methodically conducting routine maintenance. What the hell? Is this the fleet configuration of a branch? With the 5 giant warships brought this time, the regular fleet of Branch 3 was almost equivalent to 2 demon-slaying orders. Next, they arrived at the training ground. Hey, loyalty. Thousands of soldiers were engaged in weight training, their roars resembling beasts. In one corner, Zoro and Sanji, those 2 monsters, were sparring. The shock waves from their slashes and kicks making the surrounding soldiers struggle to keep their footing. The most shocking thing for Ghost Spider and the others was the gaze of those soldiers. It was a fervor infused with iron will and absolute, unquestionable loyalty to their leader. They were not just completing tasks, they were following their faith. Finally, they entered the operations command room. A massive nautical chart covered an entire wall, with red lines marking all the main routes and pirate strongholds in the first half of the Grand Line's paradise. These were not defensive patrol routes, they were offensive strike routes. One pirate crew after another was circled in red ink, with estimated troop strengths and bounties noted beside them. Magic Valley Town had been completely crossed out with a huge black cross. The next target, pointed to by an arrow, was the Alabasta Kingdom. The name indicated by the arrow made the 5 vice admirals' breaths catch. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, Rear Admiral Hawk. What ambition you have? A branch in paradise is planning to purge the entire paradise. At that moment, they understood. No wonder Admiral Akainu values this young man so much, seeing him as the future successor of the Hawkish faction. No wonder Admiral Sengoku would go so far as to break the rules to elevate him to a high position. Such a merciless, iron-blooded approach towards pirates, such a commanding ability to manage the branch like an iron barrel, and that audacity to swallow the entire paradise. They also understood why so many well-connected figures gathered here. The daughter of Admiral Akainu, Kiku, the granddaughter of Admiral Crane, Peacock, the close friend of Admiral Akiji, Smoker, and Tina, who is somewhat famous in headquarters. All these future elites of the Navy were gathered under one person's command. This itself was a silent declaration from the highest echelons of the Navy. Ren Hawk was the flag bearer chosen by all of them to lead the Navy into a new era. The 5 of them were transferred here under the guise of mutual defense. In reality, they were to become the most steadfast guardians of this flag. Understanding all this, the last doubts in the minds of the headquarters vice admirals vanished. Their gazes towards Hawk changed completely. It was no longer an assessment of a junior, but respect for a true leader. Rear Admiral Hawk. Doberman suddenly stood up, his usually stern face showing obvious emotional fluctuations for the first time. He raised his glass and solemnly said, "The strength and determination displayed by Branch 3 under your leadership have caught our attention." He took a deep breath, his voice booming like a bell. "From today on, we 5, along with our fleets, will fully obey your commands. To the future of the Navy, cheers." Ghost Spider and the other 4 vice admirals also stood up in unison, raising their glasses high, their eyes burning with the same flame. To the future of the Navy. Cheers! Clink! The crisp sound of glasses clinking echoed, the wine sloshing. This was the oath of the hawkish vice admirals. From now on, Branch 3 would have only one voice, one will. Soon, after 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere in the private room became completely lively. The vice admirals fully let down their guards, and Hawk was also happy to draw closer to them. It was time to introduce his core team to the vice admirals. Hawk murmured to himself. Kiku and Peacock, one the daughter of an admiral, the other the granddaughter of a chief of staff. Their backgrounds were well known to the vice admirals, no need to elaborate. Smoker and Tina, both from headquarters, were also students of Admiral Zifa, needing no further introduction. Hawk's gaze fell on Dane beside him. He smiled at Doberman and the others. "Gentlemen, let me introduce. This is Dane, a brigadier general from headquarters, and my most trusted aide. In the future, if I go out to sea, all matters of Branch 3 will be under his full responsibility." Dane immediately stood up, bowing deeply to the 5 vice admirals. "Gentlemen, I hope for your guidance in the future. Rear Admiral Hawk's subordinates are indeed no weaklings. Doberman looked at the unassuming young man before him and nodded seriously. Brigadier General Dane is being modest. We are all part of the Navy and should support each other. Ghost Spider and the other vice admirals also nodded in agreement, their words full of recognition. A subordinate whom Hawk trusts so much and entrusts with the highest command of the base undoubtedly has strength and loyalty beyond question. After introducing Dane, Hawk's gaze crossed over the crowd and landed in the corner. He waved his hand, and Zoro and Sanji immediately got up and walked over. This is Lieutenant Roronoa Zoro from headquarters. And this is Chef Sanji, Major from Branch 3. Hawk pointed to the two, speaking to the 5 vice admirals with a hint of a smile. These 2 troublemakers, while their strength and potential are not too shabby. Rear Admiral Hawk. These 2's strength and potential are far beyond just passable. The Ghost Spider let out a low, rumbling laugh. His 6 long black hair strands swaying slightly behind his head like arms. The vice admirals were all professionals, seasoned leaders in the new world with sharp eyes. In the afternoon training ground, they had already noticed these 2 particularly eye-catching young men. Lieutenant Zoro's slashes were already displaying a hint of brilliance. Major Sanji's kicks were sharp and ruthless. The Ghost Spider held up his wine glass, his eyes filled with appreciation. Under Major Hawk, there were hidden talents. Indeed, Dope Man nodded in agreement, a hint of emotion on his face, reminding him of the young generals from his past, all unreasonable monsters. Teacher Zephyr was delayed in gathering new recruits. Otherwise, he would surely be ecstatic to see these 2 rough diamonds. Just as everyone was laughing and chatting, Zoro's gaze slowly swept over the 5 vice admirals. Each of them exuded a faint sword intent, like unsheathed blades, sharp and revealing. Brother Hawk didn't lie to himself. Most of the vice admirals in the Navy headquarters were swordsmanship experts. Zoro's gaze finally settled on the Ghost Spider. The sword intent emanating from this vice admiral was the strongest among the 5. Zoro shifted his gaze away from the Ghost Spider and turned to Hawk. Brother. Hawk subtly nodded. With the approval, Zoro took a deep breath, slightly bowing to the Ghost Spider. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, I can feel the strong sword intent from you. I would like to spar with you. The noise in the private room instantly quieted down. Oh, thanks to the gentleman's gift, there will be another update later. Chapter 89. Zephyr, come Blood Hawk Kid, let me see for myself. Brother Hawk. The Ghost Spider looked at Hawk with a questioning glance. Brother Ghost Spider, I need you to do me a favor. Hawk raised his wine glass and smiled at the Ghost Spider. My division lacks a true swordsmanship master to guide us. He knew in his heart. With Zoro's rapid improvement in strength, Dane had gone from easily suppressing him to being evenly matched, and now it was difficult to gain an advantage in swordsmanship. Additionally, as his adjutant, Dane was busy with military affairs and didn't have enough time to practice with Zoro, the training fanatic, every day. Nowadays, Zoro's sparring partner had mostly changed to Sanji, who was also a monster. However, Sanji's fighting style was based on physical techniques, specializing in kicks. Over time, this didn't greatly benefit Zoro's swordsmanship improvement. But the Ghost Spider and the elite vice admirals from the headquarters were entirely different. Their swordsmanship, though perhaps lacking the peak realm of Mihawk, was honed through countless trials, existing for the most efficient killing. Coupled with their superb six styles and armament hockey, this was the true Navy swordsmanship, the most practical killing technique on the battlefield. Letting Zoro experience this distinctly different sword path would be tremendously beneficial for his future growth. Good. The Ghost Spider's fighting spirit sword. Since you said so, Brother Hawk's face must be given. Moreover, he was very interested in Zoro, this young and immensely promising swordsman. A good show was about to unfold. The other vice admirals also became interested and put down their wine glasses. That is how soldiers are. Strength is always the most direct and effective way to earn respect. The group acted swiftly, leaving the noisy cafeteria and marching toward the training ground. In the evening at Division 3, the sea breeze carried a hint of coolness. On the training ground, several massive searchlights illuminated the area as bright as day, casting long shadows of everyone present. Just as they stood firm, the atmosphere began to grow serious. Woof! Once again, the sound of a warship's horn echoed from the direction of the port. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously toward the dock. They saw a huge black warship slowly entering the harbor. On the bow stood a tall, robust old man. He wore a justice coat, with short purple hair standing upright, his face lined with the marks of time, and his expression serious. The most eye-catching feature was his enormous mechanical right arm, the Crusher. The former admiral, now the chief instructor of the Navy, Black Arm Zephyr, had arrived. It was Teacher Zephyr. The Ghost Spider, Dope Man, and the other vice admirals straightened their expressions, instinctively standing up straight. Why did Teacher Zephyr arrive so early? Smoker stopped, lighting a cigar. The teacher is here. Tina lost her composure. Tina, looking serious, adjusted her collar. They all came from under Zephyr. This chief instructor held a father-like status in their hearts. There was no rush for the sparring. Hawk calmly halted the impending duel and stepped forward. Let us go greet the chief instructor. The group turned and walked toward the dock. Zephyr stood at the bow, looking at the brightly lit Division 3. His eyes behind sunglasses flickering with a scrutinizing light. The warship had not fully docked yet, but the soldiers stationed at the dock had already reacted. There was no sign of panic or meaningless noise. A leading lieutenant made swift and precise hand signals. A team of soldiers immediately stepped forward, skillfully setting up a security line. Another team ran to relay the information, the entire process orderly and disciplined, like a finely tuned machine. Zephyr nodded slightly. Good. Although it was just the most basic port security, judging from these soldiers' response speed and their calm demeanor, the quality of this troop far exceeded that of ordinary divisions. He recalled the old buddy Sengoku, who had excitedly praised Hawk in the headquarters meeting room, gesturing wildly and spitting everywhere. He also remembered that cold magma kid Sakazuki, when mentioning Hawk, had a rare tone of recognition. Although he had agreed to Sengoku's request to send Division 3 to assist in training, Zephyr had yet to truly acknowledge this so-called future of the Navy. He had seen too many geniuses shrouded in glory, elevated to a pedestal. He had also seen too many geniuses fall like shooting stars. A true leader requires more than just unparalleled strength and talent. More importantly, it is the charisma that makes subordinates willingly follow. Whoosh! Zephyr suddenly flung his justice cloak behind him. His student instinctively caught the cloak. Teacher, Ein! Zephyr ignored his student's exclamation and leaped down from the bow of the ship. Boom! With a loud crash, he landed on the dock. Go Spider, all of you are not allowed to make a move. Zephyr bellowed, his voice like thunder, shocking everyone's eardrums. The Ghost Spider and the others, who were about to step forward, abruptly halted in place. The next moment, Zephyr's sharp eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, locked on a Hawk at the front of the crowd. He forcefully pushed his right leg back, his body slightly sinking. Crack, crack, crack. The Crusher emitted a metallic grinding sound. Every muscle in Zephyr's body tensed, like a volcano ready to erupt. He did not use any fancy techniques. He simply infused pure physical strength to the extreme into his body. Boom! The air was instantly shattered, creating a deafening sonic boom. A visible white shockwave formed in front of his fist, like a devastating shockwave, charging straight toward the Division 3 base. Come, Bloodhawk Kid. Zephyr maintained his punching posture, his voice penetrating the roar, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Let me see for myself. What exactly are your abilities? You can make that old guy from the Warring States gamble on the future of the Navy, and make that magma kid sing your praises nonstop. Boom. Chapter 90. Zephyr. I have a bit of the style I had back in the day. Boom. Zephyr's punch wind, like a siege cannon, compressed all the air along its path and detonated. That wave of white energy, formed by power, shot straight towards Hawk and the entire base of the 3rd Division behind him. Tap! Facing Zephyr's probing strike, Hawk stepped forward. His body sank slightly as he assumed a standard boxing stance. In the next moment, a pitch-black hue surged from his right arm like a tide, quickly covering his entire fist. The concentration and purity of his haki made the 5 rear admirals present feel a pang of unease. Boom punch! Hawk thrust out his fist. Whir! A solidified black fist attack tore through the air like a pitch-black cannonball, crashing towards Zephyr's white energy wave. Bang! The black and white forces collided violently at the center of the dock. Hawk's black fist attack pierced through Zephyr's white energy wave like a hot iron in a butter, splitting it in two, ultimately annihilating both in midair. The dissipating shockwave transformed into a fierce wind, sweeping in all directions and causing everyone's justice coats to flutter. The entire venue fell into silence. Good. After a brief silence, Zephyr's booming voice, filled with unmasked surprise, echoed throughout the dock. Before his words could finish, his figure had already disappeared from a spot. Boom! The ground beneath Zephyr suddenly exploded into a deep pit, and he appeared before Hawk like a cannonball shot from a barrel. That ferocious mechanical arm came crashing down with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Good. Hawk's fighting spirit soared. Instead of retreating, he charged towards Zephyr. Clang, 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 clang. Fists and mechanical arms, flesh and steel, engaged in a most primal and violent clash on the dock. Each impact emitted a harsh metallic clang, creating visible circles of black lightning and white energy waves. The ground beneath them cracked, sank, and shattered like a cookie being hammered repeatedly. Their fighting speed was so fast that most of the Navy soldiers present could only see two blurred figures constantly intertwining, hearing only the thunderous roar akin to a dense thunderstorm. In the distance, the 5 rear admirals watched the battle scene with grave expressions, their hearts stirred by a mighty wave. Zephyr-sensei isn't holding back, is he? Ghost Spider stared intently at the center of the battlefield, asking in a low voice. Under normal circumstances, he isn't holding back. Doberman shook his head, his voice dry, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. You and I both know the teacher's fighting habits. The teacher is getting older. Although his strength and explosive power are still top-notch, his stamina can no longer support prolonged high-intensity battles. He paused, his gaze locked onto the two colliding figures. Therefore, every time the teacher strikes, it will unleash the strongest power without damaging his physical foundation, seeking a quick resolution. Another rear admiral couldn't help but ask, Doberman, what level of strength is the teacher currently exhibiting? Doberman was silent for a moment, seemingly searching for the most accurate term. Below admiral, above vice admiral. He said slowly, the strength the teacher is currently demonstrating is the power of an admiral candidate relying purely on martial arts and hockey. Hiss. Several vice admirals gasped in unison. They instinctively redirected their gaze to the young man who was fiercely clashing with Zephyr. If Teacher Zephyr is an admiral candidate, then what kind of monster is Vice Admiral Hawk, who can stand toe-to-toe with the teacher, landing punches without falling behind? Command ability is a monster. Training methods are monster. Now even personal strength is a monster. Doberman's tone carried a dreamlike shock. Given Vice Admiral Hawk's rapid growth rate, Doberman didn't finish, but everyone understood. The strength Hawk was displaying at that moment had already firmly surpassed these battle-hardened elite vice admirals. His next promotion would not be far off. Soon, the youngest vice admiral will be born. Further still, the youngest admiral. A thought crystal clear emerged in everyone's mind. Ren Hawk is not the future of the Navy. He is the undeniable present Navy. Clang! The fierce clash had lasted for almost half a day, and once again, they collided. Hawk and Zephyr were both blasted away by the immense recoil, each carving deep furrows into the ground. Ha ha ha! Blood Eagle Kid, your martial arts are quite good. You have a bit of my style from back in the day. Zephyr panted slightly, but his eyes beneath the sunglasses burned with enthusiasm. He looked at the equally spirited young man across from him, his face almost overflowing with appreciation. As the chief instructor of the Navy, he has seen countless people in his life. The ones he dislikes the most are those who aim too high and blindly pursue the abilities of devil fruits. Refining martial arts and hockey to the extreme is the only true path to the peak. In a recent clash, he had already grasped the fundamentals of Hawk's martial arts quite well. The Magma Kid's report was not exaggerated in the slightest. In fact, it was somewhat conservative. The Blood Eagle Kid has a resilient and enduring physique. His armed hockey is pure and refined. His boxing style is bold and powerful. If it weren't for the fact that his old bones can no longer withstand prolonged battles, he would really want to fight this kid wholeheartedly for an entire day. Huh. Hawk grinned, retracting his boxing stance. This battle was worth it. Not long ago, he had raised his physique, martial arts, Kinbunchaku, and Busashoku all to the level of a rear admiral. He needed a hearty battle to integrate them. Chief Instructor Zephyr, this living fossil of the Navy's martial arts world, is undoubtedly the best sharpening stone. After this exchange of punches, the four abilities had perfectly merged into his bodily instincts. Moreover, the people he was waiting for had arrived. The next departure could also be scheduled. Chief Instructor Zephyr. Hawk walked up to Zephyr. Shall I show you around? Blood Eagle Kid, don't come with that. Zephyr waved his hand. I'll be stationed here. Do I need you to introduce me? He pointed with his intact left hand at the soldiers in the distance, who were disciplined and maintained formation even while watching the battle. Let's go. Let's talk about how you trained this Iron Army. I'm more interested in this than where the bathroom of the 3rd Division is. Chapter 91. The New Navy Cultivation System. Late at night, the sea breeze carried a salty chill, blowing through the 3rd Division. The base had long sunk into silence, with only the footsteps of patrolling soldiers echoing in the empty corridors. The division chief's office was still brightly lit. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed. Lark held a large tray on her head, on which was a late-night snack meticulously prepared by Sanji. Koby. Hawk's voice came from inside, slightly hoarse after discussion. Lark pushed the door open, and the sight before her made her pause slightly. In the spacious office, Hawk and Zephyr were huddled over a massive desk, covered with various documents, charts, and drafts. The two seemed to have been talking all night. Thud. Lark carefully placed the late-night snack on the tea table beside them. She saw the materials on the desk, each title stranger than the last. Draft for Military Reform of the 3rd Division. Soldier Enlistment Psychological Assessment Model Version 12. Merit Quantification Promotion System based on data analysis. The Naval Team Triad Collaborative Combat Manual. Next to the manual, there's a thicker plan, the Compensation and Welfare Guarantee Plan for soldiers of the 3rd Division, which details the holidays and bonuses that soldiers of different ranks, positions, and achievements can enjoy. Yun Xiao's gaze was eventually attracted by the document in Zephyr's hand. He looked extremely focused, and that intact hand even trembled slightly. On the cover of the document, a line of prominent large characters read, Integrated Logistics Support Plan for Naval Families. Zephyr's fingers caressed the cold paper as if it bore an immense weight. He turned a page, and the content inside pierced the softest and most painful part of his heart like a sharp needle. Fallen soldiers' immediate family members, parents, spouses, children, will enjoy the highest level of compensation from the Navy for life, paid monthly until the relatives pass away. The merits of fallen soldiers can be converted into specific points, which their families can use to prioritize moving into Navy family-exclusive safe communities. Severely injured soldiers, if unable to continue serving, can be transferred to the Navy's logistics department, enjoying the same level of salary treatment to ensure their livelihoods are worry-free. One by one, each clause, each plan was clear, cold, yet carried an irresistible warmth. Zephyr thought of his wife, thought of his son. Hawk, has this set of things already been implemented in the 3rd Division? Zephyr suddenly raised his head and looked at Hawk. Only someone who has personally experienced that heart-wrenching pain would understand what such a complete and extreme guarantee means for a soldier who dedicates their life to justice. It is not just about money. It is about dignity, about recognition. It is the confidence that allows a man to smile even when he has shed his last drop of blood on the battlefield. Yes. Hawk met Zephyr's gaze and answered firmly. I believe that a soldier without worries can give their heart on the battlefield. We must let them and their families understand that they sacrifice blood for the Navy. The Navy is their strongest support behind them. Boom! In Zephyr's mind, it was as if thunder had erupted. Loyalty, training, faith, honor, logistics. At this moment, all scattered concepts were perfectly connected by Hawk with his complete, systematic, and logically rigorous military theory. He dissected every link of an army from recruitment to retirement, from the soldier themselves to the entire family behind them, in exquisite detail. The training concepts that Zephyr had built over decades, which he took pride in, were shattered and on the verge of collapse at this moment. He finally understood why the warring states called Hawk the future of the Navy. He finally understood why Sakazuki regarded him as the only successor of the hawkish faction. The things this young man has in his head are 1,000 times more terrifying than his monstrous strength. No wonder. Zephyr muttered to himself, his voice low. No wonder you could train such an army. Kid, hurry, he urged anxiously. Tell me more about that post-war psychological trauma intervention system. Hurry, brother, teacher. First have something to eat. Yun Xiao pushed the steaming late-night snack in front of the two and quietly reminded them. Only then did Hawk and Zephyr come back to their senses, devouring their food while continuing this discussion that would change the future of the entire Navy. Watching Zephyr, who was completely engrossed and writing furiously, a complex wave surged in Hawk's heart. He recalled the tragic ending of this old man who had dedicated his life to the Navy in the original work. His family was brutally killed by vengeful pirates. His students were slaughtered by future Shichibukai, and his right arm was severely injured. Finally, after being thoroughly disappointed in the Navy, he resolutely defected, declaring war on all pirates in the world with his own strength. In the end, he was killed by a former student. How tragic is Zephyr's life? How ironic. However, Hawk looked out the window, secretly thinking, Old Zephyr, since you have come to the 3rd Division, the internal currents of the Navy are also beginning to surge. The distorted system of the Shichibukai will soon be completely shattered. Your tragic ending will not be repeated. Who? Hawk slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and raised his head. Unknowingly, the night outside the window had faded, and a hint of dawn appeared at the horizon. The sky was bright. Now, the 3rd Division has 5 elite vice admirals from the headquarters responsible for defense, solid as a fortress. With General Zephyr in charge of new recruit training, the blood supply is endless. Dane will manage the entire base in an orderly manner according to the ideas he left behind. His rear is already as stable as Mount Tai. Then, a cold and deep flame ignited in Hawk's eyes. I should continue on my journey. Many old gentlemen think that trivial matters should be resolved quickly so they can fight comfortably. Old readers know that when this book was first opened, the overall concept was aimed at 1,000,000 words. Now, many side plots have been cut, and important plots have been delivered directly. However, Xiaoyang thought for a moment. Ultimately, the updates are still too few. Therefore, today there will also be 3 updates. In July and August, 2 updates are guaranteed, with a regular 3 updates. Send some small gifts, give some good reviews, and thank you. Chapter 92, Alabasta. 3rd Division. Dock. Boom. 3 giant warships and 5 large warships were steadily warming up their engines. The sound waves rolled over the surface of the sea, like war drums coming from the depths of hell. That sound seemed to announce that the pirates of paradise were about to meet their end. Hawk stood at the bow of the flagship, calmly scanning the dense crowd on the dock below. Snap! He raised his right hand and saluted the crowd below with a standard naval salute that was impeccable. On the dock, Zephyr stood at the forefront. Behind him, the elite vice admirals from the headquarters, including Ghost Spider and Doberman, stood solemnly and straight. Snap! Looking at the young figure at the bow, Zephyr hesitated not at all and, along with the vice admirals behind him, returned the salute in unison. This was the highest respect the old era of the Navy could pay to the rising new era. Further back, Dane led the remaining officers and soldiers of the 3rd Division, forming a neatly aligned iron square. Every face was filled with zeal and reverence, a look that was almost one of faith. Brother, bon voyage. Dane's voice was loud as a bell. He suddenly raised his right fist and struck it hard against his left chest over his heart. Thud! That muffled sound was like a signal. Loyalty. Hawk slowly turned around, turning his back to that fervent ocean, setting sail. This time, the voyage, in addition to patrolling the entire paradise and suppressing all emerging pirates, has 2 important goals. The first is to fulfill the promise made to Kazan to bring the devil child Nico Robin, who has been wanted by the world government for over a decade, back to the Navy. The current situation is completely different from when he was at the headquarters. Hawk leaned against the ship's railing, letting the sea breeze blow against his face. At that time, the Navy still had to consider the reactions of the world government, and actions had to be taken with caution. But now, the undercurrents of change are surging within the Navy. It is inevitable that this huge war machine of the Navy will turn. Breaking with the world government is just a matter of time. She's just a woman wanted by the world government. If the current Navy admiral wants to protect her, then she can be protected. As for going to Alabasta to eliminate Crocodile, isn't that a piece of cake? In Hawk's mind, the face of Crocodile, the cigar-smoking, arrogant sand crocodile, flashed by. Crocodile, also known as Sand Crocodile, is one of the warlords of the sea, a treacherous usurper. To obtain the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluton, Crocodile did not hesitate to incite a civil war in a country, using lies and artificially created droughts to make millions of innocent people kill each other in despair and hatred. This kind of evil that toys with countless lives is the perfect fodder for his slaughtering justice. Of course, besides Crocodile, there is another warlord of the sea in the paradise. Gecko Moria. Moria and Bartholomew Kuma are also his second targets. A ultimate recluse hiding in the Devil's Triangle, who uses the power of the shadow fruit to create a zombie army. He is lazy, arrogant, and immersed in the shadow of his past defeat by Kaido, unwilling to step into the new world again. Thus, Moria extends his claws to those innocent people who accidentally enter his territory, stealing their shadows and turning them into walking corpses. This crime of playing with souls and trampling on dignity is equally unforgivable. 2 warlords of the sea should bring me a lot of justice points, Hawk murmured to himself, his gaze growing colder. He looked forward to the pleasant number that would pop up on the system panel when he stepped on the heads of these 2 guys. It was time to ring the first death knell for this so-called warlord of the sea system. Honk honk! The Iron Fleet simultaneously sounded their horns as the anchors were slowly lifted. With a whoosh, the fleet split the waves, turned their bows, and headed at full speed towards Alabasta. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Alabasta, in the port city of Oilseed Flour, the scorching sun baked the land, and the air was filled with a dry, dusty atmosphere. A tall young girl with orange hair jumped down from a merchant ship. She wore a practical outfit for movement, with a slightly oversized navy uniform jacket on top, and there was an unmistakable hint of fatigue in her bright eyes. This was Nami, who had traveled all the way from the East Blue. Nami let out a long breath, feeling the solid ground beneath her feet. Half of the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. The hardships of this journey were known only to her. The unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, storms, tsunamis, and gigantic sea kings had almost led her to shipwreck and death multiple times. Now, she had finally arrived in Alabasta safely, according to the permanent pointer's indication. It was not far from the 3rd branch. Just as Nami was preparing to find a place to drink some water, she frowned tightly as soon as she took a breath. Something was wrong. As a top navigator, she immediately sensed an extremely subtle anomaly in the air. It was not simply the heat and dryness. It was a kind of dead, desolate dryness. The humidity in the air was ridiculously low, completely inconsistent with the climate logic of a coastal port city. The wind was also weak and powerless, as if all vitality had been drained from it. Nami instinctively looked up at the sky. A few thin clouds drifted weakly, like a puddle dried by the sun, showing no signs of forming rain clouds. Her professional instincts immediately raised alarms. This was not a natural phenomenon. Nami walked into the town, observing all the way. The pedestrians on the streets looked emaciated, with cracked lips and their eyes filled with anxiety and despair. She perked up her ears to listen to the surrounding chatter. Another day of this damned weather. When will it end? It's been 3 years, and not a drop of rain has fallen. I heard that only in the capital Alyabarna, where the king is, will it rain. That king's army must be using some kind of sorcery. Damn king. He doesn't care about our lives at all. Alyabarna? Only the capital will have rain? Nami's eyes sharpened instantly. This phenomenon of rain only falling in specific places while surrounding areas suffer from widespread drought, she had read about before. It was a forbidden substance strictly prohibited by the world government. Dancing powder. It was a catalyst that could absorb moisture from the air and forcefully create rain. Its principle was to concentrate the humidity of vast surrounding areas into one point, causing localized rainfall while exacerbating drought elsewhere. Nami glanced down at the oversized navy uniform she was wearing. She took a deep breath, the fatigue in her eyes swept away, replaced by sharpness and determination. Then let's investigate the situation. The generated Nami thought, if the gentlemen like it, Little Yon will make more. Nami, generating Navy version. Chapter 93, Nami and Robin. Oilseed Flour. Port Tavern. Nami gulped down the last sip of water in her cup. She thumped the empty wooden cup on the table, sighing. A cup of water costs 5,000 berries. Nami complained softly. What is the difference from robbery? Although she was filled with resentment. She knew that this was the reality of Alabasta. In this land that has been dry for 3 years, water is gold. It is life. Nami walked out of the tavern, the scorching air hitting her face. On the street, the pedestrians were ragged, emaciated, their eyes filled with despair etched by the prolonged drought. Even when they saw Nami in her navy uniform, they merely glanced at her indifferently before looking away. The hero of Alabasta is Mr. Crocodile. With Mr. Crocodile around, we don't need the navy. The indifferent words of passers-by drifted into her ears. Nami paid no attention to this. Her focus was drawn to a group of people not far away. The group was dressed in uniform attire, each strong and robust, forming a stark contrast to the emaciated locals. Their eyes carried an arrogant confidence, as if they were the true masters of this land. This group of people is a big problem. Nami made a judgment in her heart and quietly followed them. She trailed the group through several alleys, eventually arriving at an inconspicuous warehouse. The area around the warehouse was heavily guarded. Nami keenly observed her surroundings, sneaking around to the back of the warehouse, using the climbing skills she honed during her time as a pirate thief. Silently, she climbed onto the roof and slipped in through a broken skylight. Upon entering the warehouse, a pungent chemical smell rushed into her nostrils. The warehouse was filled with huge wooden crates, dancing powder, in massive quantities. In a corner of the warehouse, there was a simple office. Nami tiptoed in like a ghost, quickly searching. Soon, she spotted a locked drawer, pulling a thin wire from her boot. She deftly pried open the simple lock. Inside, there was a thick document wrapped in a craft paper bag. Pulling out the document, Nami quickly skimmed through it. The Baroque works follow the highest order of zero to use dancing powder, frame the king's army, and incite rebellion. Lead the pirates to oilseed flour to pave the way for the appearance of Mr. President's hero. This is ironclad evidence that could completely expose the entire usurpation conspiracy. Nami's heart raced as she tightly stuffed the document into her bosom. Just as she was about to retrace her steps, the office door suddenly swung open. Who? A member of Baroque Works who had just entered caught sight of her. Oh no! Nami's heart tightened. With no time to think, she unhesitatingly crashed through the window. Leaping from the second floor, bang! She landed steadily and immediately sprinted towards the street. There's a thief. The piercing alarm instantly rang throughout the entire warehouse. Catch her! Hurry! A billionaire in charge of the area burst into the office, his face instantly paling when he discovered that the locked drawer had been pried open and the most important documents were missing. Catch that woman. Don't let her escape. The billionaire roared hoarsely as he grabbed the phone bug and reported to his superiors in a trembling voice. Quick, everyone, chase after her. Countless members of the Baroque Works rushed out from various corners, crazily pursuing Nami. A deadly chase unfolded violently on the streets, lined with rapeseed flowers. Meanwhile, not far away on the desert highway, a massive transport turtle ambled leisurely toward the direction of the rapeseed flowers. Inside the cabin being pulled by the transport turtle, the air was cool. A woman dressed in dark denim attire elegantly held a cup of red tea. Her fair skin and long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, topped with a wide-brimmed cowboy hat. The shadow cast by the brim obscured most of her face, revealing only her gracefully contoured chin and a hint of a smile. She was Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works. Suddenly, the phone bug she carried let out an urgent beeping sound. Brr 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 brr. She set down her teacup and answered the phone bug nonchalantly. On the other end, the sharp voice of Commander 3 came through. Something big has happened. Important documents have been stolen in the rapeseed flowers. Sky Island. A massive upward ocean current surged like a furious water dragon connecting heaven and sea. At the head of the water dragon was a huge ice block, upon which 5 massive warships stood firm. Boom! The ice block broke through the clouds. Reaching the White Sea, on the flagship, Admiral Akiji looked around, feeling the peaceful atmosphere of Sky Island. Is this Sky Island? Not bad. It's the kind of atmosphere I like. In the clouds, members of the Sky Island Self-Defense Force on patrol spotted the uninvited guests. There's a ship. A huge ship. Don't panic. The captain forced himself to stay calm, his eyes fixed on the steel giant on the ice continent. Just as he was about to issue a warning, he saw the man at the bow wearing a coat of justice. It's the Navy, just like Lord Hawk. He shouted to the nearby members, "Quick, report to Lord Gonfer and the chief." Soon, Gonfer, wearing a helmet, sped over from the direction of the temple. Meanwhile, the chief of the Sandia people rode in on a giant windshell, arriving through the air. The two highest leaders of Sky Island hovered in front of the Navy fleet with solemn expressions. "I am Gonfor, the former god of Sky Island and the current guardian. I am unaware of why the Navy has come with a fleet. No need to be nervous." Akiji strolled over to the ship's side. "I'm Admiral Akiji of the Navy, here on a mission to play the role of a mover." "A mover?" Gonfor and the Sandia chief exchanged glances, instantly recalling something. "Did Lord Hawk send you?" The chief asked solemnly, mentioning that Lord Hawk had indeed said someone would come to transport the gold before he left. "That's right. That kid Hawk," Akiji scratched his curly hair, "always likes to have his seniors do the hard work. So it's Lord Hawk's order. Please." Confirming they were allies, Gonfer and the Sandia chief completely lowered their guard, their faces breaking into warm smiles. "All right." Akiji nodded and waved to the Navy soldiers behind him. "Let's get to work." "Yes." The Navy soldiers immediately sprang into action, orderly beginning to disembark, preparing to head to Sandora to transport the gold. Akiji watched Gonfer and the chief of the Sandia people with great interest. "Mind chatting for a bit?" He pointed to the tea set on the warship. "I'm very curious about what my junior, who taught me a valuable lesson, has been up to in the sky." Chapter 94. The rapeseed flowers are now under Navy control. Sky Island. Sandora, the legendary city of gold. At this moment, it was no longer quiet, but had transformed into the busiest construction site for the Navy. Thousands of Navy soldiers, like hardworking ants, lined up neatly, transporting heavy blocks of gold out of the city and loading them onto the massive warships docked above the clouds. On the warship, Akiji was having tea with the two guardians of Sky Island. "So that is how it is?" Akiji raised his teacup and took a sip. That kid Hawk quietly took out a Logia user and liberated this island that had been under tyranny for 6 years. MHM. Gonfer and the chief of the Sandia people nodded in unison, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Akiji. Through their conversation, they had learned that this seemingly laid-back man was one of the most powerful figures in the organization Lord Hawk belonged to. It was no wonder that such a massive amount of gold required someone of his caliber to escort it personally. Akiji stood up, gazing at the gradually emptying city of gold. Despite his still lazy demeanor, ever since he left headquarters, his observation haki had spread like a web, covering dozens of nautical miles without pause. For the shaky justice of the Navy, for the future reignited by Hawk, all of this was worth it. Just then, a Navy colonel hurried over and saluted solemnly. "Admiral Akiji, all 5 massive warships are fully loaded with gold." "Fully loaded?" Akiji nodded. "Very good." Under the scorching sun, his eyes were even hotter than the sunlight. "This is just the first batch of gold. As time goes by, the Navy's confidence will only grow stronger. Justice is one step closer to freedom. Prepare to set sail. We need to safely transport this heavy future to Branch 3. Yes, in the alleys of the rapeseed flowers." Boom! Nami smashed a stolen iron pipe hard against the back of a pursuing soldier's neck. "Ugh!" The soldier groaned, rolling his eyes back before collapsing. She didn't look back as she used her toes to push off the wall, darting into another narrow alley like a nimble cat. But. Behind her, chaotic footsteps and shouts erupted. The alleys of the rapeseed flowers were intricate, with the scorching sunlight sliced into strips by the earthen walls on either side, casting shadows of varying depths. Nami quickly maneuvered through the shadows, using the terrain to gain distance from her pursuers with every turn and leap. Finally, she ducked into a dead end piled high with clay pots. "Huh." Nami leaned against the cold wall, her chest heaving heavily, sweat trickling down her forehead. She murmured to herself, "Finally shaken off those flies for now." But indeed, Alabasta has serious problems. After covertly investigating, she had basically grasped the situation. Everything happening in this country was being manipulated by a hidden hand, the secret crime organization, Baroque Works, and its mysterious leader, Zero. In the open, The protector of the Alabasta Kingdom was the notorious pirate recognized by the world government, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. How could a warlord tolerate a criminal organization running rampant in his territory? Unless a glimmer of realization flashed in Nami's eyes. These two, Zero and Crocodile, were the same person. Understanding this, all the clues connected. The drought, the rebellion, the public discontent in this country were all part of a meticulously planned conspiracy. Crocodile was plotting against the country. The nearby Navy branch has been relocated due to Crocodile's identity as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I must hurry to Branch 3. Nami instinctively pressed her hand against her chest, where she hid the key evidence she had obtained. Just then, an elegant and cold female voice echoed behind Nami. "You can't leave, Navy sister." Nami turned around sharply. There stood a tall, fair-skinned woman with black hair, blocking the only exit at the alley's entrance. "Discovered. Who are you?" Nami asked sharply, gripping the iron pipe in her hand and adopting a defensive stance. "Just a passerby," Robin replied with a smile, stepping closer. "But I'm very interested in what you've hidden." Before she finished speaking, dozens of pale arms sprouted from the wall and the ground behind Robin, seemingly out of nowhere. These arms bloomed like eerie flowers, reaching out to grab Nami. "This is a devil fruit." Nami's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, she swung the iron pipe to smash at those arms. But there were too many arms, surging from all directions, cutting off all her escape routes. Crack! An arm accurately seized her ankle, and soon after, more arms wrapped around her limbs, pinning her firmly in place. "Let me go." Nami struggled desperately, but the strength of those arms was astonishing, like steel shackles. "It's useless. Hand over the documents." "No way." Nami gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with stubbornness and defiance. "Then I'll take it myself." Robin extended her hand, and several new arms grew from Nami's back, reaching directly for her chest. Just as Robin's fingers were about to touch the soft skin, a deep rumble echoed throughout the canola flower port. "Huh?" Robin paused her movements, raising her head in confusion. "What is that noise? Is it a giant battleship?" In the alley, struggling Nami and the desperate civilians in the street all stopped and looked toward the direction of the sound. "What is that sound?" Boom! The rumbling grew louder and closer. From a low hum, it transformed into a deafening roar. The waters of the port began to churn violently, and the sky seemed to darken. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the sea level. A massive steel fleet broke through the waves, sailing into the harbor. 3 gigantic battleships, resembling moving mountains, led the way, followed by 5 large warships. With black hulls and menacing gun barrels, they formed a steel forest that blocked the sunlight, casting a huge shadow over the entire port. Each battleship flew a large flag. The seagull flag, symbolizing justice, fluttered in the wind, cold and deadly. The canola flower is now under Navy control. Chapter 95, Hawk. The Paradise Cleanup Plan officially begins. The canola flower is now under Navy control. Hawk's voice echoed throughout the canola flower. As his words fell, thud, thud, thud. On the fleet's deck, several massive steel ramps were suddenly lowered, crashing heavily onto the dock. The next moment, a white torrent poured down from the battleships. Thousands of fierce Navy soldiers rushed down the ramps and stepped onto Alabastus land. They made no extra noise, only the sound of metal boots colliding with the ground, gathering into a suffocating rhythm of steel. Swish! The soldiers quickly formed grim formations on the dock. Clop! Hawk, accompanied by Zoro, Sanji, Smoker, Tina, and others, slowly walked down the battleship. He calmly surveyed the drought-ridden land and spoke. "The Paradise Cleanup Plan officially begins." He paused, turning his head to look at the generals behind him. "Eliminate all non-civilian armed personnel." Leave no survivors. Yes. All the generals' expressions hardened, and killing intent surged. "Move out." Swish. The generals, who had long planned their respective combat areas, moved without hesitation, leading their soldiers into the streets of the canola flower. Among the surging crowd, 2 distinct teams stood out. One was Sanji's team, consisting of nearly 100 men. The Navy soldiers in this unit carried no handheld weapons. However, their military boots had been specially modified weighing several times more than standard military boots. These specially made boots not only assisted them in training kicks, but could also be used as heavy weapons against enemies. The other was Zoro's team, which had only a few dozen members, but each one was armed with blades, including Daz's bones. Each person's hand instinctively rested on the blade's hilt, their eyes sharp as knives, ready to draw blood at any moment. Hawk stood still, satisfied as he watched this scene. This was the first large-scale, coordinated operation since the integration of Branch 3. The Baroque Works was a great training target. With Zoro and Sanji, two sharp blades under his command, their strength had already surpassed that of the original timeline. In addition, there were reliable Navy generals like Smoker, Tina, and Peacock, along with thousands of elite soldiers he had nurtured with iron blood and glory. He would personally deal with the president of Baroque Works, Crocodile, while also bringing back Nico Robin. As for the rest of the enemies, such as the chief commanders, executing commanders, billionaires, and millionaires, he wouldn't lift a finger. His soldiers killing these criminals would also provide justice points, so why should he use his conqueror's haki to clear the field? The young soldiers were eager to grow stronger and achieve merit. He needed to give them that opportunity. Hawk's gaze fell on the two figures rushing at the front. Lieutenant Zoro, I order you to stand at ease and then head to the right combat area. Not bad. Major, I trust your ghost. Zoro and Sanji shouted at each other while rushing toward different streets at a faster pace. Interesting. Hawk watched this scene with great interest. One wanted to use this large-scale drill to catch up to the lieutenant rank, while the other aimed to widen the gap in general rank. This was exactly what he wanted to see. The Alabastans and the Canola Flower were shocked. The Canola Flower is taken over by the Navy, but this is the territory of the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. However, judging by the momentum, the Navy is serious about this. Could it be that the Navy is going to war with the Seven Warlords? Hearing the resounding announcement, Robin's expression changed dramatically. Within the Navy, couldn't he know that Alabasta was under the influence of Cypher Pole? The landing Navy fleet was not only unreasonably large, but also claimed to take over the Canola Flower. This situation is far from simple. Robin's mind raced, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. The situation had completely spiraled out of control. She must contact Cypher Pole immediately. The Navy is here. Just as Robin's mind was shaken, the suppressed Nami's eyes burst with brilliance. She didn't know which Navy was coming, but she knew this was a golden opportunity. Taking advantage of Robin's distraction, Nami suddenly twisted her body and broke free from the grip of the arms. She stood up, ready to escape. Trying to leave? Robin snapped back to attention, her gaze icy, as more arms wrapped around her from all directions. Clang! The two engaged in a struggle in the narrow alley. Meanwhile, a cold slaughter unfolded in the Canola Flower. Those spies mingling among the civilians, with eyes distinctly different from ordinary people, shone brightly in the eyes of the Navy soldiers, making them impossible to hide. For the soldiers, these spies were not human. They were opportunities to prove themselves to Major Hawk. They were rich rewards. They were real military achievements. Kill. Report. Confirm that the captured target is a non-civilian armed personnel. According to Major General Hawk's orders, execute on the spot. Yes. No warning. No persuasion. A gunshot rang out, and the Baroque Works agent fell. Soon, blood stained the dry streets of the Canola Flowers. On the other side, Zoro, leading dozens of swordsmen under his command, cut brutally into the depths of the town like a sharp razor. Zoro shook the blood off his sword, paused, looked up, and then glanced around, scratching his head. Strange, where are my men? Forget it. A faint sound of fighting came from a nearby alley, immediately capturing his attention. It seems there's a fight over there. He brandished his sword and strode towards the direction of the sound. Inside the alley. Crack! Nami's iron pipe was grabbed by an arm, and more arms immediately wrapped around her, locking her tightly again. It's over, Navy's sister. Just then, a man's voice, slightly confused, sounded at the alley entrance. Robin and Nami turned around sharply. They saw a green-haired man in a Navy uniform standing at the alley entrance, looking at them with curiosity. Hey, do you need directions? Chapter 96. Nico Robin? No, the great achievement in motion. Robin and Nami simultaneously noticed the Navy uniform on Zoro. Oh no! Robin's heart sank sharply. She didn't expect the Navy's support to arrive so quickly. She had already lost the best opportunity to retreat. Now, she must inform Zero about the large-scale landing of the Navy on the canola flowers. Robin's eyes instantly became resolute, slightly loosening the arm that was wrapped around Nami, while her other hand reached into her bosom. There, hid an emergency transponder snail that only she and the president possessed. This is the last resort. The moment Robin pressed the transponder snail, Nami broke free from her restraints. I am saved. She instinctively pulled out her Navy identification from her chest and shouted loudly. Navy 3rd Division, Private Nami, requesting support. Zoro's gaze swept over Nami. Private of the 3rd Division? Does the 3rd Division have new recruits? But soon, his attention was firmly captured by Robin. He looked at Robin's face, feeling like he had seen her somewhere before. Not only does he have a good sense of direction, but his intuition and memory are also quite good. Brother Hawk had specifically emphasized during the operational meeting while leading the fleet to Alabasta. This is the first large-scale coordinated operation of the 3rd Division, with the goal of uprooting the entire Baroque works. But while sweeping away these small fries, there is one person that needs special attention. Zoro's mind flashed with the image of Hawk pulling out a bounty notice from his pocket, saying that it was a special target personally assigned by Admiral Akiji. The photo on the bounty notice was of a cold-faced little girl. But now the outline of the woman in front of him, that high-nosed bridge, those deep eyes, clearly resembled the grown-up version of the girl in the photo. The son of a devil, Nico Robin? Zoro tentatively probed. Robin's body suddenly stiffened. A strong sense of crisis made her instinctively take a step back. I've been exposed. Sure enough, my sense of direction is that sharp. Seeing Robin's reaction, Zoro grinned widely, feeling ecstatic inside. That curly-browed bastard chef. He only got promoted to major because he was lucky enough to take out 2 priests on Sky Island first. But now it's different. I've caught the special target personally assigned by the Navy Admiral. The great achievement in motion. How could Brother Hawk not give me military merit and rewards? This time, I don't want any rewards. I just want a promotion, surpassing the curly brow. When the time comes, let us see how he flaunts in front of me. Just thinking of Sanji's frustrated face made Zoro feel completely relaxed. Hey, you over there with the orange hair. Zoro waved at Nami, signaling her to come behind him. Orange hair? Nami looked at Zoro's Navy captain uniform, swallowed her anger, and quickly hid behind Zoro. Clang, the sword Wado Ikamanji was drawn half an inch, and a surge of sword intent instantly locked onto Robin. Robin's pupils suddenly contracted. Such a strong swordsman. Just a hint of sword intent made her feel as if she were being held against countless sharp blades. She had no doubt that if she made any sudden move, she would be sliced into pieces the next second. Robin's gaze fell on the inconspicuous emergency transponder snail at her feet. The alarm has already been sent out. Zero, Crocodile, will he come to save me? Or will he treat me like those so-called companions from the past, viewing me as a pawn that can be discarded at any time? Forget it. A self-deprecating smile curved Robin's lips. Whether it's life or death, whether to stay or escape, that's a matter for later. Right now, resisting is foolish. I surrender. Robin slowly raised her hands, her voice calm. At least you know your place. Zoro nodded in satisfaction, sheathing Wado Ikamanji again. Let's go. I'll take you to find Brother Hawk. Brother Hawk? Nami couldn't help but ask upon hearing that familiar title. The Brother Hawk you mentioned, is he Major General Hawk? The head of the 3rd Division? Major General? Zoro halted his steps, turned back to glance at Nami, his tone filled with unabashed pride. That's old news. Brother Ren Hawk, he is already a Major General now. Boom! Thunder echoed in Nami's head. Major General? She widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. How long has it been since I left the 16th Division in the East Blue to arrive in Alabasta? In such a short time, Major General Hawk. Has he been promoted again? Meanwhile, Robin, who had remained calm, felt a jolt in her heart upon hearing the name Ren Hawk. The leader of a navy launching the thunderous cleansing in the canola flowers is actually him. The incident of the 3rd Division's bombardment destroying the Demon Valley town had long spread in the underworld. As the intelligence officer of Baroque Works, she had certainly investigated this rising Bloodhawk, a man who rose from the weakest East Blue, killing pirates all the way to the Navy headquarters. A hawkish news star who believes in the justice of slaughter, with ruthless methods and no mercy. No wonder he dares to ignore the agreement of the 7 warlords and directly take action against Alabasta. Robin's eyes instantly became extremely complicated. She has fallen into the hands of this man. I don't know. After a brief shock, Nami continued to ask, how is the food in the 3rd Division? Are the military salaries distributed on time? What is the training method? How did Major General Hawk get promoted? Zoro's forehead was twitching with veins. While enduring the deafening noise, he struggled to discern his direction. No, this street seems to have just passed. Zoro stopped, scratched his green short hair, and stared at the nearby alley, lost in thought. Hey, why aren't you moving? Nami caught up, looking puzzled. Shut up, orange head. Zoro suddenly turned around and yelled fiercely, it's all your fault for making noise beside me, messing up my sense of direction. Sense of direction? Nami was taken aback at first, then looked at him with a stupid expression. She raised her hand and pointed to the alley. We passed here 5 minutes ago. The direction is that way. She pointed towards the route they came from. 10 minutes ago, we passed by here too, and the direction is still that way. This isn't just a sense of direction being messed up. You're just going around in circles. Boom! Zoro's face instantly turned pig liver colored. You're talking nonsense. Huh? Nami was completely ignited, and she punched Zoro's head with a loud thud. I'm talking nonsense. Do you think I can't tell? You're such a directionally challenged person. And don't call me orange head. This is called vibrant mandarin-colored hair. Do you understand? Green algae head? Furious, Nami grabbed Zoro by the collar and roared. Tell me, where's Major Hawk? The doc. Huh? Nami let go of him, straightened her clothes, then grabbed Zoro's ear and dragged him away. Follow me. Robin, who was following behind, watched this comical scene. A slight ripple appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, the battle at the canola flower was coming to an end. The agents of Baroque Works were as fragile as paper in front of the killing machine of the 3rd branch. There was no need for Hawk's latest orders. Smoker, Tina, and Peacock, after clearing their respective areas, simply took out their maps to confirm and led their troops towards the next already determined target, to eliminate the entire Baroque Works. This was their ultimate goal for this mission. At the dock, Hawk was preparing to take the Skylark to the Crocodile's main camp in the rain. Just then, a girl with orange hair angrily yanked on a green algae-haired Navy's ear and strode over. Behind them was a black-haired woman with an elegant demeanor and a calm expression. The corner of Hawk's mouth slightly curled up. What's going on here? Chapter 97 Hawk. Nami, I grant you the authority to use necessary violent means. Tat tat tat. Seeing Hawk's figure, Zoro regained his confidence and suddenly broke free from Nami's grip. He took 3 steps in 2 strides, quickly ran to Hawk, stood with his feet together, and saluted sharply. Brother Hawk, I brought the person. Hawk nodded slightly. Tat tat tat. Nami also rushed over, seeing the man in front of her who was younger and more handsome than rumored, yet had an imposing presence like a deep abyss. She took a deep breath and also stood at attention to salute. Her voice carried the hoarseness of long travel and the excitement of finally finding the organization. Report. Major Hawk, recommended by the 16th branch of the East Sea, Private Nami, is here to report. This is my identification document. She handed over a brown paper document bag with both hands. Hawk calmly took it and opened it. The documents inside were complete, including Nami's employment procedures and a handwritten recommendation letter from the current colonel of the East Sea 16th branch. The letter detailed Nami's experiences in the East Sea and her firm determination to join the 3rd branch. Hawk looked at the documents, and a smile arose in his heart. At first, he had just made a casual joke about letting King Luffy go to sea alone on an empty stomach. Now it seemed that this joke had come true. First a swordsman, then a cook, and now even a navigator and archaeologist had been intercepted by him. The core members of the Straw Hat Pirates had been largely dismantled by him. He wondered if that Straw Hat kid could still leave the East Sea smoothly. Haha, interesting. Thinking of this, Hawk's mood became pleasant. He put away the documents and looked at the orange-haired girl in front of him. Her vibrant mandarin-colored long hair seemed to burn like flames under the scorching sun of Alabasta. A pair of amber eyes, big and bright, sparkled with uncontrollable excitement and anticipation at this moment. Despite her travel-worn appearance, it did not diminish her lively and beautiful demeanor. Nami, a talented navigator for the Navy, which aimed to dominate the seas. Her value was no less than that of a powerful devil fruit. Accepted. Private Nami. There are no issues with your procedures. Hawk's voice was steady, carrying a calming power. Welcome. You have officially joined the third branch. Yes. Nami excitedly saluted again, the big stone in her heart finally falling. Immediately, she seemed to remember something and took out another document from her pocket. Report, Major. This is the key evidence I discovered about Baroque Works and its president, who intends to overthrow the Alabasta Kingdom. Oh, Hawk took the intelligence and quickly scanned it. As expected of the future little thief cat, her talent for stealing and gathering information was exceptional. Although these pieces of evidence would naturally come to light once he uprooted the entire Baroque Works, getting them in advance would indeed save a lot of trouble. Skylark. Hawk handed the evidence to the girl beside him, asking her to make a copy of it and then send it through the Navy's channels to the current king of Alabasta, Cobra. Yes. Skylark took the document and immediately turned to execute the order. Hawk turned his gaze back to Nami. Well done, Nami. After this mission, military achievements will be settled together. Yes. Nami happily replied, her beautiful eyes instantly curving into crescent moons. Nico Robin Hawk then turned his gaze to Zoro and asked, Did you bring him back? Yes, brother. Zoro stepped forward, chest puffed out, his tone full of pride. He had captured the special target assigned by the Navy Admiral. That curly-browed bastard cook was still kicking fish somewhere, and he had already made a great contribution. This time, his rank should surely surpass others, right? Not bad. Hawk nodded first, affirming his achievement. However, Zoro's smile had not fully blossomed before he heard Hawk change his tone. But where are your men? He had personally seen Zoro being dragged by Nami by the ear. To prevent this guy from getting lost, he had specially arranged Dasky into his swordsman team. And yet, this guy still got lost. War is not a child's play. You can't win through individual heroism. Scientific organization, tacit cooperation, and ironclad discipline are needed to twist individual strength into a single rope that can unleash enough power to destroy everything. Zoro fell silent. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Brother did indeed remind him not to run around and to lead the entire swordsman team to cooperate in battle and maintain formation. But he had been so caught up in the thrill of killing that when he looked up, the guys behind him had disappeared. How could they not keep up with the commander's pace and get lost? All right, you brat. Hawk looked at Zoro's expression that screamed, It's not my fault. It's the world, and knew what he was thinking. This time, your military achievements will be halved to teach you a lesson. Yes, Zoro replied sullenly. Whoosh. Hawk unleashed his observation haki, sweeping across the entire canola flower like a tide. Soon, he found the swordsman team that was maintaining a complete formation, looking like headless flies searching for their captain. Nami. Hawk looked at the orange-haired girl, who had a look of amusement on her face. And now I am assigning you a formal task. Take Zoro and go meet up with his team. Hawk told Nami the precise location of the swordsman team and added, I grant you the highest command authority on directional issues. If he doesn't listen, you can use any necessary violent means. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Nami's eyes lit up, and she stood at attention to salute sharply. She turned around, grinning at Zoro. It's you who called me Orange Head, right? Women can hold grudges. Hey, Green Algae Head, what are you still dawdling for? Let's go. You violent woman. I can find my own way. Shut up. You. The road idiot who can walk from south to north in just one step. I said it. I'm not a road idiot. Dare to retort. Major Hawk has given me the power of necessary violence. Watch my fist. Bang. With a crisp thud and Zoro's scream. The two of them quarreled and disappeared around the corner of the dock. Hawk watched this scene with great interest until they were completely gone. Only then did he retract his gaze and look at Nico Robin, who had remained calm throughout, as if she were an outsider. The absurdity in the alley and the noise at the dock seemed irrelevant to her. She just stood there quietly, like a black tulip quietly blooming in the shadows, elegant, mysterious, and with a hint of distant sadness. Robin had been observing Hawk. This man was different from all the rulers she had seen before. He was powerful and cold, yet he displayed a peculiar, almost indulgent way of managing his subordinates. This Navy was also different from any organization she had known. Strictly disciplined, filled with murderous intent, yet brimming with vibrant, even somewhat noisy humanity. The smile at the corner of Hawk's mouth gradually faded, and his gaze deepened. Nico, Robin, let's talk. Today is just a chapter. I'm celebrating my mom's birthday tonight. Nami chapter 98, Robin. I have 4 of these Demon Slayer orders. Robin looked silently at Hawk. The crisp white uniform of a rear admiral seemed to fit him as if it were inherent. He stood tall like a pine, his facial contours chiseled like a knife, and a pair of deep-set eyes calmly gazed at her. Beneath that calmness, it seemed as if a bottomless ocean was hidden. What a handsome naval rear admiral. But what does that have to do with her? Since the day O'Hara was destroyed, she had drifted like a floating weed in the ocean of betrayal for 20 years. She had changed one backer after another, experienced betrayal time and again. She was tired, really tired. What difference does it make to move from one cage to another more solid cage? Just let it be, whether it was impelled down or public execution. She would accept it, just as Robin was about to give up all thought and leave her fate in the hands of the other party. Hawk spoke up. Nico, Robin, no need to be nervous. It was Kazan who asked me to find you. Robin's body instantly tensed. Kazan, the man who had given her a way out with his cold powers amid the flames of O'Hara. That admiral who followed lazy justice and seemed indifferent to everything. How could he have a connection with this hawkish newcomer who believed in a justice of slaughter and violent means? How could these two completely opposite justices intertwine? Hawk noticed every change in Robin's expression. He knew that Kazan entrusted her to him out of a complex trust and responsibility. And he indeed had a grand plan. The Navy's current combat power had reached an unprecedented peak. The aging warlord of the sea, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Zifa, and Admiral Tsuru, they were the stabilizing forces, the totems of the Navy's spirit. The 3 young admirals, at their peak, represented the Navy's highest combat strength. The younger generation he led, Zoro, Sanji Dane, and Hibari. These future seeds were growing strong and would eventually become the pillars supporting the next era. From top to bottom, from old to young, the hardware of this war machine, called the Navy, was already powerful enough. But the strength of the hardware couldn't cover up the lack of software. The essence of the Navy had not changed. It was still a purely violent organization. Violence could only destroy the old order, but it could not establish a new civilization. To allow the seeds of justice to truly take root in this sea, what was needed was not more swords and blades, but more education, more schools, and more independent thinkers. This was the only way to fundamentally change this sea. Hawk gestured for Robin to follow him. The two walked side by side on the dock. Robin, this sea is very hollow. Hawk began. Thousands of years of history have developed to this day, and the vast majority of the people are still illiterate. Reading a newspaper is a luxury for them, let alone studying and thinking. The voice of history has been cut off. His tone was calm, yet it was like a scalpel, precisely cutting open the deepest abscess of this world. History had been severed, and the cultural context had huge gaps. Hawk turned his head, his deep gaze landing on Robin's face, and spoke word by word. The essence of this sea does not exist. It has been artificially erased. Robin froze in place. Her hands and feet were cold, and the blood in her body seemed to have frozen. She stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at Hawk. What is he talking about? A naval rear admiral, a high-ranking official under the world government. He was openly discussing the fracture of history, discussing the blank 100 years considered the highest taboo by the world government. Had he gone mad? Doesn't he know that researching these things would lead the world government to use the Demon Slayer order to turn everything to ashes? The flames of O'Hara seemed to burn again before her eyes. Her mother's smile before passing, the scholar's unyielding cries for 20 years. She had hidden and fled like a rat crossing the street, bearing the label of the demon child. Was it not precisely because what she represented was what this man was talking about? What does this man want to do? Could it be? That's right, the Navy is undergoing a transformation. Hawk saw through her inner fear and suspicion and continued, Kazan entrusted your fate to me. I know he wants me to persuade you to join the Navy, to join this changing Navy, to witness the future changes in the world. But I have new ideas. Hawk's eyes became unusually serious. The dissemination of culture, the transmission of knowledge, is crucial for the Navy and for this sea. As one of the last archaeologists who can interpret historical texts, your knowledge, your existence, is itself a treasure trove of knowledge. The Navy needs not only the enhancement of strength and thought, but also the foundation of a complete culture. He paused, looking directly at Robin. Nico, Robin, I sincerely invite you to join the Navy's Branch 3. I need you to be responsible for preparing and establishing the Navy School for Branch 3. Soldiers need cultural courses in addition to their daily training. They need to understand the true history of this sea and comprehend what the justice they fight for really is. Starting from Branch 3, we will replant the seeds of knowledge within the Navy. Then, the Navy will promote it to the entire world, to pass on history. Robin's heart began to beat uncontrollably. Every word of this struck deep into her soul. This was the lifelong dream of all the scholars of O'Hara. But is it realistic for a naval rear admiral to talk grandly about changing the world? It sounded more like a naive and ridiculous dream. Hawk noticed her doubts. He did not elaborate further, but calmly took out something from his chest. It was a phone bug entirely made of gold. The moment Robin saw it, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. No one knew better than her what this thing represented. It was the embodiment of terror. It was a symbol of the Navy's highest combat power. It was the ultimate weapon that erased O'Hara from the map. The Demon Slayer Order? Her voice was dry and hoarse, trembling uncontrollably. Hawk nodded, his tone calm, as if stating a trivial matter. Yes, the Demon Slayer Orders. I have 4 of them. Yesterday's beautiful images received unanimous praise. So let's continue with the beautiful images. Robin, Chapter 99. Kazan, Hawk, what changes have you brought to the Navy? What? 4 Demon Slayer Orders. Robin's first reaction was absurdity, followed closely by a chilling shock deep in her bones. 4. How is that possible? When she saw Major Hawk pull out a golden transponder snail, she instinctively thought it was Admiral Akainu's Demon Slayer Order. After all, this person in front of her was a rising star of the Navy's hawkish faction, authorized by Admiral Akainu, which logically made sense. But Admiral Akiji had personally entrusted him to find her, so one of them could also belong to Admiral Akiji. But what about Admiral Kizaru? Why would he authorize the Demon Slayer Order to Major Hawk? And who does the last one belong to? Hawk ignored Robin's gradually stiffening expression and took out another transponder snail from his pocket. This golden transponder snail was clearly larger than the previous one, with a more ancient and majestic design, its shell engraved with the Navy's emblem. This was a Marshal-level Demon Slayer Order. Its effectiveness was 3 times that of a Vice Admiral-level Demon Slayer Order. Then he simply took out the remaining 2 as well. And 4 shiny transponder snails lay neatly on Hawk's arm. The Marshal told me that in urgent situations, all can be pressed at once. At that moment, Robin's mouth fell open, her mind blank, completely falling into silence. How could she not understand Hawk's implication? A Vice Admiral-level Demon Slayer Order represents 5 giant warships and 5 elite Vice Admirals from the headquarters. A Marshal-level Demon Slayer Order is 3 times as effective. 1 + 1 + 1 + 3 equals 6 Vice Admiral-level Demon Slayer Orders. That means 30 giant warships and 30 elite Vice Admirals from the headquarters. This force is enough to easily wipe out any country in the world without deploying an admiral, not to mention the highest combat power that the headquarters might mobilize to support Major Hawk. Robin looked at this excessively young and excessively handsome Navy major with a new perspective, like examining a monster. No wonder he discussed history with her. No wonder he talked about the future of the Navy. Because this man in front of her, it is not an exaggeration to say, he is a walking, self-aware Navy headquarters. Hawk quietly waited for Robin's answer. Haha. After a long while, Robin smiled. She thought that perhaps she could believe once. No, it was a gamble. She agreed to Hawk not only because of Admiral Akiji's entrustment. More importantly, the conditions Hawk offered were a conspiracy that she and all the scholars of O'Hara could not refuse for a lifetime. To spread history, establish schools, and resow the seeds of knowledge into the sea. To let those buried truths see the light of day again. To allow scholars no longer to need to protect knowledge with their lives. For an archaeologist and historian burdened with the fate of all of O'Hara, this was not just a position. It was the entire meaning of her survival. I promise you, Major Hawk. Robin's voice no longer held the previous detachment and vigilance, but was filled with solemnity and expectation. Please rest assured to hand over the cultural work of the 3rd branch to me. Very well. Hawk nodded, not surprised by this outcome. Just then, a skylark ran over with small steps, reporting, "The intelligence has been sent to King Cobra through the Navy's encrypted channel." Hawk responded, "Let us go to Rain Base." Yes. Robin naturally followed behind Hawk, proactively reporting, "Major Hawk, I'm sorry. I previously issued an alert to Zero through the emergency transponder snail." She paused and added, "The true identity of Zero is one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile. According to the Baroque Works emergency plan, all chief commanders will be summoned to the headquarters at Rain Base in the event of a major crisis." Hawk smiled slightly, just in time, saving the trouble of searching for them one by one. He took out the transponder snail and dialed the line of the 3 commanders. "All teams, attention. Mission change. Target, Rain Base. After encircling, we will wipe out Baroque Works in one fell swoop." "Yes, yes." Responses from Sanji, Zoro, Smoker, Tina, and others came through the transponder snail. After hanging up, Robin looked at Hawk's profile. This newly appointed head of the Navy Academy of the 3rd Branch had quickly entered work mode. She curiously asked, "Major Hawk, regarding the establishment of the Navy School in the 3rd Branch, what about the initial budget?" Upon hearing this, Hawk turned to look in the direction of the 3rd Branch. His eyes deep. "The budget? If everything goes smoothly, any budget will not be a problem." Meanwhile, at the 3rd Branch, in the surrounding sea area, 5 giant warships, entirely black and without any insignia, silently entered this tightly sealed sea area. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The patrol of the 3rd Fleet instantly reacted. On the leading giant warship, dozens of main cannons turned in unison, coldly locking onto the uninvited guests. The killing intent condensed in an instant. Every Navy soldier here knew that any unauthorized ships would be treated as enemies and sunk, just as the order to fire was about to be given. Whoosh! A giant bird made entirely of ice soared into the sky from the bow of the leading black warship. It elegantly circled in the air, its wings scattering a sky full of sparkling ice crystals, refracting a rainbow of colors in the sunlight, then quietly dissipating. This iconic scene caused all the warships of the 3rd Branch to immediately stand down from battle posture. "It's Admiral Akiji. Let them pass." The order was quickly conveyed, and the heavy cannon muzzles slowly returned to position. On the leading giant warship, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider stood outside the bridge, the sea breeze blowing the words "Justice"